Can someone die from an ant bite and still time travel? And even gain a freakish physique that allows them to lift a 200-pound hammer? At the top of Holy Spirit Village, Tang San was practicing the purple extreme demon eye, his eyes glowing purple, but he was secretly cursing. That freak Tang Jiu, I can't even match his innate strength while practicing the Xiantian skill. On the mountainside, 6-year-old Tang Jiu was doing squats with a forging hammer taller than himself, not even breaking a sweat. Third brother, it's time to eat. He was secretly pleased that he died from being bitten by a bullet ant in his previous life, and surprisingly awakened the ant physique. Being able to lift things 400 times his body weight, isn't that better than blue silvergrass? At the dining table, Tang San served porridge for Tang Hao and himself, pointing at the pot and saying, "Little Jiu, the rest is all yours." Tang Jiu was not polite, picking up the pot and gulping it down. Big strength, big appetite, no problem. Remembering 3 days ago when old Jack patted his chest and said, "You guys can awaken any spirit you want." Tang Hao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, almost kicking old village head away. Tang Jiu suppresses laughter. How bold to say something like that in front of the Douluo. Today was the day of the soul awakening. Tang Jiu touched his arm, feeling the power in his muscles. Awakening an ant martial spirit shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Then I can swing third brother's Haotian hammer around. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from outside the village as Su Yuntao arrived with the awakening stone. Old Jack was beaming. Holy Spirit Village is going to have a soul master. Tang San clenched his fists. Would blue silver grass really work? Tang Jiu flexed his wrists. Would the ant martial spirit be too low level? When it was Tang Jiu's turn, he placed his hand in the center of the black stone and suddenly felt an itch in his palm. Su Yuntao frowned. This martial spirit. Suddenly, a completely black ant with a metallic sheen crawled out of Tang Jiu's palm, its large mandibles gleaming ominously. What kind of martial spirit is this? Could it be stronger than Tang San's blue silvergrass? More excitingly, when Su Yuntao handed over the crystal ball, the ant suddenly crawled onto it and crunched it in half. Su Yuntao was stunned. This is also innate full soul power. Another bowl of porridge. No meat for every meal. Tang Jiu held up the iron pot and guzzled, causing Tang Hao and Tang San to twitch at the corners of their mouths. "No money," Tang Hao said tersely, leaving Tang Jiu speechless. Old Jack came in with a cane. "Little San, little Jiu, Grandpa's taking you to awaken your martial spirits." Tang Jiu hoisted the forging hammer and pulled Tang San along, completely ignoring Tang Hao's dark face. "Don't forget to cook at noon." Tang Hao shouted at Tang San. Tang San sighed. "Why do I feel like you're the real biological one?" Tang Jiu chuckled. "He must owe me money." Arriving at the martial spirit division hall, Su Yuntao crossed his legs and rolled his eyes at old Jack. "Same script as last year. Being a soul master isn't that easy." Tang Jiu whispered to Tang San. "This guy is only level 26, probably just cannon fodder." "Who are you calling cannon fodder?" Su Yuntao's ears were sharp, and his gaze cut through like a knife. The awakening began, and the first child revealed a sickle, but the crystal ball didn't respond. Waste. Su Yuntao waved his hand, point one by one. The children went up, either holding hose or carrying shoulder poles. None had soul power. When it was Tang San's turn, as soon as blue silver grass showed up, Su Yuntao waved his hand. "Waste martial spirit, next." "You haven't even measured the soul power yet." Tang Jiu exploded. "Isn't this being too perfunctory?" Su Yuntao impatiently tossed the crystal ball to Tang San. Soon as Tang San touched it, the crystal ball lit up blindingly. First innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao jumped up. How is blue silver grass possible? Tang Jiu's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. The iconic moment. Old Jack fainted directly and was revived by someone pinching his acupoint. "I told you Holy Spirit Village would have a soul master." Su Yuntao stared at Tang San, his eyes wide. Tang Jiu nudged him. "What are you looking at?" "It's my turn." He stepped into the hexagram, and his palm suddenly itched. "This is..." Su Yuntao widened his eyes. From Tang Jiu's right palm, a yellow ring floated out. It looked like a soul ring, but not quite. Can this thing be considered a martial spirit? Su Yuntao was dumbfounded, had measured martial spirits his whole life, and had never seen anything like this. What is this martial spirit? Tang Jiu was also confused. Could it be that being bitten by an ant resulted in a soul ring martial spirit? More excitingly, that yellow ring suddenly flew toward the crystal ball and smack, it encased the ball. The crystal ball erupted with a light even brighter than Tang San's. Su Yuntao collapsed to the ground. Another innate, full soul power. It doesn't matter whether you measure it or not. Blue silvergrass is just a waste martial spirit. Su Yuntao's words got stuck in his throat. Tang San's crystal ball was shining blindingly. First innate full soul power. His eyes were about to pop out, Then he sneered, "What a pity it's blue silver grass, such talent wasted." When it was Tang Jiu's turn, golden dots from the hexagram surged into his body. He stretched out his hand, and a transparent light circle floated above his palm. Nothing, just a shadow of an egg on the body. Su Yuntao shook his head. Mutated waste martial spirit. This is a ring. Can't you see it? Tang Jiu was bewildered, then suddenly realized this light circle looked exactly like a soul ring. Could it be that my martial spirit is a soul ring? Measure the soul power. Tang Jiu blocked Su Yuntao, who was about to leave. Measuring it would be pointless. Waste martial spirits have no future, Su Yuntao scoffed. Tang Jiu exploded. What do you know, you level 26 cannon fodder. What's wrong with blue silvergrass? If it reaches soul sage, it can crush you easily. They're only waste soul masters, not waste martial spirits. Do you dare call me waste? Su Yuntao exerted his soul power. Kneel down. Go to hell. Tang Jiu picked up the 200-pound forging hammer and threw it at him. You dare to hurt little Jiu? Tang San shot a stone at Su Yuntao's eyes. Yes, Su Yuntao dodged the stone. The hammer bang hit his chest, sending him crashing into the wall. Cough, cough. Su Yuntao clutched his chest, looking in disbelief at the two 6-year-olds. Tang Jiu took the opportunity to press his paw on the crystal ball. But the crystal ball lit up even more fiercely than Tang San's. Another innate, full soul power? Su Yuntao was completely dumbfounded. Tang Jiu stared at the transparent light circle in his palm, his heart racing, having a martial spirit that is a soul ring, and also innate full soul power. What does this mean? He tried to use his mind to activate the light circle, and it slowly turned yellow, matching the color of Su Yuntao's 100-year soul ring. Seeing this scene, Su Yuntao collapsed. This is impossible. Old Jack trembled and asked, Little Jiu, what can your martial spirit do? Tang Jiu grinned. Maybe I have one more ring than others. What can this soul ring martial spirit actually do? Would Su Yuntao report to the martial spirit hall? More thrillingly, the sound of hooves came from afar, and a masked man reined in his horse. Two innate full soul powers? Take them back to show the Pope. Who is this person? Where is he taking Tang San and Tang Jiu? Hey, that sounded like Dad's voice just now. Tang San frowned. Don't think too much can he have that kind of energy. Tang Jiu quickly covered Yup. If Tang Hao's identity was exposed, it would be over. Su Yuntao darkened his face and measured Tang Jiu's soul power, and the crystal ball lit up blindingly. Another innate, full spirit power. He couldn't handle it. One blue silver grass, one egg, both with innate full spirit power? Are they messing with me? Old Jack rushed out to ask, and Su Yuntao sourly said, both have innate full spirit power, but unfortunately, they're both useless martial spirits. Old Jack almost choked, rushing to Tang Hao's house to complain, it's all your fault for not passing down good martial spirits to the kid. Awakening a hammer would be fine too. Tang Hao's face darkened like a pot bottom. Get out, Dad, I awaken a hammer. Tang San extended his left hand, and the shadow of the Hao Yin hammer appeared. Tang Hao froze instantly, hugged Tang San tightly, tears streaming down his face. Twin martial spirits. My good son. Dad, I also have twin martial spirits. Tang Jiu quickly revealed his martial spirit. I have a transparent halo on my right hand, like a spirit ring. Tang Hao was dumbfounded. A spirit ring as a martial spirit? He pulled Tang Jiu into the bedroom, suddenly released 9 spirit rings, exuding an overwhelming aura. I am a title Douluo. Tang Jiu trembled in fear now. This was the aura of the Hao Yin Douluo. Try putting the halo on me. Tang Jiu obediently complied, and Tang Hao's shallowest yellow spirit ring suddenly dimmed and turned pale. I can't use my first spirit ability anymore. My spirit power is also restricted. Tang Hao trembled with excitement. This is truly a spirit ring martial spirit. I can't hold on anymore. Tang Jiu felt like he was being pulled by a speeding truck, his body almost falling apart. Tang Hao quickly told him to retract his martial spirit and hugged him tightly. I can face your parents now. This martial spirit is too heaven-defying. Tang Jiu's heart raced. A spirit ring martial spirit can restrict the title Douluo? Does that mean it can counter all soul masters in the future? Tang Hao suddenly became serious. This martial spirit cannot be known by anyone, especially the Spirit Hall. Why can't the Spirit Hall know? Or Tang Jiu's parents? What was even more exciting was that Tang Hao stared at that egg martial spirit, deep in thought. This egg. Maybe it's something big. What exactly is this egg martial spirit? Could it be more powerful than the spirit ring martial spirit? My parents. Do you know who they are? Tang Jiu pressed on. Tang Hao's expression darkened. Years ago, the Spirit Hall slaughtered your village, and I carried you back from the pile of corpses. The Spirit Hall. Tang Jiu clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. I will avenge this grudge myself. There was only one work-study student quota in Holy Soul Village, and Tang San immediately stated, "Give it to Xiao Jiu. I can earn money. Give the quota to third brother." Tang Jiu smiled. "I still want to visit my biological parents." Tang Hao made the decision. It's settled. Turning around, the two shouted in unison at Tang San, "Go cook." Tang San was bewildered. Was the emotion just now an illusion? In the afternoon, Tang Hao taught forging, swinging the hammer and shouting. A person has 3 hearts. The calf muscles are the second and third hearts. The power must start from here. This is the essence of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Tang Jiu tried it, and his strength increased by 30%. Tang San was even more fierce, swinging out 4 hammers in a row, precisely hitting the same spot. Stronger than I was back then. Tang Hao rarely praised someone. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed through the transparent halo in Tang Jiu's palm, and a word popped into his mind. Berserk. He tried to activate it, and his muscles instantly swelled, doubling his strength. This is a spirit ability? Tang Jiu was stunned. He hadn't absorbed a spirit ring yet. Tang Hao's eyes widened like copper bells. You can use a spirit ability without a spirit ring? This spirit ring, martial spirit, is too outrageous. Tang San leaned over. "Xiao Jiu, how long can your spirit ability last?" "I don't know. My head is a bit dizzy now." Tang Jiu swayed. "Quick, retract it. The spirit power consumption is too high." Tang Hao hurriedly called for a stop. Tang Jiu held his head, but his heart was exploding. Being able to use a spirit ability without a spirit ring. What would happen after absorbing a spirit ring? Could this berserk spirit ability stack? What was even more exciting was that Tang Hao stared at his egg martial spirit and suddenly said, "The egg seems to have moved a bit. Is the egg martial spirit about to hatch? What is hidden inside?" Tang Jiu swung the 200-pound forging hammer, ding, 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 striking 18 times in a row, each hit heavier than the last, pushing his strength to the limit. "How did you do that?" Tang San was astonished. He didn't achieve this effect with a 50-pound hammer. One force breaks 10,000 techniques. Tang Jiu grinned. Tang Hao slapped him on the shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. "Skills still need to be learned. This old man can't stand me showing off, right?" The next morning, Tang Jiu pondered over the transparent halo in his palm. Can this spirit ring, martial spirit, be used as a real spirit ring? He tried to put the halo on himself. A miracle happened. The white 10-year spirit ring slowly turned yellow, becoming a 100-year spirit ring, finally stopping at 200 years. His spirit power whoosh broke through level 10, skyrocketing to level 11. I'm an 11-level soul master now. Plus the spirit ability berserk, strength increased by 30. Tang Jiu was so happy he jumped high. During breakfast, he mysteriously asked, "Do you think it's possible for someone to break through level 11 without a spirit ring?" "Impossible." Tang San and Tang Hao replied in unison. Tang Jiu directly released his spirit power, shocking both of them that I really reached level 11. He put the yellow spirit ring on himself, showing off in the world's first zero-ring 11-level soul master. Tang Hao spat out the porridge he had just drunk, and Tang San's face darkened. "This guy must be here to show off. I also have a spirit ability. Third brother. Are you envious?" Tang San's hand holding the hammer trembled, almost hitting himself. Tang Hao couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. "So happy? You'll wash the dishes later." While washing the dishes, Tang Jiu contemplated. He needed to find a spirit beast to test the berserk effect. He sneaked into the back mountain and, not far in, encountered a spiky wild boar, its eyes blood red, charging at him. It was a berserk spiked boar, a 100-year spirit beast. Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. Just the right opportunity to try it out. He activated his spirit ring, martial spirit, the yellow halo surrounding him, and shouted berserk. His muscles instantly swelled, and his strength surged. He charged straight at the spiked boar. Could he defeat this spiked boar? Would the berserk spirit ability hold against the spiked boar's charge? What was even more thrilling was that a shadow suddenly flashed behind the spiked boar, drooling while staring at Tang Jiu's spirit ring. What is this shadow? Does it also want Tang Jiu's spirit ring, martial spirit? "I'm really feeling terrible, Dad. Why don't you go rob those heartless nobles in Nottingham? Don't let me starve to death. How could I, a dignified titled law, become a robber? I can't afford to lose my dignity," Tang Hao said irritably. "But you, a dignified titled law, are about to starve your son to death. Isn't that embarrassing?" Tang Jiu said, "It's gotten to this point, and you still can't keep your mouth shut." Tang Hao almost choked with anger and glared fiercely at Tang Jiu. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Jiu was sick, he wouldn't be able to hold back from giving this brat a good beating. But a moment later, his expression turned cold, and he said with hatred, "I never expected that I, Tang Hao, would be forced into such a situation by the Spear Hall, making my son unable to even afford meat." At that moment, he finally gave up some of his previous stubbornness and solemnly said, "Xiao Jiu, don't be afraid. I'll find you something to eat. From today on, Our family will have plenty of meat. Tang Hao stood up, instructed Tang San to take good care of Tang Jiu, then put on his cloak and disappeared into the forest, heading towards the direction of Nodding City. After Tang Hao left, Tang Jiu lay on the bed for a whole day. No matter how much he ate, it was useless. He still felt extremely hungry. Meat? How can one live without meat? At night, Tang Hao finally returned, dragging a massive soul beast that resembled a wild boar, its body over 10 meters long, with menacing tusks and bristly fur all over its body, along with blood-red markings on its skin. Tang Jiu and Tang San were both stunned. Dad, what is this? It should be a fury boar. Tang Hao said. A soul beast? It looks like a very powerful soul beast. Dad, where did you get this? Tang San was astonished. I just took a stroll outside and accidentally picked it up, Tang Hao said without a change in expression. Picked it up? How is that possible? Tang San's mouth twitched. He could just pick up a soul beast as soon as he went out, but this soul beast didn't look easy to deal with. How could he pick it up? Even if it was dead and had lost its soul ring, wouldn't it be better to carry it back and eat pork? It is said that soul beast meat is a very high-quality ingredient, and the higher the level of the soul beast, the more expensive it is. Selling to a restaurant would also bring in a considerable income. Who would kill a soul beast and just throw it away? In fact, this is what Tang Hao went to the soul-hunting forest in Nodding City to catch. A real 1,000-year soul beast. Brother San, don't worry about how it came to be. Let's focus on how to eat it. Hurry up and cook it. Now that I see pork, I just want to dive in and take a bite. Tang Jiu quickly helped Tang Hao out of the predicament. Right now, he just wanted to eat meat quickly. Tang Hao picked up a knife and began violently cutting the pork, tossing the most tender ribs directly into the pot. He added some salt and spices, then started boiling it on high heat. 3 hours later, a whole pot of pork was ready. Tang Hao directly fished out a huge rib and handed it to Tang Jiu, saying, "Hurry up and eat. This meat is nutritious." Tang Jiu didn't waste any words and started to gnaw on the ribs. To be honest, the meat of this old beast was incredibly delicious. Not only was Tang Jiu eating, but Tang San also began to enjoy this tasty pork. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't eaten meat at all. The meat of the 1,000-year soul beast was rich in nutrients, and as Tang Jiu kept consuming it, the feeling of weakness in his body gradually eased, and he felt warmth spreading through him. Tang San also felt that the meat of soul beasts was rich in energy. Although it couldn't help his Xiantian skill to break through, it was nourishing his body and continuously improving his physical quality. Tang Jiu and Tang San haven't done anything these past 2 days except for cutting up pork, then cooking it and hanging it up to dry. They haven't finished this pig yet when Tang Hao brought back a soul beast resembling a cow one night. Tang San completely didn't want to ask anymore. After eating the meat of 1,000-year soul beasts for 10 consecutive days, which was abundant and filling, Tang Jiu's body finally showed no signs of weakness. Additionally, with the large intake of nutrients during sleep, he felt that his previously frail body had gained some fullness. Finally, on the 11th day, while gnawing on a pig's trotter, Tang Jiu's soul power became unstable again. Tang Hao frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is your body having problems again?" "It shouldn't be. No, Dad. I feel like my soul power is about to break through to level 12. Tang Hao, Tang San, I'm going to forge." Tang San was extremely speechless. Even eating meat could increase soul power. This Xiao Jiu is simply abnormal. "Dad, what's going on?" Tang Jiu looked at Tang Hao, seeking answers. Tang Hao looked at Tang Jiu as if he were a monster, and he sighed. "I've heard people say that your body was too weak before, but now you're gradually recovering. With your body getting better, the speed of cultivating soul power will naturally increase, which is not surprising." Although he said it was not surprising, the corners of Tang Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Tang Jiu's physique was too abnormal, and the key was still Tang Jiu's beast martial soul. Perhaps before long, he would give himself a big shock again. As Tang Jiu's body gradually recovered, he began his daily training, carrying a heavy hammer. He started frog jumps from the bottom of the mountain, jumping step by step up the mountain. By the time he reached a height of 100 meters, Tang Jiu was panting heavily. "Keep going, I must constantly challenge my limits. My body still has great potential to be developed." Tang Jiu gritted his teeth and continued to climb the mountain with a large casting hammer. With each jump, he felt his body endure immense pressure, but along with it came a tingling sensation. Tang Jiu knew that the nutrients rich in soul beast meat continued to nourish his body, even without a soul ring. The energy contained in 1,000-year soul beast meat was terrifyingly powerful. He had absorbed a part of it, but the body had its limits for absorption. Only by making the body's endurance stronger could he absorb more energy to continuously refine his body. In the past, when his meals were insufficient, Tang Jiu didn't dare to train so hard, fearing it would damage the foundation of his body. Now that he was well fed with soul beast meat, he decided to push himself to the limit over the next 3 months to enhance his body and soul power. After a day of training, while Tang Jiu was gnawing on a cooked pig's trotter, he suddenly felt changes occurring in his body, and his martial soul automatically manifested. The white egg martial soul actually cracked open a seam, as if something was about to hatch. "Xiao Jiu, your egg seems to be breaking," Tang San exclaimed in amazement. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. He didn't even have the energy to speak now, because his body was undergoing terrifying changes. 7. Second martial soul, bullet and crack, crack, crack. As the sounds continued, the egg martial soul on Tang Jiu's body developed more and more cracks. Then, a pair of insect-like sharp mandibles broke out of the egg. Tang Hao's gaze became sharp, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. As he had guessed, Tang Jiu's previous body could not withstand the martial soul, so this beast martial soul revealed its most primitive state, an egg, when Tang Jiu's body could bear it. The true form of this beast martial soul would break out of the egg, a pair of sharp jaws like iron pincers followed by 6 long legs, and a dark body, shining all over in black, with a well-proportioned physique full of explosive power. This is an ant. Tang San immediately recognized that in the previous world, this kind of insect was everywhere. In some places, ants could swarm and devour everything, and Tang's sect had raised those ants before. No, these are not ordinary ants. Tang Jiu's heart jolted as he had a clear answer. Bullet ants. In his last life, it was this creature that bit him to death. Even now, deep in his soul, he still felt the lingering pain of that sting. After the bullet ant broke out of its shell, it directly wielded a pair of sharp mandibles to devour the eggshell, finishing it off in no time. At that moment, the bullet ant's martial soul seemed to have grown a size larger. At this moment, Tang Jiu's soul power was actually increasing at a terrifying speed. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. It increased by a full 6 levels before it finally stopped. At this moment, Tang Jiu's soul power had directly reached Level 18. After the martial soul manifested, Tang Jiu felt his physical strength doubled, reaching 1,000 pounds. What is going on? Tang Jiu was bewildered. I don't know either. You probably need to ask a soul master. Tang Hao was astonished. He understood weapon martial souls. As soul power increased, weapon martial souls would also upgrade and evolve, such as Tang San's current Haoyan hammer, even if it was just a small hammer. As for his own Haoyan hammer, when released, it could be taller than a person and weighed dozens of times more than Tang San's, qualifying it as a divine weapon. Beast martial souls, in fact, also continuously evolve and become stronger with the increase in soul power. Tang Jiu's martial soul is an insect, and many oviparous creatures will consume their eggshells as their first energy supplement for body development. This eggshell Tang Jiu had was actually energy for a soul master. It represented soul power. When a martial soul absorbed this energy, it was like consuming rare treasures or celestial herbs, leading to a significant increase in soul power. However, it was unexpected that Tang Jiu directly broke through to level 18, only 2 levels away from 20, which means that without a soul ring, Tang Jiu could potentially reach level 20 directly. Just imagine how terrifying his first soul ring would be. Tang Jiu actually thought of this question too. He looked at Tang Hao and asked, "Dad, do you think it's possible that my first spirit ring is 1,000 years?" Tang Hao glared at Tang Jiu and scolded, "Don't seek death. Although I am ignorant and inexperienced, I have never heard that the first spirit ring is 1,000 years old." Although Tang Hao is not as learned as the master, who can accurately know the maximum limits of each soul ring, he is still from the Haoyan sect. Having a third soul ring that can reach 1,000 years is already considered the best configuration. He has traveled across the continent, and, even in the records of the Haoyan sect, he has never seen a first soul ring that is 1,000 years old. My 2 martial souls are so powerful. If I don't give it a try, it will be a shame. Dad, I've made up my mind. My first soul ring must be 1,000 years. If I can't achieve that, I will never eat meat for the rest of my life. Tang Jiu swore solemnly. Then you will know how ignorant you are. Tang Hao was too lazy to waste words with Tang Jiu and went straight into the house to sleep. By the time Tang Jiu arrived at Nodding Academy and systematically learned about martial souls, he would dispel this ridiculous thought. "Third brother, do you think I can do it?" Tang Jiu looked at Tang San, who was washing the pot. "Little Jiu, I think you should be a bit more realistic." Tang San's mood was quite bad at the moment. This was definitely not bragging. Xiao Jiu was almost at level 20 while he was still stuck at level 10, unable to make any progress. "Third brother, I know reality is cruel, But I am reality. Tang Jiu grinned. Tang San. Tang San instantly no longer wanted to pay attention to his brother. Seeing that third brother seemed to be affected, Tang Jiu felt quite helpless. Outstanding people always bring endless pressure to those around them, making them feel doubtful about life. Isn't that quite normal? Taking advantage of the night, Tang Jiu came to the yard, thinking about how he could properly develop his martial soul. He couldn't rely on the master for everything. He needed to do some research himself. After all, he was the owner of the martial soul. First, he wanted to see if there would be any changes to the martial soul as his soul power increased and the soul rings were added to himself. Tang Jiu immediately released his martial soul and attached the soul ring martial soul to himself. When the colorless soul ring martial soul became the soul ring of his body, Tang Jiu was astonished to find that the color of the soul ring was gradually deepening. It seems my guess was correct. This soul ring martial soul increases the soul rings as my strength grows, and its enhancement limit corresponds to the limit of what my body can endure. The age of the soul ring started at 200 years, slowly changed to 300 years, and eventually reached 500 years. The soul ring no longer changed and quietly resonated on Tang Jiu's body. He had broken through the limit of the first soul ring. Tang Jiu felt a surge of joy in his heart, but soon frowned again. The limit of the first soul ring is the maximum that can be absorbed when the soul power reaches level 10. Now that his soul power has already reached level 18, he should be able to absorb a 500-year soul ring, shouldn't he? Tang Jiu's heart suddenly brightened. If his body could withstand a 700-year soul ring, then reaching level 20 and absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring would be a sure thing. At this moment, Tang Jiu's confidence in absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring surged. What he needed to do now was to cultivate his soul power and continue to temper his body to increase its endurance. Let me see if there's a difference between the soul skills of a 500-year soul ring and a 200-year soul ring. Tang Jiu was actually very curious about this. It is said that the higher the age of the soul ring, the more powerful it is. But where does this specifically manifest? Isn't it just the soul skills? He couldn't wait to check the soul skill attached to this soul ring. Berserk instantly increases strength by 35, which can be enhanced based on the soul ring. For each additional ring, the strength added by the Berserk skill will increase by 10. After obtaining the second soul ring, the strength added by the Berserk skill would be 45. Duration, 5 seconds. Tang Jiu clearly remembered that the first soul skill, Berserk, instantly increased strength by 30. Then, with each additional soul ring, it would increase by another 10. However, the duration still didn't change, remaining at 5 seconds. After finishing his cooking, Tang San saw the yellow soul ring floating around Tang Jiu in the courtyard and felt quite uncomfortable. He finally spoke up. Xiao Jiu, can you use the soul ring martial spirit on me? Maybe it can help me break through to level 11. 8. The terrifying nature of soul ring martial spirits. Using the soul ring martial spirit on you to become your soul ring, that's not very likely. Tang Jiu shook his head. Tang San looked at Tang Jiu hopefully. Give it a try, what if it works? At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. If he obtained another soul ring, wouldn't he be able to continue cultivating the Xintian skill to the second level? However, this soul ring should be a suppression and limitation on someone else. Tang Jiu said, it's fine, just give it a shot. There's nothing to lose. Just think about giving me more power and see if it works. Tang San replied, all right then, third brother. Here I come. Tang Jiu couldn't resist Tang San and could only activate his soul power to remove the soul ring from his own martial soul and place it on Tang San. Tang San suddenly let out a muffled grunt, almost collapsing under the pressure. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he quickly stabilized himself by assuming a solid horse stance. Third brother, are you okay? Tang Jiu quickly retracted the soul ring and summoned the martial soul back to his hand. Only then did Tang San stand up, sweating profusely and looking exhausted as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. After catching his breath, Tang San finally spoke. Your martial soul ring is too terrifying. It directly suppressed all of my soul power, making it impossible for me to use my strength. It probably restricted my soul power by a full 10 levels. Tang Jiu was stunned upon hearing this. To deprive someone of 10 levels of soul power, that's terrifying. No, wait. When the soul ring was placed on Tang Hao, it clearly didn't have much effect. Could it be that the limitations of my soul ring and martial soul and soul power are determined by my own strength? The weaker I am, the greater the restrictions. It makes sense when I think about it. Tang San felt very disappointed. His beautiful wish had fallen through. It seems that Tang Jiu's martial soul cannot be controlled by will. As long as it is attached to someone else, it will restrict the other party. It turns out, I really am a jinx. Tang Jiu felt a wave of underestimation in his heart. He could no longer assist his teammates in the future, and could only give the opponent an additional debuff. He was curious about how the soul ring would be used after being attached to the martial soul. However, one thing he could be sure of was that the soul skills from the soul ring would definitely be very strange. Next, Tang Jiu entered a frenzied training phase. Over the past few days, he gained a deeper understanding of the importance of the body for soul masters. And his bullet ant martial soul was an extremely powerful beast martial soul, which meant he needed to further strengthen his body to unleash even greater potential. The initial 200-pound hammer could no longer meet his weight-bearing requirements. This time, his strength had increased too rapidly. So he forged an 800-pound war hammer for himself using raw iron from home, completely imitating the design of the Haotian hammer. Tang Jiu filled his neck with dried cooked pork, carrying a heavy hammer as he hopped along. Starting from the village, he made his way up the mountain, leaving a deep imprint in the soft soil with each jump. The weight was just reaching the limit his body could bear. Tang Jiu's gaze was determined. His frog jumps precise, with sweat gradually soaking his clothes. After 1,000 frog jumps, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. Next, he sprinted up. Dragging the hammer with both hands, he charged up the mountain path at full speed, feeling as if his thighs and calves were filled with lead, his whole body beginning to float. When he reached the midpoint of the mountain, Tang Jiu felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Next, he rested his legs and did 1,000 push-ups. With the war hammer strapped to his back, he began doing push-ups to strengthen his arms. 1,000 punches, 1,000 kicks. He pushed every muscle in his body to the limit, feeling an incredible soreness and numbness all over, before finally untying the dried pork hanging around his neck and chewing on it eagerly. Tang Jiu discovered that every time he broke through his physical limits and consumed the flesh of these soul beasts, it would provide a deeper energy nourishment for his body, making him even stronger. Martial soul possession. Every day after Tang Jiu finishes his training, he will activate his martial soul and equip himself with a soul ring. He then feels the changes in the soul ring. Each time he breaks through his physical limits, the soul ring becomes a little stronger. Tang Jiu immerses himself in this tangible progress every day, finding joy in it. In the blink of an eye, the start of the school year at Notting Academy is approaching, and Tang Hao has once again brought back a 1,000-year soul beast pig late at night. When Tang San was dividing the pork, Tang Hao brought Tang Jiu to the room and said seriously, "Little Jiu, don't be too ambitious. It's already impressive to absorb a soul ring of about 500 years for the first one, and absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring for the second one is also very powerful." Tang Jiu blinked and said, "But, Dad, after more than 2 months of training, my soul power has already reached level 19. The most important thing is that my first soul ring can now bear 600 years. Tang Jiu said, summoning his martial soul, and encircled himself with a soul ring, the yellow soul ring shining brilliantly. Tang Hao's eyes widened. His second spirit ring was only 700 years. "Dad, why don't you activate your spirit ring and let me try out the power of my martial soul?" Tang Jiu's gaze was incredibly intense. All right. Tang Hao activated his spirit rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, with the last spirit ring being black with a hint of red. Tang Jiu activated his soul power, and his soul ring and martial soul flew out, wrapping around Tang Hao. Huh. Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly realized that his first soul ring had completely disappeared and he could no longer sense it. Along with its disappearance, his soul skills were gone too. However, his soul power level remained, but seemed to be suppressed by about 1 rank. 8 rings. You have 1 ring, less than 9. Tang Jiu was truly ecstatic at this moment, humming with joy, as he had actually managed to limit one of Tang Hao's soul rings. This meant that he had effectively disabled one of Tang Hao's soul skills. Moreover, Tang Jiu felt that if his body could withstand the limit of soul rings, he should be able to restrict the opponent's maximum age. For example, if he could endure a 1,000-year soul ring, then what he was limiting now should be Tang Hao's second soul ring, or at worst, the third soul ring. Truly a prodigy. Tang Hao was extremely shocked. If the martial soul's original form is already so abnormal without additional soul rings, then how terrifying would the soul skills be after adding soul rings? However, upon hearing Tang Jiu sing, Tang Hao shot a displeased glare at Tang Jiu and said, "When you go to Notting City, don't expose the secret of your martial soul, don't let people know you are my son, and don't go against the spirit hall. As for revenge, I'll handle it." Tang Hao directly gathered his martial spirits, turned around and left the room. In front of Tang Jiu and Tang San, he took out a money pouch and handed it to Tang Jiu, saying, "The money inside is enough for your tuition. As for Xiao San, just consider him a work-study student and study hard." Tang San was instantly speechless, once again doubting if he was really the biological son. Making his own son work hard for money while leaving his adopted son carefree was simply too heartbreaking. "Little San, Dad is doing this for your own good. You must endure hardships to become a better person." Tang Hao patted Tang San's shoulder firmly, believing that little San would eventually understand his good intentions. Everything must rely on oneself to become the strongest. "Third brother, look how good Dad is to you. I'm getting jealous." Tang Jiu blinked and secretly tucked the money away with a smile. "How about we switch?" Tang San said irritably. Tang Jiu chuckled and said nothing. "Xiao San, you must not expose the secret of your twin martial souls. It's hard for most people to notice Xiao Jiu's twin martial soul, so you need to be extra careful. Remember, never attach a soul ring to the hammer martial soul." Tang Hao instut solemni. "Yes, Dad." Tang San nodded seriously, then turned to Tang Jiu and asked, "What about Xiao Jiu? My martial soul is a soul ring, and it cannot be treated with common logic." Tang Jiu replied with a smile. Tang San. 9. A dog looks down on people. 3 days later, Old Jack took Tang San and Tang Jiu away from Shenghun Village, heading to Notting City. Tang San traveled light, while Tang Jiu carried a huge bundle filled with dried pork. He also had a large hammer in hand. Old Jack laughed, "Going to school and bringing so much meat? Meat is so expensive in the city. You should try it, it's delicious." Tang Jiu had already started treating the meat of the Millennium Soul Beast as a snack, and then handed a piece to Old Jack. While Old Jack was eating the meat, he asked, "Do you have your tuition?" "Yeah, my dad gave it to me." Old Jack choked, incredulously saying, "You're paying tuition to go to school, and Xiao San is working as a student worker? Tang Hao really is something." Who exactly was picked up? Tang San really wanted to say, "I am." Along the way, Old Jack shared everything he knew with Tang Jiu and the others. The primary academy teaches only basic things and only accepts children who have just awakened their martial souls. It is a 6-year program, and by the age of 12, students can graduate after obtaining 1 soul ring, and they can enter the Intermediate Soul Master Academy after obtaining 2 soul rings. Little San, Little Jiu, although you both have innate full soul power, your martial souls are one is blue silvergrass and the other is an egg. Grandpa Jack doesn't expect much from you. If you can cultivate to level 20 and obtain 2 soul rings, it would bring glory to our Holy Soul Village. As for the Advanced Soul Master Academy, it might be difficult for you to get in because, after all, there are only 2 empires on the entire continent that have Advanced Soul Master Academies, and the total number of students they enroll each year is less than 100. Old Jack reminded them. The first 2 soul rings can be obtained with the help of other soul masters, but starting from the 3rd one, you will have to rely on yourselves. In the future, be careful in your dealings and don't offend powerful figures. As they traveled, Old Jack imparted his teachings. Soon, Tang Jiu and the others arrived at the entrance of the Notting Academy, preparing to enter, but were stopped by the gatekeeper. "What are you doing? This place isn't for country bumpkins like you." The gatekeeper looked down on the 3 of them, dressed in rough linen clothes, full of patches, clearly coming from the countryside. The most peculiar was Tang Jiu, who was bundled up and holding a war hammer, looking like a troublemaker. Old Jack smiled politely and said, "We come from Holy Soul Village. This year we have a quota for students from our village, and one of them is here to enroll." The gatekeeper glanced at the 3 with disdain and mocked, "Can a grass nest produce a phoenix? A small village actually has 2 people with soul power? You aren't fakes, are you? And what's even more ridiculous is that someone dressed like this, clearly the son of a poor blacksmith, wants to enroll here. Do you know that the school's annual tuition fee is enough for commoners to eat for 10 years? Hurry up and leave." Listening to the gatekeeper's constant disdain and sarcasm, Old Jack felt angry in his heart, but being from the countryside and having no status, he could only maintain a smile and handed over the credentials. "This is a certification issued by Master Su Yuntao of the Martial Soul Hall. Please take a look." The gatekeeper took the 2 certificates and immediately laughed. Blue silvergrass, innate full soul power. And this, a martial soul that is an egg. Ha ha ha. The gatekeeper burst into laughter, mocking, "I've been a gatekeeper at the academy for 4 years, and I've never heard of innate full soul power. Especially with one martial soul being blue silvergrass and the other actually being an egg. I think this certification from the Martial Soul Hall is forged by you." You. Old Jack, who valued his face, was so humiliated that his face turned pale, but he still prepared to bend down to pick up the credentials from the ground. Tang Jiu took a step forward, helped up old Jack, and looked at the doorman with an unfriendly expression. You pick up the things. TCH, with your poor appearance. Do you think I'm scared just because you're holding a big hammer? Carrying all those bags like a beggar, we might as well not call it St. Soul Village. We should just call it Beggar Village. The doorman saw a kid challenging him, the doorman of the esteemed Nottingham Academy, and his words became increasingly harsh, poking directly at old Jack's heart. What did you say? Old Jack suddenly turned around. The doorman's words hit his greatest pride. Tang Hao was scolded for saying the village was not doing well, and now the village was being looked down upon by this doorman. He immediately turned to argue with him. You old fool, you dare to attack me. The doorman was not afraid of old Jack, seeing him charge and angrily. He casually accused old Jack, and without hesitation, he pushed him, causing old Jack to stagger a few steps. If it weren't for Tang Jiu's quick reflexes to support him, he would have probably fallen over. You dare to hit Grandpa Jack? You're really asking for trouble. Tang Jiu stabilized old Jack and without hesitation punched the doorman in the stomach, causing him to smash through the door and fly out. The doorman, who fell to the ground, not only showed no fear, but instead, with a fierce expression, said, Kneel down right now and compensate me with a gold soul coin, or I will report you to the Spirit Hall Guard team, claiming that you caused trouble at Nottingham Academy and injured the doorman. I will make sure you can't escape the consequences. Tang Jiu snorted. Is the Spirit Hall your family business? Do they believe whatever you say? I am the doorkeeper of Nottingham Academy. The guards of the Spirit Hall won't listen to me. Do you think they'll listen to you commoners? The doorkeeper glared angrily at Tang Jiu, thinking about how to deal with them. Xiao Jiu, you are too impulsive. Old Jack said anxiously, leaning on his cane. Grandpa Jack, don't worry. The guards of the Spirit Hall will definitely not listen to a doorkeeper. Tang Jiu deeply, you are still too young. Old Jack shook his head. Now you know fear, right? Apologize to me and bow down, and I might let you suffer a little less. The doorkeeper sneered. Is that so? Do you really think your words carry the weight of Spirit Master? Tang Jiu saw that old Jack was scared and no longer hid. He immediately activated his soul ring martial spirit, and the yellow soul ring floated quietly around him, leaving old Jack dumbfounded. A soul master, and 100 years soul ring. The doorman's eyes widened, his face pale, trembling all over. He couldn't believe that a peasant from the countryside was actually a one-ring soul master. Moreover, the martial spirit had a yellow 100-year soul ring. He knelt down in shock and begged, Soul Master, please spare me. I was wrong to look down on you. Tang Jiu snorted and said, I told you to pick up the proof. Yes, my lord. The doorman hurriedly crawled over, picked up the Spirit Hall proof that had been thrown on the ground, carefully wiped it clean with his sleeve, and handed it to old Jack with a big smile. My lord is magnanimous, so please don't hold it against me. Oomph. Old Jack coldly snorted as he took the proof, feeling a sense of pride rising in his heart. Look, this is the importance of a soul master. Let us see who will still look down on Holy Soul Village in the future. Little Jiu, is there anything you need Grandpa to help with? At this moment, old Jack looked at Tang Jiu as if he were his own grandson. Whenever you have time, urge my dad to earn more money and send it to me, Tang Jiu said with a smile. Tang San was sweating coldly. Indeed, the most painful son is often a white-eyed wolf. Old Jack, however, agreed wholeheartedly, happily patting his chest and saying, if your father dares to slack off, just watch me scold him to death. That's good. Tang Jiu smiled, feeling relieved. Old sir, may I see the proof from the Spirit Hall? I am from this academy. The master, who had been watching for a while, spoke up at this moment. In his eyes, Tang Jiu's soul rings were not ordinary. With his extensive knowledge, he immediately recognized that these were definitely soul rings of over 500 years. And he had only one thought in his mind. How is that possible? 10. The Master's view of the strongest martial soul upon learning that the master was from the Nottingham Academy. Old Jack readily handed the proof in his hand to the master. Innate full soul power. Blue silvergrass. Martial soul egg. The master's gaze sharpened as he said to old Jack, Old sir, please leave these two children to me. I will take them to handle the procedures. Okay, thank you. Teacher. Old Jack was very happy and reminded Tang San and Tang Jiu to take care of themselves before leaving. The master took Tang Jiu and the others, not to the academic affairs office to process the paperwork, but directly to his own office. Teacher, what do you teach at the academy? Tang San asked curiously. I'm not a teacher of this academy. Everyone calls me the master replied. To be called master by everyone, it seems your identity must be extraordinary. Tang Jiu sighed, as his former dream was to let the world know who he was, but he had completely failed to achieve that. Have you considered becoming my disciple? The master, whose face resembled that of an ascetic, finally revealed a smile as he looked at Tang Jiu and the others. Then it depends on what benefits he can offer us. Tang Jiu chuckled, while Tang San remained silent, but his eyes told the master, "Why should I become your disciple?" Really, two clever children. The master smiled happily. They were talented and not foolish, truly rare good seeds. After arriving at the office and closing the door, the master finally looked at Tang San with sharp eyes and said, "You are the third twin martial soul in the continent in nearly 100 years. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting that his secret would be discovered so quickly. Just by looking at the proof from the spirit hall, this was too terrifying. The master then explained, "I have investigated 647 people with a blue silvergrass spirit, and only 16 of them possess soul power, with none exceeding level 1. However, you have a full innate soul power, according to one of the 10 core competencies of spirits that I have studied. Soul power is proportional to the quality of the spirit. High soul power indicates a powerful spirit, but your spirit is blue silvergrass, which means you must have another spirit that is extremely powerful, proportional to your full innate soul power." Tang San was immediately impressed by the master's profound knowledge, and a look of respect appeared on his face. The master was pleased and turned to Tang Jiu, saying, "Your egg spirit, in fact, is the initial form of a bee spirit belonging to oviparous creatures. However, your body is too weak, and when the spirit awakened, it took this form. It will only break out of its shell when your body and soul power reach a level that can bear it. Moreover, I can assure you that it is a power-type spirit." "Why?" Tang Jiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To say that just based on an egg spirit, it is a power type seems a bit frightening. Because of the hammer you are holding. If you weren't a power-type soul master, you wouldn't have such great strength. Also, the age of your soul ring obviously exceeds 400 years. So you must have another spirit to enhance your physical quality, allowing you to bear such a high-level soul ring. You are also a twin spirit master. The master stated firmly. Tang Jiu then realized that the master's observational skills and reasoning abilities were exceptional. He truly was the most knowledgeable person in the Douluo Continent. "Master, you are mistaken about one thing," Tang Jiu said with a smile. "Oh, what do you mean? Where's my judgment wrong?" The master immediately became interested. "My soul ring did not come from hunting soul beasts. It is my other martial soul. My martial soul is the soul ring," Tang Jiu explained. "What?" The master's pupils suddenly constricted, and he murmured, "How is that possible?" He had seen countless strange martial souls and believed he would not be surprised by anything becoming a martial soul. But the idea that a martial soul could be a soul ring had never crossed his mind. "You should activate your martial soul and feel it for yourself," Tang Jiu urged. "All right." The master immediately activated his soul ring, and 2 yellow soul rings quietly floated around him. At that moment, Tang Jiu threw out his soul ring martial soul, wrapping it around the master, and in an instant, the master's second yellow soul ring vanished. This is too monstrous. Tang San had never seen anyone like Tang Jiu who could nullify another person's soul ring. The first time he witnessed such a phenomenon, he felt that something was terribly wrong. A title Douluo only has 9 soul rings. Losing one during battle would be a catastrophic disaster. It's truly a soul ring martial soul. It directly severed my connection with the soul ring, rendering its soul skill unusable. And I felt my soul power restricted by about 3 levels. The soul ring, soul skill, and soul power were all limited. It was terrifying, despite being mentally prepared. The master was still deeply shocked by the results of this test after experiencing the soul ring martial soul. "Xiao Jiu, do you know? Your martial soul can be said to be a powerful martial soul. I'm not just referring to land soul masters, but also including ocean soul masters." The master excitedly grasped Tang Jiu's shoulders and shook him vigorously. His heart felt like a volcano erupting. He couldn't wait for everyone to know that although Xiao Jiu, was not capable himself, he could teach the most powerful students. The strongest? Isn't that a bit absolute? Tang Jiu didn't think so. Weren't there still some divine martial souls? But the master was extremely confident as he said, "Xiao Jiu, you don't understand the horror of your martial soul. The soul ring martial soul can restrict opponents. If my guess about the additional soul ring is correct, it restricts the opponent's attributes such as strength, speed, soul power, stamina, and even vitality. But that's not the most terrifying aspect of your martial soul. Do you know what the most frightening function of this martial soul is?" There was a look of astonishment in the master's eyes, as if he had thought of some shocking images that left him utterly stunned. Tang San couldn't help but click his tongue. Isn't this the most terrifying part? With the limitation of 9 soul ring skills, the opponent's abilities have been reduced by at least half. Tang San really couldn't think of anything else. Even Tang Jiu frowned in contemplation, wondering what could be a more terrifying ability than the soul ring and martial soul limiting others. Do you know about martial soul fusion skills? The master took a deep breath and said. Tang Jiu's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten this? There's a very small probability that martial souls can merge and produce martial soul fusion skills, which is simply a monstrous existence. The master had a hint of shock in his eyes as he said, the most terrifying aspect of soul ring martial souls is not that they can limit soul power, but that soul rings can merge with any martial soul and will definitely possess martial soul fusion skills. What is truly frightening is the martial soul fusion skill. Martial soul fusion skills are not simply 1 + 1 = 2. Even two identical martial souls may not necessarily have martial soul fusion skills because it requires complementarity and perfect pairing. When a martial soul fusion skill is produced, the power displayed is not just the levels of the two soul masters, but an existence that transcends that. The master explained martial soul fusion skills to Tang Jiu and the others, which left Tang San immensely shocked. Xiao Jiu is simply a prodigy. The master continued, Xiao San. Although you also have twin martial souls, the probability of your two martial souls being able to merge is basically 0. Because in this world, there are very few martial souls that can merge, and even fewer that are twin martial souls. However, Xiao Jiu's soul ring martial soul can merge with any martial soul. Therefore, his greatest trump card is actually the martial soul fusion skill brought by the fusion of his two martial souls. Two martial souls, 18 soul rings, perfectly fused together. Think about how terrifying that power will be. After the master finished speaking, he was even more shocked by the incredible scene in his mind. Tang Jiu gasped, realizing that the master truly deserved the title. He had never thought of the idea of martial soul fusion, but it was definitely feasible. Soul rings could fuse with any martial soul, and this was beyond doubt. Xiao Jiu, regardless of whether you will be my student or not, I must warn you, never use martial soul fusion techniques recklessly, because when two soul masters use martial soul fusion, they combine their powers, but both of them have to bear that force. If you fuse two martial souls and use the martial soul fusion technique, you alone will have to endure all the energy from both martial souls. While it can grant you immense power, it can also cause severe damage to your body. The master advised seriously, I am willing to take you as my teacher. At that moment, Tang Jiu realized that even though he had watched Douluo, he was still overshadowed by the master's knowledge of martial souls. If he wanted to gain immense power and become the strongest soul master, he needed the master's guidance. Tang San also bowed to the master to pay his respects. Good. I didn't expect to receive two prodigies as disciples all at once. Xiao Jiu, can you help your teacher with something? The master looked particularly excited at this moment. What do you need, teacher? Tang Jiu nodded, though he didn't understand. My soul power is stuck at level 29, and I can't make any progress. I thought I would never break through to level 30 in this life and become a soul master, but after seeing your soul ring and martial spirit, I know that a wish of mine is about to come true, and only you can help me. Help you break through to level 30? How is that possible? My soul ring martial spirit restricts the opponent's soul rings. How can I help you? Tang Jiu felt lost in the master's line of thought, looking confused, and then saw that Tang San was also puzzled. The master excitedly tapped on the table, organized his thoughts, and said excitedly, restricting soul rings. I am level 29, with 2 soul rings. If you restrict one of my soul rings, I will only have 1 left. Then, can I absorb another soul ring? You must know that soul rings have energy. After successfully absorbing a soul ring, my soul power will definitely increase. And wouldn't it be easy to break through to level 30 and directly have a 3rd soul ring? Tang Jiu and Tang San were stunned. This is truly the master. The first time encountering soul rings and martial souls, he could utilize them to the fullest. No wonder he is a genius with unbeatable theory. The master deduced his own thoughts and found that implementing them was so easy. His whole demeanor radiated joy. The monk-like aura around him was considerably diluted. Clearly, breaking through to level 30 was an obsession in his heart. Teacher, if you think it's feasible, then it's fine. Just tell me what to do when the time comes. Tang Jiu originally thought that after the master consumed the top-grade celestial herb, he seemed to break through to level 40, but for the master, it would still be a painful wait of 7 or 8 levels. Moreover, after the breakthrough, consuming the celestial herb might yield even better results. Therefore, Tang Jiu did not insist any longer and instead asked the master, "Teacher, what is the development direction of my martial soul? Your power-type martial soul. I suggest you go for an extremely domineering, explosive style, with soul skills that greatly enhance your power in a short time. This is because your soul ring martial soul has the ability to restrict opponents. But the restriction will definitely have a time limit, so you need high explosive power, aiming for a one-hit kill." After the master finished speaking, he looked at Tang Jiu and said, "If you were an ordinary twin martial soul, I would suggest you focus on one martial soul and not attach a soul ring to the other. But you are too special. I give you a choice. If you cultivate 2 soul rings simultaneously, you will definitely be incredibly strong in the early stages, crushing opponents of the same rank. And fighting beyond your rank 1T be difficult. However, when you reach title Douluo, your combat power may not reach the theoretical limit. But if you only cultivate 1 martial soul, you can only be invincible at the same rank in the early stages, and it will be hard to fight beyond your rank. However, you will reach the theoretical maximum combat power when you become a title Douluo. You decide which one to choose." Tang Jiu thought for a moment and immediately said, "I want to cultivate 2 martial souls at the same time. Playing it safe and waiting for the later stages is not his style. He wants to crush everything and enjoy it all the way." After the master finished instructing Tang Jiu, he turned to Tang San and said, "Let me see your second martial soul. Do you mind?" "Of course I don't mind." In the Tangmen General Principles, it is stated that a teacher for a day is a father for life. A master is the most trustworthy person, just like a parent. Tang San immediately urged his soul power, and a faint blue light blossomed, revealing a small hammer in his left hand. The master's pupils suddenly contracted. He had long anticipated that Tang San's second martial soul would be extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be the Haotian hammer. "You, with the surname Tang. I should have thought of that." The master suppressed his excitement and said, "Your martial soul must never be seen by others, and you must not attach a soul ring." The master's words surprised Tang San. "My dad said the same thing." "Master, why is that?" The master was actually more curious. "Little San, what does your dad do?" "My dad is a blacksmith." Upon hearing this, the master understood. It seems Little San is unaware of his father's true identity, so now he cannot tell him the detailed reason. The master said, "It's not yet time to tell you. You just need to know that both your father and I are asking you this for your own good." Tang San nodded and asked no more. "All right, I will take you to register for school. After the opening ceremony tomorrow, I will take you to look for suitable spirit rings. Tonight, I will start thinking about what kind of spirit rings are more suitable for you, and also consider which spirit rings are more suitable for me." The master clenched his fist. Tang San felt a bit excited, as he would soon obtain a soul ring. Perhaps his Xintian skill would also break through as he stepped into being a soul master, and he would definitely catch up to Xiao Jiu. After the master finished speaking, he took the 2 of them to the academic affairs office to register. He rarely went there because people like to gossip too much, but today, having accepted 2 good disciples, his mood improved significantly. 12. Helping the master vent his anger. Tang Jiu placed the dried meat he was carrying in the master's office, then followed the master to the academic affairs office with a hammer in hand. The academic affairs office was on the 1st floor of the main teaching building, and it was managed by Director Su, who was in his 60s and responsible for welcoming new students, along with 2 assistants who looked to be no older than 30. The master placed the documents on the table and said to Director Su, "This is the work-study student sent by Shanghun Village this year, and there's another student who registered independently. Please take care of the registration." Director Su, with a beaming smile, responded, "Master, what brings you here? It's a rare visit. Would you like to stay a bit longer?" The master shook his head in refusal, turned to leave, and said, "Xiao Jiu, Xiao San, you can register first. I'll head out to prepare some things." "Okay, teacher." Tang Jiu knew that at this moment, the master must be preoccupied with choosing soul beasts, looking for a suitable 100-year soul ring for third brother, and also selecting a 1,000-year soul ring for himself. As soon as the master turned around, Director Su smiled and said, "You all call him master? He's not a teacher at the academy." Tang Jiu nodded. "I know. We have already apprenticed." Director Su and the 2 men were slightly taken aback, their faces showing an uncontrollable smirk. Director Su reminded Tang Jiu and the others, "Any soul master can only recognize one master. Otherwise, they will be rejected by the world. Shouldn't you reconsider?" Tang Jiu said seriously, "No one except the master is qualified to be my teacher." The 2 men nearby couldn't help but laugh. "It seems you're also fooled by the master's reputation. I'm telling you, that's all a scam. Ignorance." Tang Jiu snorted. The faces of the two men immediately turned unfriendly. And Director Su hurriedly coughed. Tang Jiu was here for the tuition fee, which was 60 gold soul coins, and he was counting it. This kind of rebellious student would have opportunities to be dealt with later. It's really a waste of his innate, full soul power talent. Actually, it's not entirely a waste. One has a blue silvergrass, and the other has an egg. Both are useless martial souls. Having a useless martial soul and then finding a useless teacher is a perfect match. The two men started to mock the master and Tang Jiu in unison. Director Su was signing paperwork when he heard them and reminded, "The master is a friend of the dean. You shouldn't make baseless comments." Although the master's theories have never been proven, no one has proven them wrong either. In terms of martial soul theory, the master is invincible. The two men had no scruples. They were already used to mocking the master. What about the top 10 core competencies of martial souls? It's so ridiculous. It has never been verified as true. Following such a teacher can only lead to being a waste. At this moment, the master had just walked to the window and heard their mockery, shaking with anger. His life had been tough. He could accept others mocking him, but he couldn't let those around him be implicated. The master suddenly turned and pushed the door open, angrily saying, "Although my strength is not strong, my disciple will definitely be the strongest soul master on the continent in the future." Haha, that's funny. The two men laughed even harder. Director Su coughed again and reminded, "You two should stop. The master is a well-known figure in the martial soul world." One of the men thought it was a bit excessive to mock in front of the master, so he shut up. But the other arrogant man didn't hold back at all. He wasn't afraid. His brother was the Lord's guard. Seeing the master, who had been silent, actually daring to glare, he sneered, "Director, what well-known figure? I think he's a well-known clown. You." The master's face turned extremely ugly, his fists clenched tightly. He really wanted to punch this bastard in the face, but he really couldn't beat the other party. "Haha, did I hit the nail on the head?" The arrogant man laughed. Just then, Tang Jiu jumped up and delivered a loud slap to his face, causing his head to turn 90 degrees and his body to spin and crash into the wall, screaming in pain. "Deserves it. How dare you insult my teacher?" Tang Jiu scoffed, feeling very satisfied with that slap. He had wanted to hit him for a long time. "How can you hit a teacher at school?" Director Su said with a very unfriendly tone, standing up to scold him. "He insulted my teacher. Can I, as his disciple, hit him? But you are a student of the school, and he is a teacher. This is disrespectful." Director Su angrily said, "That's true." Tang Jiu walked over to Director Su, directly took the tuition fee he had taught from his hands, put it into his pocket, and then said, "Now, I am no longer a student of Nodding Academy. So hitting him is no problem, right?" Director Su was instantly stunned. "What is this operation? Kid, if you dare to hit me, I will challenge you to a soul fight today." The arrogant man's face turned ugly. He had just been slapped by a kid, and how could he endure that? Instead of rushing to hit Tang Jiu, he issued a soul fight challenge. Once the opponent agreed, there would be no responsibility for life or death. That's the rule of the world. A soul fight is a soul fight. Am I afraid of you? Tang Jiu's not. The master's face changed, Xiao Jiu. A soul fight determines victory or defeat. It can also mean life or death. You are only 6 years old, and the other party is almost 30. Teacher, you haven't seen my martial soul yet, so today is just right for you to see how I deal with this waste. Tang Jiu raised his warhammer and took a step forward, facing the arrogant man directly. "Today I want you dead." The arrogant man wasted no time and immediately activated his martial soul. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose up, and his body began to swell, his hair bristling, as a wolf shadow appeared behind him. Zhang Feng, a level 27 powerful attack-type soul master, martial soul, wild wolf. Tang Jiu's mouth curled into a sneer. Zhang Feng's wild wolf martial soul clearly didn't seem to be of a higher grade compared to Su Yuntao's lone wolf martial soul, although his soul power was higher. He looked several years older than Su Yuntao. In summary, he was just more useless than Su Yuntao. Martial soul manifestation. Tang Jiu awakened his martial soul, and a black ant appeared behind him, with a dazzling yellow soul ring manifesting on its body. Tang Jiu, a level 19 attack-type soul master, with a martial soul of a bullet ant. What? 6 years old, level 19, and with a yellow 100-year soul ring. Director Su's eyes were almost popping out. This was simply unheard of. Isn't your martial soul just an egg? Another male teacher thought of a question. This bullet ant martial soul doesn't seem like a useless martial soul. So, with innate full soul power and such a martial soul, he truly is a genius among geniuses. Zhang Feng was also taken aback, But then his gaze became even colder. Kid, your talent is indeed excessive. But I have one more soul ring than you. You can never defeat me. Now, kneel down and apologize to me and your teacher. And I could just break your bones and leave you alive. Tang Jiu sneered. Kneel down and apologize to my teacher now, and I might spare your life. Killing you only takes one strike. One strike to crush you. What an arrogant little brat. It seems you've had enough of living. So I'll send you on your way. Zhang Feng's killing intent intensified upon hearing Tang Jiu's words. Making him kneel and apologize to that useless master? That would make him even more useless. Wild Wolf's Claw. Zhang Feng directly activated his first soul skill. Immediately, a pair of green claws appeared on his hands as his aura surged. Skills of Assault-type Soul Masters would additionally enhance their physical attributes. However, Zhang Feng did not let his guard down, as his opponent possessed a yellow 100-year soul ring, while his first soul skill only had a white 10-year soul ring. He could not underestimate Tang Jiu. Wild Wolf Beast Transformation. As Zhang Feng recited his soul curse, the second yellow 100-year soul ring glowed, causing his body to expand slightly, and his aura surged once more. Zhang Feng was actually going all out. Both of his skills could amplify his strength and speed, and this time, something big was likely to happen. Director Su looked at Tang Jiu with pity, gently shaking his head. A genius truly becomes a genius only upon growth. After all, he is just a child, completely unaware of the vastness of the world. Thinking he has talent, he recklessly attempts to challenge someone beyond his level. This is not courage, but a path to death. Tang San also felt tremendous pressure. He admitted that he was not a match for Zhang Feng. But if he wanted to kill Zhang Feng, he still had a 50-50 chance. He held the hidden weapon in one hand and was ready to shoot the wrist crossbow with the other. As long as Xiao Jiu was at a disadvantage and the opponent dared to strike hard, he would intervene to rescue her at the first moment. Go to hell. Zhang Feng exerted force with his legs, his body sprinting and leaping like a wolf, his claws reaching out to strike down at Tang Jiu's head. Tang Jiu did not dodge or evade, gently raising the hammer in his hand and softly uttering two words. Frenzy. The yellow soul ring lit up, and Tang Jiu felt a surge of power throughout his body. 2 months ago, when his soul power was at level 18, he possessed a strength of 1,000 pounds. Over these 2 months, he had consumed the flesh of 1,000-year-old soul beasts, tempered his body, and continuously pushed his limits. With an increase in his soul power to the next level, his strength had now reached 1,300 pounds. The frenzy skill could instantly boost his strength by 35. Raising it directly to 1,700 pounds. Swinging the hammer, the immense power generated a howling wind. Tang Jiu's favorite is to battle against strong, attack-type Soul Masters. Because their combat style is the same as his, a head-on confrontation. Tang Jiu accurately predicted the trajectory of the opponent's attack, swung the hammer, and it collided with the opponent's claws without any suspense. Crack! Zhang Feng let out a miserable howl. The moment his arm made contact with the hammer, it was shattered, and he was struck by the hammer, spiraling backward and crashing heavily into the wall, shattering the window glass. How is this possible? Director Su couldn't believe it. A ring defeated 2 rings, and yet it was still a one-hit kill. The master wore a satisfied smile and said, Zhang Feng's martial soul, Wild Wolf, is indeed a strong attack type, but the quality of his soul rings is too low, totaling less than 500 years. Moreover, his skill not only boosts strength, but also speed and physical constitution. His pure strength doesn't exceed 800 pounds. However, Xiao Jiu has a pure strength-type martial soul. I estimate his base strength to be no less than 1,000 pounds, not to mention the enhancement from his soul ring skills. Zhang Feng actually challenged a pure strength-type soul master in terms of strength, attacking where he is weak. Isn't that courting death? The master's words enlightened Director Su, who couldn't help but feel more convinced of the master's theories. However, he was still astonished by Tang Jiu's strength and couldn't help but ask Tang Jiu, what is your first soul skill? Berserk instantly increases strength by 35, and it improves with the number of soul rings. Tang Jiu replied while holding the hammer with a smile. What? How is that possible? The first soul skill can increase strength by 35, and it can continue to improve. Doesn't that mean in the future, just activating the first soul skill could double the strength? Director Su looked shocked. Such a soul skill could only be described as monstrous. This is just the first soul skill. It's no less than others' third soul skills. Director Su, it is taboo to inquire about other soul skills without permission. The master's face turned stern as he coldly reprimanded. I'm sorry, master. I was just too curious. Director Su hurriedly apologized. Xiao Jiu, don't reveal your secrets to others in the future to avoid being targeted. The master said seriously. I understand, teacher. Tang Jiu nodded. In fact, he just wanted to show off, and this data would soon become inaccurate. He added a Millennium Soul Ring, and his berserk skills would continue to improve. Zhang Feng, stop playing dead. Kneel and apologize to my teacher. Tang Jiu walked towards Zhang Feng with a hammer in hand. Zhang Feng was in a particularly bad state, with both arms broken and several ribs fractured, sweating from the pain. If it weren't for another male teacher supporting him, he probably wouldn't be able to stand at all. Looking at the menacing Tang Jiu, he sought help from Director Su, who hurriedly acted as a mediator, saying, Master, Zhang Feng is also a teacher at the school. Since we are all colleagues, I think a bow and apology would suffice. No way. He must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I will hammer him to death. Tang Jiu said firmly. Such a person must be given a profound lesson so that he can learn to respect others. Zhang Feng watched as Tang Jiu's war hammer swayed above his head, scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Ultimately, he weakened and knelt on the ground, saying to the master, I'm sorry, master. I spoke out of turn. The master saw the person who mocked and ridiculed him every day kneeling in front of him to apologize. Feeling a sense of satisfaction that evil deeds meet with evil consequences, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. Good boy. The master patted Tang Jiu's head, his hand trembling. He was truly excited. He originally thought he would have to wait 10 years for these two disciples to bring him glory, but unexpectedly, on the very first day of apprenticeship, he received such a great gift. Master, can we let Zhang Feng go now? Director Su hurriedly asked. Of course not. Before the master could speak, Tang Jiu shook his head and said, Kneeling and apologizing is because he has a loose tongue. But whether I spare his life depends on his performance. Performance? Director Su was puzzled. Of course, it's about buying his life with money. In our soul fighting, life and death are at stake. If I am to spare him, there must be benefits. I won't ask for much. His life is worth at least 500 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu calculated and felt that the amount should be affordable for the other party. Director Su looked at Zhang Feng. 500 gold soul coins is not a small amount. All right, I'll pay. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and let his male teacher help him take out the card, transferring the money to the master before being supported out the door. After leaving the academic affairs office, he cast a resentful glance at Tang Jiu's back and said to the male teacher, Take me to the city lord's mansion. I want to see my brother. At that moment, Tang Jiu had already completed his enrollment procedures and was heading to his dormitory with a hammer. As soon as he entered, his roommates lined up in 2 rows, arms crossed, all glaring at Tang Jiu with unfriendly expressions. The only student sitting in a chair spoke arrogantly. Who among you will teach this junior a lesson? Let him know the rules of Nodding Academy. Scaring the dorm leader to tears. Leader, I'll do it. A 6th-year student stepped forward, holding his head high and pointing to himself. My name is Zhu Feng. My martial soul is a wild boar, and I'm an 11th level assault system battle soul master. Kid, come over and bow to our leader. From now on, if the leader tells you to go east, you can't go west. Zhu Feng, the pig, is indeed crazy. I can't even afford pork anymore. Tang Jiu wanted to retort upon hearing this name, thinking that if Tang Hao didn't send pork over soon, he truly couldn't afford to eat a 1,000-year soul beast. At least 1 gold soul coin per pound. Kid, do you dare insult me? It seems I must establish some rules for you. Zhu Feng was furious. He had the surname Zhu, and his martial soul was a wild boar, often ridiculed, and he couldn't stand being associated with pigs. He was not a pig, but a wild boar, with tusks no less. He didn't hold back and directly manifested his martial soul. A white soul ring appearing as his body grew mane and tusks, looking just like a small wild boar. Kid, do you know I have a deep resentment towards pigs? I used to be so poor that I couldn't afford to eat pork. Tang Jiu waved at Zhu Feng, signaling him to make a move quickly. So arrogant. Teach him a lesson. The others in the dormitory were all watching with a mindset of enjoying the show. After all, who hasn't been bullied by upperclassmen when they first moved into the dorm? This is the rule of Nodding Academy, to help them adapt to the world of martial souls where the strong are respected. Barbaric charge. The white soul ring lit up, enhancing speed and strength. Zhu Feng truly charged at Tang Jiu like a wild boar. The others in the dormitory secretly shook their heads, recalling their own painful experiences, thinking this newcomer would definitely be lying in bed for 3 days. Just when everyone thought Tang Jiu would fall in response, he simply raised the warhammer in his hand lightly, and then there was a loud clang as Zhu Feng crashed headfirst into the hammerhead, rolling his eyes back and fainting. You cheat. How could you use a weapon? The other dorm members were quite dissatisfied, saying it was supposed to be a fair match. How could you bring a weapon? Tang Jiu shrugged and said, "Since you won't let me use the hammer, then I'll put it down." He released the war hammer in his hand, and with a loud clang, a large stone tile on the ground cracked with a spiderweb-like pattern. The people in the dormitory were all startled. "How heavy is this hammer?" "Not much, just 800 pounds. Tang Jiu smacked his lips. An 800-pound war hammer wouldn't be easy to handle for long. Next time, he probably needed to forge one around 1,500 pounds. Fortunately, after being forged, cast iron shrinks in size and increases in density, so no matter how heavy it is, the size of the hammer can remain unchanged. 800 pounds. Is this even human? At this moment, everyone in the dormitory was amazed, stunned by Tang Jiu's display. And they all turned their gazes toward the dormitory leader. A pure power-type soul master? What's the use of great strength if you're easily controlled? The dormitory leader stood up proudly, looking down at Tang Jiu, and said, "Power-type soul masters are just restrained by control-type soul masters. Unfortunately for you, I'm a control-type soul master." As he spoke, he opened his hand, revealing a green vine, and a yellow soul ring appeared around his body. Ranked, Martial Soul, Green Vine, Level 12 Control-type Weapon Soul Master. 1 yellow soul ring. When Raint reported his martial soul, he deliberately revealed his soul ring to show off, as it was obtained through a significant investment by his family in the soul hunting forest. The yellow soul ring not only represents talent, but also status. Without a powerful family, how could one have a yellow fur soul ring just relying on the academy's teachers? "Kid, unleash your martial soul." "No need to unleash my martial soul. I'm afraid that if I do, I'll scare you to tears." Tang Jiu shook his head and smiled. "Kid, you're too arrogant." Raint was furious, waving his hand, and the yellow soul ring lit up. The green vine quickly grew, and the first soul skill, Bind, activated, wrapping around Tang Jiu tightly. The leader is mighty. Many teachers still have white 10-year soul rings. Upon seeing Raint's 100-year soul ring emerge, everyone immediately praised him. As Tang Jiu was bound without any chance to react, Raint immediately became smug, saying, "My green vine is a high-ranking existence among plant-type martial souls. When adding soul rings, I specifically chose the 100-year iron bamboo to increase its toughness. If you're bound by my green vine, you won't be able to break free without at least 1,000 pounds of strength." Just as Raint was showing off his martial soul and soul ring, there was a loud bang, and the green vine that had been binding Tang Jiu was completely broken. Raint's smug expression instantly froze, and those around them gasped in shock. The strength exceeded 1,000 pounds. Raint, quickly calling the leader. Tang Jiu said lazily, "I haven't lost yet. You must have used all your strength to break free from my green vine, but I'm a plant-type martial soul, and my soul power consumption is low. I don't believe you can break free from my next attack." After a brief moment of shock, Raint reignited his fighting spirit, producing another green vine in his hand, preparing for a war of attrition. "Sigh, I didn't want to hit you, but since you insist on seeking suffering, then I'll indulge you." A smile crept across Tang Jiu's lips. "I wonder what the reaction will be when I use my soul ring martial soul for the first time." He directed his soul ring martial soul at Raint, and the next moment, there was a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered. "Oh, my soul ring is gone." At the moment the martial soul was applied, Raint discovered that his yellow soul ring had completely disappeared. At first, he couldn't believe it. But when he activated his soul skill and got no response, he realized something was wrong. He slumped to the ground, pinching his thigh hard. And when he realized this wasn't a dream, he cried, "My soul ring. Ah, it's gone. Oh my God, what am I going to do?" Losing a soul ring as a soul master is like an athlete losing their legs. Raint's entire belief system collapsed. After all, he was still a child under 12, unable to remain as calm as Tang Hao and the master. When the soul ring was lost, he couldn't even realize that his soul power was suppressed, and even so, it dealt a devastating emotional blow to his young heart. Raint hugged a chair, crying heartbrokenly. "If you recognize me as the leader and agree to run errands and buy food for me in the future, I'll return your soul ring." Tang Jiu could no longer bear to watch, feeling like he was bullying a child. "Really? Leader?" Raint quickly got up and respectfully bowed to Tang Jiu. "Okay, not bad." Tang Jiu nodded, immediately retracting his soul ring martial soul. Raint then sensed the restricted soul ring and became even more respectful toward Tang Jiu, curious about his strength. "Leader, what exactly is your martial soul? What level of soul power do you have?" Tang Jiu picked up the hammer and rested it on his shoulder, saying, "Tang Jiu, Woohoo Bullet Ant, level 19 Assault System, Soul Master. Strength 1,300 pounds. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. A level 19 Soul Master. Doesn't that mean graduation is just around the corner?" and this strength is simply outrageous. Boss. At that moment, the people in the dormitory lined up neatly and bowed to Tang Jiu in unison, each face filled with shock and admiration. Who would dare to mess with their dormitory in the future? All right, Lion, go buy me 2 bed sheets. I'll pay you in a couple of days. Tang Jiu commanded, as he had to deliver a bed sheet to his third brother. He couldn't let Xiao Wu bully him. 15. Battle with Xiao Wu. Boss, I'll take you to Dorm 7. Lion, holding a bed sheet, led Tang Jiu to Dorm 7. The door was open, and a match was in progress inside. Tang Jiu raised a finger to signal Lion to be quiet, then hid behind the door, watching with great interest. The match was between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Don't be fooled by Xiao Wu's cute appearance. When she fought, she was exceptionally fierce. In just a few rounds, Xiao Wu seized Tang San's hands and delivered a kick to his stomach, sending his face to the ground. This made Tang Jiu think of a phrase, a rabbit kicks an eagle. Then, Tang Jiu saw his poor third brother being constantly bullied by Xiao Wu, directing Tang San to fold 2 beds together and laying the bedsheet sent by the master in the middle. Third brother, I didn't expect you to be bullied so badly. Do you want me, your brother, to help you get back at them? Tang Jiu said with a smile as he walked in. Tang San saw Tang Jiu feeling very upset, having been beaten by a girl, and his younger brother witnessed it. As the older brother, he felt a bit embarrassed, and Tang Jiu was clearly gloating. Xiao Wu appeared very curious and looked at Tang Jiu, saying, Are you also from the 7th dorm? Do you want to fight with me? Come on. Tang Jiu couldn't help but break into a sweat. Xiao Wu was indeed so combative. He smiled and said, Sister-in-law, hello. What is a sister-in-law? Can it be eaten? Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes in confusion. But seeing that everyone around seemed to understand, while she was the only one who didn't, she angrily glared at Tang San and said, Tang San, hurry up and explain. Tang San had a black line on his forehead and said, Sister-in-law, it means sister. This is my younger brother, Tang Jiu. Oh, I see. No need to call me sister-in-law. Just call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu thought Tang Jiu was very cute, immediately calling her sister. That won't do. You have to call me Jiuge. Tang Jiu shook his head. Oomph. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger. Then her eyes turned and said, Isn't it? If I defeat you, you have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. If you can defeat me, you can call me whatever you want. Tang Jiu nodded. Then let us do it. Xiao Wu giggled and raised her foot to kick towards Tang Jiu's neck with incredible speed. Tang Jiu crossed his arms to block the kick, then forcefully lifted, sending Xiao Wu flying 3 or 4 meters into the air with tremendous strength. What great power! However, compared to my brother Erming, you still have a long way to go, Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu smiled, rolling in the air a few times before hitting the wall. Yet, with a strong push against the wall, she surprisingly used Tang Jiu's strength to jump back faster, launching another kick in midair and intensifying her attack. Xiao Jiu is going to suffer. Tang San shook his head. His skills couldn't gain an advantage over Xiao Wu's flexibility, and Tang Jiu would fare even worse. Tang Jiu was not skilled in techniques and couldn't match Xiao Wu's speed, so he could only passively defend. However, Xiao Wu moved like she had no bones. With a twist of her body, she avoided all of Tang Jiu's attacks, then tightly locked his wrist and delivered a heavy kick to his stomach. Just like the move that defeated Tang San. Tang San's younger brother was about to lose just a moment ago. The boss had used this same move to defeat Tang San. The members of the 7th dormitory waved their fists, ready to cheer for Xiao Wu. However, Tang Jiu's body and strength were not something Tang San could compare to. He withstood the blow and did not get sent flying like Tang San did. Instead, he remained as steady as a mountain, seized Xiao Wu's wrist, and forcefully swung her forward. This was bad. Xiao Jiu's strength was too great, and Xiao Wu was about to get hurt. Tang San immediately noticed that Xiao Wu's body had lost its balance, and this time it was difficult for her to borrow strength, seeing that she was about to crash against the wall. He had no choice but to rush over and hug Xiao Wu to help her dissipate the force. However, Tang Jiu's strength was simply too great, and in the end, he could only act as a cushion for Xiao Wu, crashing heavily against the wall, and then both of them fell together, rolling into a heap. Wow, Tang San's brother is amazing. He actually defeated our boss. The others in the 7th dormitory were utterly shocked. Are all the newcomers this year monsters? Xiao Wu pushed Tang San away and got up, stamping her foot in anger, pointing at Tang Jiu and huffing. I won't accept this. Let's fight again. No more fighting. A bet is a bet. Quickly call a brother Jiu, and no cheating. Tang Jiu shook his head. Oof. Xiao Wu's small mouth puffed up in anger. She had never lost a fight in the Stardow Forest. However, humans seem to have to keep their promises. But she still felt unconvinced in her heart. and suddenly her eyes lit up as if she thought of something, smiling. You are Xiao San's brother, and I am Xiao San's boss, so. Xiao Wu turned to Tang San and said, Xiao San, quickly tell your brother to call me sister-in-law. Tang San. I wonder if it's still too late to tell Xiao Wu the true meaning of sister-in-law? With a chuckle, Tang Jiu nearly burst out laughing, and the others in the dormitory were also stifling their laughter, teasingly looking at Tang San. Is there a problem? Isn't sister-in-law just another way to say sister? Xiao Wu asked, confused. Right. Tang Jiu suppressed his laughter. You call me Jiu first, and I'll call you sister-in-law. We'll each stick to our own. Xiao Jiu. Yeah. Xiao Wu reluctantly called out, then smiled at Tang Jiu and said, Come on, it's your turn to call me. Tang San couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Tang Jiu helplessly. You should just call her sister Xiao Wu. I also think calling her sister-in-law is a bit early. Tang Jiu chuckled and called out sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was extremely happy, patting Tang Jiu's shoulder, indicating that if anyone bullied him in the future, they could come to her. Third brother, do you want this blanket? Tang Jiu teased Tang San with a wink. No, I'm fine sharing one with Xiao Wu, Tang San replied, his face turning even redder. He always felt that Tang Jiu was there to laugh at him. Hey third, what level of soul power does your little brother have? Xiao was very curious. Before Tang San could answer, the blanket-holding Ryan proudly announced to everyone, our dorm leader, the Wuhan Bullet Ant, is a level 19 assault type, soul master. Wow, level 19. Third, your brother is way stronger than you. Xiao Wu exclaimed, wondering if it shouldn't be the older brother who was stronger than the younger brother. Xiao Wu felt a bit confused. In soul beasts, age usually meant more strength. But humans were such strange creatures. Level 19. Oh my, he'll soon become a two-ring soul master. Wang Sheng's mouth dropped open in surprise. Compared to Tang Jiu, Tang San's innate, full soul power seemed lacking. All right, I'll treat sister Xiao Wu to a meal, and everyone else can join. There'll be plenty of food. Wow, that's great. I'm so hungry. Third, your brother is quite cute. Xiao Wu said happily. The group made their way to the dining hall, and the usual bullies who liked to pick on the working students fell silent upon seeing Ryan, who was now being treated as a follower, and they didn't dare provoke Wang Sheng. Come on, Xiao Wu, the roasted rabbit here is delicious. You should try it. Tang Jiu tore off a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, wanting to fight Tang Jiu again. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Tang San asked, confused. From now on, you guys are not allowed to eat rabbits. Little rabbits are so cute. How can you bear to eat them? Xiao Wu said angrily. If we won't eat it, then we won't. Why are you getting so worked up? Tang San felt bewildered. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, the master approached and said to Tang Jiu, Come to my office later. I'll give you some guidance on soul power training methods. Teacher, is it just me? Does third brother not need to go? Tang Jiu asked, puzzled. No, he has a tool martial spirit. And what I want to guide you on is the top-level beast martial spirit soul power training method. Tang Jiu's eyes lit up immediately. The inheritance of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family. With the soul guide in hand, Tang Jiu sat cross-legged on the floor of the master's office, while the master patiently taught Tang Jiu a self-created soul power training method. This method was primarily based on the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus soul power cultivation technique, combined with other martial soul family methods that have been passed down and improved, resulting in a comprehensive soul power technique. This technique not only accelerates the speed of soul power cultivation, but most importantly, it can nourish the body with soul power, enhancing physical quality, and is particularly beneficial in increasing a soul master's capacity when absorbing spirit rings. While teaching Tang Jiu, the master couldn't help but reminisce back in the day. He had researched these things extensively to break through his own soul power, only to find that he couldn't use them at all. Subsequently, the master taught Tang Jiu this upgraded version of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family's soul power cultivation technique. Under the guidance of the master's soul power, Tang Jiu's soul power began to circulate within his body along a special path, continuously drawing energy into his body. Just after beginning to cultivate, he felt a warm and indescribably comfortable sensation. Suddenly, the originally gentle absorption of soul power transformed into a massive tidal wave of soul power, surging into Tang Jiu's body like a violent tsunami. The master's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, Stop now. Xiao Jiu. Tang Jiu heard the master's voice and immediately listened, asking in confusion, Master, what happened? The master looked serious. Your cultivation speed just now was too fast. There might be a problem somewhere. Perhaps the revised technique I provided has significant flaws. Tang Jiu thought for a moment and didn't feel any discomfort. So he shook his head and said, "Teacher, it's fine. I feel warm all over. How could this be possible? According to my reasoning, the speed of cultivating soul power shouldn't be this fast." The master said seriously, "It's better not to cultivate this. I'm afraid you might have problems. After all, I haven't practiced this technique either." Tang Jiu scratched his head and said, "Teacher, could it be because this is my first time cultivating soul power that it has caused this problem?" "What? Are you saying you have never actively cultivated soul power before?" The master looked astonished. Tang Jiu nodded honestly. "No one taught me." "Then how did your soul power reach level 19? The master asked. "I usually just exercise to toughen my body, and then I eat meat, that's all." Tang Jiu thought for a moment. Tang San can also practice the Xiantian Gong. He really relies on his talent. Fortunately, his talent is quite good. The master's mouth twitched. He had exhausted all methods to break through level 30. While this kid just needed to eat meat. Feeling frustrated, the master took out a piece of jerky from Tang Jiu's offerings, sniffed it, and felt it didn't seem like the usual pork, so he asked, "What kind of pork is this?" "It's from a rampaging spike boar. It's about 7 or 8 meters long," Tang Jiu recalled. "This is actually meat from Millennium's soul beast." The master couldn't help but be amazed again. As expected of the Hao Douluo, the meat given to the child was from a Millennium soul beast, truly extravagant. "Master, this method of cultivating soul power is amazing. I feel like I can quickly break through to level 20. By then, can I get a soul ring for myself that's around 500 years old? A 1000 year soul ring seems like a waste of my talent." Tang Jiu looked seriously at the master. The master felt his heart twitch violently. Comparing people really could make one feel inferior. His third soul ring was actually not as good as Tang Jiu's first soul ring. "Then let's set off tomorrow to the soul hunting forest. First, we'll help Xiao San hunt for a soul ring, and then wait there for my helper to hunt us a Millennium soul ring." The master immediately decided to depart right away. The next morning, they didn't even attend the opening ceremony. The master directly hired a carriage to take Tang Jiu and Tang San to the soul hunting forest in Nodding City. "Master, didn't you say my soul ring needs to be from a soul beast of at least 300 years, and it's better to wait for help before going?" Tang San asked, puzzled. The master had clearly stated before that he was not good at combat. "I have new research findings on Xiao Jiu's martial soul. If my deduction is correct, hunting soul beasts below 500 years will be effortless for us." The master said, "What research findings?" Tang San was very curious, and Tang Jiu also looked at the master. "Xiao Jiu's martial soul can restrict a soul master's soul rings. Haven't you considered that it can also limit a soul master's cultivation level? If we restrict a 100-year soul ring corresponding to a soul beast, doesn't that mean 100 years of cultivation level? And if my guess is right, the limit of Xiao Jiu's soul ring restriction should be the maximum year of soul ring he can bear. For example, if Xiao Jiu's body can currently withstand a 500-year soul ring, then he can restrict the opponent's soul ring to no more than 500 years. If a soul master's third soul ring is 500 years, then Xiao Jiu can directly restrict the opponent's third soul ring." The master spoke about his research findings, his eyes shining with a confidence that didn't quite match his usual demeanor. "I didn't expect my martial soul to be this powerful. I didn't even know." Tang Jiu was also shocked. "Then in the future, hunting soul beasts will be as easy as killing chickens, right? Directly suppressing the soul beast's cultivation level. This is simply outrageous. It's really abnormal." Tang San felt a bit bitter in his mouth, sensing that the distance between him and Xiao Jiu was increasing. The master detected Tang San's tone, sensing that he felt somewhat discouraged, but who could remain unscathed under Tang Jiu's talent. "Xiao San, you are also very strong. You will definitely become a great soul master in the future," the master encouraged, patting Tang San's head. Tang San's unbalanced mentality improved a lot immediately. After all, he was also a master in his previous life, so he had some mental resilience. If he couldn't compete in the early stages, could he not in the later stages? He, Tang San, also had twin martial souls. "Third brother, don't be discouraged. In the future, when you give it your all, maybe you can still match me." Tang Jiu also comforted him. Just as Tang San was about to be modest, Tang Jiu added, "The premise is that I will only open one martial soul." Tang San. At this moment, he really wanted to say, "This is definitely not my brother. I really don't want to know him." The master was amused by Tang Jiu. It turned out he was still young, always eager to compete. He took out 2 belts from his pocket and said, "I will give each of you a soul guide device." This was originally a belt with 24 gemstones on it. Each gemstone has a cubic meter of storage space. I've split it in half, so each of you gets one. You can give a new name. The master then explained to the two how to use the soul guide device. Simply infuse it with soul power to take out and store items. Tang Hao finally saw the legendary storage belt and happily started to play with it. This is an essential item for survival in the wild, as it can carry many things without being cumbersome. I'll call it the 12 Beauties of Jinling. Tang Hao immediately named his belt, and thus 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night was split. 17 dual sword soul masters, with a martial soul being a fire gun, capable of both defense and attack, as well as support. With 11 years of soul hunting experience, only 10 gold soul coins needed. Don't miss out. We are sincerely recruiting healing-type soul masters. 7 gold soul coins. Once the team is full, we will enter the soul hunting forest with complete personnel configuration, absolutely safe. Just as Tang Hao was immersed in the spatial soul guide, he was startled awake by the noise outside the vehicle. He immediately lifted the curtain and saw a bustling market. This was the last supply station before heading to the soul hunting forest, a gathering place for soul masters, with some wanting to be hired to make money, and others looking to form teams to hunt soul beasts. Xiao San, Xiao Jiu. Let us get off and buy some supplies before we prepare to enter the soul hunting forest. After the master explained, he got out to buy white radishes. After buying over 50 pounds of white radishes, Tang Hao went straight to the grocery stall. Boss, give me a big iron pot and gather all kinds of spices, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for me. Tang Hao happily selected his items. Sure, please wait a moment. The boss squinted his eyes happily, as this was a big customer. Xiao Jiu, what are you buying all this for? The master asked in confusion. For outdoor cooking. Teacher, we are going to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. Don't we still have to wait for helpers? Why not just stay in the soul hunting forest? After killing the soul beasts, we can directly stew the meat. Just thinking about those strange soul beasts made Tang Hao drool. That makes some sense. The master thought for a moment and felt it seemed feasible. So he didn't stop him. What kind of sense is that? You want to cook outdoors in the soul hunting forest? A child who doesn't understand anything. And you as a teacher are also brainless? No wonder so many people die in the soul hunting forest every year. Just then, a mocking voice came, and Tang Hao looked up to see a small team of 2, with the speaker being an arrogant man in his 30s. Where did this dog come from? Barking here without anyone managing it? Tang Hao's good mood was instantly ruined, and he coldly retorted back. Kid, I see you're tired of living. The arrogant man's expression darkened, and seeing Tang Hao daring to retort him, he immediately walked over. The grocery stall owner was also a soul master, and he hurriedly acted as a peacemaker, standing in front of the arrogant man. Brother Kai, calm down. The child doesn't understand. Then the boss turned back to the master and said, These 2 are 3-ring soul masters, the strongest soul masters here, often helping people hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. The older one is named Chun Kai, and the younger one is named Arthur, both with sword martial souls. They are called the dual sword soul masters. Soul masters. The master's heart sank, and his expression turned a bit ugly. If it were just one soul master, perhaps with Tang Hao's martial soul, they could handle it. But with 2, that would be difficult. The arrogant man, who was the older one, Chun Kai, proudly raised his head upon hearing the grocery store owner praise him, glancing at the master out of the corner of his eye and huffing. I kindly reminded you, but didn't expect this blind student to insult me? When a student makes a mistake, the teacher should apologize. You kneel and apologize to us, then pay us 20 gold soul coins for damages, and I will let you go. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people immediately began to discuss. What? 20 gold soul coins. This is too much. We risk our lives to hunt soul beasts and only charge people 7 gold soul coins. Exactly. Asking the teacher to kneel is simply bullying, clearly trying to extort. There's nothing to be done. Who told them they're soul masters? It's also the kid's fault for talking back. Why stir up trouble for the teacher? At this moment, the master's expression was very grim. If Flinder were here, he would have slapped these 2 bastards. But he could only suppress his anger and said, You are being too much. You were the ones who insulted first. Too much. Are you stupid? We are teaching you how to be a person. Arthur disdainfully curled his lips, then walked up to the master and unexpectedly used his strong body to forcefully bump into the master, making the master stagger. What a waste. Arthur laughed triumphantly. Tang San slightly raised his arm, aiming at Arthur's throat, ready to strike at any moment. However, he felt less confident than last time. Last time, he provoked a 2-ring Great Soul Master, but this time it was a 3-ring Soul Master, and he wasn't sure if the hidden weapon would work. All right, old man. Hurry up and bow to apologize, then pay up, or we won't hesitate to break your legs first," Chen Kai said impatiently, pointing at the master. "You should be the ones to bow and apologize, or I'll break your legs," Tang Jiu said coldly. Tang Jiu finished speaking, and the surroundings fell into silence, all looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a fool. "You want to break our legs? Do you know who we are? The Twin Sword Soul Masters." Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh at Tang Jiu, thinking to himself that this kid was indeed an idiot. Twin Cheap Soul Masters, indeed very cheap. Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow and said, "You're really seeking death. Unleash your martial spirits. It seems we're going to teach him a lesson today." Chen Kai's expression turned cold, soul power surged, and a long, narrow sword appeared in his hand, with 3 soul rings rising around him, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Arthur also shouted loudly, producing a large 2-handed sword, with 3 soul rings as well, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Although it wasn't the best soul ring configuration, the presence of the purple 1,000-year soul ring immediately changed the expressions of those around them, who began to mourn for Tang Jiu and his companions. Why provoke anyone but pick a fight with these two? The master saw the opponents unleash their martial spirits and immediately did the same. A cute little creature appeared that looked like a dog, but was as fat as a pig, with big ears and short legs, waddling as it walked. Particularly silly and adorable. Haha, it turns out to be a useless martial spirit. Fen, Giloghead Lodli. Beast martial spirits are all attachments, and the more ferocious they look, the stronger they are, but this one clearly had no attacking power. Although they noticed the master's 2 yellow soul rings, they looked down on him even more. A man nearing 50 with only 2 soul rings. What else could he be but useless? Xiao Jiu, you're too impulsive. As soul masters, sometimes when facing an unbeatable opponent, you have to endure. Now, I'll cover your escape. The master had no intention of blaming Tang Jiu, just sharing some life experience. Escape? No, teacher. I want to beat them until they don't recognize their own mother. Tang Jiu shook his head, showing no intention of escaping at all. The people around him, upon hearing Tang Jiu's words, immediately began shaking their heads, questioning whether Tang Jiu had a problem with his brain. Not only the onlookers, but even the master frowned and scolded. Xiao Jiu, you're usually quite smart. What's wrong today? Master, believe it or not, I can make these 2 bastards submit without lifting a finger. Xiao Jiu, just as the master was about to scold him, he saw Tang Jiu take out a card and calmly say, "I will hire all of you soul masters, regardless of your soul power level, 5 gold soul coins each. As long as you can beat these 2 bastards to the point where they don't even recognize their own mother." The originally noisy market fell into dead silence, followed by bursts of cheers, and then one voice after another echoed, "Release your martial spirits. Release your martial spirits." Nearly 100 people collectively released their martial spirits, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The grocery store owner took the lead, raising his frying pan martial spirit and roaring. First soul skill, throw the pot. What the hell? The face of the dual sword soul master turned green. Kill those 2 bastards. My brother was crippled by them. Let us all take action. Let us get our revenge. In an instant, nearly 100 soul masters had red eyes. These 2 guys often bullied others with their high strength, and although they usually dared not voice their anger, today, with so many people ready to take action, what were they afraid of? The only thing they feared was not being able to personally beat up these 2. First soul skill, bind. First soul skill, flame burst. First soul skill, beast trap. Although many were one-ring soul masters, nearly 100 first soul skills attacking 2 people was not something that mere soul emperors could withstand. At least, they needed to be above level 50. Moreover, the 2 were not defense-type soul masters and were directly injured and fell to the ground, spitting blood from the first wave of attacks. The 2 curled up, holding their heads, adopting the best position to take a beating, their eyes glaring at Tang Jiu's group through the gaps in the crowd, like beasts ready to devour. The master, seeing the sudden turn of events, was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, "Xiao Jiu, I've been focusing all my energy on how to deal with martial spirits. But I forgot about the power of money. Your approach is quite similar to a friend of mine, who also loves money, and his personality resembles yours. However, Xiao Jiu, how did you know these people would definitely take action? These 2 guys are strong, yet no one likes to team up with them, which shows their character is not great. Plus, with their arrogant demeanor, they must have offended many people. I just needed to slightly leverage the crowd mentality." Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "I often do this kind of thing." The master nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "Now, let me teach you one more thing. To cut the grass and remove the roots. Keeping these 2 people around will lead to great disaster. Tang Jiu had long wanted to get rid of these two guys. He made a gesture of cutting his throat towards Tang San and said, "Third brother, it's up to you." "All right." Tang San nodded. Only he could silently and unnoticed kill these two soul lords amidst the crowd. Now, with the two soul lords on the brink of death and their soul power completely exhausted, Tang San suddenly raised his hand and shook it. Two flying needles shot through the gaps in the crowd, accurately piercing the hearts of the two individuals. The twin sword soul lords opened their eyes wide in anger and then fell dead simultaneously. Tang Jiu pulled the grocery store owner aside, paid him 500 gold soul coins, and asked him to distribute the money to others. Then, taking advantage of the fact that no one had reacted yet, he hurried towards the soul-hunting forest. "Stop, hand token." At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest stood a magnificent and towering gate, over 20 meters high, entwined with green vines, looking quite spectacular. Soldiers were stationed at the entrance, clad in full steel armor, holding long spears with strict military discipline, exuding a chilling atmosphere. The master explained to Tang Jiu, "This is a soul beast forest raised by the country, and entry is not allowed without a hand token. It is not difficult to obtain a hand token. As long as one's strength reaches the required level to hunt soul beasts, one can apply at the Martial Soul Hall." The master took out a dark token and showed it to Tang Jiu and Tang San. Tang Jiu looked at the token in the master's hand, which had a sword and a hammer on it, along with a dragon-shaped mark. The master introduced, "Remember this symbol. It is the exclusive mark of the Spirit Hall. There are 6 types of marks: sword, hammer, dragon, ghost, star, and chrysanthemum. They represent the 6 top-level title Douluo on the continent. The number of marks on the token indicates the level and the corresponding rights one enjoys. I heard that the Spirit Hall seems to be divided into levels. Is it related to this?" Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. "Yes. The Spirit Hall is divided into 6 levels. The Spirit Branch Hall, Sub-Hall, Main Hall, Sacred Hall, Hope Hall, and the highest, the Offering Hall. Therefore, the tokens of a Spirit Hall are also divided into 6 levels. Holding a token of the corresponding level grants you the privileges of that level." The master pointed to his token and said, "My token is a 3rd-level token. With this token, I can enter most of the soul beast forests in the Tiando Empire. And after hunting soul beasts, this token does not need to be returned to the Spirit Hall like other lower-level tokens. I can hold on to this for life." Tang Jiu note that. No wonder he saw only one sword symbol on the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City before. It represented the status of the Spirit Hall. The master handed the token to the guard, who immediately returned it with great respect and then opened the door to invite the master and the others inside. "Master, with this token, can't we come here all day to hunt soul beasts?" Tang Jiu thought to himself, calculating that this was a business opportunity. He had just lost 500 gold soul coins and needed to earn it back quickly. "Xiao Jiu, the Spirit Hall does not allow people to recklessly hunt domesticated soul beasts. After all, killing one means there is one less. There is the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team in the soul hunting forest," the master reminded. "So how strong are they?" Tang Jiu asked stubbornly. "Nodding City is a small city, and the Spirit Hall here is just a branch. The law enforcement team is affiliated with the Spirit Hall branch, and the member's soul power should not exceed level 40. The master recalled from the information in his mind. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Now that we have entered the soul hunting forest, we must be careful from here on out." As the master spoke, he summoned his beast spirit, Luo Sanpao. As soon as the short-legged, big-eared, chubby dog that resembled Mengqi appeared, Tang Jiu couldn't help but exclaim that no wonder the master could attract the attention of 2 top beauties in Douluo Continent. It must be thanks to this spirit. Luo Sanpao was simply a girl killer. Any girl who saw it would probably want to hold it in her arms. It was just too cute. "Sanpao, lead the way." Luo Sanpao ran pretty fast with its short legs, and being a dog, its sense of smell was very sharp, constantly providing feedback to the master about the species and number of soul beasts ahead. The master also took this opportunity to teach Tang Jiu and the others how to identify the age, strength, and attack methods of soul beasts, as well as which type of soul beast was suitable for which kind of spirit ring. Tang Jiu and Tang San were once again impressed by the master's extensive knowledge. Throughout the journey, the master was familiar with all the soul beasts and could even identify their weaknesses. As night fell, Tang Jiu and his companions entered the century-old soul beast area, but shortly after, Luo Sanpao quickly ran back, making urgent sounds. "Roro, Roro." The master's expression tightened, knowing that a powerful soul beast had appeared. In the distance, the sound of rustling echoed, and a faint green toxic mist spread, while a pair of flashing dark green diamond-shaped eyes rose high in the night, sending chills down their spines. The master lit a fire stick to illuminate the area and gasped. A massive triangular snake head was raised, its fangs bared, treating Tang Hao and his companions as prey. Ready to hunt. The crimson snake tongue flicked out, hissing ominously, and the snake's body was as thick as a python, with exceptionally strange scales. The master's expression was extremely serious. It was a mandala snake, a creature with extremely potent venom that not only paralyzes but also damages the nerves. One of the most terrifying existences among poison attributes. Most importantly, it was incredibly fast. Teacher, I sense a dangerous presence. Tang San had a strong intuition for toxins and danger, sensing that this snake was not easy to deal with. The master replied calmly. The mandala snake's age is judged by its body length. It grows 1 meter for every 100 years. This mandala snake is 4 meters long, meaning it is already 400 years old. A 400-year-old soul beast. Can you handle it, teacher? Tang San asked. Of course I can't. Normally, if I encountered it, I would run as far as I could. But with Xiao Jiu here, the situation is different. This mandala snake is just within your absorption limit, and it will greatly enhance your blue silvergrass. This one is it. The master appeared quite relaxed, pointing at Luo Sanpao and saying, Sanpao, go lure it over. Ro. Luo Sanpao seemed a bit emboldened, walking up to the mandala snake and provocatively calling out a couple of times, even shaking its but in a human-like manner. The mandala snake was angered. How dare such a small creature provoke it? The triangular snake head lifted, its tongue flicking in and out, producing a chilling hissing sound directed at Sanpao. Suddenly, the mandala snake moved with incredible speed, its head diving down to bite Luo Sanpao. Xiao Jiu, set the soul ring. The master commanded calmly. Okay, teacher. Tang Hao did not hesitate to throw out his soul ring martial spirit, attaching it to the mandala snake. In the next moment, the mandala snake's body seemed to be drained of energy, abruptly changing, unable to react, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Sanpao attack. Fart like thunder. Shake the heavens and split the earth. Luo Sanpao. The master immediately launched an attack. With a loud poof, like a thunderclap, a powerful wave of air swept out. Perfectly timed, and with one fart, the mandala snake was slammed against a large tree, disorienting it. Xiao Jiu, smash its abdomen with a hammer. Don't get too close. Be careful of the poison. Throw the hammer. The master instructed. Tang Hao nodded, swinging the war hammer fiercely, directly smashing the mandala's bones and flattening its body in the middle, rendering the back half of it paralyzed. The master was very pleased. The mandala snake was severely injured and had basically lost its ability to resist. He then took out a short sword and handed it to Tang San, saying, Kill it. Absorb the soul ring. Luo. Luo Sanpao walked up to the mandala snake with his short legs, feeling quite proud. But the mandala snake could only look at him in anger, completely helpless. It felt like it didn't even have the strength to open its mouth, and, in the end, it was stabbed to death by Tang San with a sword. Master, this is too easy. Tang San couldn't help but shake his head. He had hardly done anything throughout. The master nodded. The battles of soul masters can sometimes be this simple. Utilize your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Life and death can change in an instant. However, this requires a strong judgment. The reason it looks effortless is that we cooperate well. Xiao Jiu's initial control allows Sanpao's attacks to deal maximum damage, followed by Xiao Jiu unleashing all her power, using every skill to the fullest. This is the essence of control-type soul masters, and it's the path you will take in the future. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, then began to absorb the soul ring according to the master's teachings. With a pull of his soul power, the yellow soul ring that appeared after the death of the mantis snake immediately flew into his body. While Tang San was absorbing the soul ring, the master asked, Xiao Jiu, how long can you suppress the soul beast? Master, I can control it for at least 3 minutes. Tang Jiu zipli et siten li. Although 3 minutes may not seem long, every second in battle is incredibly precious. Exactly, from the observation just now, you completely suppressed it, which is equivalent to depriving it of its abilities, including speed and defense, and perhaps even special skills. Your soul ring and martial soul are simply the nemesis of soul beasts. The master was full of admiration. Tang Jiu was also extremely excited, and then quickly took out a large pot to start boiling water. What are you doing? Xiao Jiu, although most soul beasts are afraid of fire, there are some powerful soul beasts that actually like flames. Master frowned and said, I'm cooking snake meat to eat. Besides, this is the area of 100-year soul beasts, so we won't attract any particularly powerful soul beasts. Tang Jiu said as he pulled out a short sword from the mouth of the mandala snake and began cutting its flesh, tossing piece after piece into the large pot. He added spices and salt, then boiled it over a fierce flame. Before long, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and Master suddenly found it hard to swallow the dry rations he had been eating. "Come on, teacher, try my cooking." Tang Jiu took out a bowl, placed a piece of snake meat in it, sprinkled some coriander and green onions, then poured the steaming snake soup over it and handed it to Master. Master couldn't help but feel his appetite whet. At this moment, he didn't even mention the issue of not being able to start a fire in the wild. In the area of 100-year soul beasts, with Tang Jiu's spirit ring martial soul, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the dead mandala snake was also a deterrent. Many soul beasts would take a detour upon seeing it. For the first time, he realized that it was indeed possible to enjoy such comfort in the wild. Taking a sip of hot soup warmed his heart, and another bite of snake meat left a delicious flavor lingering in his mouth. "Xiao Jiu, is this what you meant by hunting soul beasts being dangerous and needing my help? I really don't see any danger here. You're just here cooking meat. You're really something." Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice echoed through the forest, and a figure appeared on a branch of a large tree. With tea-colored eyes and dressed in a tailcoat, he looked like a hawk perched on the tree. He was Flinder, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. "Isn't it that I have a good student?" Master continued eating without even lifting his eyes. "Xiao Gang, you didn't even let me know? I flew all the way from Shrek Academy using my soul skills." Flinder was quite unhappy, floating down from the tree like a feather. After adjusting his glasses, he directly snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Master's hands, took a piece of snake meat for himself, and slowly took a bite, then squinted and said, "Not bad, this flavor is really good. If you sold this in Soto City, you can make quite a bit of money. Kid, is this your secret recipe? How about we team up to make some money? We can split it 90-10. Flinder patted Tang Jiu on the shoulder. 90 for you and 10 for me." Tang Jiu asked, "How is that possible? I'm a dignified soul sage. Many people are begging to collaborate with me. Why don't you cherish this opportunity?" Flinder said discontentedly. Master couldn't listen any longer and pointed at Flinder, saying, "This is the helper I found, Flinder, a level 76 agility type soul sage. Martial soul. Cat eagle." Master then pointed at Tang Jiu, saying, "Tang Jiu, 6 years old, martial soul. Bullet ant, level 19 assault type, soul master." Flinder immediately spat out the snake soup. "Level 19, 6 years old. Is this a monster?" Master's lips curled up into a smile. "Is this what surprised you? Then you will see even more incredible things. What could possibly be more surprising than this?" Flinder asked skeptically. "For example, I am under level 30, yet I can directly absorb a third soul ring, becoming a soul Zune. Actually, the main reason I brought you here is to help me hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring." "Xiao Gang, you're not crazy, are you? What do you think?" Master's gaze deepened, showing an unprecedented seriousness. "Then I must be crazy. Am I dreaming?" Flinder felt his brain was completely inadequate. 20 red fire scorpions soon. Tang San finished absorbing the soul ring, and Flinder hurriedly asked, "I just heard your teacher say you're also a little monster. Let me see just how strong you really are." Tang San stood up and said to everyone, "First soul skill bind. Please guide me." As he spoke, the blue silver grass in his hand grew and wrapped around a small tree. With a strong pull, the small tree bent, and the color of the bark where the blue silver grass was wrapped deepened at a visible speed. It was incredibly resilient and poisonous. Flinder adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a little monster. I've never seen such a strange blue silver grass before. Xiao Gang is quite a good eye. Sangu, try some of the snake meat I made. Let's regain our strength and then head to the area of the 1,000-year soul beasts." Tang Jiu was already a bit impatient to test Master's theory. Tang San didn't waste any time. After quickly eating meat and drinking soup, the four of them headed toward the area of Millennium Soul Beasts. Flinder didn't run on the ground with them, but instead took to the sky using his martial spirit to scout, which was more efficient. "Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast are you looking for?" "My martial spirit can only provide auxiliary control, so it's best to have skills that can control the field. Since Luo Sanpao's attack is just flatulence, I'm mainly considering elements and poison. Millennium Soul Beasts with ice, fire, and poison attributes are all acceptable, and the soul beast should preferably not exceed 1,100 years, as that's my maximum absorption limit." The master had already determined his direction long ago. Ice, fire, and poison. Luo Sanpao's fart is anything but ordinary. Flinder couldn't help but laugh, imagining that chubby Luo Sanpao farting, and no matter how the control effect was, just the image itself was quite amusing. Tang Jiu couldn't help but chuckle at Flinder's teasing. The master shot a fierce glare at Flander and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and be serious." "Why so serious? You should know how to enjoy life." Seeing that the master was quite concerned, Flander seemed to find it even more amusing and continued talking nonstop along the way, eventually causing the master to lose interest in responding to him. Suddenly, Flander exclaimed, "Xiao Gang, you're lucky. You found a fire scorpion. It's 1 meter long." Tang Jiu's field of vision suddenly opened up ahead, as if a part of the forest was missing. In front of him appeared an open space of over 200 meters in diameter. The ground was no longer moist soil, but rather rocks and sand. The temperature around seemed to rise a few degrees. In the central area of the sand, a scorpion with a body covered in fiery armor suddenly crawled up. It was 1 meter long, its pincers waving angrily, and its tail stinger raised high, shining with a scarlet light. Its body looked as if it was crafted from rubies, exceptionally magnificent. The crimson fire scorpion, exactly 1,000 years old. The master's gaze was incredibly intense. "Xiao Gang, let me injure it first." Flander landed and said with a smile, "All right, the crimson fire scorpion is a soul beast with both fire and poison attributes, and its shell is exceptionally hard, so it indeed requires your help." The master nodded. Flander stepped forward, ready to make a move, but Tang Jiu suddenly blocked the way and said, "Teacher, I want to try it alone first." "You? Don't joke with your own life. This is a 1,000-year soul beast. Even a level 30 soul master would need a 5-person team to hunt this crimson fire scorpion, which is both offense and defense." Flander snorted coldly, feeling that Tang Jiu was being too arrogant. "Xiao Jiu, are you really going to try? This is very dangerous." The master's expression was serious. "With you guiding me and a soul sage backing me up, if I don't dare to risk my life, how can I claim to be invincible across ranks?" Tang Jiu directly took out his war hammer and held it in his hand. "Invincible across ranks? You should first aim to be invincible at the same rank." Flander said, "Kid, don't waste your life, no matter how good your talent is. It won't help if you die." Flander felt it was necessary to give Tang Jiu a warning. "How about a bet? I can take down this crimson fire scorpion by myself. I have 1,000 gold soul coins and was just wondering where to spend them." Tang Jiu smiled at Flander. 1,000 gold soul coins? Your family is really generous, letting you waste money like this. It will be better for me to keep it for you." Flander's eyes lit up, and he happily patted Tang Jiu on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, I actually have high hopes for you. Go for it. Young people should be bold and unrestrained. That's what brings vitality. Money grubber." The master rolled his eyes, but a smile crept up the corner of his mouth. He looked at Flander with a hint of pity and then began to instruct Tang Jiu. The crimson fire scorpion, just like a strong attack-type soul master, is least adept at speed. You must be careful of its tail stinger and pincers, especially the tail stinger, which can shoot flames and carries neurotoxic poison. If you get stung, you can only wait to die. Got it. Tang Jiu immediately understood, meaning that as long as he figured out a way to break the tail stinger of the crimson fire scorpion, it would become like a turtle without teeth. Tang Jiu immediately activated his martial soul. His physical strength surged, and he charged towards the red fire scorpion with his warhammer. "I didn't see wrong, right? Not a single soul ring." Flander was so shocked that he nearly took his eyes out, rubbing them in disbelief, only able to see the martial soul-possessed bullet ant. But not a single soul ring. That's right. Strictly speaking, Xiao Jiu is a 0 ring, level 19 soul master. The master's mouth curled into a smile. When he learned this information, he wasn't too much better off than Flander, almost questioning his life as well. Flander swallowed hard, really unable to understand how someone without a soul ring could reach level 11. Tang San's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt much more balanced inside. After all, a level 78 soul sage wasn't much better than himself. At that moment, a sharp insect chirp sounded, and the red fire scorpion was extremely angry. Although it feared Flander's immense soul power, it could not tolerate a mere Tang Jiu daring to intrude into its territory. Its large pincers, as red as rubies, swung towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu did not rush to use his soul ring or martial soul. Instead, he swung his war hammer to strike at the red fire scorpion's pincers, wanting to test the opponent's strength. Clang! The hammer collided with the pincers, producing a sound of metal clashing. Tang Jiu was also sent flying 3 to 4 meters by the immense force of the red fire scorpion, performing a beautiful flip before finally steadying himself. Tang Jiu roughly calculated that the strength of the red fire scorpion was around 2,000 pounds, which was not enough to crush him. However, the red fire scorpion did not think so. With a claw, it sent Tang Jiu flying, instantly boosting its confidence because its strengths lay in fire and poison. not brute force. After landing a successful hit, the red fire scorpion immediately charged towards Tang Jiu at full speed, its tail stinger raised and swaying, ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Can you handle it, kid? If you can't, just say it quickly. Don't hold back on that 1,000 gold soul coins. Flander laughed heartily, having never seen anyone so eager to throw away money. Although he was surprised by Tang Jiu's strength, he simply could not see where Tang Jiu had any chance of winning. You should be the one not to worry about the money. Tang Jiu saw the red fire scorpion and launched a full-speed attack, advancing instead of retreating. As he activated his soul ring and soul to ensnare the rushing red fire scorpion. 21. Showing off recklessly, never low-key. A sharp insect chirp rang out, and the rushing red fire scorpion was suddenly suppressed by 600 years of cultivation, nearly falling over, which made it extremely anxious and irritable. What was going on? The aura of the red fire scorpion had suddenly dropped so much, it felt similar to a 400-year-old soul beast. Flinder was taken aback. Was this a ghost? The master smiled without speaking, but was slightly shocked inside. It seemed that his estimate of 500 years was not even Tang Jiu's limit. This was at least at 600 years. Tang Jiu felt that the red fire scorpion was struggling fiercely, trying to break free from the restraint of the soul ring martial soul. He estimated that in less than 2 minutes, his soul ring martial soul would no longer be able to suppress the red fire scorpion. So he had to act quickly. Tang Jiu swung his war hammer and struck down at the head of the crimson fire scorpion. The scorpion immediately waved its pincers. He remembered how it had sent Tang Jiu flying with just one pincer strike earlier. However, when its crystal ruby-like pincers collided with Tang Jiu's warhammer, it felt itself being thrown back by a tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The crimson fire scorpion rolled on the ground, kicking up countless grains of sand, and after a hard struggle, finally steadied itself, its body slightly bent forward, its tail spike raised high. Fiery, red energy flowed throughout its body, eventually converging at the tail, and a searing high-temperature flame was shot out towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had long been on guard against the tail stinger. As soon as he saw the flame-throwing skill, he quickly began to run in circles around the crimson fire scorpion. The flames of the crimson fire scorpion, rotating with the tail stinger, traced a charged circle on the sand like a compass. However, it didn't last long. The flames of the crimson fire scorpion ceased, as if a flamethrower had run out of gas. How is that possible? The soul power of a 1,000-year crimson fire scorpion, with such a flame release intensity, should at least last twice as long before running out of soul power. Flanders gaped in disbelief, feeling as if the heavens were helping Tang Jiu. He was starting to suspect that this crimson fire scorpion might be unwell. Just wait to shell out some money. Master huffed. Even without flames, its strength and shell defense would not be easy to deal with. Flanders curled his lips, but still maintained a calm demeanor. Tang Jiu saw that the red fire scorpion had momentarily lost its power and immediately swung his warhammer towards it. However, the red fire scorpion was clearly not foolish. After being struck and sent flying, it sensed the threat and chose not to engage Tang Jiu head-on anymore. Instead, it raised its tail stinger and fiercely lunged at Tang Jiu. The stinger was poisonous, and a single hit could instantly render Tang Jiu incapable of resistance. Fortunately, the red fire scorpion's attributes were suppressed, and its normally poor speed made its attack movements stiff and slow, allowing Tang Jiu to easily dodge the continuous strikes of the tail stinger. No, I must take care of that tail stinger first. Tang Jiu knew he couldn't waste time with the fire scorpion. When the fire scorpion lunged at him again, Tang Jiu grabbed its stinger and swung it around like a meteor hammer, slamming it onto the ground repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Dust and gravel flew everywhere. The fire scorpion tried to turn around and attack Tang Jiu with its pincers, but it was not a snake after all. After several unsuccessful attempts, it ended up disoriented from being thrown around by Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu spotted a gap, stepped on the scorpion stinger, and then swung the hammer with all his might at the middle section of the scorpion's tail. With a loud crack, the long scorpion tail was smashed in half like a broken branch, hanging limply. Tang Jiu pulled on it with his hand and directly tore that section off. Scarlet blood sprayed out, and the crimson fire scorpion let out a frenzied screech, its large pincers madly digging into the sand, trying to bury its body in the grains. Come out. Tang Jiu is no longer afraid of the red fire scorpion without a tail stinger. It has lost its ability to threaten Tang Jiu with fire and poison. Tang Jiu directly grabbed its tail and dragged it out, placing the war hammer on the ground, the long handle standing upright like an iron rod. He swung the red fire scorpion and slammed it hard against the hammer handle. With a sound, the handle pierced through the scorpion's abdomen like a needle. Such a defensive breach is truly ingenious. It perfectly avoided the hard shell of the red fire scorpion. The master's eyes lit up. Under the immense force of the collision, the hammer handle was no less than a long spear. Although it couldn't penetrate the shell, it was more than enough to pierce the relatively soft abdomen. At this moment, the red fire scorpion, with its tail stinger removed and abdomen pierced, was losing a lot of blood and was on the verge of death. Under the suppression of the soul ring and martial soul, it could no longer lift its pincers, growing weaker and even lacking the strength to self-destruct. Is this a win? Flander's mouth was agape, his eyes vacant. He was not only shocked by Tang Jiu's terror, but also heartbroken over his 1,000 gold soul coins. How is this possible? Xiao Jiu, this red fire scorpion must be a 100-year soul beast, right? You're colluding with the students to trick me. Flanders absolutely did not believe that a 1,000-year soul beast could be so easily overpowered by Tang Jiu, who was level 19 and had no soul rings. The master did not respond, but looked at Tang Jiu, as this concerned Tang Jiu's secret. Tang Jiu still my like his martial soul was not like third brother's, training one while hiding the other. Since he had decided to cultivate both with the frequent use of his martial soul, it would eventually be guessed. He never intended to hide it deliberately, because it couldn't be concealed at all. He then said to Flender, "This is a 1,000-year soul beast. The reason you see its strength as so weak is because my martial soul is suppressing its cultivation." Suppressing cultivation with a martial soul? Your bullet ant martial soul is indeed strange, but it definitely shouldn't have such an effect. Even if it were a dragon-type martial soul, it wouldn't exert such a strong suppression on a soul beast. Flender shook his head. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's not because I have twin martial souls. It's just that my other martial soul is a soul ring. This is nothing to worry about. Who called us talented? Tang Jiu said humbly. When Tang San heard Tang Jiu's tone, he could only secretly give a thumbs up. This display of ability was definitely higher than Tang Jiu's talent. What do you mean it's just a martial soul? Tang San felt a sense of blockage in his heart, and he really wanted to punch Tang Jiu to make him shut up. What? Twin martial souls? The martial soul is a spirit ring? How could a spirit ring possibly be a martial soul? Flender thought this was simply absurd. He could accept anything as a martial soul, but he could not accept that a martial soul is a spirit ring, because that's impossible. If my martial soul is not a spirit ring, how can it suppress the cultivation of spirit beasts? Tang Jiu smiled and put the martial soul on himself, instantly manifesting a yellow spirit ring. Look, putting one more ring on yourself means throwing one less ring to the enemy. This spirit ring martial soul can not only limit the cultivation of spirit beasts, but more importantly, it can also limit the spirit rings and spirit skills of spirit masters, as well as their spirit power. Flender gulped hard, his eyes fixed on Tang Jiu's yellow spirit ring, murmuring, "Truly, this is a spirit ring martial soul. I have gained insight today. Could this be the secret to your zero-ring breakthrough to level 19? Indeed, this level of ability isn't really anything, just a basic function," Tang Jiu said nonchalantly. Basic function. Just that. Flender looked at Tang Jiu's smug expression and really wanted to grab it by the neck and shout, "Do you know how monstrous you are? Do you have to flaunt it so openly? Why do all the good things fall to this little rabbit, with a spirit ring martial soul already being perverse? And now, it's even a twin martial soul." At that moment, Flender felt an impulse to strangle Tang Jiu. Seeing Flender so affected, Tang Jiu was overjoyed. It was simply too satisfying to show off in front of Soul Sage. Flender cursed under his breath and turned to see the master stabbing a dagger into the mouth parts of the Crimson Fire Scorpion, then forcefully smashing its brain. As a purple spirit ring floated out from the scorpion's corpse. To his surprise, the master sat down on the ground to absorb the spirit ring. "Xiao Jiu, you're being useless like this," Flender reminded him. "Flender, today I'll let you open your eyes." The master smiled confidently and shouted, "Xiao Jiu, start. Here it comes, teacher." Tang Jiu waved his hand, and the yellow soul rings on his body disappeared. Then, it seemed as if Master was enveloped in something, and his soul power rapidly decreased. The two yellow soul rings on his body, with the second one disappearing directly. He really was down a ring. Flender rubbed his eyes, his mouth twitching violently. Hearing and seeing were two different things. Then, he witnessed the most unbelievable scene. The purple soul ring that Master had been unable to absorb instantly entered his body. This simply defied logic. Clearly not even at level 30, yet he could directly absorb a third soul ring. Flender was stunned. He was not only shocked by the soul rings and martial souls, but even more by the master who thought of this method. What a deep understanding of martial souls it must take to come up with such a concept of seizing the creation of the heavens and earth. Yes, it could only be described as seizing the creation of the heavens and earth. Master, hurry up. Tang Jiu was not feeling well at the moment. Continuous battles had greatly depleted his soul power, and restricting the master's soul rings was also a drain on him. However, he couldn't stop. If he did, the master might face unforeseen dangers. No one knew if the soul rings absorb into the body would be expelled again, potentially leading to a fatal explosion. Time passed second by second, and the master was desperately absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, while Tang Jiu was holding on. His soul power was severely depleted, but fortunately, he had 1,000-year soul beast jerky to eat continuously. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted long ago, when his body reached a limit of fatigue. The jerky quickly transformed into energy, replenishing his body and allowing him to push his limits again and again. Gradually, the energy inside Tang Jiu's body balanced out with his consumption, forming a subtle equilibrium. The warm energy continuously expanded the meridians in his body, enabling him to accommodate more soul power and unleash stronger strength. After a long while, the master suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Jiu, retract your martial soul." Tang Jiu's expression suddenly brightened upon hearing this. It seemed that the master had finished absorbing the soul ring. He immediately retracted his soul ring martial spirit and looked at the master with anticipation and nervousness. When Tang Jiu released the restriction on the master, he saw the master's body suddenly swell with soul power, as if it were about to burst through his flesh. The master's body inflated for a moment, then slowly returned to its original state. The master spat out a mouthful of blood, which finally calmed the raging soul power. Xiao Gang. Flander's face changed dramatically as he hurried to support the master, secretly regretting that the master hadn't informed him beforehand about what he was going to do. Otherwise, he would have brought a food-type soul master to assist with the treatment. The master, however, pushed Flander away, his face filled with ecstasy, not even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and opened his arms to shout, "I finally broke through to level 30. I did it. Haha. Humans can conquer the heavens." The master laughed heartily, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. He then grabbed Tang Jiu's shoulders and repeatedly said, "I have a good disciple. Xiao Jiu, do you know? You helped me untie a knot in my heart. You're too kind, master. I actually didn't do much. It's just that my talent is a little better." Tang Jiu smiled. The master's theory had succeeded. "Xiao Gang, what level is your soul power now?" Flander asked excitedly. "After absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, I feel like my soul power jumped directly from level 29 to level 31. The master's eyes were filled with joy, not just because his soul power had broken through, but because he had discovered a way to overcome a bottleneck. The soul ring martial spirit can be used like this? This is simply cheating. Flander instantly thought of the terrifying operation of breaking through a bottleneck. It might not be obvious at lower levels, but what about at higher levels? What about a soul Douluo breaking through to a title Douluo, or a title Douluo breaking through to level 99? So, this is what it means to seize the creation of heaven and earth. Xiao Jiu's martial spirit is definitely the strongest, without a doubt. The master's tone was exceptionally certain. Tang Jiu said with satisfaction, "I think this is just the basic function of the soul ring and martial soul. Nothing to make a fuss about." Flinder twitched his mouth. Why did he feel like hitting Tang Jiu when he heard him speak? He pushed Tang Jiu aside and said to the master, "Let me see your soul ring and soul skill." The master immediately activated his martial soul and summoned Luo Sanpao. At this moment, Luo Sanpao had a slight change in appearance, with a fiery red mark appearing on its body. 3 soul rings also appeared on the master's body, yellow, yellow, and purple. A 1,000-year soul ring. "Xiao Gang, I'm truly happy for you." Flinder's face was filled with joy. The addition of a soul ring for the master represented a qualitative leap for the golden iron triangle combination. The Trinity martial soul fusion skill would reach a new level. "Quick, release your soul skill and let us see," Flinder urged. "All right, fart like flames, burning rivers, and boiling seas, Luo Sanpao." Tang Jiu's mouth twitched. Master S. Luo Sanpao was ineffective, but this soul curse was more powerful than the last. Shattering the heavens and splitting the earth, boiling rivers and cooking seas, just listening to it was impressive. Luo Sanpao leaped high and then let out a fart that released a burst of scorching flames, instantly forming a sea of fire. It was yet another area attack skill. Great. Then our martial soul fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon, can breathe fire as well. Now that's a real dragon. Flinder's eyes sparkled. Master S' soul power shortcomings had emerged, and he was confident he could match a title Douluo. Let's take a break and head back. This time we really gained a lot. Flinder laughed heartily. Did you forget something? Tang Hao kindly reminded. Forget what? Flinder feigned ignorance. Money, 1,000 gold soul coins. Quickly give it to me. Tang Hao reached out. Kid, what do you need so much money for? I'll keep it safe for you. Flinder replied. You've really made it. You owe money to a kid? Master snorted. I really have no money. Flinder turned out his pockets, saying, if you can find a single gold soul coin, then I'll admit defeat. Master shook his head. Flinder really hadn't changed. No money, and not even a life to spare. Once the cat eagle martial soul was unleashed, he ran faster than anyone. Is this how you act as principal? Don't you want to recruit students anymore? With Master S' reminder, Flinder suddenly woke up. Right? Having someone with Tang Jiu's monstrous talent not join Shrek Academy would be a huge loss. Flinder then said, Little Jiu, here's the deal. Once you reach level 20, I'll give you the money. Not only 1,000 gold soul coins, but I'll also give you an extra 10 gold soul coins as a gift. Flinder thought to himself, reaching level 20? Good luck finding me. Really? Tang Jiu's lips curled into a teasing smile. I'm about to break through to level 20 very soon. How soon is very soon? Flinder looked unconvinced. Level 19 to 20. How could that be so quick? 10, 9, 8, 7. What else with the countdown? Flinder was confused. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be 0? Right now. Sorry, I just broke through to level 20. Pay up. Tang Jiu grinned. Continuous battles had pushed his body to break through limits, and his soul power had just reached the new level. Flinder almost choked to death. Flinder certainly wouldn't give Tang Jiu any money. Not to mention 1,000 gold soul coins, he hadn't even planned to give him 10. You little brat. You're level 20 now. Do you want me to help you hunt for a soul ring? Looking at you, you'll need at least an 800-year soul ring. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, 800 years is not enough. My soul power is increasing. My body has broken through its limits, and the soul rings I put on myself exceed 700 years. The first soul ring should at least be 1,500 years, right? With a first soul ring of 1,500 years, aren't you afraid of bursting? Flinder snorted in annoyance. Xiao Gang. Hurry up and tell him some common knowledge about soul ring absorption. Master calculated for a moment and said, Xiao Jiu's current limit for the first soul ring is 700 years. So the limit for the second soul ring should be similar to a normal third soul ring. Around 1,700 years. The one without common sense here is you, Flinder. Flinder's mouth twitched. Absorbing a soul ring over 1,000 years for the first soul ring was simply too abnormal. Then he chuckled again, a 1,500-year soul beast. You won't be able to deal with that, right? I'll help you hunt the soul beast. Friendship price, 1,000 gold soul coins. What do you think? Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Why don't you go and grab it? Flinder wasn't in a hurry. After all, the only one here capable of hunting a 1,500-year soul beast was him. Soon, this kid would have to beg him. Xiao Gong, what kind of soul beast does this kid need? I'll help him find it. Flinder appeared very enthusiastic. A power-type soul beast with explosive capabilities, like the Berserk Spike Boar, Frenzied Blood Bowl, or Evil Power Demon Ape. The master had already thought of these for Tang Jiu. All right, let's go. Flinder activated his martial soul and soared into the sky, moving deeper into the forest. Soon, he discovered these 3 types of 1,000-year soul beasts. But he also kept an eye out to choose the most difficult one for Tang Jiu, hoping the kid would beg him. Found the Berserk Spike Boar. Flinder led everyone straight towards it. Flinder, are you doing this on purpose? Of the 3 soul beasts I mentioned, only the Berserk Spike Boar has area of effect attack skills. The master's expression wasn't good. The fur on the Berserk Spike Boar was as hard as spikes, extremely sharp, and had barbs. It could use its soul power to shoot these spikes out, just like a porcupine. I really didn't see the others. We'll make do with this one. Go for it. You little brat. Flinder leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, looking like he was just there to watch the show. Tang Jiu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity the moment he saw the raging boar. With a body length of over 8 meters, it resembled a small meat mountain, covered in hard spikes that were black and white. Its massive tusks protruded from its mouth, and its eyes shone with a violent and fierce light, resembling volleyballs. According to the master's judgment, it was at least a raging boar from the year 1600. The raging boar let out a sudden howl upon seeing Tang Jiu and charged towards him with its 4 hooves flying. Tang Jiu quickly dodged to the side as the rampaging wild boar charged without any brakes, crashing into a large tree with a diameter of 1 meter. With a crack, the tree fell, and it shook its head, its eyes slightly reddening as it stared fiercely at Tang Jiu, opening its large mouth filled with sharp teeth and howling wildly before charging again. "Kid, it seems to recognize you. How deep is your grudge?" Flander watched the scene with great interest. The master suddenly realized, "Xiao Jiu, you must have eaten a lot of dried pork just now. It's probably its mate," and it caught the scent. Tang Jiu suddenly understood that Tang Hao had killed the other half of this pig, eating the meat of a 1,000-year-old beast as dry rations. "You really are wasteful. It's not too late to beg me now, but don't get gored by the pig later. I'll give you a discount, 1,200 gold soul coins." Flinder thought that Tang Jiu would definitely beg him now, as this pig had set its sights on Tang Jiu and was out for revenge. "Without you, I can still kill this pig." Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Flander was really raising the price. Too greedy. "Do as you like." Flander shrugged. "Third brother, help!" Tang Jiu shouted, then activated his martial soul, putting the soul ring on the violent spike boar. The violent spike boar's cultivation was immediately restricted to 900 years, and its momentum weakened considerably. What a perverse martial soul. Flander's mouth twitched, but he wasn't worried. The violent spike boar was not the crimson fire scorpion. It still had 900 years of cultivation left, which was not something Master and the others could handle. More importantly, the violent spike boar could go berserk, greatly increasing its power and speed, completely compensating for its suppressed cultivation, and the violent spike boar had area of effect damaging skills. This was the most terrifying aspect of the violent spike boar. Roar! The violent spike boar let out a piercing howl, its eyes blood red, and its body swelled up again, clearly entering a berserk state. Its speed suddenly increased, and Tang San felt like he was trying to block a heavily loaded truck with his martial soul. Without hesitation, he withdrew his soul ring martial soul, because if this continued, his soul power would be drained too much. However, as soon as he released the pressure on the violent spike boar, its speed nearly doubled. Third brother, shift! Tang Jiu knew he couldn't dodge directly and immediately called for help. First soul skill bind. At that moment, Tang San finally moved. His blue-silver grass wrapped around Tang Jiu's waist. Then he forcibly pulled, allowing Tang Jiu to easily evade the charge of the violent spike boar. Boom! Another large tree was directly smashed by the violent spike boar, which appeared extremely furious, turning its head towards Tang Jiu, preparing to attack. At this moment, Tang Jiu took out a piece of dried pork and threw it directly at Flander. This was dozens of times more flavorful than the pork he had eaten. The violent spike boar caught the familiar scent and became even more frenzied, charging towards Flander. "You little brat, are you playing tricks on me?" Flander grumbled, kicking the violent spike boar on the head and knocking it over. He then tossed the jerky back to Tang Jiu while he activated his martial soul and flew up into the tree. "Third brother, it's up to you now." Tang Jiu winked at Tang San. Tang San immediately understood, swinging the blue-silver grass in his hand, striking the jerky, which he then used as a hidden weapon that flew towards Flander. The rampaging boar was furious. It clearly wouldn't climb the tree, but it could ram into it. After accelerating violently, it charged into the big tree where Flander was located. Flander gritted his teeth in anger, giving Tang San a fierce glare before helplessly flying up into the air. "You little rascal, let's see how else you can trick me." "That's enough. Thanks for the help." Tang Jiu's lips curled into a smile. Just now, he had used Flander to delay the berserk spike pig for almost a minute. The berserk spike pig's berserk skill definitely had a time limit. It couldn't sustain such a violent enhancement of its strength and speed indefinitely. The master nodded in satisfaction, as Tang Jiu and Tang San's intelligence truly caught his attention. He also wanted to see what other methods Tang Jiu had to deal with the berserk spike pig, and then said, "Xiao Jiu, you command next." 24 upgraded version of the first soul skill. Tang Jiu heard the master asking him to command, and he didn't hold back. Commanding the team could train various abilities. He already had a plan in mind and said to the two, "Third brother, you go to the back and help me and the master with the displacement later. Master, use your soul power to ignite a sea of fire, forcing out the area attack skill of the rampaging stabbing boar. As long as the rampaging stabbing boar loses its spikes, it can clash head-on with the opponent." The master immediately released his third soul skill, Fart Like Flames, burning the river and boiling the sea. Luo San Pao. Luo San Pao leaped high and unleashed a fart towards the rampaging stabbing boar, instantly igniting a scorching fire around. The high-temperature flames quickly ignited the trees with the support of soul power, creating a sea of fire within a radius of over 20 meters around the rampaging stabbing boar. As the master released his third soul skill, Tang San quickly used blue silvergrass to pull the master and Tang Jiu up into the trees, standing at a distance to admire the battlefield. At this moment, black smoke billowed, and the rampaging stabbing boar was disoriented by the smoke, surrounded by the smell of burnt things, making it impossible for the rampaging stabbing boar to locate Tang Jiu and the others by smell. It was like a headless fly, crashing around in the sea of fire. Fortunately, its skin armor was thick enough. Otherwise, it would have been roasted long ago. Tang Jiu saw the rampaging spike boar had not yet shot its spines and immediately took out some dried pork from his soul guide belt, tossing it into the sea of flames. The smell of the dried pork was quickly wafted around by the flames, and under this intense stimulus, the rampaging spiked boar furiously unleashed its ultimate skill, spine shot. The rampaging spiked boar braced its tusks against the ground, its soul power surging, muscles bulging, and sharp spines standing upright. Then it indiscriminately sprayed in all directions. The hard spikes shot out like a storm, piercing through 3 large trees before finally exhausting its power, embedding into the trunks with a dull thud. What a freakish ability. On the tree, Tang Jiu secretly clicked his tongue. If this skill hit a person, they would definitely be turned into a porcupine. As the flames, lacking the Master's soul power, gradually extinguished, Tang Jiu noticed that the rampaging spiked boar was completely bald, with not a single hair left. He then grabbed his hammer and jumped down from the tree. Kid, while you managed to force out the spines of the rampaging spike boar, you still lack the ability to kill it. Even if you use your soul ring to restrain the rampaging spike boar, your strength is still not enough to smash this thick-skinned creature. After being surprised, Franda pointed out Tang Jiu's shortcomings. Is that so? Then open your eyes and watch. Tang Jiu did not throw the soul ring weapon at the rampaging spike boar, but instead put it directly on himself. At that moment, he began to swing his hammer and strike the tree, one blow after another, his body bending like a bow, crazily stacking his strength. This is chaotic wind? The master's eyes lit up. Chaotic wind, 1T help. That brat can only stack about 20 hits at most. His strength simply cannot compare to the rampaging spike boar. From the Potev, killing a soul beast requires brains. Tang Jiu confidently swung his hammer, still stacking his strength. 19 hits, 23 hits, 31 hits. Roar. After the flames extinguished, the rampaging spiked boar finally saw Tang Jiu, who was 40 meters away, and let out a piercing howl, its eyes blood red like a demon, unleashing all its soul power and muscular strength, charging at Tang Jiu like a war chariot. At this point, Tang Jiu had stacked up to 36 hits, which was already the limit of his strength and technique. Tang Jiu revealed a cruel smile, and the 700-year soul rings on his body shone brightly. First soul skill, Frenzy. In an instant, his strength surged by 35, and he aimed at the frenzied boar, swinging the warhammer in his hand. Such terrifying power made the speed of the warhammer surpass that of a 3-ring agility-type soul master, producing a sharp whistling sound of the wind. Boom! A huge collision sound erupted, and then Flander was shocked to discover that the frenzied boar's head tilted, deviating from its charging path, crashing through 6 1-meter-thick trees before finally coming to a stop. What he found most unbelievable was that Tang Jiu's warhammer was embedded in the frenzied boar's head. The handle twisted, and the hammerhead had smashed into the boar's skull, clearly indicating that the frenzied boar was dead beyond any doubt. How is this possible? Even if your first soul skill has a power boost, you shouldn't be able to smash the frenzied boar's skull with a single blow. That's its hardest point. Flander simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Don't you know that pigs are stupid enough to die? Tang Jiu laughed and said, yes, he couldn't deal with the raging, but he could make the crash into itself. He learned in high school physics that mass times velocity equals kinetic energy. Just like a high-speed passenger plane can be destroyed by a bird flying towards it, when the speed reaches a certain point, it can produce terrifying destructive power. In order to maximize the speed of the raging and his own flying hammer, he chose not to use his soul ring to suppress this cultivation, but instead to amplify his own strength. At this moment, Tang Jiu truly realized that knowledge is power. Looking at the war hammer embedded in the skull of the raging boar, he felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly smash it with the hammer, but chose to throw the hammer instead. Otherwise, the force of the recoil alone could have shattered all the bones in his body. Tang Jiu didn't waste any words and quickly sat down cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. With the foundation of a 700-year yellow soul ring, absorbing this 1,600-year purple soul ring wasn't actually that difficult. The terrifying power within the soul ring continuously washed over Tang Jiu's body, but it couldn't cause him any substantial harm. On the contrary, through the repeated washing, it tempered Tang Jiu's body, allowing him to break through his limits time and time again. Tang Jiu felt that his physical qualities were constantly improving under the nourishment of soul power, especially his strength, which was increasing wildly. However, in addition to the violent soul power, a fierce, angry, and bloodthirsty mental force was also invading Tang Jiu's mind, which was the deep resentment of the berserk boar. Not good. This resentment is so heavy, could it create an external soul bone for me? Oh my god, I don't want that. Tang Jiu remembered that Tang San obtained the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, because he had killed the man-faced demon spider beyond his level, which created immense resentment, allowing him to acquire the external spirit bone when absorbing the spirit ring. It wasn't that Tang Jiu didn't want an external spirit bone, but what kind of external spirit bone would come from pig? Fangs? Pig hair? Or multiple pig tails? If these things appeared on him, wouldn't he just become a pig? Just thinking about it gave him chills. As he kept praying not to obtain an external spirit bone, his first spirit ring was completed. As expected, the spirit ability was still Fury. However, the spirit beast was 1,600 years old, and this Fury skill had received an upgrade. The power of the Fury spirit ability instantly increased from 35 to 45, but the duration remained 5 seconds. The most terrifying part was the increase in power. After all, this was the first spirit ring he obtained, and it provided Tang Jiu with a permanent boost rather than the temporary one from Spirit Ring Martial Souls. Just as Tang Jiu was trying to roughly calculate how much his strength had increased, Flinder's loud shout nearly scared him to death. Spirit Bone. This is so unreasonable. 25 Spirit Bone skill, Frenzy. I don't want an external Spirit Bone. Tang Jiu was so scared that he jumped up and hurriedly checked his body to see if he had gained any pig-like parts that he shouldn't have. Great. You little brat don't want it. Then that soul bone is mine. Upon hearing this, Flander reached down and picked up a shining soul bone from the ground, preparing to tuck it into his arms. Flander, the master glared angrily. Put that soul bone down. That's Xiao Jiu's. You didn't even lift a finger to hunt the soul beast. How can you take the spoils? Didn't that little brat say he didn't want it? Flander muttered. Now he was regretting it deeply. The drop rate for soul bones was only 1 in 10,000, and he didn't expect that the rampaging boar would go crazy and drop a soul bone directly. If he had acted earlier, Tang Jiu would have taken the soul ring, and he would have taken the soul bone, and the master wouldn't have said anything. But now he really felt embarrassed to take it. He wanted to slap himself twice. For 1,000 gold soul coins, he lost a soul bone, and this time he really suffered a huge loss. So it was a soul bone. Tang Jiu then understood that it was a soul bone dropped by the rampaging, not an external soul bone. He snatched the soul bone from Flander's hand and took a closer look. It was a leg bone. Flander was quite unhappy and snorted, "You little brat, have you finished absorbing the soul ring? What soul skill did you get? Could it be a useless soul skill?" Tang Jiu detected a hint of acidity in Flander's tone and cleared his throat, saying, "It's just a regular skill, Berserk. It instantly increases strength by 45. It can be enhanced by soul rings. For each additional ring, the strength gained from the Berserk skill increases by 10. So, with a second soul ring, the strength increase from Berserk would be 55. The duration is 5 seconds. Flander's mouth twitched. The extent of this enhancement was almost comparable to his third soul ring. However, he still disdainfully curled his lips and said, 5 seconds. That's a bit short, isn't it? Tang Jiu's face darkened, and he snorted. Although the duration of the soul skill is short, I can keep using it. It's just a waste of soul power. Oomph. It won't tire you out. Fran disgolfed, saying that if soul power could be used infinitely, then soul skills wouldn't be so precious. For example, if a teleportation soul skill could be released once a second with enough soul power support, it would be nearly invincible. However, the master didn't get bogged down by this issue. Soul skills depend on who uses them. Just now, Tang Jiu first used the chaotic cloak to stack power, and then released the soul skill for amplification, swinging the hammer. This can be said to have pushed explosive soul skills to their limit. Xiao Jiu, now that you've absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, your power should have a permanent enhancement. How much has your power increased? How much can it be? His base strength was originally 1,300 gene. The maximum increase to 2,000 gene is already the limit. Frandis snorted, feeling that this was an overestimation. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "Sorry. My strength has increased to 3,000 gene. What? That's equivalent to a 3 times increase." Flander gasped in shock When has he ever heard of attributes like speed, strength, and defense being able to multiply like this? Tang Jiu didn't think much of his strength. What surprised him was Tang Jiu's potential for growth. If every time he obtained a soul ring, his power increased exponentially, that would be terrifying. Don't believe it? Tang Jiu pulled out the severely deformed war hammer from the skull of the rampaging boar and then roared. The first soul skill, Rampage. As the purple soul ring lit up, Tang Jiu's strength instantly surged to 300 Jin. He swung the hammer from the book, and with a loud crash, the hammer directly smashed through a 1-meter-thick tree trunk, embedding itself into the larger tree behind it like a nail. Flender was completely stunned. This was an irregular hammer, not a spear that was more suited for piercing objects. Tang San opened his mouth, ultimately giving a bitter smile and shaking his head. His first soul ring was only 400 years old. How could it compare to a 1,600-year soul ring skill? Only the master had a beaming smile. This isn't even the limit yet. What? Tang San looked at the master in surprise. Isn't this already Tang Jiu's limit? The master pointed to the soul bone in Tang Jiu's hand and said, "This soul bone is also power type. After fusion, it will enhance physical strength and will come with a terrifying soul skill. I hope it can retain the most valuable skill from the frenzied boar." Tang San finally understood. Right, there are soul bones too. Third brother, it's okay. I'll make sure to get the next soul beast to drop a soul bone and get it to you first. Tang Jiu said with a big smile. Tang San rolled his eyes. This little Jiu was clearly showing off. Do you really think that every time you hunt a soul beast, you can get a soul bone? Isn't that heart-wrenching? This soul bone is a left leg bone. Following the master's guidance, Tang Jiu used his soul power to draw the soul bone and merge it with his body. As the soul bone entered his left leg, he felt a tremendous force transforming his body. Not only that, but the bones in his left leg seemed to become even stronger. When Tang Jiu finished the fusion and opened his eyes, the master and the others nervously looked at him and asked, "How is it?" Tang Jiu smiled and said, "Not bad. The strength has directly increased by 30, reaching 4,000 Jin. It's another percentage increase. You kid got lucky." Flander twitched the corner of his mouth. Percentage increase? Tang San was puzzled. The master explained, soul rings and soul bones provide two types of enhancement for physical attributes. One is fixed enhancement, and the other is percentage enhancement. The difference between the two is that fixed enhancement is constant and does not change with the growth of the soul master. However, percentage enhancement varies with the growth of the soul master. Right now, the 30 enhancement from Xiao Jiu's soul bone corresponds to 1,000 Jin of strength. But when his base strength reaches 10,000 Jin, then the strength enhancement from this soul bone will be 3,000 Jin. Therefore, percentage enhancement is the most coveted growth method for soul masters. And for Xiao Jiu, his soul skill is a percentage enhancement. And the soul bone also provides him with a percentage enhancement. When the two are combined, it's not just a simple addition. The growth rate can be considered monstrous. Tang San understood at this moment why Flander was so out of control. If Tang Jiu's every soul skill and soul bone could be amplified like this, it would be more monstrous than a monster. Dean Flander, do you want to know what skill my soul bone has? Tang Jiu smiled at Flander. Don't tell me you got the Rage Boar, the skill that suits you best, the Berserk. Flander huffed in annoyance. The soul bone with the Berserk skill is something every attack-type soul master dreams of. I don't believe your luck is that good. Then you'll be disappointed. It is indeed Berserk. Tang Jiu Win Ge. Flander clutched his chest and wanted to walk away. I need some quiet time. Aren't you going to listen to what my Berserk skill actually is? Tang Jiu shouted. I don't want to hear it. Flander, feeling frustrated, quickly walked away. He was afraid he would be struck again. This soul bone originally belonged to him. 1,000-year soul bone with the Berserk skill could sell for how much at an auction house? 500,000 or 1,000,000. Berserk instantly increases speed and strength by 30 for 1 minute. Sorry, it's another percentage increase skill. How can I keep my tone so pleasant? Luckily, you didn't make a move earlier. Otherwise, the soul bone would definitely be yours, and I feel sorry for you. Tang Jiu shouted at Flander. Flander felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This soul bone was definitely worth 2 million gold soul coins. You little brat. I want to strangle you. Flander thought about digging the soul bone out from Tang Jiu. This kid was too infuriating. I'm a soul sage, and you make my heart ache. 26. Soul ring and martial soul. 1 ring 2 skill. Seeing Flander coming to question him, Tang Jiu immediately said, I still need a soul ring. Help me hunt it down, and the dropped soul bone will be yours, while the soul ring will be mine. Flander's nose was crooked with anger. Do you think soul bones are like cabbages, just available whenever you want? Tang Jiu chuckled. Don't you think my luck is incredible? I've encountered all good things today. If another soul bone drops and you can't get it, would you be so angry that you'd spit blood? Flinder didn't need to think to know that he definitely would. His heart was bleeding. With 2 million gold soul coins, he could instantly solve Shrek Academy's financial crisis. The funding for Shrek was too tight right now, and as a dignified dean, he was worrying about money every day. What a sad situation. All right, let's do it. Flinder thought for a moment and finally agreed. Tang Jiu's luck today was truly uncanny. Perhaps he could really get another soul bone. What else does this kid need in terms of soul rings? Flinder looked at the master. The master smiled, a spirit beast around 2,000 years of age. Like the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, white-feathered wind swallow, or golden wing mantis. Speed type. Flinder frowned. Isn't he a power type? It's not for enhancing his bullet ant martial soul, but for his soul ring martial soul. The master explained. He has strength now, but what he lacks most is speed and agility. Flinder was taken aback. Shouldn't a twin martial soul focus on cultivating one martial soul to the limit? Who said our martial soul is just a soul ring? I'm not taking the conventional path. Tang Jiu. Flinder's face darkened. Here he goes boasting again. I shouldn't have asked. It would be better if he wasted his martial soul cultivation. Flinder didn't waste any more words and activated his martial soul to search the forest. 2,000-year spirit beasts were indeed rare. After all, this wasn't the Stardow Forest, just a forest where humans raised spirit beasts. They didn't find the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, but they did find the white-feathered wind swallow, which was exactly 2 meters long and was a pure speed-type spirit beast. Its white feathers had no impurities, and its beak was exceptionally sharp. Relying on speed, it could instantly penetrate the body of its prey, severing it with just a few passes. In terms of flying speed, it outpaced both the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, and the golden wing mantis, being a flying-type spirit beast. This one will do. Hopefully, it can drop a soul bone. Flinder nodded excitedly and rushed forward, slashing down hard at the back of the white-feathered wind swallow. A sharp bird call rang out, and a hint of fear appeared in the blue eyes of the white-feathered wind swallow. It curled its wings, and a tornado blew towards Flinder. Flinder disdainfully crushed the tornado with a claw. He didn't rush to kill the white-feathered wind swallow, but instead wanted it to feel extreme fear, as this would increase the probability of dropping a soul bone, just like how Tang Jiu enraged the furious stabbing pig. Flinder attacked the white-feathered wind swallow like a cat catching a mouse, each attack not severely injuring it, but continually adding wounds and reducing its speed. 10 minutes later, the wings of the white-feathered wind swallow were severely injured, and its speed dropped to less than 1/10 of its original. Only then did Flinder shout to Tang Jiu, "Now it's your turn. Strive for that soul bone drop." Tang Jiu knew it was time for him to take action. He threw his hand and attached the soul ring martial spirit to the white feather wind swallow. After absorbing the soul ring and soul bone, he could now withstand a soul ring close to 2,000 years. As soon as the soul ring martial spirit was attached, the white feather wind swallow let out a mournful cry and fell diagonally from the sky into the depths of the forest. Tang Jiu ran wildly towards the place where the white-feathered wind swallow had fallen, holding the deformed hammer. Flinder followed, circling in the sky, waiting for Tang Jiu to find the fallen white-feathered swallow. When he brought the hammer down, Flinder muttered, "Explode, soul bone, explode, explode." Bang! The head of the white-feathered swallow was smashed flat, its green eyes filled with unwillingness. "Where's the soul bone?" Flinder quickly picked up the white-feathered swallow but saw no shining soul bone, only a pile of feathers, and his face turned extremely ugly. "Damn kid, where's your luck?" Flinder looked at Tang Jiu. "My luck is good, but who told you your luck is bad? Since the soul bone is yours, it naturally won't drop." Tang Jiu didn't forget to strike back. "Next time, I can't hunt soul beasts with you. Have you ever dropped a soul bone in your entire life? I can't let your bad luck infect me. You little brat, do you believe I'll beat you to death?" Flanders was so angry he was jumping up and down. This bastard was too malicious, always aiming to hurt people's hearts. Isn't it just that he has never dropped a soul bone? The most important thing is that this time it seemed like he was helping for free. What a huge loss. Tang Jiu didn't pay any attention to Flander. The master is here. Can he still ascend heaven? Sitting cross-legged, he quickly used his soul power to draw the purple soul ring of the white feather wind swallow into his body. This time, he retracted the bullet ant spirit and activated the soul ring spirit instead. A 2,000-year soul ring posed no pressure for Tang Jiu. He had already absorbed a 1,600-year soul ring, and with the addition of a 1,000-year soul bone, his body was more than capable of handling it. After the soul ring energy further enhanced Tang Jiu's body, he clearly felt a significant increase in agility. 3 minutes later, after absorbing the soul ring, a purple soul ring appeared around Tang Jiu's body. You little brat, don't tell me that this time you have another percentage increase soul skill. Flander huffed, unhappily. Tang Jiu's expression was strange as he said, my soul skill this time is very special. Is it especially useless? Flinder's face looked much better, but seeing the master's murderous gaze, he could only reluctantly touch his nose and stop talking, though the delight in his eyes still showed. The first soul skill, Ring of Speed. Tang Jiu spoke as he used his soul skill, and his body seemed to be enveloped in a gust of wind, resulting in a significant increase in speed. The speed ring instantly increased speed by 5, which would be enhanced based on the soul rings. For every additional ring, speed increases by another 5. The duration is 1 minute. With a puff, Flander laughed heartily and patted Tang Jiu on the shoulder, saying, you deserve it. It seems like heaven is watching. This 1,000-year soul skill is the most useless I've ever seen. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Flander's expression turned grim. And if looks could kill, he would have sliced Flander into 1,000 pieces. Compared to Tang San's bullet, Ant Martial Soul's first soul skill, Berserk. This speed ring is truly pathetic. Although it is also a percentage increase, the enhancement is too minimal and its growth potential is lacking. A 1,000-year soul skill like this is even worse than a 100-year soul skill. I hope you can still laugh after seeing the second use of my soul skill. The strange expression on Tang Jiu's face grew even more pronounced. Second use? How do you use it? Flander was taken aback. My soul ring martial soul can be applied to myself, and it can also be applied to enemies. Tang Jiu said proudly, directly placing the soul ring on Flander's body. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Suddenly, a strange purple light erupted from Flander's body, and he felt as if his speed was being drained. His pupils suddenly constricted, because at that moment, Tang Jiu's speed surged, leaving behind afterimages as he moved. Tang Jiu ga lauget lao li. My soul ring martial soul has 1 ring and 2 abilities. When applied to myself, it is the speed ring, which enhances speed. When applied to others, it is the speed evil ring, which devours speed and uses it for myself. Flinder's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 ring and 2 abilities. Isn't this something that can only be achieved with a 100,000-year soul ring? Heaven is unfair. 27. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. The master also looked shocked. Devouring speed and using it for oneself means that in battle, one could borrow the enemy's abilities to deal with them. Little Jiu, how much speed can your speed evil ring devour, and how much does it increase for yourself? Not only the master is concerned about this question, but Tang San and Flinder are also paying attention to it. Tang Jiu grinned and said, Speed Evil Ring. Instantly devours enemy speed 5, and the devoured speed can be fully replenished to me. It can also be enhanced based on the number of soul rings. For each additional ring, the devouring speed increases by 5. Duration is 1 minute. With a gulp, even a master couldn't help but swallow. The Speed Evil Ring is simply a heaven-defying skill. Devouring enemy speed 5 and replenishing oneself with the same speed is terrifying. The stronger the enemy, the greater the boost Tang Jiu gets from using this soul skill. Although it's only 5, once he reaches Tidal Daw, he can directly devour 45 of the enemy's speed. If every soul ring skill is like this, then he would effectively steal nearly half of the enemy's strength. Who could still be Tang Jiu's opponent? 1 ring, 2 skills, Speed Ring and Speed Evil Ring. This ability is not much worse than a 100,000-year soul ring. Flinder's eyes twitched. Such a talent is too overpowered and shouldn't exist. Living just to crush others, he even felt an impulse to consider exterminating Tang Jiu. You brat. No matter how good your soul skills are, with your low soul power, it won't amount to much. At most, you're just a level 20 Great Soul Master. Flinder pointed to his own soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. He snorted a couple of times, seeking a sense of superiority, trying to put Tang Jiu down. This kid is too cocky. Tang Jiu blinked and honestly said, I just absorbed 2,000-year soul rings, and I feel like my soul power has made a breakthrough. Breakthrough? To what level? Level 21 or 22. Not too high, just level 26. I'll be at level 30 soon. Tang Jiu said modestly. Flinder almost choked, no way. How could that be? You're not pulling my leg, are you? At this moment, the master interjected. A level 20 should absorb a 100-year soul ring. But little Jiu absorbed 2,000-year soul rings, both over 1,500 years, and each soul ring should at least give him an increase of 2 levels in soul power. Little San absorbed a 400-year soul ring, so I think it will also increase his soul power by 2 to 3 levels. So at most, he should just be at level 24. How did he get to level 26? Flinder's eyes widened. Isn't there also a 1,000-year soul bone? The master reminded. Heavens are unfair. Flinder pounded his chest in anger. That soul bone was supposed to be mine. The more he looked at Tang Jiu, the angrier he became. Teacher, I don't need to rush to attach soul rings to my martial soul. I can wait until level 30, and maybe I can directly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. That would be so impressive. Unlike someone whose 5th soul ring is just 10,000 years, it seems I've improved a lot, right? Tang Jiu smirked. You little brat. Just keep boasting. A 10,000-year second ring won't kill you. I have things to do at the academy, so I'm leaving. Flinder was infuriated. How could this little brat, just a level 26 great soul master, dare to look down on his level 78 soul sage? How arrogant could he be? Such a person should be beaten to death outside. Hey, Big Owl, you still owe me 1,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu quickly pressed for payment. Big Owl. Flinder felt his head buzzing. Even Xiao Jiu wouldn't dare to call him that. Right? Aren't you a cat, owl martial soul? If I don't call you Big Owl, what should I call you? I'm the creditor. Tang Jiu said confidently. I dare to call Tang Hao old man. So what's wrong with calling you Big Owl? The debtor is the master thing doesn't work with me. I'm the creditor. Who am I afraid of? 1,000 gold soul coins are gone. Flinder was so angry that his hair seemed to stand on end. You little brat, if it weren't for your teacher being here, do you believe I would break your legs? Hee hee, if you break my legs, someone could snap your neck. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. What are you boasting about? A big owl? Tang Hao could smash you flat with one hit. Do you dare to touch a finger of mine? I don't believe it. Flinder rolled up his sleeves, determined to teach Tang Jiu a lesson to relieve his anger. Flinder, little Jiu is right. The master had a black line on his forehead. A big schemer and a disobedient brat. It's really unbearable. Then he gently whispered 4 words into Flinder's ear. How Tian Douluo. Tang Zhu. Flinder's pupils suddenly constricted. No wonder this kid eats 1,000-year soul beasts. He really is not someone to mess with. Flinder quickly put on a smiling face and nodded. You little brat, I 1T hold it against you. I 1T argue with a little great soul master like you. That would be beneath my dignity as a soul sage. Considering your decent talent. Congratulations on being admitted to Shrek Academy on special terms. The 1,000 gold soul coins will count as tuition, and I'll give you half off for food and accommodation. You can report to the school anytime. Once Tang Jiu became a student at his academy, he could take the opportunity to deal with him under the guise of teaching. After all, wouldn't the Hao Tian Douluo have to praise himself for being serious and responsible? You little brat, you're still too young to compete with me. Thinking of this, Flinder smiled even more brightly, feigning concern for a moment, then directly flew away. Tang Jiu's face darkened as he looked at the master and asked, Teacher, I seem to have heard someone say that the accommodation and meals at Shrek Academy are free, and the tuition can't possibly be this high. The master shook his head and said, Flinder didn't lie to you. The fees are charged according to the student's wealth. The richer you are, the higher the fees. Talent. Tang Jiu couldn't help but admire that if Flinder were to travel to Earth, he might just become the richest person. He should be the most unorthodox soul master. All right, we should head back. This time we all gain a lot. The master smiled as he finally broke through to level 30, becoming a 3-ring soul master. And each of his disciples was more outstanding than the last, especially Tang Jiu, who started with a 1,000-year soul ring and also obtained a soul bone. The most terrifying thing was the soul skills from the soul rings, which could be described as extraordinary. Tang Jiu cut the meat of the white featherwind swallow and packed it into the 12 golden hairpins. He then followed the master back to Nodding City. As they passed the Spirit Hall branch, the master said, Soul masters need to register, which will help you in your studies and travels across the continent. And you will also receive a monthly subsidy. Tang San heard so many benefits and wanted to take Tang Jiu along. Tang Jiu shook his head and said, Third brother, I'm not going. At 6 years old, level 26, I will definitely be captured for research. His soul power growth was too conspicuous, and he didn't want to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Very good. Xiao Jiu, I didn't expect you to understand the gravity of the situation. The master nodded. If Tang Jiu really wanted to go, he would stop him. The Spirit Hall is certainly not a good place. Then I'll go to the blacksmith shop to forge a new war hammer. I'll go back to school myself later. Tang Jiu greeted the master and headed to the largest blacksmith shop. I need to change to a heavier war hammer. Young man, are you looking to forge something? Tang Jiu arrived at the largest blacksmith shop, and the blacksmith greeted him. Those who work hard are straightforward people, unlike other merchants who are so shrewd. I want to forge a war hammer. 80 centimeters long, weighing. Tang Jiu calculated that after absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the rampaging, stabbing pig, his strength reached 4,000 gene. Although the soul ring of the white feather-wind swallow provided a speed boost, it also strengthened his body to a certain extent. Additionally, his soul power broke through from level 20 to level 26, which increased his strength by another 500 gene. This means that Tang Jiu's base strength reached 4,500 gene. The weight of the hammer I need is 3,500 gene. Bang! The blacksmith nearly dropped the hammer when he trembled. 3,500 gene. Can this even be lifted? Of course it can. I'm a strength-type soul master. Dan Jiu Go. The blacksmith looked at him with admiration. Soul masters are indeed impressive. However, his brow furrowed. With a length of 80 centimeters and a weight of 3,500 gene, this is problematic. If made entirely of Iron Mother, it would exceed the weight limit. But if not using Iron Mother, the weight wouldn't be enough. How about using ordinary iron mixed with Iron Mother? Tang Jiu shook his head in denial, saying that mixing Iron Mother with ordinary iron would result in an uneven density for the hammer, making it prone to breaking. What I want is to repeatedly forge ordinary iron to increase the density of the warhammer and make it uniform until it meets my weight requirements. A true expert. Little brother. The master immediately gave a thumbs up upon hearing this, then thought for a moment and said, according to your requirements, it will cost 10 gold soul coins and take half a month to complete. In fact, the materials aren't expensive. The high cost comes from labor. It's all produced one hammer strike at a time. The master quoted this price and, fearing that Tang Jiu might think he was overcharging, specially explained it. Tang Jiu certainly knew how much effort this would take. He said boldly, money is not an issue. What I want is speed. The faster, the better. The master glanced at the other blacksmiths, estimated the labor costs, gritted his teeth, and said, 100 gold soul coins. If I mobilize everyone to forge together, I could deliver it to you by tomorrow. Tang Jiu nodded with satisfaction, then sketched out the design of the Haotian hammer and kept his severely deformed hammer as a reference. After that, he took out the master's card and directly transferred 100 gold soul coins to the other party. Xiao Jiu, you really don't hold back when spending money. Tang San, who had just registered as a soul master, felt uncomfortable thinking about how he only received 1 gold soul coin as a subsidy each month, while Tang Jiu spent 100 gold soul coins just to get a hammer. He thought to himself, you know I'm still cleaning the playground at school, and you have no idea how hard it is for me. With that money, you might as well give me tuition. Anyway, this money isn't mine, so I don't feel bad spending it. Tang Jiu chuckled. That's mine. The master was speechless. Even though he wasn't as greedy as Flander, he was still infuriated by Tang Jiu. He wondered if asking this brat for his card now would lead to him directly severing their master-student relationship. The 3NT even entered Nodding Academy when they heard a group of people discussing. I heard that the 6th grade boss Xiao is bringing a group of people to teach the working students a lesson. Why teach them a lesson? To let the working students know the rules of this academy? It must be because they think that little Wu from the 7th dormitory is pretty. Tang San became anxious upon hearing this. Third brother, are you so concerned about Xiao Wu? Is she really my sister-in-law? Tang Jiu Zet. Xiao Jiu, don't talk nonsense. Tang San shot a glare at Tang Jiu, then greeted master and rushed towards the back mountain. The back mountain of Nodding Junior College is actually just a small hill. When Tang Jiu and Tang San arrived, Boss Xiao was leading more than 30 people, arrogantly provoking the work-study students. Wang Sheng, the former dorm leader of the 7th dormitory, was knocked to the ground by Lu Long, one of Boss Xiao's subordinates. Boss Xiao's real name was Xiao Jiu, and seeing the work-study students so easily defeated, he looked at them with disdain, then turned to Xiao Wu. Little girl, you should just prepare to be my pet. Your martial soul is a rabbit, right? Xiao Wu was furious and wanted to fight back, but suddenly saw Tang San and Tang Jiu, her eyes lighting up. Xiao San, Xiao Jiu, you're here. Xiao Wu, call me Brother Jiu. You lost. Do you want to play tricks? Tang Jiu huffed in dissatisfaction. Oof. Brother Jiu. Xiao Wu pouted, clearly unwilling, and then said unhappily, we agreed before that I would call you Brother Jiu, and you would call me sister-in-law. That's not good, is it? Tang Jiu held back a laugh. Xiao San, hurry and make your brother call me sister-in-law. Xiao Wu huffed. Tang San was instantly embarrassed to the point of being speechless. How could he possibly say that? It seemed he had to find some time to explain the difference between a sister-in-law and a sister to Xiao Wu. Seeing that Tang San refused to respond, Xiao Wu angrily said, Xiao San, you've also learned bad habit from Xiao Jiu, daring to let him not call me sister-in-law. Tang San underestimated and said, let him call you, then he really has learned it bad. I feel so difficult. Originally, Both sides of a serious match suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Wu, don't get hung up on the title. I caught a very cute rabbit to give to you, Tang Jiu said with a chuckle. Where is it? Xiao was also quite happy to hear this. It wasn't very well behaved on the way back, so I roasted it directly and specially saved a bit for you. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger upon hearing this, then angrily pointed at Tang Jiu and said, Little San, quickly take care of your brother. He always makes me angry. Tang San was puzzled. Isn't it just a rabbit? If it's roasted, then it's roasted. Do you prefer it steamed? Xiao San. Xiao Wu was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Stomping her feet and waving her fists, I really want to eat your blue silvergrass. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, but you're not a rabbit. Why do you want to eat my blue silvergrass? Tang San scratched his head, truly confused. You're driving me crazy. Xiao Wu's face turned red with anger as she huffed at Tang San. Tonight, I won't cover you with a blanket. I want to sleep separately from you. Tang San was instantly taken aback, then looked at Tang Jiu and sighed. Xiao Jiu, I feel like you're setting me up, but I really can't find any evidence. Seeing San Ji's confused expression, Tang Jiu couldn't help but laugh, wondering how Xiao Wu would bully Tang San later. He was really worried about San Ge, but we didn't dare to interfere or ask. After all, it was his sister-in-law who was going to deal with San Ge. We could only watch the fun. San Ge, I still have your blanket saved. Do you want me to send someone to bring it to you later? Be careful not to catch a cold tonight. Tang Jiu nudged San Ge and asked. Tang Jiu looked speechless. Should he take the blanket or not? He felt like this was a trap. Damn it. Do you all think I don't exist? Xiao Yuchen was so angry that his teeth itched. When did he become invisible? Lu Long, go teach this kid a lesson. 29-1 against all. Lu Long, who had just violently beaten Wang Sheng, proudly walked out from behind Xiao Yuchen, beckoning to Tang Jiu with his hand, and huff, kid. Come here. Let me give you a good beating so you know the rules. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, All right, then let me show you my rules. Your rules? Lu Long was taken aback. Yes, since you all like to bully work-study students from now on, you will take care of all the cleaning duties for the work-study students. You'll have to win against us first. Lu Long snorted coldly, feeling that Tang Jiu was too arrogant, daring to challenge, even though he wasn't the head of the 7th dormitory. Tang Jiu is the brother of Tang San, and Tang San is a work-study student. Lu Long naturally assumes that Tang Jiu is also a work-study student. His logical reasoning ability is quite strong. Soul power surged around Lu Long as a 1.5-meter silver-white staff appeared in his hand, and a white soul ring emerged around him. His martial soul is the silver staff, and he is an 11th level strong attack weapon soul master. Tang Jiu almost burst out laughing. He really is a silver stick. Damn it. Lu Long, with his black hair darkened, angrily said, Quickly unleash your martial soul. I want to beat you into a pig's head. Tang Jiu smiled and shook his head, saying, Do I really need to use my martial soul to deal with you useless ones? Come on. Tang Jiu's attitude made Lu Long furious, and he swung his stick and charged over. The first soul skill, Shattered Sky Stick. A faint pattern resembling a tiger appeared on the silver-white, long stick, and as it struck down, it carried immense force, even producing a subtle sound of breaking through the air. Soul skill. It wasn't used during the battle against Wang Sheng earlier. Brother Jiu seemed to be in trouble. The people on the 7th floor immediately turned pale during Wang Sheng's fight. Lu Long hadn't even used a soul skill and was knocked down by 3 strikes. He deserved to be beaten by Brother Lu for being so arrogant and not using his martial soul. Indeed, Brother Lu's first soul skill had killed a 70-year-old tiger, and the power enhancement of this soul skill was terrifying. Last time, Brother Lu broke a tree as thick as a bowl with 1 strike. If that hit a person, their bones would definitely shatter. Xiao Jiu saw that Tang Jiu hadn't even activated his martial soul and knew there would be no problem this time. Lu Long was using all his strength against a small fry, which was truly reliable. If you use a soul skill, then I will use 1-2-0 soul skill. Normal attack. Tang Jiu chuckled and punched towards the silver staff. Bang! A dull collision sound echoed, and Lu Long's face changed dramatically as he saw the weapon's spirit. The silver staff, in his hand, being smashed to pieces by Tang Jiu's punch, dissipating into raw soul power. Tang Jiu's fist didn't stop there. It slammed into Lu Long's nose, causing blood and tears to flow as Lu Long crouched down, holding his nose and crying. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. They had seen people defeated, but never had anyone smashed a weapon spirit with a single punch. How much strength did this require? Haha, he really cried like a withered flower. Xiao Wu jumped up and down happily, finding it amusing to see a 12-year-old being beaten to tears, and casually gave Lu Long a nickname. Brother Jiu is amazing. He can defeat his opponent with a zero soul skill. Are you stupid? A zero soul skill just means no soul skills are used, right? Brother Jiu is mocking them. The people from 7 dormitory immediately started bantering, taunting their opponents. Bastard. Ling Feng, you go. Xiao Jiu's face was filled with disappointment. Tang Jiu shook his wrist and said, no need to go one by one. Let's all go together. I'm in a hurry to eat. Xiao Jiu, can you handle it alone? Don't embarrass your sister-in-law. Xiao Wu reminded Tang Jiu, feeling dissatisfied with his arrogance. However, as soon as she spoke, the expressions of those around them turned strange. Xiao Jiu's face grew even darker. He wanted to date a beautiful girl like Xiao Wu. Since this kid was looking for trouble, everyone decided to join in and use their martial souls to beat him up. When more than 30 people heard Boss Xiao say this, they all activated their martial souls. The beast martial souls were mostly pigs, cows, and donkeys, with the best being Xiao Jiu's wolf. The weapon martial souls were mainly sticks and vines, not very impressive. Nevertheless, the scene of over 30 people activating their martial souls was quite shocking. Tang Jiu felt like he had entered a zoo. Gray Donkey, provide support for everyone. After Xiao Jiu was possessed by the blue wolf, he turned around and shouted at the student with the Gray Donkey martial soul. Donkey can provide support? Tang Jiu was puzzled, and Xiao Wu's eyes widened in curiosity. The student with the Gray Donkey martial soul turned red in the face, feeling a bit embarrassed, but still activated his soul skill. First soul skill, Stubborn Donkey's Call. Then, he opened his donkey mouth and let out a few loud braying sounds. Eeyaw! The sound waves spread out, and everyone, including Xiao Jiu, became filled with fighting spirit, the atmosphere heating up. Does this mean everyone turns into stubborn donkeys? Ha! I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Xiao Wu understood the purpose of this soul skill. It was to boost morale, making them as foolish as donkeys. She laughed so hard she could barely stand up. The Gray Donkey Soul Master was now blushing, realizing that this was the effect of his martial soul. How embarrassing. Charge. First soul skill, Bind. First soul skill, Bull Charge. First soul skill, Wild Boar Trample. Those with soul skills used them, while those without activated their martial souls to enhance their bodies for support or attack. In an instant, brilliant lights flashed as more than 30 people charged towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu disdainfully struck a military boxing pose and punched the first charging Blue Bull Soul Master, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away. Then with a kick, he sent the rampaging Earth Pig Soul Master flying 2 meters. At this moment, 5 or 6 vines had already tightly wrapped around his hands and feet. Tang Jiu unleashed his 4,500 gene of strength, yanked the vines, and spun the person around, using them as a meteor hammer to smash into others. Instantly, cries of pain filled the air as he knocked down over a dozen people, causing them to tumble into a heap. Xiao Jiu, hiding at the back of the crowd, was waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Tang Jiu had just broken free from the entanglement of the vines, making it the perfect opportunity for him to strike. First soul skill, Blood Wolf Claw. With blood-red hands, he transformed into a wolf and lunged at Tang Jiu's neck. Xiao Jiu, be careful. Tang San warned. Tang Jiu didn't respond, swung his arm back and threw a punch. With a crack, Xiao Jiu let out a scream, clutching his arm and howling on the ground. Tang Jiu didn't hold back at all. This guy actually dared to ambush him, deserving to have his arm broken. Out of more than 30 people, only a few, around 5, could still stand, including the Gray Donkey Soul Master. They looked at Tang Jiu in terror, trembling in fear. Over 30 against 1, yet they were crushed by Tang Jiu. The most important thing was that their martial souls hadn't even been activated. They were completely overpowered by pure physical strength, and even the ambush by Xiao Laoda resulted in a broken arm. They had lost all courage. Boss, the Great Donkey Soul Master wasn't stubborn at all, and was the first to flatter Tang Jiu. Boss, the others immediately lined up and saluted Tang Jiu. They had truly accepted him. Don't call me boss, just call me Jiu, Tang Jiu said. Remember, from now on, at Notting Academy, no one is allowed to bully the new students, especially the work-study students. Anyone who dares to use force to oppress the weak, I will break their legs first. Also, you are all punished to help the work-study students clean for a year. The faces of these senior students turned ugly, but no one dared to refute him. Tang Jiu had someone carry Xiao Jiu back to the school for treatment, and he hurried to the school with Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Jiu, you better be careful. Someone has been looking for you these past few days, and I've heard they want to cripple you, Xiao Wu said gleefully. Who? Tang Jiu's brows furrowed. The school teacher, Zhang Feng. Haven't you gone to school? Tang Jiu really didn't enter the school. But it seems he remembered that Zhang Feng mentioned having an older brother. Is he here to seek revenge? Level 30 versus level 35 Soul Master. Tang Jiu was strolling along leisurely when his roommate, Lynt, rushed over in a panic. Brother Jiu, it's bad. The master is about to be killed. What happened? Tang Jiu asked, startled. Zhang Feng's brother, Zhang Hong, the captain of the City Lord's Guards, came to the school to cause trouble for you. He cornered the master and wants to duel. Lynt explained the situation. It turned out that after Zhang Feng's injury was healed, he brought his brother Zhang Hong to find Tang Jiu for revenge. Since Tang Jiu didn't return to the school, they went directly to cause trouble for the master. The opponent was a level 35 strong attack system Soul Master, and the master initially didn't want to fight, but Zhang Hong spoke too rudely, calling the master useless and saying that if he was too scared to fight, he should crawl under his legs and that he wasn't worthy of being a man. Angered, the master agreed to the duel. Lynt said, "We need to hurry. The teacher's martial soul can only launch 3 attacks, and even if it's a 1,000-year soul skill, it won't last long." Tang Jiu heard this and directly activated the soul bone skill, Berserk, running towards the school. At Nodding Academy, in the square, the master took up a battle stance, and Luo Sanpao was right beside him, fiercely baring his teeth at the opponent. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man with a blue wolf martial soul, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He had 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and was none other than Zhang Feng's brother, Zhang Hong. I didn't expect you, worthless trash, to also have a 1,000-year soul ring. After activating his martial soul, Zhang Hong's muscles bulged, resembling a werewolf, and his speed increased significantly. He didn't even need to use his soul skills to deal with a useless soul master like the master. His speed alone was enough. His body suddenly accelerated, and he swiped a claw towards the master's head. The master didn't dare let him get close and immediately activated his 1,000-year soul skill. 3rd soul skill. Fart like a fire breather, burning rivers and boiling seas. Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao leaped high and let out a fart toward Zhang Hong, with searing flames igniting into a sea of fire. Zhang Hong's body, which was lunging forward, suddenly changed direction, narrowly avoiding the area attack. He then circled behind the master and attacked again, still without using a soul skill. The master had no choice but to use his 3rd soul skill again. Luo Sanpao leaped up once more and released another fart, creating another sea of fire. What a waste. Having a 1,000-year soul ring on you is just a waste. Zhang Hong mocked, then activated his 1st soul ring, not wanting to waste any more time with the master. 1st soul skill, Wolf Bloodline. Zhang Hong's body transformed again, almost becoming a true blue wolf, with his speed and strength increasing by 30. Before the master could launch a 3rd attack, he circled around to the master's back and clawed down hard on the master's back. With a ripping sound, the master's clothing was directly torn, revealing claw marks on his back that were deep enough to see bone. Theoretical invincibility is of no use. In battle, you're just like a weak chicken. Zhang Hong pressed his foot down hard on the master's chest, looking down in mockery. Stop. Tang Jiu finally arrived, his face pale with anger. If he hadn't gone to join 3rd brother just now, the teacher wouldn't have been humiliated. You want me to stop? In a soul battle, losing means life or death. A cruel glint flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes as he stomped down hard towards the master's neck. If this kick landed, the master would surely die. The guards of the City Lord's mansion were all incredibly arrogant, always bullying others, and who would dare provoke them? Tang Jiu's eyes turned cold as he kicked towards Zhang Hong's groin. Zhang Hong heard the faint sound of air being torn as Tang Jiu kicked and cursed him for being shameless, quickly retreating. Tang Jiu helped the master up and asked, "Teacher, how could you agree to duel with him? You're not a combat type." The master let out a bitter laugh and said, "I know he will definitely come looking for trouble with you. I wanted to see his soul skills so that you could be prepared. Unfortunately, I'm too useless and only managed to force him to use a 100-year soul skill." The master endured the pain and introduced Zhang Hong's situation. He was a level 35 powerful attack type soul Douluo with a martial soul of a blue wolf, boasting both strength and speed. His 1st soul skill could amplify speed and strength. Although this was of no use to Tang Jiu, he was deeply touched by the master's intentions. After all, the master was such a patient person. Despite being mocked by many, he had never fought anyone. This time, he clearly knew he was not the opponent's match, yet still chose to duel. He was worried that Tang Jiu might not be able to handle the opponent. Although Tang Jiu was very strong, the master still believed that knowing oneself and knowing the enemy was the key to securing victory. This thoughtfulness truly moved Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu stood up, coldly staring at Zhang Hong, and shouted, Today, you will definitely die. His brother was injured by him, and if he wanted to find someone, he should come to him instead of bullying the weak. Zhang Hong also wished he could kill Tang Jiu. It was a small matter that his brother was beaten, but he actually had to bow and kneel to a worthless person, which made the two brothers the laughingstock of the city lord's mansion. He sneered, "You dare to hit my brother, Tang Jiu? Today, I don't care who you are, anyone who offends the city lord's mansion must die. Release your martial spirit." If they were in the wild, Zhang Hong would never allow Tang Jiu to release his martial spirit. However, they were currently in Notting Academy, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Not allowing the opponent to release their martial spirit and directly taking action would be breaking the rules, leading to constant trouble in the future. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether Tang Jiu released his martial spirit or not. He could easily claw him to death. Martial spirit, manifest. Tang Jiu's face was grim as he directly activated his bullet ant martial soul, a dazzling purple thousand-year soul ring appearing around him. Compared to Zhang Hong's yellow soul ring, it was strikingly brilliant. What a thousand-year first ring! Director Su exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. At this moment, the other students were also in a daze. In the small New Oding Academy, even a 100-year first ring could be called a genius. But a 1,000-year first ring was something they had never heard of. Xiao Jiu is so powerful. Xiao Wu was also shocked. This was completely beyond her understanding, as she could never reach a 1,000-year first ring. Zhang Hong's expression became even more unsightly. Tang Jiu's first ring was actually 1,000 years. What incredible talent. No wonder he could defeat his brother. However, since he had already offended him, he would really have to go all out this time. Someone like this would inevitably bring disaster if left alive. Taking advantage of the amplification effect of his first soul skill still not having faded, Zhang Hong immediately launched an attack on Tang Jiu, his hand clawing towards Tang Jiu's heart like a wolf's paw. First soul skill, Rampage. Tang Jiu didn't intend to hide his skills. After all, the opponent had 3 soul rings and was a level 35 battle spirit master. He wanted to finish the fight quickly to avoid exposing his martial soul and soul rings. He also didn't want anyone to know that his soul power had reached level 26. The violent skill instantly amplified his strength by 45, increasing his original base strength of 4,500 to 6,500 Gene. Tang Jiu used a military boxing technique, directly colliding with Zhang Hong's claws. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes wide open, not wanting to miss any details. A hint of mockery flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes. He was luring Tang Jiu to use the Millennium Soul skill. Tang Jiu was so young, his soul power barely reached a level of over 10. Although he didn't understand how Tang Jiu obtained the Millennium Soul skill, as soon as it was used, wouldn't he just be waiting to be crushed by him? With his beast martial soul, combined with the first soul skill and the tempering of his body with level 35 soul power, he didn't believe he couldn't withstand a child's soul skill. However, at the moment their fists and claws collided, he immediately regretted it. A terrifying force surged in, even more fierce than his full strength. With a crack, his arm was directly broken. An excruciating pain shot from his arm to his brain, causing him to scream in agony as his whole body was sent flying backward. The surrounding people were stunned. One punch had sent a level 35 battle soul master flying. Just how terrifying was Tang Jiu, even if he had a Millennium Soul Ring? Zhang Hong had 2 more soul rings than him. A level 35 battle soul master was nothing like this. Had he not eaten? Tang Jiu broke Zhang Hong's arm and didn't forget to add insult to injury. However, he didn't hold back. A broken bone could be healed by a healing soul master. As long as Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, he could still continue fighting. Soul masters were not like martial artists. They relied more on soul rings and soul skills. At the same time that Tang Jiu punched Zhang Hong away, he accelerated and delivered a deadly whip kick to Zhang Hong's abdomen. It wasn't that he didn't want to kick him in the face, but he was too short, and Tang Jiu didn't want to jump. Third soul skill, Phantom Wolf Golden Shield. This time, Zhang Hong dared not be careless. The 1,000-year soul ring lit up, and a layer of blue energy shield appeared around him. As long as he could block Tang Jiu's strike, he would immediately unleash his second soul skill to tear Tang Jiu to pieces. Tang Jiu was in trouble now. With the defensive power of the 1,000-year soul skill and the boost from his 35th level soul power, he simply couldn't break the shield. Director Su shook his head. Tang Jiu smirked coldly, activating his soul bone skill, Frenzy. What he wanted was violence, instantaneous kills. He would never let himself be caught off guard when he had skills at his disposal. He didn't even think about whether his first soul skill, Frenzy, could break the shield. In battle, it was all about brutal force, about unleashing chaotic damage. His speed and strength surged simultaneously by 30, with his power increasing from 500 gene to 400 gene once again. The death whip leg produced a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Bang! The whip leg struck the golden shield of the ghost wolf, shattering it instantly, and then that kick landed squarely on Zhang Hong's stomach. Zhang Hong's body flew over 10 meters into the air before crashing into the wall of the teaching building, and after falling down, he spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling for a moment, but unable to get back up. From the moment he started fighting until now, the 5-second enhancement effect of Tang Jiu's first soul skill, Frenzy, had just disappeared, meaning he only needed 5 seconds to incapacitate a level 35 Battle Soul Sovereign. At this moment, the surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. Tang Jiu was too fierce. With just a punch and a kick, he had rendered the Battle Soul Sovereign incapable of getting back up. Just you wait. The City Lord's mansion won't let you off. We have to go. Zhang Hong felt his internal organs had ruptured and cast a venomous glance at Tang Jiu, urging his brother Zhang Feng to hurry and take him to find a healing soul master. Leave? That's impossible. I told you, today you will die. Tang Jiu walked step by step toward Zhang Hong. If such a person was let go, he would surely act like a venomous snake, waiting for the opportunity to strike and kill him. A petty person seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. He didn't want to constantly guard against others. Tang Jiu. This is Nodding School, established by the City Lord of Nodding and the Spirit Hall. You can't kill someone from the City Lord's residence here. Seeing that Tang Jiu was relentless, Director Su immediately stepped in front of Zhang Hong and mediated, saying, "How about he compensates you with some money?" Director Su knew that Tang Jiu loved money, so he extended his hand and said, "Let him give you 2,000 gold soul coins, how about that?" Tang Jiu chuckled. He loved money, but he wanted it for better cultivation and to buy more resources. Compared to his love for money, Tang Jiu valued his life even more. If you kill him, his money will be mine. Tang Jiu grinned and continued walking towards Zhang Hong without stopping. Tang Jiu, if you go against the City Lord's mansion, I'll expel you. Director Su shouted angrily. Expel me if you want. I just happen to be going to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Tang Jiu didn't care at all. Once I was expelled, I would go directly to report to the Great Owl. Am I supposed to stay here and play house with these kids? Director Su was completely at his wit's end. He had said everything that needed to be said, and he had given instructions to the Lord's mansion. He simply stepped aside. Zhang Hong, I know you want to kill me, but unfortunately I won't give you the chance. Tang Jiu lifted his leg and stomped hard on Zhang Hong's chest, and with a crack, Zhang Hong's sternum shattered, leading to his immediate death. Tang Jiu smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "Do you want to take revenge for your brother? 1,000-year soul skill has already drained my soul power. Do you want to take the chance to kill me? Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back." Zhang Feng actually had this thought. This fierce and domineering 1,000-year soul skill would definitely consume a lot of soul power after being used once. He really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Tang Jiu. However, Tang Jiu had easily incapacitated his brother in just 5 seconds, which was simply inhuman. Deep down, he was still afraid of death. He instinctively shrank back. Tang Jiu secretly thought it was a pity, although his soul skill had a short duration. It didn't consume that much soul power, and he could use it 10 more times without any problem. He really wanted to take care of Zhang Feng as well, to eliminate any future threats. But this guy was too cowardly. He bent down and found a card on Zhang Hong, input his soul power to check, and found 300 gold soul coins. He happily stuffed it into his pocket. Zhang Feng didn't even care about his brother's corpse and was so scared that he ran away, bolting straight towards the Lord's mansion. At this moment, the surrounding students looked at Tang Jiu with fear. They had never witnessed a murder before. Tang Jiu, you're no longer a student of the school. Leave the school immediately. Director Su snorted. Sure, refund my tuition first. I haven't even spent a full day at school. Tang Jiu reached out. Director Su was so angry that he almost spat blood. This bastard had just taken away all of Zhang Hong's possessions. And now he was even nitpicking over these dozens of gold soul coins. He was so stingy. He casually took out a money pouch and immediately refunded the tuition to Tang Jiu, wanting to distance himself from him. Tang Jiu took the gold soul coin and took out the master's card, saying to Tang San, "Third brother, find a healing soul master for the teacher. It seems I have to leave Nodding City immediately." Although he didn't believe that the city lord would stand up for a guard captain, Tang Jiu had to be cautious. Besides, there was really no need to stay in Nodding Academy any longer. Tang Jiu found an inn to stay in, and tomorrow he would head directly to Shrek Academy to pick up his warhammer. At the same time, the Lord of Nodding City received the news and, upon hearing his subordinate's report, cursed under his breath, calling him an idiot. Although not many people knew about the identity of the master, he was the Lord and understood a bit. even though the master had a somewhat strained relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Anyone who dared to kill the master would have to face the wrath of that clan. As for Tang Jiu, he actually wanted to recruit him. After all, being the first ring in 1,000 years was a sign of genius. If he could bring him under his banner, he might have a chance to go from lord to duke, owning his own principality. However, after hearing Zhang Feng's complaint, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Could Tang Jiu possibly have twin martial souls? Was the other martial soul a hammer? What kind of hammer? Zhang Feng immediately took out paper and pen to draw the appearance and patterns of Tang Jiu's warhammer. The Lord's pupils suddenly contracted. Haotian hammer. The highest level bounty from the Spirit Hall immediately appeared in his mind. Provide information about Haotian Douluo Tang Hao or his son, and receive one soul bone. Killing either one grants a principality or a position of Grand Bishop in the Spirit Hall. The bounty was issued by the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Douluo. 32 killed by ambush, 6th, the Lord shouted, and immediately a man in his 40s walked in and saluted, saying, "Your subordinate is here." Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Sox, the level 38 battle spirit master with the martial soul of a berserk bear, was a commander of the Nodding City Guard, even more formidable than his brother Zhang Hong, and was a trusted aide of the Lord. Do you think there is a possibility that Tang Jiu is the son of Tang Hao? The Lord handed the drawing of the Haotian hammer to Sox, who narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, with the description from Zhang Feng, Tang Jiu must have twin martial souls. This beast martial soul, the bullet ant, should also be a top-tier martial soul, and it's a power type. The Haotian hammer is already one of the top martial souls. And with this beast martial soul, Tang Jiu's body must be incredibly strong. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if he could reach 1,000 years with the first soul ring attached to the Haotian hammer and then add a soul ring to the bullet ant. After all, he is from the Haotian sect, Sox asserted. Upon hearing this, the Lord suddenly felt enlightened. Sox was indeed the commander of the guard. His mind was sharp and quickly unraveled the mystery of the 1,000-year first ring that had puzzled him. "So, what do you think we should do?" the Lord asked. "That depends on your decision. If you want to play it safe, I suggest reporting to the Spear Hall. We can win their favor and also get a soul bone." Sox replied. The Lord stroked his chair, feeling a bit unwilling. The Spirit Hall had searched for 6 years without finding Tang Hao and his son. And now Tang Hao's son appeared in Nodding City. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? I want to become a duke and own my own principality. A hint of greed flashed in the Lord's eyes. Then I'll take people to kill Tang Jiu. Sox said flatly, showing no surprise. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. The status of a lord and a duke is worlds apart. My status will rise with it. Good. You go now. Don't let this kid escape. The Lord stood up decisively. Sox shook his head and said, "My lord, what we should do now is closely monitor him and safely send this kid out of Nodding City. He absolutely cannot have any incidents in Nodding City." "Why? Are you afraid of a 6-year-old child?" Zhang Feng asked, confused. Sox shot Zhang Feng a cold glance and scoffed, "Idiot. Killing someone's son. Don't you fear that his father will come for revenge? If Tang Hao comes, who in the Lord's mansion can withstand him? After we kill him, we'll say it was the Spirit Hall that acted, and we can make a fortune quietly, understand?" Upon hearing this, the Lord broke into a cold sweat. Tang Hao was someone who even dared to kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If he suspected that his son had been killed by him, wouldn't he be waiting to be hammered to death? He admired Sox for a moment. It was these military leaders who thought more deeply, but then he worried. That kid Tang Jiu is very powerful. Are you confident? Sox laughed heartily and said, "My lord, you've been fooled by Tang Jiu's achievements. Zhang Hong's death was due to his stupidity. Comparing strength with someone from the Haotian sect while using a century-old soul skill against a 1,000-year soul skill. It's a wonder he didn't die. How could one compete in strength against a power-type soul master? His soul power is at most level 20, without a targeted soul skill. A sensitive-type soul master can easily defeat him. I can handle him with Kasha." The Lord's eyes lit up. Kasha, a level 33 sensitive-type battle spirit master with a martial soul shadow swallow, is Sox's wife. The Lord smiled. The position of Duke was now secured. The next day, early morning, Tang Jiu woke up in the inn and started his morning run around Nottingham. Without the burden, he felt that his workout was not as effective. After practicing a set of combat skills he learned from special forces, he headed to the blacksmith shop. He immediately spotted a hammer that looked exactly like the Haotian hammer. He picked it up and swung it a few times. The 500-pound war hammer felt very comfortable to handle. Its size was just right to fit in the 12 golden hairpins. "Little brother, you're a big customer. We have repaired the original hammer for you. The master pointed to another hammer on the other side. Then thank you. Tang Jiu was very happy and thought of a great way to deal with his enemies. The flying hammer. He was holding one that was already in action, and he took out another one from the 12 golden hairpins, just like the hidden weapon of the third brother, and threw out. The 800-pound hammer flew out, its power comparable to a century-old soul technique. Tang Jiu placed the warhammer into the 12 golden hairpins and walked out of Notting City while carrying the 500-pound hammer. He purchased a map of the continent and drew a straight line from Notting City to Soto City on it, then began marching along that line. Carrying the hammer felt like a workout as he ran all the way. After a day, Tang Jiu noticed a bird in the sky that seemed to be following him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. However, after leaving the influence of Notting City, he found that the bird suddenly landed in front of him. It was a blonde woman in her 30s who smiled and said, "Little guy, why are you running so fast?" Tang Jiu was startled. Was he being followed? He turned around and saw two figures quickly approaching. One of them was Zhang Feng. The other two were unfamiliar to him, but they gave him a very dangerous feeling. And they were Sox. Sox and his companion surrounded Tang Jiu and coldly said, "Are you Tang Hao's son?" Tang Jiu quickly shook his head. "You've got the wrong person. It's not me." "Not you?" Swokes frowned. "Right? Are you looking for Tang Hao's son? I can lead you to him. You don't know, I was abused by Tang Hao since I was little. He almost starved me to death." Tang Jiu vented his grievances. Swokes' face darkened, pointing at the war hammer in Tang Jiu's hand. "Do you think I'm an idiot? The Haotian hammer. How could I not recognize it? You can recognize a hammer." Tang Jiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "If you want to find someone to take revenge on, go look for Sango. He has the real son. I'm just an adopted one." "Little brat, you're not being very good." Kasha snorted. "Lord Swokes, there is no need to waste time with him. Let us just attack." Zhang Feng immediately activated his martial soul, with one white and one yellow soul ring appearing on his body. "Idiot!" Swokes cursed angrily. This bastard actually called him by his real name. They were here to assassinate, not to duel. This brainless idiot would be dealt with directly to avoid being implicated. Swokes, level 38 strong attack, system Battle Soul Zune, Martial Soul, Mad Bear. Since Zhang Feng had exposed his name, he stopped hiding. The Mad Bear Martial Soul manifested, revealing 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Kasha, level 33 speed system Battle Soul Zune, Martial Soul, Shadow Swallow. Kasha narrowed his eyes. The Martial Soul manifested again, with 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Tang Jiu narrowed his eyes. It seems that today is a fight to the death. Well then, he can finally reveal his martial soul. Tang Jiu, a level 26 assault system soul master, with a martial soul bullet ant. A beautiful counterattack. Tang Jiu revealed his soul power level and equipped himself with the soul rings of his martial soul, causing 2 purple soul rings to appear around his body. At that moment, it directly dazzled the eyes of the opponents. What? A great soul master? Swokes and Kasha were both stunned. How could this be possible? Yesterday, he only had 1 soul ring, and today, he suddenly had 2. How did this happen? Did he go to the soul-hunting forest last night? That shouldn't be possible. They had been monitoring him. Zhang Feng was even more confused, in a daze. A 6-year-old great soul master. Is there still any justice in the world? Tang Jiu narrowed his eyes, aiming for the shocking effect. Don't think he was just showing off. He was actually creating a psychological gap for the opponent. Taking advantage of the moment when the 3 were stunned, Tang Jiu immediately activated his soul bone skill, Frenzy. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to seize his life. Even more so, it's better to break one of his fingers than to hurt all 10. He rushed towards the weakest, Zhang Feng, swinging his hammer with brutal force. Quick dodge. Seeing Tang Jiu suddenly attack, Sox realized the problem and immediately shouted at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng instinctively turned to run. He was almost in tears, wondering why he was always the one getting hurt. His brother had just been beaten to death, so he certainly didn't think he was a match. Unfortunately, his physical fitness was already inferior to Tang Jiu's, and his speed was even less. With Tang Jiu in frenzy mode, increasing his speed by 30, just as Zhang Feng turned around, Tang Jiu's hammer struck heavily against his back. There was a crack, and Zhang Feng's entire spine was shattered, killing him on the spot. Damn it, first soul skill, Shadow Ambush. As a soul master, Kasha was much faster than Sox, and immediately activated her century-old soul skill, transforming her body into a shadow and rushing towards Tang Jiu. Dad, you're here? That's great. Tang Jiu suddenly shouted in surprise. and Kasha, who had just rushed in front of him, felt like she was electrocuted, retreating at an even faster speed, warily looking around with a face that had turned pale with fear. She hovered high in the air, not daring to come down, searching for Tang Hao's figure. But upon looking around, she was almost driven to madness. There was no one around. At this moment, Tang Jiu had already dashed forward for dozens of meters. Turning back to mock her, "Did I scare you to death? Such a small heart? Do you still dare to kill me?" Infuriatingly, the little brat. "I'll skin you alive later." Kasha clenched her silver teeth, her anger almost burning away her reason. They had come to assassinate Tang Jiu, and, just after meeting, one person had been instantly killed. She was actually frightened back by a single sentence. This made her lose all face. "Chase, if he doesn't die today, we will definitely die." Sox roared angrily and crazily pursued Tang Jiu. "I am a prodigy destined by heaven. Killing me will bring divine retribution," Tang Jiu shouted while fleeing, not forgetting to taunt. "Divine retribution? If there really is, then let us see it try." Kasha flew closer behind Tang Jiu. "Is that so?" Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "I pray that you are punished by heaven, making you have one less soul ring than others." "Nonsense. How can my soul ring possibly be less?" As Kasha was speaking, her pupils suddenly contracted and she froze in midair once again. Sox, who was behind her, was confused and hurriedly asked, "Kasha, why aren't you chasing?" "My 1,000-year soul ring is gone. My soul skills are gone too." Kasha's face turned pale. Could it really be that she was punished by heaven? This was too bizarre. Even more terrifying was that her soul power had dropped by 3 levels, directly falling to level 30. If it weren't for her strong mental fortitude, she would have broken down by now. Sox took a closer look, and sure enough, Kasha only had 2 soul rings left. He was shocked, but immediately comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, baby. It's probably a special soul ring skill. That 1,000-year soul ring that suddenly appeared with this guy is suspicious." Kasha immediately accepted this explanation. She had no choice but to believe it. Did she really want to believe that she had been deprived of soul ring? First soul skill, Shadow Strike. Kasha's speed suddenly increased, her body moving like a shadow, darting towards Tang Jiu. This time, even if the sky were to fall, she wouldn't stop, no matter what. She had to entangle Tang Jiu until Sox arrived to take him down. "Go die. Watch my soul bone skill, Meteor Hammer." Tang Jiu had already taken out an 800-pound hammer from the 12 golden hairpins, using it to confuse the enemy with his verbal tricks. He turned around and threw a flying hammer at Kasha. "Do you have a soul bone? Ridiculous. You can't fool me this time." Kasha roared angrily, not slowing down at all. But suddenly, a hammer appeared in front of her, and her expression changed drastically. Just as she wanted to change direction, she found that the suppressed soul power and soul rings had returned. This directly caused her speed to increase significantly compared to before, and it also severely distracted her. Not good. By the time Kasha realized, the war hammer was already flying towards her, and there was no time to dodge. She gritted her teeth and tried to deflect the hammer to avoid being hit in the chest, but as soon as she made contact, she felt an immense force shatter her arm. Kasha screamed in agony as she fell from the air. Her arm was shattered, a level of injury that an ordinary person could not withstand. "Are you stunned? I told you I was going to throw the war hammer, but you didn't believe me." Tang Jiu laughed heartily, having tricked her twice. When he spoke the truth the 3rd time, she really didn't believe him. Kasha was so furious she nearly spat blood, her eyes bloodshot, wishing she could skin Tang Jiu alive. "I'm going to activate my soul bone skill again. Watch the Meteor Hammer." Tang Jiu shouted, turning around to make the throwing motion again. Kasha was terrified at Tang Jiu's movement. If she got hit by the hammer again, she might just be killed. 3rd soul skill, Shadow Shift. Kasha immediately activated her 1,000-year soul skill, her body becoming like a shadow, directly dropping to the ground. But at that moment, where was the hammer? Tang Jiu was just a feint. "You fell for it again. This time I really threw the flying hammer." Tang Jiu unceremoniously threw the hammer in his hand towards Kasha, simultaneously using his soul ring to distract her again and suppress her speed. The mix of reality and illusion left Kasha confused. Although she was highly focused, the distance between them was too close, only about 10 meters apart, and there was no time to use a soul skill. As she watched the hammer flying towards her, she had no way to dodge and could only raise her other hand to block it. This time, she miscalculated again, thinking the 2 hammers were of similar weight, and that it would only result in another broken arm. At least she could still fight. However, this hammer weighed a staggering 3,500 pounds. It was already difficult for her to lift, let alone the added ferocity in power and speed from Tang Jiu. The hammer undoubtedly shattered her arm, and with unrelenting force, it struck her ribs. Kasha let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground, several ribs broken, completely losing her combat ability. If the hammer's prediction had been a bit more accurate, it could have taken her out in one hit. Tang Hao inwardly sighed in regret, then turned to look at the approaching clumsy bear, a victorious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 3 people surrounded him, 1 dead and 1 injured, just in time to send this last one on their way. Level 34 Overkill. Soxes was indeed a person accustomed to life and death. Upon seeing his wife's tragic state, he did not go over to check, but comforted her instead. "Don't worry, once I kill this little beast, I will take you back for treatment. You will be fine." "Okay, be careful, he's too cunning." Cold sweat covered Kasha's delicate face, and her lips trembled in pain at that moment. Tang Hao chuckled and said, "Are you preparing your last words? I can let you talk a bit longer. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. I'm going to smash your head." Swoke's eyes turned red. His beautiful and stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed wife was nearly killed by Tang Hao, so he had no intention of wasting words with him. With a roar, the yellow soul ring shone, and he unleashed his first soul skill, Mighty Bear Paw. This skill came from a 200-year-old soul beast, the black bear, and could increase strength by 35. However, it couldn't T-stack like Tang Hao's, which increased with the number of soul rings. Nevertheless, the power boost it provided was still terrifying. His swinging arm whirled around, producing a whistling sound. "Let me show you the fear of my second martial soul ring limit." Tang Hao immediately placed the soul ring on his socks, and, at that moment, sock soul power dropped by 3 levels, and 1,000-year soul ring disappeared. How could this be possible? Sock's expression changed dramatically, and there was something even more impossible. The first soul skill, Speed Evil Ring. Tang Hao immediately activated the first soul skill of his soul ring, and a purple light shone on Sock's body, causing his speed to decrease slightly, while Tang Hao's speed increased. Tang Hao's white feather wind swallow's soul ring originally had a speed enhancement, and with the additional speed drawn from Sock's, his current speed had already surpassed Sock's by a large margin. With an effortless dodge, he avoided Sock's attack, raised his foot, and kicked Sock's in the thigh, sending him flying like a dog eating shit. "Is your martial soul a soul ring?" Sox was suddenly alarmed. Limiting soul rings, limiting soul power, limiting soul skills, and even limiting physical attributes. This was simply not something a soul ring skill could achieve. Moreover, at this moment, Tang Hao only had 1 soul ring. Considering all the bizarre phenomena, Sox could only think of one possibility. "You're quite clever, but it's too late. If the agility-type soul master hadn't been injured, you could still force out my ultimate move. Unfortunately, now you can only be toyed with by me. My first soul skill of the soul, ring martial soul, is to absorb your speed and replenish it back to me. My speed is now comparable to that of agility-type soul masters, and I also have a 1,000-year soul skill, while you only have 200-year soul skills. No matter how you calculate it, you are at an absolute disadvantage." At this moment, there were only the 3 of them, so Tang Hao no longer concealed anything. He enjoyed the thrill of seeing the astonished expressions on Sock's and Kasha's faces. He felt incredibly refreshed. "I am at level 26, yet I have defeated 3 people surrounding me, and even turned the tables on them. The most important thing is that the other side has 2 soul emperors. This is simply too exhilarating. This is truly a battle beyond my level." After Tang Hao finished his verbal attack, he lifted his leg and kicked towards his opponent. The limit of his soul ring martial soul against those stronger than him was at most 2 minutes. Just now, when he faced Yinkasha, he had already used it for over a minute. This means that the time he could limit Swokisi was only a little over 30 seconds. First soul skill, Berserk. Soul bone skill, Frenzy. Tang Hao unleashed his full power without hesitation. His strength surged, and his speed instantly increased by 30. The force of this kick increased geometrically. Second soul skill, Savage Bear Transformation. Sox no longer held back, unleashing all his power. His body, enhanced by the soul skill, became even more formidable, like an explosive bear. The mighty bear paw slammed down fiercely toward Tang Hao's incoming leg. Bang! Sox felt a force approaching, and his bear paw's bones nearly shattered from the kick. The opponent's strength was too great. The most critical point was that without the enhancement of a 1,000-year soul skill, he was at a severe disadvantage. Tang Hao struck successfully. His body accelerated forward, and he punched towards Sox's stomach. Sox, with considerable combat experience, contracted his abdomen and brought his 2 bear-like paws down towards Tang Hao's head, as if he were trying to smash a watermelon. However, Tang Hao was not foolish enough to go down with him. Now, With the enhancement of his berserk skill, his speed far surpassed Sox's. He sidestepped the opponent's attack with a quick step, unleashing the most ruthless combat technique from military boxing, the counter-joint technique. Using his speed, he seized Sox's wrist and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, he directly broke Sox's forearm. Then, he delivered a whip kick to Sox's waist. With a force of 400 pounds, and terrifying speed, the kick landed solidly on Sox's waist. Even though he was infused with a beast spirit, such damage had far exceeded his capacity to endure. Sox's body flew back 7 or 8 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. It was evident that his internal organs had been shattered, and he clearly would not survive much longer. A level 26 Great Soul Master defeated a level 38 Soul Sovereign, a complete victory. Time taken, 3 seconds. Tang Jiu was greatly impressed with himself. Kasha, seeing the miserable state of Sox, was extremely terrified and bit her teeth, pleadingly looking at Tang Jiu. "Spare me. I will tell you everything. Do you want to know if we are from the City Lord's mansion, or if we were instructed by the Lord of Nodding City?" The moment I saw Zhang Feng, I had already guessed it. Tang Jiu walked to a distance and built his own hammer, sarcastically saying. Kasha was obviously taken aback. She didn't expect Tang Jiu could guess this. She quickly said, "Do you want to seek revenge? I can take you to deal with the City Lord. The City Lord is a level 42 Soul Master. You can't handle him alone. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the Spirit Hall. And the enforcement team of the Soul Hunting Forest is stationed at the City Lord's mansion." Kasha revealed information about the City Lord's mansion, continuously increasing her bargaining chip for survival. With Sox dead, she wished for Tang Jiu to die and thought of luring him into seeking revenge. Then teaming up with the City Lord's people to kill Tang Jiu. "I'm going to cause trouble for the City Lord, otherwise. I won't even dare to show my face in public anymore." Tang Jiu felt he had to go, otherwise, with the identity of Tang Hao's son, he would be hunted down wherever he went. "You agreed?" Kasha had a look of joy, but in her heart, she was thinking of how to torture Tang Jiu to death. Tang Jiu smiled and nodded, "But I don't believe you." Tang Jiu raised the hammer, not approaching Kasha, fearing she might have some deadly move. He directly swung the hammer and sent it flying. "No," Kasha shouted, not understanding why Tang Jiu would refuse. But she only yelled once before the hammer struck her in the stomach, causing her to lose her life completely. Tang Jiu gave Sox a hammer blow and was satisfied before starting to search for valuables on both of them, but he was greatly disappointed. The two had not brought any money when they went out, probably thinking that killing themselves was too easy, so they would just go back after the deed, or they didn't want to leave any more clues for Tang how to find out. Tang Jiu cursed his luck and headed back to Nodding City with a hammer in hand. "I never hold grudges. I take revenge on the spot. Anyone who wants to die must die." 35 Self-Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Evil Ring Devouring Sky Ant. To kill the Lord of Nodding City, a proper plan is essential. Tang Jiu wouldn't be foolish enough to charge in swinging a hammer without understanding the opponent's strength first. A 42nd level Soul Master is not comparable to a 30-something level Soul Scholar. The key to my ability to defeat a Soul Scholar lies in my Soul Rings and Martial Soul, by restricting one of their Soul Rings. It essentially means they only have slightly higher soul power than me, but their soul skills are the same as mine. No, they're not the same. I have 2,000-year soul skills and 1,000-year soul bone ability, while they only have 200-year soul skills. This is the fundamental reason I can crush them. Tang Jiu thought that the reason he could crush his opponents was definitely due to his talent. His Spirit Ring and Martial Soul were too strong. However, if the opponent was level 42 and had 4 soul skills, with 1 skill restricted and 3 remaining, if he couldn't end the battle within 2 minutes, he would be waiting to be counterkilled. If the enforcer team of the Spirit Hall was still around, it would basically mean certain death. Tang Jiu took out some dried pork and started gnawing on it, then turned around and dived back into Nottingham City. He blended into Nottingham Academy and found the master, telling him all about his experiences. "You want to kill the City Lord? That's too dangerous." The master's expression changed. He also thought the City Lord deserved to die, but he didn't want Tang Jiu to take the risk. "I must kill him, or I won't be able to show my face on the continent again." Tang Jiu didn't want to be like Tang Hao, who had to hide his face whenever he went out. There were so many cute girls waiting for him to save them. His wonderful life had just begun, and he didn't want to live in the shadows. The master saw the determination in Tang Jiu's eyes and smiled wryly. "It seems you came to ask me about the Martial Soul Fusion Technique, right?" "Yes, teacher. With the Soul Ring and Martial Soul, I can overpower opponents with a soul power level beyond 10. So after acquiring the Martial Soul Fusion Technique, I should be even stronger, right?" Tang Jiu said, full of expectation. The master had previously mentioned that he would explain these concepts after obtaining the soul ring. And now the time had come. The master's expression became serious, his gaze even more intense than Tang Jiu's. He took a deep breath and said, "For your own two martial souls to fuse to distinguish it from other martial soul fusion techniques. I've given a name, Self-Martial Soul Fusion Technique." Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. It really is fitting. The martial soul fusion technique requires that the martial souls have the same attributes or can complement each other to form a new martial soul, which can be two or more. The reason why I, Flender, and another person are called the Golden Iron Triangle is that our three martial souls and their fusion form a new martial soul, the Golden Holy Dragon. As the master said this, a deep pain appeared on his face, and then he continued. During the martial soul fusion, one martial soul must be the main martial soul, while the others complement and add to its deficiencies or enhance its power. Based on your two martial souls, your main martial soul should be the bullet ant martial soul. Tang Jiu thought it made a lot of sense. Although he knew the plot, such detailed theory had not been mentioned before. He immediately asked, "Teacher, how should we proceed with the Wuhuan fusion?" The master replied, "The process of fusion is actually the mutual attraction and transformation of the Wuhuan. During the fusion, you should think of it as the bullet ant absorbing the soul ring Wuhuan, and that will be sufficient. However, it's not just the Wuhuan that fuses, but also the soul rings and soul power, which puts a huge burden on the body. If things go wrong, it could lead to exploding your body. After all, you are a person bearing the enhancement brought by two Wuhuan and two soul skills." The master's tone was serious. It was very dangerous. When they tried Wuhuan fusion back then, it wasn't easy either. They had to attempt it many times before succeeding, and Tang Jiu's self-Wuhuan fusion was even more perilous. "Teacher, I believe my current physical condition can handle it." Tang Jiu immediately activated his martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul, and was also dragging a soul ring martial soul. This time, instead of putting the soul ring martial soul on his body, he directly stuffed the soul ring martial soul into his mouth. When it comes to fusion, Tang Jiu felt that there was nothing more thorough than swallowing it. The master's mouth twitched. What he meant was for the bullet ant to slowly absorb the soul ring martial soul, rather than this violent devouring, which was too barbaric and dangerous. It would either succeed in fusion or result in a fatal explosion, leaving no way out. However, Tang Jiu had already swallowed it. So he said nothing more and nervously watched the changes in Tang Jiu's martial soul. After Tang Jiu swallowed the soul ring martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul suddenly began to expand, and at that moment, Tang Jiu's face twisted as if he were suffering immense pain. The original mandibles of the bullet ant became thicker, its body elongated, and its legs were twice as thick as before, resembling spider legs that were sharp like spears. Glinting coldly, after the transformation of the bullet ant's form ended, a pair of wings resembling cicada wings extended from its back. Tang Jiu was not surprised. After all, this bullet ant was a male, and it's not unusual for male ants to have wings. However, this indicated that he had gained the ability to fly, with a significant increase in speed. Once the wings grew, a blood-colored mark appeared on the forehead of the bullet ant, consisting of 3 swirling commas. Tang Jiu found it strangely familiar, but couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. After all of this ended, a soul ring rose. A purple soul ring deeper in color than before, shimmering with white and yellow light spots, making it look exceptionally splendid. 3-colored soul ring. The master murmured to himself, as if discovering a new continent, and couldn't help but speculate whether this soul ring could evolve into 5 or 7 colors as its strength increased in the future. And those 3 blood-colored comma marks felt significant as well. At this moment, Tang Jiu finally felt the pain in his body disappear. He was soaked all over but felt incredibly excited, sensing immense strength at that moment. Although his power hadn't increased much, his speed had surged significantly, clearly due to the soul ring of the Baiyufeng Yin completely boosting the bullet ant martial soul during the fusion process. Xiao Jiu, what is the name of your self-martial soul fusion skill? The master, seeing Tang Jiu complete the martial soul fusion so easily and without danger for the first time, immediately asked, "Teacher, my self-martial soul fusion skill is called Evil Ring Devouring Ant." This name did not come from Tang Jiu himself, but appeared automatically in his mind at the moment the martial soul fusion was completed. Upon hearing this name, the master felt a chill. Evil represents evil, and devour represents swallowing, indicating that this martial soul fusion skill might develop in these 2 special directions, possessing unique abilities. However, The master couldn't guess what the specific abilities were, but the power of this martial soul fusion skill was undoubtedly formidable. Xiao Jiu, since your self-martial soul fusion skill is complete, I must remind you of the drawbacks of this skill. Seeing that Tang Hao was lost in wild fantasies, the master twitched his mouth and immediately gave a serious warning. What drawbacks does it have? Tang Hao immediately became serious. It's normal for powerful skills to have drawbacks, and he certainly needed to listen to the advice of professionals. When it comes to the theoretical knowledge of martial souls, the master is unrivaled. The most likely outcome of using a self-martial soul fusion technique is body explosion. This is caused by the body being unable to withstand the powerful abilities, especially for someone like you who possesses a devouring skill. If you cannot bear the energy that is being devoured, it will be a big problem. The master solemnly advised, therefore, when devouring, do it in moderation. Tang Hao immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. This is similar to the idea that overeating can be fatal. The master, seeing that Tang Hao had grasped the concept, revealed a hint of a smile on his serious face. However, you don't need to be afraid. When your body reaches a certain limit, you will feel that something is wrong. At that time, just stop in time. However, besides exploding your body, there are many side effects. For example, the soul rings may become dim or even missing. Tang Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the master upon hearing this. The dimming of the soul ring was nothing but the after effects of Tang Hao using the explosion ring, right? As for the missing soul ring, didn't Tang San sacrifice a soul ring to save Xiao Jiu? Truly a master. Who would dare to have such conjectures without seeing it with their own eyes? Yet the master deduced that there would definitely be a missing soul ring just from the dimness of the soul ring, which was simply impressive. Master, are there any other drawbacks? Tang Hao hurriedly asked. The master pondered for a moment and said, as for other drawbacks, I haven't thought of any for now. Let's test your own martial soul fusion skill. After saying this, the master directly activated his martial soul, and the silly Luo San Pao appeared. Upon seeing Tang Hao's evil ring devouring sky ant, it shivered and immediately hid behind the master, constantly making a rattling sound, indicating that it was very scared. The master smiled at this sight. It seems that your evil ring devouring sky ant is a very powerful beast martial soul, and it has a suppressive effect on ordinary beast martial souls. Xiao Jiu, now let's test its soul power and abilities. Tang Hao immediately activated his soul power, and the three-colored soul rings lit up, causing a soul skill to flash in his mind. The first fusion soul skill, speed deprivation. The three-colored light shone on Tang Hao, and he didn't dare to attack the master with full force. He merely tapped lightly on the master's body. Just that one tap changed the master's expression. It wasn't that Tang Hao had used much strength. In fact, he hadn't used any strength at all, but the master clearly felt his speed decrease. Xiao Jiu, continue. A glint of brilliance flashed in the master's eyes as a terrifying guess formed in his heart. Tang Hao followed with the first palm strike, and in that moment, he couldn't help but curse, damn. Tang Hao was stunned. Every attack could actually plunder the opponent's speed and replenish it to himself. The magnitude reached up to 5. This was clearly the first soul skill of the soul ring martial soul, an upgraded version of the speed evil ring. Tang Hao attacked 3 more times, and each time the speed of deprivation was as high as 5. At this moment, it was evident that the master's speed had noticeably decreased. What a terrifying self-martial soul fusion skill. No wonder it's called Evil Ring Devouring Heaven Ant. The master was filled with envy and then asked, Xiao Jiu, this skill of yours should have a time limit, right? If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't last long, right? It's really short. The duration is only 1 minute. Tang Hao couldn't help but complain about why every one of his skills had a time limit and never exceeded 1 minute. However, after feeling frustrated, Tang Hao became proud again, saying, within a minute, as long as I attack the enemy, I will continuously stack the speed of devouring the enemy. The master's pupils suddenly constricted. This could only be described as a divine skill. However, this skill has a significant limitation. It can only be used once a month. Moreover, the speed devoured from the enemy will be returned to them after 3 minutes, meaning I can only temporarily possess the enemy's speed for 4 minutes. Tang Hao was extremely speechless. This skill even has a cooldown. The most frustrating part is that the cooldown is calculated on a monthly basis. Upon hearing this, the master seemed to look much better. That's more like it. If this skill had no restrictions, it would indeed be invincible. It seems your own martial soul fusion skill also cannot be used frequently. Perhaps this is a form of protection for you. The master thought this was very normal. If those soul skills that could dim the soul rings could be used continuously, that would simply be against the laws of nature. Anything that exceeds common sense must come at a cost. The master then pointed to the 3 blood-red commas on Tang Jiu's evil ring, the devouring sky ant, and asked, "Have you noticed this blood-red mark? Does it have any special abilities?" No. Tang Jiu did not feel any special abilities and shook his head decisively. But suddenly his eyes lit up. Imprint. Why does that sound so familiar? Imprint. Seal. Curse seal. Tang Jiu was taken aback. No wonder this thing looked so familiar. 3 commas, located in the pupils. That is the symbol of the Uchiha clan from Naruto, the Sharingan. Except those are black commas. If they were on the skin, that would be Orochimaru's cursed seal. The heavenly cursed seal. Tang Jiu didn't recognize it because the curse seal is represented by 3 black commas. And when the curse seal is activated, it manifests as black clouds on the skin, while this comma is blood-colored. The heavenly curse seal can greatly enhance all physical abilities and is divided into curse seal state 1 and curse seal state 2. Sasuke's dark curse seal state 2, when it first appeared, amazed many people. Its power was simply monstrous. But how is this curse seal activated? Does it require special energy? For example, hatred? Tang Jiu tried it out, for example, feeling angry that Tang Hao didn't give him meat, but it had no effect at all. He also tested it with soul power, but there was still no reaction, which left Tang Jiu a bit puzzled. However, with this thing, he was sure he would find a way to use it in the future, and he wasn't in a hurry. With the abilities he currently possessed, he was completely confident that he could go in and out of the City Lord's mansion 7 times. Teacher, 1 month later when my skills cool down. Oh no. I mean, after my skill can be reused, I will go to the City Lord's mansion and take care of that bastard. Tang Jiu confidently waved his fist. Can you do it alone? Now that your own martial soul fusion skill has no other drawbacks, it can only be tested in actual combat. If something unexpected happens during the battle, you will definitely die. The master said bluntly. You're right. I must find a helper. Tang Jiu automatically excluded the master, thinking that if the master was there, he would only be a hindrance and wouldn't be of any other use. Teacher, how about I write a letter to the big owl, asking him to come help us? The master chuckled. Flinder wouldn't be foolish enough to go to the City Lord's mansion to kill someone, especially since there are Spirit Hall members there. Unless he no longer cares about Shrek Academy. That's true. Then I'll write a letter saying my dad is planning to hammer the Lord of Notting City to death, and ask him to come help deal with the Lord's property. He wouldn't refuse something like counting money, right? The corners of the master's mouth twitched. He was sure Flinder would run away faster than a rabbit. Tang Jiu did not hurry to call Flandra over, but instead settled down in the master's dormitory to diligently cultivate his soul power. The master also devoted himself to teaching Tang Jiu various theoretical knowledge. Tang Jiu was studying very seriously and also figuring out how to use the heavenly curse seal. This heavenly curse seal surprisingly moved from the forehead of the evil ring devouring ant to Tang Jiu's left shoulder. However, the blood-red 3 commas showed no special reaction. Regardless of whether it was soul power activation or other emotional stimuli, there was no response at all. He tried to replace sleep with the cultivation of soul power. The master also shared a little tip with Tang Jiu to accelerate the cultivation of soul power. Tang Jiu is constantly trying. Now he needs 8 hours of sleep, and when he replaces 1 hour with soul power cultivation, he feels energetic. However, if he replaces 1.5 hours with soul power, he starts to feel a bit fatigued. After 28 days of cultivation, Tang Jiu can now replace 1.5 hours of sleep with soul power cultivation. His soul power cultivation speed is much faster than Tang San's. After all, he has better physical fitness. He has finally broken through from level 26 to level 27. Tang Jiu was overjoyed. Everything was ready except for the muscle. So he picked up his pen and quickly wrote a letter to Flanders. The content was very simple. It stated that the Lord of Notting wanted to kill him to claim the bounty from the Hall of Spirits. He had not died and had already informed his father, Tang Hao, who decided to take the Lord of Notting's head in 3 days. The Lord of Notting had so much wealth, and many things were too valuable. Tang Jiu himself didn't understand. Tang Hao needed money now, which was useless, and he needed someone with vision to identify and liquidate the items. When Flanders received the letter, his eyes sparkled like an owl's, glowing green. He entrusted the school's matters to Xiao Jiu and directly activated his martial spirit to fly over. Upon entering the master's room, he immediately burst into laughter. Lil Jiu, I've missed you so much. You must be thinking about money. Tang Jiu not? Same. Flanders was unfazed, looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a moving vault, rubbing his hands and saying, "What does your father want to do? If you need my cooperation, I will definitely not refuse. But we need to clarify the profit-sharing ratio. How about 80 to 20 for me? 50 to 50, or forget it." Tang Hao snorted again. Flanders felt relieved. If this cunning kid didn't bargain with him, that would be a big problem. "Deal." Flanders happily poured himself a cup of tea and savored a sip. "So good." The master gently shook his head, remaining silent. Tang Hao saw that Flanders agreed, and said, "This time, my father took action mainly to conceal my identity. So we must draw out everyone who knows my identity." "What does that mean?" Flanders' brows furrowed slightly. It sounded a bit dangerous. "It means that I must break into the Lord's mansion alone, provoke them to kill me, and I called you here to prevent me from being killed instantly. Once all the informed people in the Lord's mansion are drawn out, my father will make a grand appearance and smash them to death." Tang Hao was explaining his plan, and Flanders understood that it meant he had to confront the people from the city Lord's mansion directly. "I won't do it." Flanders shook his head vigorously. "Are you scared?" "Tang Hao Sikop." "It's not about being scared or not. The Spirit Hall's enforcement team is at the city Lord's mansion in Notting City. This is an open secret. If I take action, I'm essentially making an enemy of the Spirit Hall. If things go wrong, I might just end up fleeing everywhere. But my Shrek Academy will be finished." Flanders' mind was clear, and he wasn't swayed by Tang Hao. "And after taking action, the people from the Spirit Hall will deduce the approximate soul skills and soul power levels based on the battle traces left behind. This is no joke. Is the Spirit Hall that powerful?" Tang Hao didn't believe it. Experienced individuals can achieve this. The Spirit Hall is not lacking in such talents. The master admitted that he could do it. Tang Hao's eyes turned, and he smiled. "Don't worry. By then, my father will smash the city Lord's mansion to pieces. And then write a few big characters. Murderer. Tang Hao the Haotian sect. The people from the Spirit Hall won't need to investigate. They'll just chase after my father directly." Flanders' eyes lit up. This was something to consider. The master twitched his mouth. What nonsense about Tang Hao? Tang Hao didn't even know where Tang Hao was. However, the master didn't remind Flanders because Tang Hao had made up his mind to kill the city lord, and if he died, it would scare Flanders away. Little Hao would be in great danger. Whether to go or not depended on Flanders' own choice. Tang Hao looked at Flanders, who had a conflicted expression, and began to count on his fingers. A guard of the city lord is worth at least 2,000 gold soul coins. And Notting City also has a soul hunting forest. The tax revenue for this year, as well as the income from the soul beast corpses in the soul hunting forest. The city lord's wealth must be at least 1 million gold soul coins. Flanders slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Let's do it." 3 days later, at night, Tang Hao and Flanders, wearing masks, boldly entered through the gates of the Lord's mansion, fighting their way in and attacking anyone they encountered. "I'm here to take revenge on Lord Notting. If you don't want to die, get lost." Flanders exuded a powerful soul pressure, causing the soldiers of the Lord's mansion to be unable to get up. Once Flanders released the pressure, the weaker soldiers all retreated, not wanting to die for nothing. Oomph. Such audacity, daring to invade the Lord's mansion. Lord Notting's voice echoed through the luxurious residence, and then he shot out from the house, followed by 4 others, all in their 40s, each wearing the emblem of the Spirit Hall, looking arrogant. The moment Lord Notting saw Tang Hao, his pupils suddenly constricted. He had already discovered the bodies of Socks and the others and was initially worried, fearing it was the work of Tang Hao. But upon inspection, he realized it wasn't Tang Hao. A single hammer strike from Tang Hao would suffice. Greedy Lord Notting did not report this incident to the Spirit Hall, as the reward for a soul bone was not enough to satisfy him. He wanted to continue investigating Tang Hao's whereabouts and attempt to assassinate him again. He never expected Tang Hao would come knocking on his door. Although accompanied by a soul master, this young man was clearly not Tang Hao based on his age. He immediately led the Spirit Hall's enforcement team to hunt down Tang Hao. "You little brat, 5 soul masters around level 40 should be the limit. There are no others available. I can inform your father to come." Flanders felt that this task was too easy and couldn't help but laugh, thinking about counting the money afterward. Once he got the money, he would definitely make Shrek Academy bigger and stronger. "What? My father? I don't even know where he is. Tonight, it's just the 2 of us. Let's take them down. You go first." Tang Hao pretended to be clueless, adopting a posture as if he were about to unleash his dogs at the door, facing the 5 people directly and speaking to Flanders. Flanders felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Countless questions flashed through Flanders' mind, leaving him in a state of confusion, his face twisted under the mask. as clever as he was. He had been outsmarted by a little brat. Flander felt as if his IQ was being rubbed into the ground repeatedly. It was all because of his greed. He looked around in bewilderment and then said, "Sorry, I took the wrong door." After saying that, he dashed out of the city lord's mansion, leaving the lord of Notting City and a few others exchanging glances in disbelief. "That little brat, your helper has run away." After a moment of shock, a look of ecstasy appeared on the face of the Notting City lord. It seemed that the helper Tang Jiu had found was afraid of the spirit hall, which meant that Tang Jiu had walked right into a trap. He laughed, "But I can still crush you." Tang Jiu seemed unconcerned. Flanders' retreat did not surprise him. After all, Flanders had a family and wouldn't dare to confront the spirit hall head-on. However, even if Flanders had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to leave now. If Tang Jiu were to die here, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. Therefore, at this moment, Flanders must be somewhere watching the battlefield, waiting for the moment to rescue himself when he was seriously injured. That was enough. He was ready for a big fight. "Spirit unleash," the lord of Notting City shouted, followed by the activation of his spirit. Level 42 Control System Tool Spirit Master Spirit Blood-Sucking Vine. A blood-colored vine appeared in his hand, and 4 spirit rings emerged around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple. To deal with a little kid, he had to go all out? Wasn't he afraid of scaring him to death? The members of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team smirked arrogantly. They then activated their spirits, not to deal with Tang Jiu, but to guard against Flanders' return. Level 41 Agility Attack System Battle Spirit Master Spirit Lightning Leopard. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. Level 43 Support System Tool Spirit Master. Spirit 5-leaf clover. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. Level 42 Power Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Spirit Flamebird. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. The 3 of them unleashed their spirits, with dazzling spirit rings appearing around them, and then they turned their gaze to the last person. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as a purple gem appeared in his hand. Level 44 Power Attack System Tool Spirit Master. Spirit Purple Crystal. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. Tang Jiu frowned. According to the Master's theory, Gem-type martial souls are mostly spiritual attack-type martial souls. Tang Jiu quickly activated his martial soul. The bullet ant martial soul enveloped him, and the soul ring was held in his hand, with a purple soul ring appearing on his body. The first ring of 1,000 years. The 4 members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he dared to cause trouble at the city lord's mansion. They finally understood Tang Jiu's confidence. But even with 1,000-year first ring, it was still not enough to compare with a level 42 Soul Master. The city lord of Notting said to the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team, "I'll handle this brat. You all hold the line and prevent his companions from launching a surprise attack. Afterwards, I will definitely reward you." The city lord did not want these people to intervene. If Tang Jiu died at someone else's hands, how would the bounty be accounted for? "Please, city lord." The Spirit Hall's law enforcement team shrugged it off, nodding with a smile. Tang Jiu, a strong attack-type soul master, was clearly being thoroughly restrained by the city lord's control-type martial soul, and they were too lazy to intervene. Tang Jiu pulled out a 500-pound warhammer from the 12 golden hairpins and assumed a combat stance. A weapon martial soul? A dual martial soul? No. The soul power fluctuation is very small. It's just an ordinary hammer. That belt is a spatial soul guide. The hammer was taken out from there. When the members of the Martial Soul Hall's enforcement team saw Tang Jiu's warhammer, their eyes lit up, thinking it was the Haotian hammer. But they quickly realized something was off. However, there was a glimmer of greed in each of their eyes. A spatial soul guide is also a treasure. The Lord of Notting City recognized the soul guide as well and secretly thought it was a pity. This thing can't be monopolized. Go to hell, you little brat. First soul skill bind. The Lord of Notting City didn't want to prolong the night with dreams, so he directly used his soul skill. The blood-sucking vine rapidly grew and twisted towards Tang Jiu. Berserk. Tang Jiu directly activated his soul bone skill, causing a surge in strength and speed. He swung the warhammer in his hand and struck fiercely at the blood-sucking vine. With a loud crash, the entwining blood-sucking vine was shattered by a single blow, dissipating into pure soul power. What a violent force! The Firebird Soul Master exclaimed. Second soul skill, blood-sucking vine cage. The Lord of Notting City didn't want to waste time. Against a strong attack-type soul master, controlling the opponent meant the battle was over. Suddenly, a cluster of blood-sucking vines grew under Tang Jiu's feet, forming a cage that tightly trapped him in the middle. Break free. Tang Jiu swung the warhammer and struck hard, causing the blood-sucking vine cage to shake. But it did not shatter. This is a soul ring absorbed from the bitter bamboo soul beast, exceptionally resilient. You can't possibly break it. Lord of Nodding City scoffed coldly. Then, a purple light glowed from his body. Third soul skill, Thorn Blood Stab. This was the blood-sucking vine's ultimate skill, where long wooden thorns sprouted from the vines. Once they pierced the enemy's body, they could suck blood. The blood-sucking vine was a rare plant that preyed on animals. The protruding thorns began to constrict the cage that trapped Tang Jiu, stabbing towards his body like daggers. This kid is finished. The Lord's blood-sucking vine is not something he can easily break. The clover, also a plant type, understood the current situation well and did not believe that a powerful attack-type soul master, with just one soul ring, could rely on strength to break the blood-sucking cage. However, the next second his mouth dropped open in shock. First soul skill, Frenzy. Tang Jiu's Millennium Soul skill has finally been unleashed, reaching a peak power of 400 pounds. With a single strike, it shattered the blood-sucking vine cage and rendered the third soul skill of the Lord of Nodding ineffective. After Tang Jiu broke free from the cage, he charged towards the Lord of Nodding City. Fourth soul skill, 10 Vines Dance. The Lord of Nodding City saw Tang Jiu's speed increase dramatically as he rushed towards him. Gritting his teeth, he immediately prepared to activate his fourth soul skill, which would increase the number of blood vines from 1 to 10. Although it consumed soul power, both attack and defense would be greatly enhanced. But at that moment, Tang Jiu's previously unused soul ring weapon finally activated and wrapped around the Lord of Nodding City. The fourth soul ring of the Lord of Nodding City quietly disappeared. Although the soul incantation was spoken, the soul skill did not activate. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Tang Jiu immediately extracted the speed from the Lord of Nodding City. A purple halo flashed around the Lord, and Tang Jiu's speed increased again, while the Lord felt his speed decrease. This delay allowed Tang Jiu to pounce in front of the Lord, his body leaping high, and the hammer came crashing down towards the Lord's head. This kid's combat talent is truly impressive. Flander, who was standing above, couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. Tang Jiu had been holding back the skills of his soul ring weapon, not competing with the opponent in soul power, but leveraging his explosive advantage for this thunderous strike. He struck with a killing move. Second soul skill, Blood-Sucking Vine Cage. As a vine-type martial soul, it can both attack and defend, and its defense is not to be underestimated. The Lord of Nodding City immediately enveloped himself in a blood-sucking vine cage, worried that one wouldn't be enough. He even spent soul power to cast a second cage while the hammer was falling. Berserk! Tang Jiu's eyes flashed with madness as he used his first soul skill again, channeling all his power and smashing down fiercely. Boom! The two-layered blood-sucking vine cage couldn't withstand this violent blow and was shattered in an instant. The Lord of Nodding leaned back. Although he managed to dodge with his head, his chest was solidly struck, and his body flew back like a kite with a broken string. How is this possible? The members of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team were all extremely shocked, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A one-ring soul master had actually defeated a four-ring soul sect in just a few seconds. The Lord of Nodding, who was sent flying, coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. He had actually been defeated. No. Killed by a one-ring soul master. He felt it hard to breathe and struggled to look at the five-leaf clover soul master. It was only then that the five-leaf clover soul master reacted and immediately used their soul skill. Fourth soul ring, one-leaf healing. As the soul curse was spoken, a leaf flew out from the five-leaf clover martial soul and floated onto the Lord of Nodding's body. His sunken chest slowly began to recover, and his pale face regained a bit of color. But at that moment, Tang Jiu suddenly pulled out a hammer from the 12 golden hairpins and threw it fiercely at the Lord of Nodding. So ruthless. Tang Hao. The Lord of Nodding was unable to dodge, his crimson eyes glaring at Tang Jiu, using his last ounce of strength to expose Tang Jiu's identity. And then he felt a pain in his chest as Tang Jiu's hammer had shattered his heart. The Lord of Nodding is dead. Such brutal methods. The lightning leopard soul master snorted coldly, but he did not glance at the Lord of Nodding again. Instead, he exchanged looks of surprise with the others. Killing Tang Hao's son, with our merits, we can even become bishops of the Spirit Hall's main hall. It truly is a stroke of luck, obtained without much effort. What a pity to kill him. Breaking his limbs and capturing him alive would yield a greater reward from Lord Qian Daolu, said the Amethyst Soul Master coldly. Still, my big brother thinks ahead. The other three praised in unison. You really treat me like a dish. Call me however you want. I dare to come today. It's to send you all to your deaths. Tang Jiu Sikop Gon Li. How shameless. You killed the Lord of Nodding using special means, restricting soul skills and soul rings. I don't know how you did it, but you can only restrict one person at most. And we are a complete team. 4 soul ancestors. The Amethyst Soul Master, confident of victory, signaled the Flame Bird Soul Master and the Lightning Leopard Soul Master to attack. The two did not use soul skills, but instead leveraged the advantage of their martial souls to charge towards Tang Jiu. This is bad. That kid is in trouble. It seems I can only take him away first. Flander thought that Tang Jiu had reached his limit in killing the Lord of Nodding. Based on his understanding of Tang Jiu's situation, he believed there was no chance for Tang Jiu to win, so he rushed towards him, ready to take him away. As for whether Tang Jiu's identity was exposed, it had nothing to do with him. But at the moment the three of them moved, everyone present was shocked once again. Tang Jiu's martial soul unexpectedly underwent a strange transformation again, and the bullet ant grew 3 more points. Its body was shiny black, its legs like spears, and it even grew transparent wings, all of which showcased the terrifying nature of this beast martial soul. Even more shocking was the 3 colored soul rings of purple, white, and yellow floating around Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu's wings behind him flapped, easily evading the attacks of the 2 soul masters. At that moment, everyone was stunned. What on earth is this? Could it be the legendary martial soul fusion skill? The Amethyst Soul Master looked horrified. But what about that 3-colored soul ring? A mutated soul ring? Not only were they shocked, but even Flinder's eyes widened. It turned out this was Tang Jiu's trump card. Xiao Gang didn't even believe him. And he didn't mention such an important thing. Tang Jiu coldly glared at the 4 members of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team and said icily, "Today, I will use your blood to prove the power of my own martial soul fusion skill." The first fusion skill, Speed Deprivation. The 3-colored soul rings shone with dazzling light, merging into Tang Jiu's evil ring devouring heaven, and Tang Jiu felt an evil power erupting within his divine body, as if it were going to devour everything. Tang Jiu placed the war hammer into the 12 golden hairpins, and his speed surged once again. His body left a residual shadow as he charged towards the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. The Master taught that in team battles, one must first eliminate support-type Soul Masters, especially those with healing soul skills. First soul skill, 1-leaf Acceleration. Second soul skill, 1-leaf Strength. Third soul skill, 1-leaf Defense. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master was also a team battle expert, immediately boosting himself and his teammates, increasing their speed, strength, and defense. First soul skill, Flame Ray. The Firebird Soul Master unleashed a fiery attack, launching an assault on Tang Jiu. First soul skill, Lightning Thrust. Meanwhile, the Agile Lightning Leopard Soul Master, having received a speed boost, activated his first soul skill, with his speed reaching its peak as he charged towards Tang Jiu. Just as he got close to Tang Jiu, he unleashed his second soul skill, Lightning Leopard Claw. Lightning Leopard Claw is a soul skill that breaks through defenses with its sharp claws, capable of slicing through the body. Tang Jiu would certainly not use his body to resist. Like the legs of a spear, he thrust towards the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, with a sound resembling metal clashing. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master was directly sent flying by Tang Jiu's immense power, yet his expression was extremely serious, and his speed decreased by 5. Tang Jiu felt an evil force growing within his divine body, and his speed increased a bit. With a flap of his wings, he dodged the flames of the Firebird Soul Master and charged towards him in the sky. Zofust. The Firebird Soul Master was an offense-type Soul Master, not a speed type. Although he could fly, his speed was far inferior to Tang Jiu, who was empowered by a soul bone and a 2,000-year speed soul ring. In just 2 seconds, Tang Jiu caught up to him. Second soul skill, Fiery Demon Bird. The Firebird, seeing that it couldn't escape, had no choice but to activate its second skill, igniting its body in blazing flames, hoping to intimidate Tang Jiu into retreating. Tang Jiu saw the blazing flames and, of course, did not use his fist to strike, but instead used his ant legs like spears to stab the Flame Bird Soul Master. With a puff, the Flame Bird Soul Master's arm was scratched, once again robbing the opponent of 5 speed. Tang Jiu's speed increased a bit more, and at that moment, a fierce wind hit his back. It was the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. Tang Jiu used his legs to block, clashing with him and knocking the Lightning Leopard Spirit Master to the ground. An evil force surged within Tang Jiu, and his speed increased once again. He relentlessly pursued the Flame Bird Spirit Master, throwing a punch towards the opponent's face. Tang Jiu continuously devoured speed. His current speed was like a ghost, and the Flame Bird Spirit Master couldn't react in time, only managing to use his hand to block. With a crack, the Flame Bird Spirit Master's arm was broken, and he fell from the sky. The Clover Spirit Master quickly rushed to heal him, and a leaf flew in, restoring the Flame Bird Spirit Master's arm. His face turned exceptionally pale as he exclaimed, "My speed has decreased by about 10. The Lightning Leopard Spirit Master was equally shocked, saying, "My speed has also decreased by 10. He could devour our speed." The two exclaimed in unison. Moreover, the devoured speed could even replenish him. As a support type, the Clover Spirit Master was more observant of the battlefield, and when he said this, everyone gasped in shock. What a monster! Flinder's mouth twitched. It was as if he was using hacks. Calm down. There must be a limit to devouring speed. Everyone stay calm. The Amethyst Spirit Master said calmly, not believing that there could be a soul skill that could infinitely devour speed. 40 mental piercing, limit? Tang Jiu let out a cold laugh. His evil ring-devouring ant had no limits to its devouring speed. His current speed had already surpassed that of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. But instead of attacking the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, he charged towards the auxiliary 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. Fast, too fast. This was the only thought in the mind of the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. 2 seconds later, Tang Jiu was already in front of him, lifting his leg and delivering a fierce kick to his waist. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master had no choice but to cast a defensive shield for himself and brace with his arm. With a crack, his hand broke. At that moment, he finally understood the terror of Tang Jiu's strength. He was sent flying, but before he could hit the ground, Tang Jiu's speed increased again. With a swift motion, he appeared behind him, and the spear-like legs of the ant pierced through his body. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master was filled with disbelief, his pupils dilating, losing all luster. 15 seconds into the team battle, the 43rd level Auxiliary Soul Master, the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master, was dead. Fran had a sharp intake of breath. Tang Jiu's speed was increasing with each attack. Just now, he had struck the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master twice, and his speed had surged twice. At this moment, Tang Jiu was far ahead of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master in speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. Tang Jiu is currently exemplifying this very well. He shook off the already deceased 5-leaf Clover Soul Master with an ant's leg and lunged towards the Flame Bird Soul Master. First soul skill, Flame Ray. The Flame Bird Soul Master attempted to use flames to delay Tang Jiu's attack rhythm, but as the flames burned, there was only Tang Jiu's afterimage. His speed was too fast. He not only evaded the Flame Ray with his speed, but also shook off the pursuing Lightning Leopard Soul Master behind him. After 18 seconds of combat, Tang Jiu reappeared in front of the Flame Bird Soul Master, grinning this time, "No one is here to heal you." He raised his hand like a knife and fiercely stabbed towards the heart of the Flame Bird Soul Master. The Flame Soul Master turned pale with fear. If he got hit this time, he would end up like the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he activated his strongest soul skill. 3rd soul skill, Flame Amplification. 4th soul skill, Flame Tornado. Flame Amplification increases the attack power of flames by 30. The 4th soul skill is an area damage skill that can create a flame tornado with a diameter of 5 meters. This fiery impact can stun the opponent for a moment and cause terrifying burn damage. Tang Jiu felt a tremendous wave of soul power beneath his feet. A terrifying heat wave rushing towards him. He immediately flapped his transparent wings, his body gliding through like a shadow, quickly dodging the soul skill, narrowly avoiding it. A flicker of regret flashed in the eyes of the Flame Bird Soul Master, but the next moment, it turned to fear. Tang Jiu's evasion was not a retreat, but a diagonal flight, circling to the left before quickly charging back in. This time, the Flame Bird Soul Master was utterly desperate. He had just used his 1st, 3rd, and 4th soul skills, which took a heavy toll on him, making it difficult to use the 4th soul skill again in a short time. Other than the 4th soul skill, the remaining soul skills were hardly capable of stopping Tang Jiu's advance. He could only watch helplessly as Tang Jiu's fist smashed into his chest, and a sharp ant leg precisely pierced through his back after his body hovered in the air for a second. After 24 seconds of combat, the level 42 offensive battle spirit master, the Flame Bird Soul Master, was dead. And Tang Jiu had now absorbed the speed of the Flame Bird at level 10. And up to now, he had absorbed the speed of the Lightning Leopard at level 10, the Flame Bird Soul Master at level 15, and the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master at level 10. At this moment, his speed had far surpassed that of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, to the point where he couldn't keep up. How is this possible? How is he not exploding from the intense power? The Lightning Leopard Soul Master had already developed a sense of retreat. In just over 20 seconds, half of the 4 people had died, which made him lose confidence in victory. Don't be afraid. Hold on, the Amethyst Soul Master said in a deep voice. Aren't you going to make a move? The Lightning Leopard Soul Master asked sharply as he saw Tang Hao charging toward him. Do you want to monopolize the bounty? The Amethyst Soul Master remained expressionless and coldly replied, It's not time yet. The main reason he wasn't making a move was that he only had 1 soul skill. His special gem-type martial soul had only 1 soul skill, regardless of a number of soul rings, so he certainly had to choose the best moment to strike. When he attacked, it would be a guaranteed kill. He did not believe that one person could infinitely absorb speed. Absorbing speed also meant absorbing energy. And when the energy was too powerful for the body to handle, it would surely result in an explosion. Tang Hao chose not to attack the Amethyst Soul Master because this Soul Master's soul skill was too strange. He would deal with him when he was the last one left. 4th soul skill, Ghost Tiger Clone. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master did not dare to clash head-on with Tang Hao. His 4th soul skill was the clone ability from the Ghost Tiger, allowing him to split into 3 identical energy clones to attack the enemy simultaneously. But now he was only using this soul skill to buy time while quickly retreating. With a tearing sound, Tang Hao's ant leg directly shredded one clone, and this time he was unable to absorb the opponent's speed. The shredded clone dissipated into raw soul power. Tang Hao realized he must attack the main body to absorb speed. After 2 more moves, he shredded the remaining 2 clones. And Tang Hao's first soul skill, speed absorption, had less than 20 seconds left. Tang Hao no longer held back and launched a full-scale attack. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of attacks, Tang Hao continuously deprived the opponent of speed, leaving Flander astonished, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master had his speed reduced by 90, and now his movements were like slow motion, as if his body were filled with lead. Despite the fact that his expression showed he was trying his utmost. This is terrifying. It's over. Tang Hao finished the test and no longer held back. The ant leg fiercely stabbed into the heart of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. After 53 seconds of battle, the level 41 agility attack-type Soul Master, the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, was dead. Just as Tang Hao wanted to shake off the Lightning Leopard Soul Master from his ant leg, another wave of evil energy entered his body. This time, Tang Hao's aura suddenly went into chaos. He felt the evil energy violently impacting his meridians, and his body was close to its breaking point. This is bad. His body had reached its limit, Tang Hao thought to himself, and at that moment, he saw the cold smile of the Amethyst Crystal Soul Master. Mental piercing. The 4 soul rings on the Amethyst Crystal Soul Master lit up simultaneously. Although his martial spirit had only 1 soul skill, there was always a trade-off. His 4 identical soul skills could be released simultaneously to amplify their power. A strange red light flickered in the Amethyst Crystal Soul Master's eyes, then shot straight at Tang Hao's eyes. Tang Hao suddenly felt his head explode. He had never practiced the spiritual domain, and this mental attack was too strange. He felt as if a blade was about to cut his soul, and everything went dark in front of him. This was his soul skill, not an illusion, but a direct attack on the soul, which is why he was a strong attack-type Soul Master, not a control-type Soul Master. Flinder was also taken aback, not expecting the change to come so suddenly. He really wanted to slap himself. If Tang Hao died, it would cause him a lot of trouble. Haha, my mental attack can easily slay Soul Masters of his level. Without the protection of a head spirit bone, he is undoubtedly doomed. The Amethyst Soul Master laughed heartily, as if he could already see himself becoming the white-robed Archbishop of the Spirit Hall, with supreme power, beautiful women, and wealth beckoning to him. However, he did not notice that the 3 blood-red commas on Tang Hao's evil rings devouring ant forehead had mysteriously lit up as if greedily absorbing something. In that moment of distraction, Tang Hao's pupils turned incredibly excited. As the bizarre mental attack entered Tang Hao's eyes, the blood-red heavenly curse seal seemed to come alive, immediately beginning to devour this unusual energy. Tang Hao's soul became clear at that moment. The heavenly curse seal actually absorbed mental energy. This means that all mental attacks would be absorbed by the heavenly curse seal and stored as energy to activate the seal. After a moment, one of the 3 blood-red commas seemed to be stained with a radiant glow, and Tang Hao understood that the energy for this comma was fully charged. Additionally, he gained some insights in his mind. Once one comma is fully charged, he can use the curse seal 1 state. Once all 3 commas are fully charged, he can use the curse seal 2 state. Understanding all of this, Tang Hao finally looked up at the crazily laughing Amethyst Soul Master and found that he had already sunk into a frenzied imagination, foolishly losing himself in joy. So he asked, "What is making you so happy? You look like a fool with all that joy." "I'll soon become the Archbishop in white after killing Tang Hao's son alone." "Haha, do you think I should be happy?" Upon hearing someone ask, the Amethyst Soul Master immediately shared his joy without hesitation. But the next second he reacted, looking as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Tang Hao and saying, "Why are you not dead?" "Impossible, this is a mental attack." "Yes, how could this be possible?" Mental attacks have always been mysterious. Even Flander had seen very few who could perform mental attacks. There were many who could create illusions, but those who could directly attack the soul were extremely rare. What can I say? My talent is just too good. I'm immune to mental attacks. What? Immune to mental attacks? The Amethyst Soul Master almost spat blood in disbelief. He had heard of fire immunity and ice immunity, but he had never heard of immunity to mental attacks. Was there any justice in this? However, he no longer had time to think. Tang Jiu flapped his wings and lunged at him. "No!" The Amethyst Soul Master shouted, but before he could react, he felt a pain in his body. Tang Jiu had already appeared before him, and a sharp ant leg had pierced into his kidney. The Amethyst Soul Master, being a mental type, had exceptionally strong mental power and did not die immediately. He suddenly grabbed Tang Jiu's ant leg and grinned maliciously. "You dare to kill me like this? Just now, your devouring speed reached the limit of what your body could withstand. Don't you feel like you're about to explode and die? Let us die together. You fool." "Ha ha ha." The Amethyst Soul Master laughed maniacally, coughing up blood. At that moment, Tang Jiu indeed felt a surge of evil energy entering him. This energy was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing his meridians, which had reached their limit, to completely shatter. Tang Jiu's skin cracked, blood seeping out, his soul power fluctuating unpredictably, and his muscles alternately swelling and contracting, showing the signs of an impending explosion. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Flander turned pale with fright, secretly cursing Tang Jiu for being so foolish, knowing that his body had reached its limit. Why did he still choose to attack with ant legs instead of smashing the enemy with a hammer? He quickly swooped down, anxiously circling around Tang Jiu, and finally slapped his thigh and shouted, "Hold on a little longer, I'll go find your teacher." Saying this, he no longer hid his strength, activated his martial soul, and 7 soul rings lit up as he flew towards Nodding Academy. Soul Sage. The Amethyst Soul Master's pupils constricted, startled by Flander's strength. He never expected that the seemingly spineless person at the beginning was actually a soul sage and had been watching the battlefield all along. Immediately, he burst into mad laughter. "You are the stupidest person I have ever seen, with a soul sage backing you up, and yet you ended up playing yourself to death. Ha! Is that so? What a pity. Who said I was going to die from explosion? Let me show you my special fusion skill. Heavenly Curse Seal 1, activate." Tang Jiu immediately activated the Curse Seal 1 state. The 3 blood-red commas on the forehead of the evil ring devouring ant began to spread like red clouds across Tang Jiu's body, leaving half of his face marked in blood, exuding an exceptionally evil aura. A darker, colder breath began to spread, and Tang Jiu's soul power and physical attributes instantly surged, with his soul power skyrocketing to level 30. His body's strength also increased significantly, as the previously shattered meridians began to repair themselves in a peculiar manner. At this moment, Tang Jiu resembled a dark lord, his cold gaze mockingly looking at the Amethyst Soul Master. "I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to activate this special skill. So, I will mercifully send you to your death." "You." The Amethyst Soul Master's eyes widened in shock, fear, anger, and sorrow. He thought others were fools, only to realize he was the truly foolish one. Like a pig, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The Amethyst Soul Master's head tilted, and he died completely. After 67 seconds of battle, the level 44 Assault System Soul Master, the Amethyst Soul Master, was defeated. Thus, Tang Jiu single-handedly annihilated the Spirit Hall's enforcement team. Tang Jiu couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky. This battle was exhilarating. After laughing, Tang Jiu began to search the corpses, scavenging their belongings, which were truly bountiful. The 4 members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team contributed 100 gold soul coins to him, while the Lord of Nodding City contributed 800,000 gold soul coins. "Hurry, hurry, Flanders!" In the sky, the Master's voice was filled with urgency as he was being dragged by Flanders and flew directly over. However, upon seeing the situation below, the Master said unhappily, Flanders, you have the cat-eagle martial soul. Your eyes can't be blind, can they? Does it look like little Jiu is about to explode? Tang Jiu heard the master's voice and grinned, saying, the big owl is so inexperienced. Killing these people is as easy as killing chickens. You little brat, just keep being smug. Flander curled his lips, although he was shocked beyond measure. He pretended to be indifferent. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to check the bodies, moving with incredible speed and skill. After a moment, he let out a terrible scream. Tang Jiu, you bastard. I want to find Xiao Gang to save you. And you didn't even leave a single hair behind. Who told you not to take action? I should have left you a hammer. Tang Jiu crossed his arms. You little brat. Do you believe I'll hammer you? Flander was so furious he felt like he could explode. At least leave me some. The master ignored the frantic Flander and said seriously, Xiao Jiu, quickly. Tang Jiu heard the master's serious tone and did not hesitate, immediately dissolving the martial soul fusion skill. However, just as he returned to his normal state, he felt as weak as a deflated balloon, staggering and almost falling. At that moment, his soul power level was actually continuously regressing, 27th level, 26th level, 21st level, 20th level. Even when he reached the 20th level, it did not stop. 19th level. What was happening? Tang Jiu was stunned. He had never heard of soul power levels being able to decrease. Eventually, his soul power dropped to the 17th level, halting the downward trend, but his soul power had decreased by 10 levels in just 1 minute. Huh, what a twist of fate. After doing so many bad things, this is retribution. Flander watched with great satisfaction, serving you right for being so cocky. Meanwhile, the master looked grave. He did not believe in retribution. A glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes as he grabbed Tang Jiu's arm and asked urgently, has your physical quality increased or decreased? What is your base strength? 42? A drop in soul power is a good thing? Xiao Gang, what do you mean? Flander, who was secretly enjoying the moment, furrowed his brow upon hearing the master's words. Tang Jiu's eyes suddenly brightened. A drop of 10 levels in soul power was quite a blow to him, and for what the master said, it seemed there was more to the story. So he carefully experienced it, noticing significant increases in speed and endurance. And even his base strength had grown from 4,500 gene to 5,500 gene. This is a good thing, the master said firmly. What? A good thing? How could a drop of 10 levels in soul power be a good thing? Flander scoffed. The master, with wise eyes, replied, soul power is energy. Energy does not disappear for no reason. It has been used to transform Xiao Jiu's body. The self-martial soul fusion technique has very strict requirements for the body, and this clearly means that soul power has been forcibly used to refine the body. It makes the body stronger to adapt to the increasingly powerful self-martial soul fusion technique. The reason for the sudden loss of 10 levels of soul power is that Xiao Jiu's body is not strong enough yet. Although using the self-martial soul fusion technique in the future will also reduce soul power to gradually transform the body, it won't be as domineering as this time. The master's theory seemed very reasonable. Tang Jiu's heart burned with excitement. His body growing stronger represented an increase in his power. As for the lost soul power level, he could slowly cultivate it back. Wasn't this just another way to temper his body? Flinder's lips twitched. It was utterly unreasonable for this kid to encounter all sorts of good fortune. You little brat, how much did you actually rake in? Not much, just 8 million gold soul coins. Tang Jiu intentionally revealed his gains to provoke Flinder. What? Flinder didn't even have 30,000 gold soul coins on him. And hearing about such a large sum slipping away right in front of him made him regret it deeply, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he go to find a master? He should have searched the corpse first. My money. Flinder grabbed Tang Jiu by the neck and said, you must give me half. We agreed on a 50-50 split. Hee, Big Owl, did you make a move? Why is your face so big? Tang Jiu sarcastically remarked without any courtesy. Flanders really wanted to rob Tang Jiu right then and there. The master coldly reprimanded Flanders, saying this was too unrefined. After Flanders let go, Tang Jiu deliberately took out his card and hummed a little tune. I have money, I don't know how to spend it. I buy one soul bone and throw one away. I throw one away and buy another. Flanders was so enraged that his nose twisted. Buying one soul bone and throwing one away was simply showing off, stabbing a knife into his heart, not knowing how much he was lacking money. You little brat, I must teach you a good lesson today. Flanders prepared to discipline Tang Jiu and then talk to him about the profit-sharing ratio. Dad, someone wants to discipline me on your behalf. Do you think he deserves a beating? Tang Jiu chuckled and shouted loudly. Flanders was taken aback, cautiously glanced around, then snorted. Since Tang Hao didn't come out just now, it was clear he wasn't around. You little brat, still trying to use your father to pressure me? Let me tell you, even if your father comes, I will still beat you. Flanders was convinced that Tang Hao was not present, and his tone became very unfriendly. Oh really? A deep, domineering voice emerged, and a figure slowly walked out of the darkness, cloaked in a black robe, emanating a terrifying aura. With each step, a soul ring appeared around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 9 soul rings were exceptionally eye-catching, especially the last one, which shimmered with a strange red light, making one feel alarmed. How Yin? Flanders' face turned green. Tang Jiu laughed strangely and gave Flander a look of self-preservation, which made Flander feel a pang of anger. Didn't you say that even if I came, you would still beat up my son? Tang Hao said coldly. It's a misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. Flander was scared and sweating profusely. I'm not bullying you. I won't use my martial soul. You can make your move. Tang Hao said domineeringly. Flander gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, can I not run if I can't win? His martial soul activated. 7 soul rings shimmered, and he immediately flapped his wings and flew away. Oomph. Let me show you what true power is. Tang Hao let out a cold shout, forcefully stomping the ground. His powerful legs suddenly pushed down, causing the ground to instantly collapse into a huge pit. From the center of the pit, spiderweb-like cracks spread out across the bluestone surface for a full 10 meters. Under the impetus of such terrifying power, Tang Hao's body appeared in front of Flinder in the blink of an eye. He extended his fist and struck down with a loud bang. Flinder let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, then was hit again and again by Tang Hao's fists, unable to fight back at all. Tang Hao was both beating and teaching Tang Jiu. Strength can sometimes transform into speed. The concept of strength is profound, with one force capable of breaking 10,000 laws. Tang Jiu nodded happily, seeing Flanders' miserable state really satisfying. Tang Hao was not polite either. He arrived early and had been protecting Tang San and Tang Jiu. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Flanders' cowardice at a critical moment, but what made him angriest was that Flinder actually thought about cheating his son's money. How could he let someone else take what belonged to his family? He couldn't tolerate it. Flinder felt very unfortunate. He thought everything had been planned by Tang Jiu. That little brat was cunning. Tang Jiu couldn't feel Tang Hao's presence, but he was 100% sure that Tang Hao was right beside him. After all, he had just entered Nodding City with his third brother, and he definitely wouldn't be at ease. After all, Tang Hao was very protective. In the original story, Tang San beat up Xiao Jiu, and when he turned around, he didn't let it go and hit him again, which shows Tang Hao's temper. Your Majesty Hao Yin. The master slightly bowed, excitedly looking at his idol, also reminding Tang Hao that it was time to let Flinder go. If he continued to hit him, Flinder would end up like a pig's head. Tang Hao did not dare to be neglectful towards the master. After all, he was his son's teacher. So he let Flander go. Thank you, Xiao Jiu and Xiao San, for your guidance. Tang Hao took out a token from his bosom and handed it to the master, saying, this is for you to help you solve many troubles. The master took it, and upon seeing it, his expression changed. It was actually the highest level token of the Spirit Hall, and the mark on it was clearly 6. Tang Hao then turned to Tang Jiu, coldly reprimanding him. Reckless, arrogant, and conceited. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Tang Jiu originally thought that Tang Hao would praise him well, but unexpectedly, he was met with a barrage of scolding. So he retorted unceremoniously, I'm still a bit better than you. I'm taking the blame for you. When people hear I'm Tang Hao's son, their eyes turn red and they come rushing at me. And I say, Dad, you didn't harm the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, did you? Upon hearing this, the master widened his eyes in shock, and Flinder looked at Tang Jiu as if he had seen a ghost, thinking that this brat really had some guts to tease even his own father. Little Jiu, I see you're itching for a fight. Tang Hao almost choked to death. The one who harmed the saintess of the Spirit Hall was Qiandeoliu's bare son. He then raised his hand. Sigh, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Dad, you're feeling guilty. 43 next skill, Drain Blue. Tang Hao ultimately couldn't bring himself to hit Tang Jiu. Right now, Tang Jiu had just gone through a fierce battle, and he was afraid that if he struck, he might hurt Tang Jiu. In the end, he just snorted coldly and said, hand over the money, and I'll help you keep it safe. Your third brother doesn't even have money for tuition and is still a work-study student. Don't you feel guilty spending this money? Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. I'm really not your biological son. You are so biased. Bastard. Tang Hao almost choked to death. How can you still say that? What ISNT done to accommodate you? Even the mistress often doubts whether he is your biological son. Tang Hao grabbed Tang Jiu's neck and rudely searched through his belongings, then left a card with 2,000 gold soul coins, handing it to Tang Jiu and saying, "This should be enough for you." This old man is really wicked. Tang Jiu knew it was hopeless to get the money back. When parents manage the money, it often ends up being a one-way trip. So he raised his hammer and smashed a few big characters into the blue stone on the ground. Murderer, the first genius of Jian's sect. Tang Hao's mouth twitched as he snorted. What do you want to do? Isn't this just shifting the blame? The spirit hall won't come looking for trouble with me. I still want to continue my leisurely academy life. Tang Jiu Godin. Tang Hao really wanted to beat this brat to death. The bastard who brought trouble and framed his own sect. If this were his own son, he would want to break his legs. Xiao Jiu, if you still want to stay in the academy, stop dreaming. Don't you love to stir things up? Go to the Douluo Forest to train. And you can't come back until you're 11. Why? I'm not going. Tang Jiu shook his head. Although he liked to go on wild adventures, there were so many girls in this world waiting for him to save them. Only a fool would want to be a lone Tarzan. Who told you to make such a big deal out of things? You don't know how to hide your abilities and are showing off recklessly. If you continue to stay among the crowd, the spirit hall will soon discover your uniqueness. There are thieves for 1,000 days, but there aren't 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. If your identity is exposed, with your strength, you will be assassinated quickly. You must disappear for 5 years to divert the spirit hall's attention. You have no calmness at all. This is all your own doing. Tang Hao said coldly. Tang Jiu was completely out of patience. He couldn't possibly let Tang Hao be his personal bodyguard. Even if he did, the spirit hall could mobilize people to wipe them out. Fine. In the end, Tang Jiu still accepted Tang Hao's suggestion and turned to Flander, saying, "Let me fly, no? Send me to the Douluo Forest." Flander rolled his eyes. "You got me into this mess, so why would I send you? No way. One trip costs 2,000 gold soul coins. I won't even ask for the money you owe me." Tang Jiu shook the card in his hand. With a whoosh, the card was knocked into Flander's pocket. He cleared his throat. "If it weren't for the sake of the Jian crown, I wouldn't agree to this." Seeing Flander being so greedy, the master couldn't help but twitch his mouth, really wanting to pretend he didn't know him. Tang Hao's mouth twitched as he thought about his son. Had he been led astray by Flander? Watching Flander take Tang Jiu away, Tang Hao frowned at the few big characters on the ground, and finally made a correction, changing it to, "Murderer, Tang Hao's son, Tang Haizi." Yes. Tang Hao regretted naming Tang Jiu. He had hoped that Tang Jiu would become a 9-ring title de law, but now he felt that calling him Tang Haizi was better. It's a reliable name and easier to support. Tang Jiu is causing trouble. 6 months later, on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest in a treehouse, Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes. After 6 months of cultivation, his soul power had increased from level 17 to level 20. He realized that after the enhancement of his body, the speed of soul power cultivation was faster than before. However, similarly, due to the enhancement of his body, the amount of soul power required to level up had also increased. Tang Jiu estimated that without the powerful energy of soul rings, it would take at least 3 to 4 years to reach level 30 at his current speed. Forget it. I should focus on obtaining soul rings first. Initially, after absorbing 2,000-year soul rings, his physical quality allowed him to absorb 3,000-year soul rings. After the battle at the Lord's Mansion in Notting City, his body was strengthened, so absorbing a soul ring of around 7,000 years should be no problem. Furthermore, with the enhancement from the Heavenly Curse Seal, he would be fully capable of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. In the Douluo Forest, he also found some soul beasts skilled in mental attacks, and had long since filled the energy of the Heavenly Curse Seal. Obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring would directly elevate my soul power to level 22, and with 2 10,000-year soul rings, it would be level 24. Wouldn't that make the cultivation speed even faster? Tang Jiu jumped down from the treehouse, tugged at the bee skin clothes he was wearing, and then walked into the starry forest. He was going to select a suitable soul beast to obtain the second soul ring for his 2 martial souls. The bullet ant martial soul goes without saying. It focuses on explosive power. However, he needed to think about the soul ring martial soul. In fact, there were many options to choose from. Based on the enhancement direction, they could be divided into strength type, soul power type, attack type, defense type, as well as all attributes, and even element type or mental type. Tang Jiu thought about the directions that needed enhancement and ultimately decided to add a soul power type to his second soul ring. This would enhance his soul power. According to the special characteristics of soul rings and martial souls, it could enhance his own soul power, and when applied to the enemy, it would extract their soul power. In the previous life, in online games, there was a specific term for this, which is draining mana or depleting magic. Just imagine, having a powerful soul skill in hand, but lacking the soul power to release it. There's nothing more tragic for a soul master than this. Tang Hao actually knows that a soul beast is most suitable to become his second soul ring, called Kanglin Sculpted Demon Statue. This is a soul beast with skin similar to stone, and its whole body flickers with blue fluorescence. This soul beast has a very special skill, which is soul power amplification, a favorite among support-type soul masters. Killing it guarantees a 100 chance of obtaining a soul skill that amplifies soul power. Tang Hao had long chosen a top-tier target for himself. Deep inside the starry forest, he moved towards his destination like a spiritual ape. Soon, he discovered a towering 10-meter-tall, exceptionally annoying azure-patterned demon statue. The creature seemed to have noticed Tang Hao as well, a flash of anger passing through its blue eyes. As if to say, "What did I do to you? Why does everyone want to kill me?" The moment it saw Tang Hao, it didn't hesitate at all, turning tail and running away, its soul power rippling like the sea, allowing it to use skills without restraint as it fled into the distance. Damn, the blue buff actually ran away on its own. Shouldn't it have stood there and fought me to the death? After I defeat it, shouldn't it give me a soul skill to restore my mana? Tang Hao couldn't help but complain, thinking that this blue daddy was not playing by the rules. He swayed his body and chased after the opponent. The escape of the azure blue pattern magic statue caused a lot of commotion, disturbing the surrounding soul beasts, which developed hostility towards Tang Hao, making the pursuit process very difficult. At that moment in the sky, a flying soul master saw this scene and directly descended to the ground. On the ground, a richly dressed, handsome young boy with cold eyes asked, "What did you find?" "Saintus, oh no, young master, I discovered a 10,000-year azure blue pattern magic statue, which is very suitable to become your first soul ring." The flying soul master was very respectful, not daring to show any negligence because of the young age of the child in front of him. As this was the Pope's daughter, Xiao, the first innate 20-level soul power genius in history, with a martial soul that was the legendary six-winged angel. Only with such extraordinary talent, combined with the training of Lord Douluo, could she dare to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast as her first ring. My martial soul is incredibly powerful, but it also consumes soul power, and this azure blue pattern magic statue is just right for me. Go! Heavily injure this azure blue pattern magic statue. The flying soul master surveyed, the control soul master restrained, the assault soul master attacked, and the support soul master enhanced. While the healing soul master held the line, Xianrinchue's cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. This time, not only was it about hunting for soul rings, but it was also a training exercise from Douluo for her, deploying a team of Soul Kings at level 50 for her command. A team of 5 level 50 Soul Kings was just enough to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast. And sending out a 5-person team was also a way to train Xianrinchue's command skills. Of course, Xianrinchue was unaware that a tidal Douluo was on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, ready to provide support, but he did not follow Xianrinchue inside, believing that with this complete team, hunting a 10,000-year soul beast would pose no problem. No fool would dare to challenge the saintess of the Wuhuan Palace. The flying soul master spread his wings, guiding the direction from the sky, while the others protected Xianrinchue as they moved forward, quickly encountering Tang Hao. The azure blue pattern magic statue was caught in a pincer attack and instantly became furious, thinking, "Am I really that hated? Everyone wants to kill me." It couldn't handle Tang Hao from behind, as Tang Hao's soul ring set it up, making it feel weak as if its cultivation had been halved. So abnormal. However, the people in front seemed even more formidable, their auras not weak at all. The azure blue pattern magic statue then slumped down on the ground, appearing resigned, leaning against a large tree, unwilling to move. This was not because it was foolish, but rather because it was smart, wanting the two parties to fight first. In the Stardow Great Forest, when encountering two equally matched high-level soul beasts, it often did this, and the results were usually good. One side would win, consume the other, and it could save itself for the next meal. Now, it was hoping the two sides would start fighting, so that it could find an opportunity to escape. The Wuhuan Palace was conducting business, and bystanders should stay away. Before Xianrinchue could speak, the control soul master in front of her took out a token, which had 2 symbols on it, a sword and a hammer. Tang Hao frowned. The master had once told him that positions in the spirit hall required matching martial power, with a minimum martial power limit. Level 6, Enforcer level 40. Level 5, Black Robe Steward level 50. Level 4, White Robe Bishop level 60. Level 3, Platinum Bishop level 70. Level 2, Red Robed Holy Hall level 80. Level 1, Elder level 90. Holding 2 mark tokens means he is a 5th level Black Robed Steward, which means a soul power level of at least 50. What is the Spirit Hall? I've never heard of it. Tang Jiu lazily hummed while holding his warhammer. Bold. Several soul masters were furious. As someone dared to disrespect the authority of the Spirit Hall in Douluo Continent, it was truly intolerable. Just as a few were about to take action, Xiao spoke up to stop them. Wait. She looked up and down at Tang Jiu with great interest and said, "Look at him, covered in animal skins. Obviously a wild boy, possibly having lived here all his life, spending his days with soul beasts. It's understandable that he doesn't know about the Spirit Hall. Young master, brilliant." Several soul masters' eyes brightened immediately, and except for one female soul master who remained reserved, the others began to flatter him. Flatterers. Anyone could guess it just by looking at me. Tang Jiu scoffed. Qianren raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Yes, knowing this is not surprising. So, what if I say you have twin martial souls?" Tang Jiu raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, "Damn, how can anyone see that?" The others were initially skeptical, but seeing Tang Jiu's expression, they were suddenly shocked and turned to look at Qianren. "Young master, how did you figure it out?" Qianren glanced at Tang Jiu with pride and said lightly, "He is so young, yet he can chase after a 10,000-year soul beast, which indicates that he is very strong and can surpass this soul beast. To surpass a 10,000-year soul beast, he must at least be a soul king at level 50, but he is too young, so it's absolutely impossible for him to be a soul king. Therefore, there is only one possibility. He has a twin martial soul." Tang Jiu's mouth twitched, but the others still asked in confusion, "Young master, even with twin martial souls, it's impossible to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast." Qianren confidently smiled and said, "Therefore, based on the top 10 core competitiveness of martial souls, his 2 martial souls must be of extremely high quality, and his soul power must be at least level 20. The quality of his soul rings is particularly high." After finishing, Qianren looked at Tang Jiu with pride, her eyes seeking approval. Tang Jiu's eyes flashed with surprise. The knowledge of the young man opposite him was quite profound, as he even knew about the 10 core competencies of martial souls. "Young master, impressive." The other soul masters praised him, but this time it was sincere. A hint of happiness flickered in Qianren's eyes. She preferred to impress others with her own strength and wisdom rather than relying on her status. Under the guidance of the 99th level peerless Duo, Qiandaolu, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge. After all, she had access to the entire collection of the Spirit Hall's literature and several titled Douluos to mentor her. Seeing that Tang Jiu was intimidated by her, Qianren said, "I can let you have this 10,000-year soul beast." Oh, Tang Jiu couldn't help but be taken aback, then immediately laughed and said, "Do you think I'm a once-in-a-lifetime genius and want to curry favor with me? Don't worry, considering how perceptive you are, I'll take care of you from now on." Tang Jiu chuckled to himself, thinking that he would first get the soul ring and then deal with this pretty boy who was even more handsome than him. What a violation of natural law. Qianren couldn't help but laugh at Tang Jiu's words. Did he think she needed his protection? She regarded him as a genius, but in this continent, no one could be considered a genius in front of her, who could start with a first ring that was 10,000 years old. Qianren found Tang Jiu amusing and lightly shook her finger, saying, "Little brother, it's not you protecting me. It's me protecting you. Become my guard, and I'll give you this 10,000-year-old soul beast." "Heh, you asking me to be your guard is more like it." Tang Jiu pouted. "Bold." The 5 soul masters reprimanded in unison. Qianren raised an eyebrow and huffed. "You're asking for trouble. It seems I need to teach you the authority of the Spirit Hall." "The authority of the Spirit Hall? What a joke. Do you know why the Spirit Hall is after the Hao Yan Douluo? It's not actually because he killed the last pope," Tang Jiu said mysteriously. "Then what is it?" Upon hearing something related to her father, Qianren became tense, her eyes fixed on Tang Jiu. "It's because Tang Hao seduced the last pope's wife and then eloped, which is a convoluted love story. I think your saintess might even have the surname Tang." "Tang Jiu Sanli Slindo Tang Hao. You bastard." Qianren felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her face pale. Could this be the reason her mother didn't favor her? "Kill him for me." Qianren was furious. This bastard dared to slander her parents, the 2 generations of popes of the Spirit Hall. Truly despicable. 45 Heaven's Cursed Seal, Final Form. The people of the Spirit Hall were indeed not good people. Tang Jiu scolded, then activated his martial soul, with the bullet ant possessing him. A brilliant purple soul ring lit up. Qianrenshua gritted her silver teeth and said, "You slander the Pope of the Spirit Hall, yet you shamelessly accuse us." She had never seen someone so shameless. Tang Jiu's eyes turned cold as he said, "I hunt soul beasts, and you come here to steal them. Do you think that's justified? Do you have any shame?" Qianrenshua, being a girl, had not yet been poisoned by the martial soul hall's egotistical ideology like Douluo. After hearing Tang Jiu's words, her conscience was pricked. Indeed, he was just hunting soul beasts, and they were here to rob him. Qianrenshua didn't speak, but that didn't mean the others wouldn't. The martial soul hall is all about power. Whoever has the bigger fist is justified. A few soul masters shouted coldly and activated their martial souls. A 51-level agility attack type, Soul King, Martial Soul Wind Eagle. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 53-level strength attack type, Soul King, Martial Soul Fire Tiger. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 52-level control type, Soul King, Martial Soul Icebird. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 54-level support type, Soul King, Martial Soul Treasure Pagoda. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 56-level support type, Soul King, Martial Soul Healing Staff. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Brilliant lights instantly illuminated the scene as the 5 soul masters collectively activated their martial souls, creating a stunning spectacle. They were not particularly surprised by Tang Jiu's purple soul rings. After all, their saintess could hunt for a 10,000-year first ring. They had already been shocked by Qianrenshua's talent, and now looking at Tang Jiu, they all disdainfully curled their lips, thinking to themselves, "It's just a first ring of 1,000 years. How dare he call himself a genius? Kid, if you had offended our Pope just now, we might have spared your life, but now we can only personally end you. Killing a genius is also a great pleasure in life." The 5 soul masters' eyes sparkled as they charged towards Tang Jiu, eager to demonstrate their abilities to the current saintess and future Pope, Qianrenshua, and to show their loyalty to the martial soul hall. Anyone who offends a martial soul hall must be punished, no matter how far. Among the 5 soul masters, except for the healing female soul master, the other 4 male soul masters even began to compete for achievements. First soul skill, Ice Seal. The Icebird soul master instantly activated the locking soul skill, and immediately light blue ice blocks formed around Tang Jiu, freezing him completely. The others were momentarily stunned and angrily shouted, "What a waste. He was so arrogant just now, yet he got taken out by a single soul skill." After all, it was a Soul King level attack. The first soul skill was not something a first-ring soul master could withstand. The locking instant skill was truly abnormal. A few of them turned back resentfully to look at the smug Icebird soul master. "This wild kid is mine." The Icebird soul master laughed heartily, stepping forward, ready to use another skill to finish off Tang Jiu. "Something's wrong." Qianrenshua suddenly frowned. "Young master, is there a problem?" A few of them were puzzled, looking at Qianrenshua. His strength shouldn't be this weak. "Young master, you're underestimating this wild kid too much. Under my Ice Seal skill, soul masters below level 30 can't even hope to break free. As long as I shatter the ice block, I can turn him into ice shards." The Icebird soul master was unconcerned and activated his second soul skill, Ice Slash. A blade of ice flew towards the frozen Tang Jiu, and with this momentum, he could shatter the ice block. This was his combo skill. Just at that moment, the ice block made cracking sounds, and Tang Jiu reached out from within the ice block and crushed the incoming ice slash with a single hand. What? How is that possible? Several soul masters were instantly stunned. To catch an ice blade with bare hands, how strong does one's body have to be? Then they witnessed the most unbelievable scene. Tang Jiu's bullet ant spirit rapidly transformed into the evil ring devouring sky ant. What is going on? This spirit ring, how is that possible? Everyone was astonished, their jaws dropping, especially upon seeing the 3-colored spirit rings on Tang Jiu. Twin martial spirits. Could this be a martial spirit fusion skill? A glint of shock flashed in Qianrenshua's eyes. Twin martial spirits could produce martial spirit fusion skills, which only theoretically existed. The one who proposed this hypothesis was none other than the master. However, Tang Jiu's transformation did not stop. He grinned and said, "Today, let me show you the strongest martial spirit in this world." Special fusion skill, Heavenly Curse Seal, final form, activate. The blood-red comma on the forehead of the evil ring, devouring sky, and instantly ignited like a red cloud, engulfing Tang Jiu's body. And the second form of the curse seal was activated. Tang Jiu's aura began to surge, and his soul power skyrocketed from level 20 to level 30. But this was just the beginning. The ant legs behind him, resembling spears, merged with the wings of the bullet ant, transforming into evil black flesh wings akin to bat wings. Tang Jiu's hair changed from black to silver, giving him an exceptionally terrifying appearance. When he opened his mouth, 2 long fangs were revealed. Tang Jiu felt that he was the master of all flesh and blood life at this moment. What kind of monster is this? Several soul masters felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Now, the countdown to death begins. 60. Tang Jiu gently snapped his fingers, activating his first soul skill, Speed Deprivation. The 3-colored soul rings shone, and the evil power spread into Tang Jiu's body. With a slight flutter of his black bat wings, he transformed into an afterimage and charged towards several people. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Third soul skill, Ice Armor. Fifth soul skill, Blizzard. The Ice Bird Soul Master did not dare to be negligent. Seeing Tang Jiu at this moment sent chills down his spine. Those long fangs weren't going to suck blood, were they? He quickly unleashed 3 skills. Ice Seal to lock onto the target, Ice Armor to bolster everyone's defense, and Blizzard to summon a slowing ice zone. Ice crystals immediately began to fall from the sky, and upon landing on people, they would solidify into a layer of ice. The ground was already frozen. First soul skill, Speed. Fourth soul skill, Control. The multi-treasure tower soul master hurriedly provided support to increase speed and defense. But all of this was in vain. The moment Tang Jiu's ice seal locked onto him, it was shattered. Tang Jiu's speed was incredibly swift as he flew towards the Ice Bird Soul Master, who had recklessly positioned himself at the front of the team and bore the brunt of Tang Jiu's attack. Ice Seal, and again Ice Seal. The Ice Bird could only use the Ice Seal skill to buy time, but Tang Jiu's power was too terrifying. With a slight tremor, the ice shattered. 58. Tang Jiu being coldly spat out this number and fiercely pierced the heart of the Ice Bird Soul Master with a claw. Then he violently tossed him aside and rushed towards the agility-type Soul Master without looking back. Tang Jiu's throw was deliberate, aimed at the azure blue engraved demon statue, because he saw the healing-type Soul Master waving the healing staff. Healing Light. The milky white light shone on the Ice Bird Soul Master, ensuring that even though his heart was pierced, he wouldn't die immediately. With some more healing, he might even participate in the battle. At that moment, the azure blue engraved demon statue reached out its hand, feeling that not killing someone on the brink of death would be a disservice to itself. With a clap of its hands, it swatted down like swatting a fly, and with a smack. First blood. The first kill was born. The 46th Angelic Holy Sword Healing Staff Soul Master was stunned. This ancient soul beast was too good at finishing off kills. After swatting the person, it pretended to be innocent, scratching its head and sitting down to act cute. Qian Ruxue also raised her eyebrows, agreeing with her grandfather that some soul beasts are not lacking in intelligence. However, neither of them had the time to ponder this, as the grim countdown continued. 53. Tang Jiu's claw tore apart the wings behind the Wind Eagle Spirit Master. Fortunately, it was an illusion created by soul power and could be reconstituted with soul energy. However, the Wind Eagle Spirit Master already felt a deep-seated fear of Tang Jiu's speed. He needed to hold him back and engage in a war of attrition. The martial soul fusion skill had a time limit, and even without a time limit, it would cause his body to collapse. Qian Ruxue remained calm instead of panicking, giving orders coolly. Wind Eagle Spirit Master, Wind Surrounding. Wind Blade Dance. Fire Tiger Spirit Master, Flame Shockwave. Multi-Treasure Pagoda Spirit Master, Soul Power Amplification. Healing Spirit Master. Prepare Healing Light. Qian Ruxue didn't remember the names of these Spirit Masters, but she knew all their soul skills and immediately gave commands. Originally, the team was supposed to be led by the Control-type Icebird Spirit Master, but unfortunately, he was defeated in an instant, leaving only her to command the team. Moreover, Qian Ruxue believed her command ability was stronger than the Icebird Spirit Masteress. First, because of her extensive theoretical knowledge, and second, because these Spirit Masters absolutely obeyed her. Sure enough, as soon as Qian Ruxue gave the order, the Spirit Masters began to execute it without hesitation. The third soul skill of the Multi-Treasure Pagoda Spirit Master was to amplify soul power, though his amplification was only equivalent to 70 of the 7 treasure glaze tiles effect, and he couldn't afford to use it in multiple instances. However, under his sacrifice of soul power, the Wind Eagle Spirit Master and the Fire Tiger Spirit Master still amplified their soul power. Second soul skill, Wind Surrounding. Fifth soul skill, Wind Blade Dance. Wind Surrounding creates a stream of air, originally meant to enhance one's speed, but if this air current is placed on a specific trajectory, it can also serve to block enemies. Meanwhile, Wind Blade Dance is a damaging soul skill under the slashing of the Wind Eagle Spirit Master's claws. It generates a multitude of fast-moving wind blades that violently cut through the enemies. Tang Hao encountered the swirling air currents of the wind, and of course, he had to evade them to avoid wasting time. As he dodged, he was attacked by the oncoming wind blades, forcing him to evade again and rush through the gaps between the two attacks. But at that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Qianrenchue's mouth. Attack. Third soul skill, Flame Shockwave. The Fire Tiger Soul Master opened his mouth and spewed out a scorching flame, rushing in through the gaps between the Wind Eagle Soul Master's attacks, perfectly sealing off all of Tang Hao's escape routes, leaving him no time to evade. Tang Hao's bat wings acted like a cloak, being pushed back by the huge shockwave of flames for dozens of meters, crashing heavily into a tree. Young Master is truly impressive. The 4 Soul Masters immediately complimented. However, Qianrenchue frowned, as Tang Hao had fallen into the attack range of the Kanglin sculpted demon. Yet this detestable soul beast seemed oblivious, focused on picking at its toes. What worried Qianrenchue even more was that Tang Hao gently spread his bat wings, completely unharmed. Those wings, thin as cicada wings, showed no signs of tearing, only emitting a bit of thick smoke which quickly extinguished as Tang Hao flapped them casually. Not bad. This intelligence can match mine. Tang Hao glanced at Qianrenchue with appreciation. Humph. Don't be too proud. I'll slowly wear you down. I don't believe that your skills can be used indefinitely. Your so-called countdown sounds quite imposing, but it actually indicates that your state won't last long. Renchue said arrogantly. You're quite clever. You won't have a chance. It's easy to break through your siege. Tang Hao said calmly, floating in the air, bat-like wings spread behind him, exuding a sinister aura. Oh really? Qianrenchue didn't believe him at all. You seem smart, but you haven't realized you've exposed your greatest weakness, which is that you are too important. At such a young age, you can make these people obey you so much. If I attack you, what do you think will happen? 21. Tang Hao spat out the cold numbers and lunged toward Qianrenchue. Don't mind me. Continue with the previous strategy. Qianrenchue quickly commanded, but this time no one listened to her, because if she made even a slight mistake, not only would these soul masters die, but their families would also be targeted by the spirit hall. Several people surrounded Qianrenchue, unleashing soul skills recklessly at Tang Hao, while Tang Hao took his time to evade, circling around Qianrenchue and dodging the soul skills. After 10 seconds, the 4 soul masters who were frantically using their soul skills could no longer sustain such consumption and reveal their flaws. 10. Tang Hao released the countdown to death, making several people break into a cold sweat as they no longer had enough soul power for a frenzied attack. With a swoosh, Tang Hao's claws pierced the chest of the Duo Tower Soul Master and then swung towards the azure blue engraved demon statue. This time, the female Soul Master did not wave her healing staff to treat the Duo Tower Soul Master, but instead kept her soul skills and soul power in reserve for emergencies. Qianrenchue painfully closed her eyes. They had lost. The azure blue engraved demon statue saw another person flying in and unceremoniously extended its claws to strike hard. Double kill. At this moment, Qianrenchue surprisingly discovered that Tang Hao's speed had increased significantly again, her pupils suddenly narrowing. Can you even devour speed? Your soul skill, Speed Deprivation, actually has such an ability. 7. Tang Hao did not answer, only coldly counted down, and with increased speed, he charged towards the Fire Tiger Soul Master. First soul skill, Flame Fist. Fifth soul skill, Fire Tiger Transformation. The Fire Tiger Soul Master's eyes turned blood red. He didn't even activate his second soul skill, Fire Ring Shield, and rushed fiercely towards Tang Hao, disregarding Tang Hao's approaching grab. His fists aimed at Tang Hao's head, intending to take them both down together. Tang Hao certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to fight to the death with his opponent. He retracted his outstretched claws and kicked fiercely toward the Fire Tiger's fist. Go to hell. You're a soul master of the agility type, and you dare to compare attack power with me. The Fire Tiger Soul Master laughed maniacally and threw a heavy punch at Tang Jiu's leg, eager to see Tang Jiu flying away from his blow. However, at the moment of contact with Tang Jiu, he was sent flying backward at an even greater speed, crashing through 4 large trees before he looked at Tang Jiu with disbelief. How can your strength be so strong? He would never know the answer because at that moment, a large foot was already coming down, belonging to the azure blue engraved demon statue. Below wave Q. Triple kill. The azure blue engraved demon statue was almost ready to roar in excitement. Who said humans were smart? They're as foolish as themselves. 5. Tang Jiu coldly spat out this number, once again absorbing the speed of the Fire Tiger Soul Master. His speed soared again as he charged towards the Wind Eagle Soul Master. At this moment, Qian Renshue showed no fear at all. She brushed her ring, and a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. It was a divine weapon, just like the sea god's trident. The angelic holy sword. It possesses divine power like the sun and has the strongest ability to punish evil and darkness. 47 5 kills. The wild monster that is best at last hitting. 3. The cold countdown to Tang Jiubing's death echoed, and his body left a fleeting shadow. In the horrified gaze of the Wind Eagle Soul Master, a claw pierced through his chest. Young master, make your move. The Wind Eagle Martial Soul tightly embraced Tang Jiu, using its own life to win a moment of opportunity for Qian Renshue. Without hesitation, Qian Renshue thrust the holy sword she had just drawn through the side of the Wind Eagle Soul Master, piercing into Tang Jiu's body. A golden light surged, and Tang Jiu felt the evil power within him evaporate as if it were being dissolved by this sword. The power was continuously flowing away. And not just the power, seemingly even his life. This was because the angelic holy sword possessed the power of divine light, perfectly suited to purify darkness and evil. Tang Jiu's evil ring and the devouring ant possessed the power of evil dark attributes, which are exactly susceptible to holy damage. Pain, destruction. Tang Jiu feels the threat of death. Tang Jiu shouted loudly and smashed the Wind Eagle Martial Soul towards the azure blue patterned demon statue. He then reached back and grabbed Qian Renshue by the neck, shouting at the last Healing Staff Soul Master, "Don't move, or I'll kill him." The Healing Staff Soul Master quickly waved his hands and said, "Don't be impulsive, let's talk it out." The Healing Staff Soul Master was still thinking of giving the Wind Eagle Soul Master a wave of healing to save him. And then the 3 of them would work together to find a way to take down the already heavily injured Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had long anticipated her thoughts, so he didn't even draw his sword. Instead, he held Qian Renshue hostage and warned the Healing Soul Master not to act rashly. Without healing support, the Wind Eagle Soul Master, after being severely injured by Tang Jiu, stood no chance against the 10,000-year soul beast. A scream echoed as the Wind Eagle Soul Master was crushed to death by the azure blue engraved demon statue's foot. Digging Q. Quadruple kill. The azure blue engraved demon statue felt like it was approaching the pinnacle of beast life, its bright blue eyes roaming over Tang Jiu and the others, seemingly contemplating a team wipe. However, after sensing that the healing female soul master's condition seemed quite good, it quietly squatted down, curling its toes. "Let me go." Qian Renshue, held captive by Tang Jiu, felt incredibly frustrated and was struggling desperately. However, Tang Jiu paid her no mind and immediately drew the angelic holy sword. With a clang, the holy sword fell to the ground, but on the blade, Tang Jiu's blood seemed to be scorched by the holy sword, emitting a sizzling sound, and was soon completely evaporated. The holy sword shone with golden light, leaving no trace behind. Sacred and pure. What on earth is this thing? Tang Jiu couldn't help but curse. Just at that moment, he felt as if his body was about to be hollowed out. He stared fiercely at the Healing Staff Soul Master and said, "Hurry up and heal me, or I'll crush your young master's neck." Tang Jiu exerted a slight force to prove his determination, causing Qian Renshue to be unable to breathe, her face turning red as she desperately hammered at Tang Jiu. "Let go, I can heal, I can heal." The female Soul Master, pale-faced, hurriedly waved her staff, and a beam of moonlight shot into Tang Jiu's body, making him feel an immense warmth. "Don't stop. Keep going." Tang Jiu coldly snorted. First soul skill, Healing Light. The Healing Soul Master was giving Tang Jiu treatment without any cost. She didn't have high-level soul skills and was only using her first soul skill, intending to buy time. However, with Qian Renshue held hostage by Tang Jiu, she had no other choice but to continuously cast healing spells. Time passed by second, and Tang Jiu felt his pierced internal organs had already healed. He quickly, in his own martial soul fusion skill, Evil Ring Devouring Sky Ant. The only skilled person here was the Healing Soul Master. Even if she was a level 56 Soul King, all her soul skills were for healing, and she would still be chased and beaten by him later. In this team battle, he had already won. Huh? Suddenly, Tang Jiu raised his eyebrows. This time using the Evil Ring Devouring Sky Ant did not lower his soul power, still at level 20. Could it be because his body hadn't broken through its limits? So, there was no need to expend soul power to repair his body? That makes sense. The devouring speed wasn't too much, and his body didn't feel like it was going to explode. No, wait. Tang Jiu clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved, with his base strength increasing from 500 pounds to 800 pounds. Although the increase wasn't much, it indeed broke through his physical limits, due to the side effects of using the Heavenly Curse Seal. But why hadn't his soul power decreased? When a healing light fell upon Tang Jiu's head, he instantly understood healing, because a healing soul master was helping him repair his body. The energy used for the repair after breaking through the limits wouldn't be drawn from his own soul power. At that moment, the azure blue engraved demon statue suddenly let out a roar, realizing that Tang Jiu's aura had weakened significantly, as had that of the healing soul master. It felt as if it was finally going to show its might, its body glowing with a brilliant blue light, its aura surging, and it swung its fist towards the healing soul master. The female soul master was terrified, as she was not a combat type. Her soul skills could only heal, and she couldn't increase her speed or defense. Faced with a 10,000-year soul beast, she couldn't even run away. She was struck by a punch, her body flying out like a cannonball, half of her bones shattered. Fifth soul skill, Healing Holy Spring. The female soul master didn't dare to hesitate and immediately cast healing on herself. A clear spring like the bright moon flowed into her body, rapidly healing her shattered bones. But it was of no use. At that moment, a gigantic foot descended from the sky. The female soul master stopped her futile struggles, her gaze fixed on Tang Jiu. Filled with anger, hatred, and ultimately turning into a plea, she shouted, "Wild brat, take the young master and run. I beg you." She was undoubtedly doomed. But if Qian Rinxue were to die again, the families of these protectors would be slaughtered by the furious Lord Qiandaolu. Boom! The earth trembled slightly as the azure blue engraved demon statue happily pounded its chest with both hands. Spray Tower Q. 5 kills. At that moment, even the corners of Tang Jiu's mouth twitched. This was definitely the soul beast that was the best at stealing kills. But the azure blue engraved demon was clearly not satisfied with this achievement. It was already getting cocky, its eyes playfully staring at Tang Jiu, as if saying, "Little brat, still chasing me? Still showing off? Don't you know I can counterattack? Run." Qian Rinxue's face turned pale. She had no ability to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast, and she didn't believe that Tang Jiu, after the battle, had the capability to deal with such a powerful soul beast. However, Tang Jiu released Qian Rinxue and beckoned to the azure blue engraved demon statue, saying, "Come here. Let me show you a magic trick. I'll make you land in a ring." Of course, the azure blue engraved demon statue couldn't understand Tang Jiu's words, but it could feel that Tang Jiu was truly provoking its authority. It roared and charged at him, its fist the size of a car coming crashing down towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu casually placed the soul ring on the body of the azure carved pattern demon statue, and in the next moment, this 10,000-year soul beast was stunned. This time, its 6,000-year cultivation was restricted. The azure carved pattern demon statue immediately hit the brakes and turned to run, thinking to itself, "Humans are too cunning. Their strength is even greater than before." Just now, Tang Jiu could only limit its 5,000-year cultivation. First soul skill, Speed Evil Ring. 48, it turns out to be a girl. Under the horrified gaze of Qian Rinxue, a purple light shone from the azure carved pattern demon statue, and then its speed stalled. Qian Rinxue suddenly realized that Tang Jiu's speed had increased. "Your second martial soul is Speed Devouring." Qian Rinxue was shocked, secretly lamenting that there was no way to escape this time. She then saw Tang Jiu casually pick up the angelic holy sword from the ground and chop down at the head of the azure carved pattern demon statue. The demon statue scoffed at the foolishness of this move, thinking that this toothpick-like thing couldn't possibly hurt me. It didn't dodge, simply placing its hand on its head as if to protect itself. But in the next moment, it was stunned. It felt a slight pain in its body and then lost its balance, with its legs running in two different directions, ultimately collapsing with a loud crash. Its body split in two. Before it died, it could only ask one question. Is there any justice left in this world? Wow, this sword is impressive. Tang Jiu was also astonished by the sharpness of the Angel Holy Sword. That's mine, give it back to me. Qianrenxue reached out to snatch it, but was gently pushed by Tang Jiu and fell to the ground. Tang Jiu played with the Angel Holy Sword for a moment, and then directly put it into his storage belt. Confiscated. You better behave, or I'll kill you. Tang Jiu kicked Qianrenxue and then sat cross-legged, drawing on the sacred black soul ring of the azure-patterned magic statue, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. He wasn't afraid of being overwhelmed. Qianrenxue cursed Tang Jiu angrily, but deep down she was gnashing her teeth in hatred. If she had the Angel's sacred sword in hand, she would have snatched that soul ring from him. The Angel's sacred sword is a divine artifact of the angel god, possessing powerful sacred energy, which is very compatible with her six-winged angel martial soul. Holding the Angel's sacred sword would grant her a tremendous boost, allowing her to fully withstand the energy of a 10,000-year soul ring. However, without the Angel's sacred sword, even with her innate soul power at level 20 and various methods from the martial soul hall, she could only absorb a soul ring of about 2,000 years at most. Seeing Tang Jiu so audacious, daring to absorb a soul ring in front of her, Qianrenxue immediately took out a short sword from her storage soul guide and lunged at Tang Jiu. Just then, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Qianrenxue with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to kill me? You. Aren't you absorbing the soul ring?" Qianrenxue asked in shock. "I've finished absorbing it." Tang Jiu Juke. His body could endure a limit of 6,000 years of soul rings, but due to the existence of the heavenly curse seal, he had expanded his capacity, allowing him to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring in just 1 second. Impossible. Qianrenxue couldn't believe that there could be a talent in this world greater than her own. Tang Jiu shrugged, then activated his soul ring martial soul, and 2 soul rings rose around his body, 1 purple and 1 black. Qianrenxue's mouth fell open in surprise. She actually absorbed it. Has she never seen such a talented person before? Does she have the thought of bowing down to me? Tang Jiu was satisfied with Qianrenxue's shocked attitude. It felt great to show off. Qianrenxue's face darkened, cursing him silently for being shameless, and arrogantly raised her head. Scoffing, dream on. You think I bow to you, a wild brat? You wish. At that moment, Tang Jiu grabbed Qianrenxue by the neck and lifted her up with one hand, stating word by word, "From today on, I am your young master. If it weren't for the fact that I fear going crazy alone in the forest, I would have killed you already. Now, you will either call me young master and follow me, or I will feed you to a soul beast." After saying that, Tang Jiu threw Qianrenxue harshly to the ground. Qianrenxue rubbed her sore backside and glared fiercely at Tang Jiu, wishing she could eat him alive. "Hate me all you want, but you should know, if you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will break your legs." Tang Jiu coldly glared back at Qianrenxue, believing that this young master from a big family would definitely compromise, even fantasizing about someone coming to rescue her. However, this was a Stardow forest. Without the strength of a soul, Douluo, or above, one wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Qianrenxue wished she could stab Tang Jiu to death, but she also understood that she was not his opponent right now. She didn't even have a soul skill, and without the angelic sacred sword in hand, resisting would basically mean death. In the end, she could only reluctantly say to Tang Jiu, "Okay, I understand." "Understand what? Call me young master." Tang Jiu snorted. Qianrenxue clenched her fists, trembling with anger, and finally could only shout, "Young master." "Very good. Quite obedient. Now let's change our clothes. I, your young master, will wear beast skins, and you will wear luxurious brocade clothing. Does that make sense?" Tang Jiu casually started to take off the animal skin he was wearing, which was covered in blood due to his injuries, and threw it to the young man to wear. How shameless. Qianrenxue suddenly covered her eyes and turned around, not expecting Tang Jiu's thought process to be so bizarre as to want to change clothes. "Shameless? We're both guys. What's there to be afraid of? Do you want me to help you take it off?" Tang Jiu said impatiently, already having taken off his upper clothing and preparing to remove his pants. I'm a girl." Qianrenxue had no choice but to confess, realizing that if she didn't come clean, it would become even more awkward. Tang Jiu stopped the action of taking off his pants. His eyes lit up, and he said, "Really? You're not kidding me, are you?" Qianrenxue no longer suppressed her voice and spoke in a tone like silver bells. "I'm dressed as a boy. I'm actually a girl." Tang Jiu heard the voice of the girl, which was not inferior to Xiao Wu's, and immediately felt a wave of comfort, laughing heartily. "Great. I never thought I would pick up a. I don't want to be your wife. Qian Rinxue quickly shook her head, her face filled with terror. This wild boy must be looking for a wife to spend his life with here. Oh my god, how terrifying. You're thinking too much. At most you could be my little maid. Tang Jiu laughed loudly, never expecting to find a girl. These 4 years would definitely be enjoyable. Maid? Qian Rinxue was completely stunned. She thought this wild boy wanting her to be his wife was already a wishful thinking. But she didn't expect he wanted her to be a maid. She was the saintess of the spirit hall with a noble status, not even inferior to the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. Yes, get to work now. Apply the medicine for me. Tang Jiu took out a leaf of the 1,000-year 5-leaf clover from his belt. The 5th leaf of the clover has healing properties. The healing soul master from earlier hadn't finished treating his wound before he died, and he had been pierced from both front and back. He could treat the front wound himself, but the back was difficult. How do I apply it? Qian Rinxue asked. She knew that the leaf of the 5-leaf clover needed to be crushed to be used, but there were no tools. How stupid. Just chew it up and apply it to me. I won't. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. This was too shameless. But seeing Tang Jiu's fierce gaze, she quickly changed her tone. I'll use a stone to crush it for you. No need to chew it. Little maid, you don't have the right to bargain. Hurry up, or I'll kill you. Crushing it with a stone is so unhygienic. Tang Jiu took out the angelic holy sword and placed it on Qian Rinxue's neck to show that he could act against a lovely girl. With a slight tremor of his hand, a line of blood appeared on Qian Rinxue's neck. You! Qian Rinxue was stunned. Tang Jiu really could be ruthless. Qian Rinxue tried to escape, biting her silver teeth in frustration, but she had no way out. In her heart, Tang Jiu was a great demon king, killing without blinking. She picked up a leaf from Tang Jiu's hand and chewed it, finding it sour. After turning it into pulp, she spat it into her palm and walked behind Tang Jiu, evenly applying it to the wound on his back. Done. What about the sword wound in front? You can't handle it yourself? Qian Rinxue was furious. What do you need me for, little maid? With my noble status, how could I do it myself? Qian Rinxue really wanted to perish together with Tang Jiu, but she knew the outcome would only lead to her death. She glared at Tang Jiu with a murderous gaze and chewed another leaf to apply it to the sword wound on his chest. Bandage it. Why are you so stupid? No cloth strips? Then tear off your clothes? How foolish. Soon, Qian Rinxue finished bandaging Tang Jiu. At that moment, she noticed that Tang Jiu had also started chewing leaves, and, without understanding why, he applied the chewed leaves to her injured neck. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's face turned red. How dirty was that saliva? Aren't I pretty good, young master? From now on, just follow me honestly, and we'll dominate the forest together. Dang du duke. Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes at Tang Jiu. Only a monkey can dominate the forest, you wild brat. Just wait. Soon the people from a spirit hall will come looking for me, and then I'll chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. The sun was setting. Tang Jiu brought Qian Rinxue back to his lair, then set up a bonfire and began cooking the soul beast meat. Little maid, what's your name? I'm called Xiao Jiu. Qian Rinxue casually said a name. I'm still Fahai. Tang Jiu smirked and said, honestly, who are you really? And what is the deal with that sword? That is a high-level weapon from the Spirit Hall, infused with divine power by the Grand Elder. As for me, my status in the Spirit Hall is not low either. Qian Rinxue said, half truthfully. How high is your status? Tang Jiu asked. My family elder is a titled Douluo. I advise you to release me quickly. Qian Rinxue threatened. Titled Douluo, I'm scared to death. Tell me who it is, and see if I don't crush him later. Tang Jiu said boldly, believing about 80% of Qian Rinxue's words, as only such a family background could allow a Soul King expert to act as a bodyguard. Guess. Qian Rinxue huffed. It wouldn't be old Chrysanthemum, right? I haven't seen other titled Douluos, but based on looks, this one is quite plausible. I haven't seen other titled Douluos, but I've heard that Chrysanthemum Pass seems to be very handsome. Old Chrysanthemum, is that how you refer to our family's elder? Chrysanthemum Douluo? Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up, thinking she must go to report to Chrysanthemum Douluo and let that bastard Tang Jiu know the consequences of offending her. So it turns out she is from the old Chrysanthemum family. Tang Jiu nodded. At first, he had a bold guess in his mind, thinking that the girl in front of him might be Qian Rinxue, but he quickly dismissed the idea. First, even without a titled Douluo's protection, Qian Rinxue would at least need a soul Douluo to come to the Stardo Forest. Second, he felt that his luck couldn't possibly be that outrageous to have Qian Rinxue as his mate. Confirming that the girl in front of him was a junior of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Tang Jiu said leisurely. Hand over your storage soul guide. I will keep it safe for you. What soul guide? Qian Rinxue quickly hid her hands behind her back, her face full of panic. Without a storage soul guide, how can you take out a sword out of thin air? Tang Jiu grabbed Qian Rinchua's arm and found a simple and ancient-looking ring on her hand, which was completely incongruous with her luxurious attire. If I guess correctly, this is your soul guide, and it's confiscated. Tang Jiu reached out to take the ring. Don't, you big bad guy. Qian Rinchua was both shy and angry. The ring contained many of her personal items, especially clothes for girls. If Tang Jiu took it, how would she face others? After all, she was a saint above everyone else and had never been bullied like this before. Finally, her strong heart could no longer maintain that noble and aloof demeanor under the pressure of death, the unknown, and embarrassment, and she cried like an ordinary girl. Tang Jiu was taken aback by the crying and felt a bit embarrassed to take the girl's things. Anyway, she couldn't run away, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. Tang Jiu released Qian Rinchua's hand and said, "All right, I don't want your soul guide anymore, but you have to wear women's clothes so I can see what my little maid looks like." Hearing that Tang Jiu no longer wanted to take her ring, Qian Rinchua felt much more at ease. When she heard that Tang Jiu wanted her to wear a dress, she secretly cursed him for being shameless, and then huffed, "You turn around. No peeking. There's nothing to see anyway. I wouldn't bother looking." Tang Jiu shrugged and turned his head, hearing the rustling sound of changing clothes. "All right," after a voice as sweet as a silver bell spoke shyly. Tang Jiu turned his head back and was instantly mesmerized. A white dress adorned with golden patterns, paired with two-tone platinum boots, stood there elegantly, with a tall figure and perfect proportions. If Xiao Wu's beauty is cute, Zhu Zhuqing's beauty is wild, Ning Rongrong's beauty is pure, Hua Wu's beauty is charming, and Shui Binger's beauty is cool, then at this moment, Qian Rinchua's beauty is divine and noble. It was as if a goddess had descended to the mortal realm, making one feel inherently inferior. However, Tang Jiu was no ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, he said seriously, "Xiaoqing, the young master has decided to upgrade you to a little wife." "Oomph, I won't be your little wife. If I want to be one, I want to be the big wife. You should work harder. If you don't go off track, there might still be a chance." Qian Rinchua angrily waved her fist, not wanting to bother with this big bad guy. At that moment, her stomach let out a gurgle, instantly turning the little beauty's face red with embarrassment. How embarrassing! With a little beauty accompanying him for 4 years, it shouldn't be boring. He fished out a bone from the pot and handed it to Qian Rinchua, saying, "Come, gnaw on this. It's delicious." How barbaric! Qian Rinchua initially wanted to complain about how particular she was about eating, but then she realized they were in a forest, and she was still someone else's captive. So, with some disdain, she picked up the large bone and took a gentle bite. Instantly, her eyes widened. It was truly delicious. She was really hungry and began to gnaw on the big bone. She had never imagined that holding a bone and eating the meat could be so tasty. She ate 6 pieces in one go, and upon hearing Tang Jiu's teasing laughter, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Angrily, she threw the big bone at him. At night, the two of them slept in the treehouse. Qian Rinchua took out bedding from her ring, made herself a bed on the ground, and then closed her eyes to sleep without caring about Tang Jiu. In the middle of the night, she suddenly opened her eyes, tiptoed out of the treehouse, and spread a pair of pure white wings from her back, flying into the sky. Her martial soul was the 6-winged angel, but right now she only had 2 wings. As her strength continued to grow, she would eventually unlock the 6 wings, and, at her peak, those wings would change from white to gold, becoming the most sacred martial soul. Just after she flew away, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky, dreaming of flying out of the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest was vast, with mountains, rivers, and lakes. After Qian Rinchua flew into the sky and determined her direction, she headed back to where she came from. However, she had just flown less than 1,000 meters when the sounds of birds chirping filled the air. Suddenly, a giant golden eagle charged at her. Soul beasts especially despised human soul masters, especially those who intruded into their territory. The golden bird's beak, like a sharp arrow, viciously pecked at Qian Rinchua. Qian Rinchua's face turned pale. If she had the angelic holy sword, she could have killed this 3,000-year-old soul beast in one strike. But now, without soul skills or the holy sword, she was no match for the soul beast in the sky. Moreover, she estimated that there were several more golden eagles approaching from a distance. With no choice, she had to dive toward the ground. The golden eagle saw Qian Rinchua surrendering and circled in the air for a while, ultimately not daring to chase her into the forest, as it was the territory of other soul beasts. Damn it, Qian Rinxue cursed inwardly and could only run through the woods. The night forest was not dark. Everywhere was illuminated by the dazzling glow emitted by soul beasts, colorful and resembling a fairyland. However, Qian Rinxue only felt boundless fear. Hiss! Suddenly, a 5-meter-long, entirely green snake slithered down from a tree trunk, its triangular head held high, and its yellow, beastly eyes fixed on Qian Rinxue, a 5,000-year-old green scale snake. Qian Rinxue's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but exclaim. The green scale snake was a very terrifying venomous snake, relying on its horrific toxicity to hunt soul beasts. Therefore, its size wasn't particularly large, but this 5-meter snake was still quite frightening. It could easily swallow Qian Rinxue whole. Moreover, the speed of venomous snakes was incredibly fast. Their method of attack was through poison. The fact that this 5,000-year-old green scale snake dared to roam in the area of 10,000-year soul beasts showed how terrifying its strength was. Qian Rinxue spread her wings, wanting to fly higher for low-altitude flight. But as soon as her body took off, the green scale snake suddenly lunged at her, leaping to a height even higher than Qian Rinxue's. Its triangular head, like lightning, aimed for Qian Rinxue's neck. Qian Rinxue was so frightened that her soul seemed to leave her body. She raised her hand to block, only to feel her arm go numb, and her whole body fell directly from the air. Hiss! The green scale snake was not in a hurry to eat. Snakes must wait until their prey is dead before they can eat, or they risk bursting their stomachs. Its green body coiled around Qian Rinxue, and its scarlet tongue flicked out, waiting for her to succumb to the poison. So cold, so sleepy. Qian Rinxue felt her body gradually losing sensation. Her entire arm started to turn green. She struggled to keep her eyes open, not wanting to fall asleep. Big bad guy, why aren't you here yet? At this moment, Qian Rinxue regretted coming out. She cursed Tang Hao for being a lazy pig. She ran out, and he didn't even notice. Just as her eyelids were about to close, she saw a flash of golden light that accurately pierced the green scale snake's head. It was the angelic holy sword. Little maid, luckily I arrived in time, or you would have been eaten. Qian Rinxue could no longer hold on and leaned into Tang Hao's embrace, feeling a warmth at that moment. Then, Qian Rinxue saw Tang Hao lift her arm and use a dagger to cut a wound, then began to suck out the poison with his mouth. With just one sip, Tang Hao's lips turned green. No, don't. Qian Rinxue struggled, feeling a bit shy. Don't move, I can't detoxify. I can only use this most primitive method. If you suck out the poison like this, you'll be poisoned too. Hee. Are you concerned about me? You're starting to look more and more like a maid. Tang Hao was very pleased. Qian Rinxue snorted and said, I'm worried that you'll die and no one will protect me. In her heart, she wasn't sure if it was because she wanted Tang Hao to protect her or if she was moved by him saving her. Soon, the numbness faded. An intense pain surged from her arm. Clearly, the poison had been mostly cleared out. The remaining bit just needed to be suppressed by soul power. Tang Hao had no good options left. He could only take out the leaves of the 5-leaf clover, then squeeze them hard in his hand. The immense force crushed the leaves into mud, which he applied to Qian Rinxue's arm. You're so despicable. Qian Rinxue widened her eyes. This vile guy, who could clearly crush the leaves this way, still had to chew them himself. She really wanted to smash this bad guy in front of her, but seeing his green face, she could only reluctantly stop. Will you still run away in the future? Tang Hao carried the weak Qian Rinxue back to the treehouse and cooked a nourishing meat soup to feed her. Oof. Qian Rinxue huffed proudly, then started sipping the soup. She dared not run around anymore. She would stay here for now, and her grandfather would soon send someone to rescue her. The soup smelled pretty good. What is it made of? Qian Rinxue had never tasted such delicious meat soup before. She licked her cute little tongue and asked curiously, It was that green-scaled snake just now? Qian Rinxue sprayed the soup all over Tang Hao's face. She had never eaten such disgusting food. Why yes, I'm sorry. Then, Qian Rinxue realized that she had rudely sprayed soup on Tang Hao's face. Having received a good, noble education, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame and quickly took out a handkerchief to help wipe Tang Hao's face. Tang Hao saw that the girl had done this, so he decided to forgive her. Once her injury healed, he would have her wash his smelly socks. From now on, we will live together here. You have also seen the dangers of the starry forest, so you must listen to me in everything, understand? Tang Hao once again engaged in ideological education with the other party. Oh, Qian Rinxue nodded with lingering fear. She had almost died after running less than 2,000 meters. She couldn't understand how this wild boy managed to live here. What's your name? I can't just call you wild boy. Qian Rinxue decided to coexist peacefully with Tang Hao. treating it as a vacation to experience the life of a wild person. Call me young master. If you don't say it, then I'll just call you wild boy. Tang Jiu thought for a moment. Unless it was the title Douluo, it would be difficult for anyone else to find him here, so he no longer hid it. All right, my dad calls me Xiao Jiu. You can call me Xiao Jiu. Then I'll call you Xiao Jiu. Qianren snorted, calling you Gu? Dream on. If you don't call me Gu, then you can cook for yourself tomorrow. Fine, I'll cook myself. After a night's sleep, Qianren took out her prepared outdoor equipment, made a pot of something black and murky, and then took a bite under Tang Jiu's sly gaze, almost poisoning herself. Looking at the pot of delicious bone soup that Tang Jiu had, especially the big bone that Tang Jiu was gnawing on, her stomach betraying her by growling again. The snake venom was not cleared, and her soul power was constantly suppressing and expelling the venom, making her body need a huge energy supplement. Qianren had never felt this hungry for meat before. Give me a piece. I'll buy it with money, she said, pulling out a card. Money is useless here. Tang Jiu pouted, then maliciously picked up a meaty big bone and held it up to Qianren nose, tempting her. Watching Qianren instinctively lick her lips like a little glutton, Tang Jiu took a big bite. So delicious. Qianren was so angry she stomped her foot, and finally, not caring about her pride, she pitifully said, Xiao Jiu. Go, I'm hungry. Come on, call me Jiu again. Tang Jiu pulled out a big bone. Qianren was both shy and angry, stomped her foot, and directly reached out to grab it. After getting it, she took a big bite. Qianren no longer held back, and after finishing, she directly went to take more for herself. Tang Jiu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the adorable appearance of Qianren and said, Eat more. We have to travel again tomorrow. I've decided that we'll migrate every 2 days. Qianren's heart sank to the bottom, and she turned her sadness and anger into her appetite, starting to eat heartily. 5 days later, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Damn it! Who dared to attack the holy maiden of my spirit hall? An angry roar echoed through the Douluo forest as a man dressed in golden armor, with golden hair and a handsome face, glared with icy eyes. Golden flying knives resembling chrysanthemum petals appeared around his body, shredding the surrounding trees and soul beasts to pieces. This person was Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. He was the title Duo sent by the Qian Douluo to secretly protect Qianren. After Qianren failed to emerge from the forest at the scheduled time, he sensed something was amiss. Following the marks left by the Spirit Hall Soul Masters, he came searching but only found 5 corpses. Chrysanthemum Douluo flew into the sky, searching in a suspicious direction, and finally discovered traces of human activity, as well as Tang Jiu's treehouse, but it was already deserted. Tang Jiu is now more cautious, leading Qianren through the Douluo forest in circles, and has successfully gotten himself lost. Just give up on going back. I don't even know where I am now. Qianren is completely exasperated, angrily waving her fist. She gradually feels that returning is hopeless, so she decides to enjoy the present moment. Tell me a story. Just tell me the story of that monkey spirit beast. Are you sure it's not 100,000-year spirit beast? Tang Jiu corrected. That's from Journey to the West. The Monkey King is not a soul beast. He's a demon. How could a soul beast transform into human form? Qianren gave him a look that said he lacked common sense and rolled her eyes at Tang Jiu. Let me tell you about the havoc in heaven. Is heaven the realm of the gods? Qianren imagined. If you interrupt me again, you won't hear any stories tonight. Qianren pouted, but she was still very curious about how a soul beast could cause chaos in the realm of gods, so she snuggled closer to Tang Jiu under the blanket. When she heard about the Monkey King eating the peaches of immortality, stealing the elixir of immortality, and battling with the gods, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When she heard to be continued, she shook her fist defiantly, clearly planning to give Tang Jiu a beating. Tang Jiu's eyes were full of joy. Sure enough, children all love listening to Journey to the West. Qianren quickly fell asleep. Tang Jiu pinched Qianren's little nose and then walked out of the treehouse to begin his cultivation. Start the martial soul. Tang Jiu's martial soul awakened and quickly merged into the evil ring devouring Ant Heavenly Curse Seal. Activate. In the Douluo forest. Replenishing the energy of the Heavenly Curse Seal is not too difficult. Just casually look for some spirit beasts with mental type attacks. After the Heavenly Curse Seal is activated, the ant legs and wings merge into black bat wings. Tang Jiu opens his mouth wide, and the fangs inside face the moon as he begins to swallow. The black bat wings on his back start to crazily absorb the essence of the moon. The cool energy enters his body, transforming into cold and evil soul power. Tang Jiu discovers that this way of cultivation is actually twice as fast as before. Why do I feel like I'm part of a blood clan? Tang Jiu couldn't help but mumble to himself. His current state was almost similar to that of a blood clan's ability, able to absorb the essence of the moon, having bat wings and fangs, all of which were leaning towards the blood clan. Wouldn't it be great if he could have the special abilities of the blood clan? Could this be the path to my ascension? Tang Jiu suddenly realized the problem. Although divine positions are inherited, such as Tang San's Sea God, Bibi Dong's Rakshasa God, and Qian Rinshue's Angel God, he didn't want to inherit those divine positions. Cultivating to become a god on his own is the strongest. Tang Jiu believes that his current talent is enough for him to become a god by himself. His battle power is simply astonishing. Due to the suppression effect of the martial soul rings and the simultaneous cultivation of dual martial souls, he can fight 10 levels higher. With his own martial soul fusion technique, the evil ring devouring sky ant, he can fight another 10 levels higher. When he activates the ultimate form of the heavenly curse seal, taking on a form similar to that of a vampire, he can again fight 10 levels higher. With his full power unleashed, he can fight at least 30 levels higher. Therefore, he can kill a level 50 Soul King as a level 20 Great Soul Master. And he still shows an overwhelming trend, even within level 50. If he doesn't become a god, then no one can become a god. After the essence of the moon entered his body, it actually began to circulate in his meridians, forming a unique soul power cultivation method, which is even more powerful than the master's improved version of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex technique, taking into account many fine meridians that were previously impossible to cultivate. Tang Jiu seriously took note of this soul power cultivation method. When he could no longer activate the Angel's Curse seal, he also practiced using this method. 2 months later, Tang Jiu's soul power broke through to level 23. He was truly a monster. Qian Rinshue was envious of Tang Jiu's cultivation speed. She currently had no soul rings and was stuck at level 20, spending her days aimlessly, only able to follow Tang Jiu and experience wilderness survival. However, these 3 months were the happiest time she had ever had because she had found a true friend. Tang Jiu taught her to build tree houses, fish barbecue, watch stars together, tell stories, and ride soul beasts in the forest with her. He even taught her to climb trees and collect bird eggs. Qian Rushue had never thought that there could be such fun. In the past, she didn't have a single friend. She was the high and mighty saintess of the Spirit Hall, and everyone treated her with utmost respect. She felt like a little adult, learning knowledge, etiquette, and the way of emperors, and the monotonous life completely suppressed her nature. She still remembers the joy and excitement of riding the armored beast with Tang Jiu, galloping through the forest for the first time. Hey, Xiao Jiu, can you tell me about her background? Why do you hate the Spirit Hall so much? Qian Rushu asked while fishing by the river, curious about this aspect. My village was slaughtered by the previous pope, Tang Jiu said. Qian Rushue's face turned pale, and her hands trembled slightly. She didn't expect that her first friend would have a deep-seated grudge against her. So, do you want revenge? Tang Jiu thought for a moment and said, I have thought of 2 revenge plans. The first is to tear down the Spirit Hall and kill the entire family of the Pope. Qian Rinshu bit her lip and nervously asked, what about the other plan? As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to escalate it. The previous Pope is already dead, and the father's debts should be repaid by the daughter. How about I take a loss and ruin his daughter, then have the Spirit Hall be my dowry? I will decide to be magnanimous and not hold grudges against the little people. Qian Rinshue's eyes widened, shocked that you could come up with such shameless ideas. You tell me, should I choose the first plan or the second? Tang Jiu smiled at Qian Rinshue. Qian Rinshue twisted the hem of her clothes, lowered her head, and stammered, it's better not to choose the first one. I wonder what the Pope's daughter looks like. How about, in the future, I'll make you the main wife and her a secondary wife? What do you think? Tang Jiu smiled as he looked at Qian Rinshue. Wild kid, I'm going to kill you. Qian Rinshue's neck turned red with embarrassment. She felt that Tang Jiu had probably guessed her identity and dared to tease her like this. She lunged at Tang Jiu, determined to give him a beating today. This kid should be killed. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. The bone-chilling cold and powerful aura causing Tang Jiu's expression to change drastically. This kind of pressure he felt from Tang Hao. The person who came was a titled Douluo, 52 the pursuit of the chrysanthemum Douluo elder. Qian Rinshue's face first lit up with joy. The people from the Spirit Hall had finally arrived, but then her expression changed, and she opened her arms to block in front of Tang Jiu. Let him go. Elder Chrysanthemum. Let him go. He killed my spirit hall's people. And you want to believe just like that? Is that appropriate? The chrysanthemum Douluo snorted, a killing intent evident in his eyes. He saved me once and hasn't killed me yet. I owe him 2 lives. Xiao said. That's because he doesn't dare to kill you. Step aside. He is our enemy. The chrysanthemum Douluo said coldly. If you don't let him go, I will die here. Xiao knew she couldn't change the chrysanthemum Douluo's mind. So she directly pulled out a short sword and held it to her neck, then anxiously said to Tang Hao, "Run. He is a titled Douluo, truly a bold girl." The chrysanthemum Douluo coldly glanced at Tang Hao and said, "Kid, consider yourself lucky." Tang Hao took a deep look at Douluo, then looked deeply at Xiao and said with a smile, "What you're doing really puts me in a difficult position. I originally wanted to use you as a hostage. Get lost." Xiao was almost infuriated to death by Tang Hao. This bastard actually wanted to use her as a hostage, and she had thought of him as a friend. Tang Hao touched his nose and sighed. He really wanted to use Xiao as a hostage. It was much safer than running away by himself. However, now that the girl was so righteous, he found it hard to take action. Activate the martial soul, heavenly curse seal. Tang Hao dared not hide his strength, and immediately fused to become his strongest form. His black bat wings spread wide as he flew off into the distance. Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted in surprise, exclaiming, "A martial soul fusion skill, and it's a variant." At this moment, Tang Hao's aura surged tremendously, even moving this titled Douluo. Douluo descended from the sky and smiled at Xiao, saying, "Put down your sword, don't hurt yourself. Otherwise, I want to be able to explain it to the Grand Elder. That kid has already flown away." Only then did Xiao lower the short sword in her hand. But at that moment, Douluo pointed at her, knocking her unconscious. Still too young. How could I allow such a prodigy to grow? Douluo picked up Xiao and chased after Tang Hao. Activate Martial Soul, 5th soul skill, Gathering of Coal Blossoms. A brilliant golden chrysanthemum bloomed in the sky, with 9 soul rings appearing around him. The golden soul power obscured the sunlight, and from the chrysanthemum petals, a golden flying knife resembling a sickle condensed, spinning and flying towards Tang Hao at an incredible speed. Rip! The flying knife directly tore through Tang Hao's black bat wings, significantly reducing his speed. Little brat, thinking you can escape from my grasp? Don't be delusional. I'm almost a level 95 title Douluo. Among title Douluos, I'm considered a top-tier powerhouse. Douluo sneered coldly. And with the activation of his soul power, the flying knife continued to spin and cut. No matter how Tang Hao dodged, the wounds on his body only increased. Damn it, at this rate, I'm going to die. Tang Hao was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that it was a title Douluo specializing in long-range attacks, who had him completely under control. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, took out the angelic holy sword from the 12 golden hairpins, and swung it toward the flying daggers. With a sound of Sanglong, the flying daggers were directly shattered. The holy sword is actually in your hands. This is really damnable. Douluo could not recognize that this was the first divine artifact of the Spirit Hall, the angelic holy sword. The black soul rings flashed continuously, and the golden chrysanthemum bloomed. This time, 3 petals flew out, and 3 flying daggers, carrying immense soul power at strange angles, cut toward Tang Hao. Tang Hao's heart sank. It would be difficult to deal with 1 flying knife, let alone 3 flying knives up close. He would be shredded like potato strips. The holy sword is yours again. Tang Hao threw the angel holy sword to the left with all his might. The holy sword flew away like a beam of golden light towards the distance. Douluo no longer had the mind to kill Tang Hao. He wanted to get the angel holy sword first, as it was the most crucial treasure of the Spear Hall. Besides, Tang Hao couldn't escape. The 3 flying daggers without anyone controlling them were no longer a threat to Tang Hao. After quickly shaking them off, he glanced at the forbidden area of the Star Doe Forest and gritted his teeth as he flew in that direction. "Kid, you can't escape." Behind him, Douluo, having obtained the angel holy sword, shouted loudly and quickly flew towards Tang Hao. First soul skill, speed deprivation. Tang Hao was determined and activated his speed deprivation ability, swiping a claw at the passing flying soul beast, stealing 10 speed. His body suddenly accelerated. What's going on? Douluo was taken aback. The flying knife just now missed because of Tang Hao's sudden acceleration. Then he saw that every time Tang Hao attacked a soul beast, his speed surged like he was on drugs. A soul skill that can devour speed? You've given me too many surprises. Douluo couldn't help but marvel at Tang Jiu's talent, and snorted coldly. Be careful not to get killed by the speed you devour. Want to kill me? Not so fast, old flower. If you want to kill me, wait for the next life. Tang Jiu turned around and raised a middle finger at Douluo. Old chrysanthemum. Douluo's face instantly turned pale with rage. I will slice your flesh piece by piece. Even his rivals showed him the respect he deserved. After all, he was a noble title Douluo. Never had he been called such a disgusting nickname. He swore that today, he would make Tang Jiu experience the most painful torture. But at this moment, he couldn't catch up to Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had absorbed too much speed, fast enough to compare with flying-type soul saints. Douluo was not a flying soul master. His speed relied on soul power, and he was already far behind. However, he wasn't anxious. Tang Jiu's speed would soon decrease. But soon, he felt something was off. Tang Jiu had already flown into the forbidden zone of the Douluo Forest. You little brat, stop right there. Going in is a death sentence. Old chrysanthemum, aren't you going to chase me? Have you given up? Tang Jiu stopped and beckoned to Douluo with his finger. I will kill you. Douluo's voice became sharp with anger, no longer daring to mention anything about forbidden zones. If he hadn't provoked the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, these 200,000-year-soul beasts probably wouldn't have sought him out for trouble. Tang Jiu's devouring speed had already exceeded its limits, constantly feeling the pain of his meridians rupturing within his body. However, he could not stop. After plunging in, he flew towards the largest lake within the forbidden zone. Soon, he discovered a Titan giant ape by the lake, its muscles bulging and harder than granite, with yellow fluorescence on the texture of its skin, dazzlingly brilliant. Tang Jiu took the warhammer from the 12 golden hairpins and swung it forcefully towards the Titan giant ape's head without any hesitation. Roar! The Titan giant ape felt a pain in its head, as if it had been stung by a mosquito. It turned around fiercely to look back, seemingly saying, "Who the hell hit me?" It quickly locked onto Tang Jiu and, in a fit of rage, threw a punch directly at him. Tang Jiu was not afraid and flew directly to the surface of the lake, shouting, "Daming, the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall is going to kill Xiao Jiu. They want to seize her spirit rings and spirit bones." As soon as he finished speaking, the lake water surged violently, and a huge bull's head emerged from the water, roaring at the Titan great ape. The Titan great ape immediately changed its attack from smashing to grabbing, and caught Tang Jiu in its grip. 53 The unfortunate chrysanthemum his lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself that Tang Jiu really knows how to cause trouble. One is not enough. And now he is stirred up too. Tang Jiu estimated that he was doomed, and Douluo only regretted not killing Tang Jiu personally. After taking a distant glance at the 200,000-year-soul beasts, he turned around to leave. At that moment, a voice that made him furious rang out. Old chrysanthemum, if you have the guts, don't run away. Douluo turned around and was shocked to see Tang Jiu sitting on the shoulder of the Titan great ape. As if directing it, the Titan great ape, with its blood-red eyes, glared at him fiercely and charged towards him, swinging its fist without mercy. Douluo's mouth twitched. There was something wrong with the Titan great ape. He hadn't provoked it, but there was no time to think. The giant petals of the chrysanthemum closed in, defending his entire body like a flower bud. Boom! The violent clash of soul power created a terrifying energy tide, causing the surrounding trees to sway wildly. Tang Jiu quickly hid behind the Titan great ape's head to avoid being affected. As for Douluo, he was no match for a powerhouse like the Titan great ape. The impact made him spit out a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. Old chrysanthemum, come and hit me. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, making faces at Douluo. Douluo was almost furious, but it wasn't the time to fight. He couldn't possibly defeat the Titan great ape. There was also a sky blue bull python behind them, and if they didn't leave soon, they would likely die here. He ran away without looking back towards the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. However, the Titan great ape was relentless. It was furious that Tang Jiu had dared to hit it with a hammer. But since Daming had said not to harm the little human, it could only vent its anger on another human soul master. The Titan great ape pounded its chest vigorously and then charged after Douluo, delivering a series of heavy blows. Boom, boom, boom. The Douluo Forest was in chaos, with spirit beasts fleeing in all directions and trees being uprooted. But the one suffering the most was Douluo. He had to take care of Qianrenshua while also fending off the Titan great ape's attacks, making it extremely difficult. And he was spitting out blood from the heavy blows. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, and the Titan great ape stopped reluctantly. Daming had said not to kill anyone, just to teach them a lesson. The Titan great ape pounded its chest and roared at Douluo in a show of force before finally satisfied, letting out a loud snort. You little brat. Wait for me. Douluo had never suffered such a huge loss, almost dying at the hands of a child. His face turned pale, and his gaze fixated fiercely on Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu stood on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, laughing heartily. Old chrysanthemum, I have a song for you. Listen closely. The chrysanthemum withers. The ground is filled with sorrow. Your smile has faded. With a chuckle, Xiao, who had just woken up, burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Douluo was momentarily stunned, thinking, what the hell? He's singing while insulting me. I swear, I'll tear you apart. Douluo felt a rush of blood to his head, thinking he might just die from anger. If you have the guts, come at me. If you don't, you're a coward. Tang Jiu directly gave Douluo the middle finger. Douluo felt provoked, but couldn't retaliate, and he tasted a metallic sweetness in his throat as he struggled to suppress the blood rising up, his face turning as pale as gold paper. At this moment, the Titan giant ape seemed to find it amusing and mimicked Tang Jiu's gesture, giving Douluo the middle finger as well, which had an even greater impact. The scene was so beautiful that Xiao was left dumbfounded. Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted. He was mocked by a beast, and the key was that he didn't dare to strike back. Douluo could no longer suppress the blood and spat it out. Seeing Douluo spitting blood, the Titan giant ape laughed triumphantly, then looked at Tang Jiu with a human-like expression, as if asking, what other tricks do you have? Tang Jiu immediately started dancing on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, shouting, check it out, come on, old chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum withers, injuries all around. Your smile has turned yellow. Yeah, you were too timid. While dancing, he also provocatively mimicked street dance gestures. The Titan giant ape found it particularly amusing, so it imitated Tang Jiu and began to dance wildly, pointing its index finger downwards and excitedly howling. Wow, this is too much. Chrysanthemum Douluo spat out another mouthful of blood, clenching his fist so tightly that his fingers pierced his palm. Xiao tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Tang Jiu was simply too mischievous, leading the Titan giant ape astray. However, the brightness in her eyes when she looked at Tang Jiu increased. Who could escape the chase of Chrysanthemum Douluo at over level 20? Even poisoned Douluo would likely be killed by Chrysanthemum Douluo in a one-on-one fight. But now, Chrysanthemum Douluo had almost been killed and was infuriated by two unscrupulous guys. Elder Jiu, let's go. Xiao thought that if she didn't speak up, Elder Jiu might really lose his temper and fight the Titan giant ape, which would probably lead to his demise. Let's go. Chrysanthemum Douluo squeezed out a word through his gritted teeth, then grabbed Xiao and flew away. Xiao turned back and gave Tang Jiu a sweet smile, then covered her mouth again, her eyes filled with laughter. Roar. The Titan giant ape felt a bit unwilling, raised a middle finger to the sky, and then happily returned to the restricted area, occasionally bouncing around proudly and laughing loudly. Once it reached the restricted area, it was still lost in ecstasy, and the sky blue bull python almost thought it had gone mad. Human, tell me now, where is Xiao? The sky blue bull python swatted the frantically dancing Titan giant ape with its tail, then glared at Tang Jiu and coldly asked. Xiao, the soft-boned charm rabbit, soul beast transformation type, likes to wear pink clothes. Currently studying at Nodding Academy, my third brother and teacher are taking care of her. She is safe. Tang Jiu chuckled. Human, the Azure Bull Python really wants to slap this gasping guy to death. Just now, he said Xiao was in danger and asked me to save him. But now he's saying Xiao is fine. However, based on Tang Jiu's description, it can be certain that Tang Jiu has met Xiao. Xiao even calls me Brother Jiu, so you should be a bit more polite when you talk to me. Daming, Xiao said that if I am in danger, I should look for you guys. Otherwise, you can also call me Brother Jiu, and I will protect you from now on. Tang Jiu snorted. Do you deserve it, little one? The Azure Bull Python really wanted to spit water and drown Tang Jiu, but thinking about it, it was indeed possible. After all, Xiao wanted to integrate into human society, and besides, the only way to know that his name is Daming could only be from Xiao telling Tang Jiu. Roar. At this moment, the Titan great ape stood in front of Tang Jiu, roaring at the Azure Bull Python, signaling not to harm Tang Jiu, as he is his friend. Daming rolled his huge eyes and snorted, not understanding who was just shouting about wanting to smash this little bug. Human, who exactly are you? Why did you provoke the Spirit Hall? The Azure Bull Python asked, still a bit uneasy about Tang Jiu's identity. My name is Tang Jiu. My family was killed by the Spirit Hall. My adoptive father is Tang Hao, who fell in love with 100,000 soul beasts back then and was hunted down by the Spirit Hall. Recently, I kidnapped the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, and the one who wants to kill me is the Spirit Hall's Jiu Douluo. The Azure Bull Python really wanted to say, "You're even more impressive than I am. For now on, please take care of Xiao Wu more." After thinking for a moment, the Azure Bull Python realized that Tang Jiu's identity indeed seemed to be a friend. He did not reject soul beasts and was an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, it could only ask Tang Jiu to take more care of Xiao Wu, especially since Tang Jiu's strength was truly abnormal, being able to escape from the hands of a titled Douluo, showing extraordinary potential. Seeing that they seemed to have reached an understanding, the Titan Great Ape began to pull Tang Jiu to have a dance party. Bang! The Azure Bull Python swung its tail and sent the Titan Great Ape flying, roaring, "You are an ape, not a human. Don't imitate human ways. Uphold the dignity of beasts." The Titan Great Ape snorted and didn't want to bother with the Azure Bull Python. Instead, it grabbed Tang Jiu and ran to a distance, then began to dance. Being invincible is really too lonely. The Azure Bull Python couldn't play with it anymore. When Xiao Wu was around, they could still play together since both had rather combative and lively personalities. However, the Azure Bull Python's character was more laid back, spending all day sleeping at the bottom of the lake, which was too boring. "Come on, let me first teach you the basic moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Change your posture, and let's do it again." Tang Jiu felt that he had to bring the Titan Giant Ape with him. From now on, whenever trouble arose, he could just let the Titan Giant Ape smash people. Roar. The Titan Giant Ape was completely obsessed with dancing, especially enjoying making provocative gestures. From then on, the soul beasts in the Douluo Forest were out of luck. The Titan Giant Ape's dancing was deadly. The ground shook violently, making it hard for the soul beasts with keen senses to get a good night's sleep. What was even more unbearable for the soul beast was that the Titan Giant Ape not only danced but also sang. And that voice could only be described as a wail of ghosts and howls of wolves, a noise that was practically the loudest decibel horn imaginable. Tang Jiu couldn't bear it any longer. It was too damn unbearable. In the Spirit Hall, the highest authority in the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu looked at Qian Rinxue with a cold gaze and angrily said, "Schwerer, tell me, who exactly is that wild kid? Grandpa, please let him go. He is my only friend." Qian Rinxue tugged at Qian Daolu's clothes, constantly acting cute. "Humph. If you don't say, I will personally go to the Douluo Forest. With my unparalleled Douluo cultivation, I can easily crush that wild kid." Qian Daolu snorted coldly. Qian Rinxue was suddenly alarmed. If Grandpa took action and brought a few titled Douluos, that little Jiu would definitely be dead. "Then I'll tell you, can you not take action, Grandpa?" "Humph. Let me take action? He is not worthy. Let the people beneath the Spirit Hall deal with it. I don't believe he will stay in the Douluo Forest forever." Qian Daolu was also a very proud person, believing that only Tang Chun was worth his intervention. Qian Rinxue actually knew that not making Qian Daolu take action didn't mean others wouldn't. Once they left the Douluo Forest, without the support of Little Jiu, how could he compete with the Spirit Hall? She only knew that Tang Jiu was called Little Jiu, not knowing his other identities. Because Tang Jiu mentioned that his parents were killed by the Spirit Hall, and she thought Tang Jiu was an orphan, so she didn't ask further. Qian Rinxue turned her mind and finally thought of a good way to divert the disaster. Recently, the city lord of Notting was killed, and the Spirit Hall's enforcement team was destroyed. Why not frame that person? "Grandpa, that wild kid is called Tang Haizi. He is the one who slaughtered the city lord's mansion in Notting. According to speculation, he is the son of Tang Hao from the Haotian sect. If you want to cause trouble, go find the Haotian sect." Qian Oliu's eyes turned cold, and he angrily said, "Someone, relay my orders, attack the Haotian sect. I want to make them suffer severely." Qian Daolu also wanted to use this attack on the Haotian sect to test the attitudes of the major sects, especially to see if Tang Chun had truly broken through to the limit. He didn't believe that Tang Chun was dead. That was an existence he feared. Qian Rinxue waved her fist, secretly pleased. "Little Jiu, I am truly living up to your life-saving grace. I am even willing to frame others for you. You must thank me well in the future." Achoo! Tang Jiu inexplicably sneezed, not knowing who was cursing him. Time flies, and years pass like a shuttle. For years later, Tang Jiu is nearly 11 years old now. Due to the nature of soul masters and their training, they tend to develop quickly. He has changed significantly compared to 4 years ago, now standing close to 1.7 meters tall. Back then, after battling with Jiu Douluo, he absorbed speed beyond his body's limit, resulting in a drop of 9 levels in soul power bringing him down to level 13. However, since he learned to use the final form of his bat wings to absorb the essence of the moon, his soul power training has been astonishingly fast. In just 4 years, he has progressed from level 13 to level 28. His base strength has also increased from 5,800 gene to 7,000 gene. And the soul rings he can withstand have grown from 10,000 years to 13,000 years. It's time to leave the Stardow Forest. Ming, I'm leaving. Next time, I'll teach you the space step. Tang Jiu performed a set of graceful, sliding steps on the ground, making the Titan giant ape watch in silence with envy. Suddenly, it roared at the sky blue bull python. I want to transform. As soon as it finished speaking, it was struck to the ground by the sky blue bull python's tail. This time, the sky blue bull python was truly angry, roaring repeatedly. You can't even speak human words, and you still think about transforming? You're not doing it right. I said before, don't hang out with this bastard Tang Jiu. But you wouldn't listen. Stick to the beast path. Do you understand? Do you understand? With each roar, the sky blue bull python struck the Titan giant ape with its tail, causing it to cry out in pain. Tang Jiu sensed that the situation was not good and quickly fled, hoping not to get himself into trouble. The sky blue bull python looked at him as if it were looking at an enemy. It always thought that it was Tang Jiu who had led the Titan giant ape astray. But no, it was clearly the Titan giant ape that had led him astray. It was time to choose the second soul ring for the bullet ant spirit, since staying in the Stardow Forest posed no danger. He was not in a hurry to attach his spirit, but if he was going out, he had to ensure that his soul rings were complete. Tang Jiu had long chosen his target, the Mad Blood Bull. This was a soul beast similar to a rhinoceros, with dark red fluorescence on its blue horned armor and a towering blue horn on its head, as if it were about to pierce the sky. Tang Jiu stealthily approached the lair of the frenzied blood bull while wielding his warhammer. He quickly threw out his soul ring and bound it to the bull, instantly imprisoning its 10,000-year cultivation. Moo! The frenzied blood bull was enraged, its blood-red soul power igniting as it unleashed its skill, blood burning. Blood burning is the frenzied blood bull's signature skill, burning all its soul power to instantly boost all attributes by 100. However, the cost is that after using it, its soul power will be completely exhausted, requiring at least 2 months to recover the consumed soul power. At this moment, the frenzied blood bull was already comparable to a 20,000-year soul beast. Its crimson eyes glared at Tang Jiu with displeasure, and upon confirming him as an enemy, the bull charged forward, its single horn aimed fiercely at Tang Jiu. First soul skill, Rampage. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Soul bone skill, Frenzy. Tang Jiu was not afraid at all, and he unleashed his full firepower, swinging the giant hammer towards the head of the wind blood mad cow. With a whoosh, the mad cow's horn shone with a deep blue light, piercing through the war hammer with incredible sharpness, and then, with a strong flick, the hammer was thrown hundreds of meters away. Tang Jiu felt a burning pain in his tiger's mouth. After his strength was enhanced, it reached 14,000 pounds. But he was still no match for the frenzied blood mad bull. He quickly rolled on the ground to dodge the bull's charge. However, the frenzied blood mad bull suddenly slammed to a stop, raised its front hooves, and stomped down. The ground shook under the weight of its hooves, and Tang Jiu was forced to jump around, completely at a loss, feeling extremely frustrated. Tang Jiu really didn't want to use the martial soul fusion skill. He couldn't always rely on it, and using it in combat would easily expose his identity. I still have the heavenly curse seal. The blood-red cloud stained Tang Jiu's body, causing all his physical attributes to increase by 50. Tang Jiu swung his fist and smashed it hard against the hoof of the frenzied blood wild bull. Boom! Tang Jiu and the mad blood bull were knocked back simultaneously, tumbling for dozens of meters. It's about time. We can fight head-on now. Tang Jiu felt all the bones in his body crying out in pain, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was exceptionally high. With a roar, he clashed against the frenzied blood bull, landing punch after punch. The surrounding trees were shaken by the impacts, and even smaller trees had already snapped. However, Tang Jiu's soul power reserves were no match for the frenzied blood bull. After several rounds of full-on attacks, his soul power began to falter. Second soul skill, Soul Power Evil Ring. A black light flashed on the frenzied blood bull, and it felt a jolt of weakness throughout its body. Tang Jiu's soul power instantly surged by a large margin. The Soul Power Evil Ring instantly devoured 5 units of the enemy's soul power, which could be completely replenished to Tang Jiu. It could also be enhanced based on the number of soul rings. With each additional ring, The speed of absorption increased by 5. The duration lasted for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Similar to the Speed Evil Ring, the only difference was the cooldown period. He could only continue to absorb once the absorbed soul power dissipated. Otherwise, it was too easy to explode and die. Tang Jiu's soul ring now has 2 soul rings, and the one directly plundered is the soul power of the frenzied blood barbarian bull at level 10. In an instant, the soul power is completely replenished. The frenzied blood barbarian bull's eyes widen in disbelief, clearly unable to understand why this is happening. Come on, watch me exhaust you to death. Swinging his fist to strike. He was now like a perpetual motion machine, his soul power never exhausting, using his soul skills without any cost, with no gaps in time. Every move was the strongest, explosive power. Moo! The Mad Blood Bull was also getting into it. It felt that Tang Jiu could easily be trampled to death. But the more they fought, the fiercer Tang Jiu became. A human soul master was actually matching it head-on, and the Mad Blood Bull was clearly unwilling to back down. Neither side was willing to give in. It was a straightforward confrontation. Tang Jiu had begun to accumulate numerous wounds, but he didn't care at all. He just wanted to crush this bull with his fists. In the distance, a 5-member soul master team noticed the huge commotion in the forest and the miserable bellowing of the bull. It was the Mad Blood Bull. Tianheng, let us go take a look. If it has a cultivation of 12,000 years, it would be perfect for Brother Tianlei. The speaker was Yu Tianxin, a cousin of Yu Tianheng, grandson of the second elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, 19 years old, and a level 36 Battle Soul Master. They had come this time to hunt souls for Yu Tianlei, who was 28 years old and a level 50 Battle Soul King. Knowing that his cousin Yu Tianheng had a particularly powerful healing-type soul master in the Tiando Royal Battle Team, Jiuxin Haidang Yi Lingling, they specifically formed a team to enter. But this is someone else hunting a soul beast. Aren't we just robbing? Yi Lingling obviously thought this was not good. We're just going to take a look. Maybe he really needs your healing. Tianheng, what do you say? Yu Tianlei looked at Yu Tianheng. Before Yu Tianheng could respond, Dugu Yin beside him smiled and hooked her arm around Yi Lingling's shoulder, saying, "Come on, you might be a handsome guy. Just right for you to find a boyfriend." Yi Linglei shot Dugu Yin a cold glance, saying, "Yinzi, don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Yu Tianxin's face showed slight displeasure. He was quite attentive to Yi Linglei, trying to win her favor along the way, but Dugu Yin clearly looked down on him. After all, his talent was not as good as Yu Tianheng's. However, he didn't dare to offend Dugu Yin, as her grandfather was the Poison Douluo. While their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan only had one title Douluo, he couldn't bring trouble to his family. The battle is over. Suddenly, Yu Tianlei furrowed his brows. Not waiting for everyone to reach a consensus, he rushed over first. Pushing aside the dense weeds, he saw a battered Tang Jiu, who was dazed there. The soul ring is gone. Yu Tianlei's expression turned quite ugly as he shouted, "Wild brat, who was hunting soul bees here just now." Tang Jiu was checking his soul skills. After defeating the crazy blood barbarian bull, he absorbed a 13,000 year black soul ring and obtained the blood-burning soul skill. The second soul skill, blood burning, instantly enhances all physical attributes by 50, which can be further increased according to the soul ring's enhancement. For each additional ring, the increase will add another 10. The duration is 5 seconds. This means that when he uses the blood-burning soul skill now, he can directly increase his strength, speed, and defense by 50. Although it is not as exaggerated as the 100 increase from the crazy blood barbarian bull, it lacks the side effects. Just as he was feeling pleased, he heard Yu Tianlei's unfriendly inquiry, so he pointed to himself and said, "Are you blind? I'm the only one here. If I didn't kill it, who did? You? What level is your soul power?" Yu Tianlei scoffed. "Just hit level 30. Tang Jiu chuckled, as he had just absorbed a 10,000 year soul ring, allowing him to break through from level 28 to level 30 in one go, which was incredibly satisfying. At level 30, you want to hunt a 10,000 year soul beast alone? You should at least have some basis for your boasting." Before Yu Tianlei could respond, Dugu Yin immediately retorted. Tang Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. Dugu Yin was simply too recognizable because she had a pair of emerald green pupils, which indicated poisoning. "So, the girl beside her must be Yi Lingling, right? I'm injured. Can you treat me?" Tang Jiu didn't pay attention to Dugu Yin, but looked at Yi Lingling instead. "Sure." The gentle and innocent Yi Lingling nodded readily. At that moment, Tang Jiu looked too disheveled, making her, a healing soul master, feel a pang of compassion. "Lingling, people's hearts are treacherous. You can't just want to treat everyone you see." Yin hurriedly signaled to Yu Tianheng. Teacher Qin Ming wants us to go through these experiences. You've always been treated as a treasure by your family, and that won't do, right, Yu Tianheng? Yes. When encountering soul masters in the wild, try not to engage too much if you're unfamiliar with them, Yu Tianheng said. Oh. Yi Lingling glanced apologetically at Tang Jiu, indicating that she was also powerless. As teacher Qin Ming had instructed them to follow the captain's orders when they set out, Tang Jiu was immediately frustrated. What was supposed to be a simple matter was ruined by Yu Tianheng. He huffed, Yu Tianheng, we're actually relatives. You're being too ungrateful. Relatives? Several people were taken aback and looked at Tang Jiu in confusion. I am a direct disciple of Master Yu Xiaojing, so by that logic, I am your senior brother. Tang Jiu Zhuge, your uncle's disciple. Yu Tianheng was delighted at first, but then his expression darkened. You should actually be my junior brother. So it turned out they were on the same side. Come call me sister. Yin, who was quite fond of Yu Tianheng, immediately tried to establish a connection with Tang Jiu, then pulled Yi Lingling and said, let's treat our little junior brother. Yi Lingling was about to take action when Yu Tianxin sneered. I thought who it was? Turns out it's the disgrace of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. That useless Yu Xiaojing. I remember he was expelled from the family back then. Where does this senior brother and junior brother talk come from? Tang Jiu's expression suddenly darkened. Shut up. That's our second uncle. Yu Tianheng shouted angrily. The master treated him quite well, and in Yu Tianheng's heart, he still valued this second uncle. Yu Tianxin chuckled and said, that's your second uncle, not mine. I don't have a useless uncle. Besides, he has already been expelled from the family. Why would you recognize a useless person as your second uncle? Don't glare at me like that. If you have the ability, make the family revoke the punishment on Yu Xiaojing. Seeing Yu Tianheng's discontented face, Yu Tianxin snorted. Then he turned to Tang Jiu, whose expression was extremely unfriendly, and said, Kid, what are you looking at? Do you want to fight me? Let me tell you, my martial soul is not like your teacher's useless one. I am the real blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a level 36 battle spirit. Slap. Tang Jiu swung his hand and landed a heavy slap on Yu Tianxin's face. The immense force causing Yu Tianxin's face to spin 180 degrees, which then made his body rotate in midair and crash heavily to the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. Well done. Yin, with her mischievous personality, cheered on, looking like she was enjoying the spectacle. You dare to hit me? Yu Tianxin spat out a mouthful of blood, got up, and directly activated his martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, he charged towards Tang Jiu. Stop! Yu Tianheng shouted in anger, ready to intervene, but was held back by Yu Tianlei. Tianheng, he actually dares to provoke our blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Let Tianxin teach him a lesson. Otherwise, where will our family's dignity be? You must know that anyone who provokes our family is our enemy. Yu Tianheng did not expect Yu Tianlei to use the family to pressure him. If he intervened, it would be equivalent to helping an outsider deal with the family, especially since Yu Tianlei was the grandson of the Grand Elder. The Elder Council and the family head were already at odds. If Yu Tianlei went back and exaggerated the situation a bit, he could bring even more controversy to his father. Seeing that Yu Tianheng was stopped, a fierce light flashed in Yu Tianxin's eyes. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Yu Tianxin did not want to give others a chance to rescue Tang Jiu and directly activated his third soul skill, blue arcs of electricity flashing around him, entering a frenzied state with an attack power boosted to 60. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The yellow soul ring on Yu Tianxin flashed, and his attack power surged by another 50. His hands transformed into dragon claws as he viciously struck towards Tang Jiu. Frenzy. Tang Jiu did not activate his martial soul, but instead used his soul bone skill to punch towards Yu Tianxin's dragon claw. After Tang Jiu absorbed the soul ring of the mad blood barbarian bull, his physical attributes skyrocketed, with his strength increasing from 7,000 gene to 8,000 gene. The soul ring of the mad blood barbarian bull also enhanced Tang Jiu's bones and skin, significantly boosting his defense. Crack! Bang! When their fists and claws collided, Yu Tianxin's hand bones shattered, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. How is this possible? He defeated the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master with a single punch without using his martial soul. Yu Tianlei was filled with shock. Yu Tianheng was also in disbelief. He had planned to wait for Tang Jiu to be defeated before stepping in to protect him, but this outcome was something he couldn't accept at that moment. Monster! Deathby also gaped in astonishment. Tang Jiu did not stop his actions, quickly stepping forward and swinging his death whip leg violently towards Yu Tianxin's chest, who was lying on the ground. Impudent. Yu Tianlei quickly stepped forward to block Tang Jiu's kick, coldly saying, "Don't go too far." Who's going too far? It was he who insulted my teacher first. Are you also looking to back him up? I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson too. Tang Jiu had never had a good impression of the blue lightning tyrant dragon due to his master, and now he was eager to teach them a lesson. Then don't blame me for bullying the weak. Yu Tianlei immediately activated his martial soul, and 4 soul rings appeared around his body, 2 yellow and 2 purple. At that moment, Deathby Yin, who was watching the fun, could no longer laugh, and her expression became extremely serious. Just as Tang Jiu was about to activate his martial soul, Yu Qianheng stood in front of him. Enough. This matter ends here. Tianxin insulted my second uncle, so it's only right for my second uncle's student to slap him. If Tianlei wants to continue, then our team will be disbanded. If Tianlei stops now, I'll have Lingling treat everyone, and we can consider this matter settled. Yu Tianlei coldly glanced at Tang Jiu, and then retracted his martial soul, saying, "Fine. For Tianheng's sake, we'll let this go. Let's focus on hunting souls." Yu Tianxin's eyes were bloodshot. I was attacked, and just like that, it's settled? Yu Tianlei gave Yu Tianxin a look, meaning to wait until he got his 10,000-year soul ring first. Yi Lingling saw the conflict end and immediately went to treat Tang Jiu and Yu Tianxin. That junior brother, I could actually beat him. Tang Jiu poked Yu Tianheng's shoulder, feeling a bit unwilling as such a good opportunity to deal with the opponent was missed. However, if he continued to take advantage, Yu Tianheng might turn against him, considering they were from the same sect. "I am your senior brother," Yu Tianheng said irritably. "Junior brother, you're not being very obedient. Just now we saved your life. At your level 30, you could handle that rookie Yu Tianxin, but dealing with the level 50 Yu Tianlei would be quite dangerous. Hurry up and thank your sister." Deathby Yin looked at Tang Jiu with a smile in her emerald green eyes. "With my strength, I could wipe you all out." Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Deathby Yin pouted, and even Yi Lingling shook her head, gently saying, "Junior brother, boasting is not good." Tang Jiu saw that no one believed him, shrugged his shoulders, and stopped explaining. He then said, "Let me lead the way. I've lived here for a while and know it well." "All right." Deathby Yin nodded. Seeing Tang Jiu like this, she knew he was reliable, especially since he was dressed in animal skins. "What kind of spirit beast are you looking for?" Tang Jiu asked. "A powerful spirit beast that's 12,000 years old. Something like a mad, blood-crazed bull will do," Yu Tianheng replied. "All right, then I'll take you to find it." Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. It was the frenzied blood bull. "How about we just let that kid Yu Tianlei get gored to death by the bull later? The frenzied blood bull is not something they can handle. You lead the way. Who knows if you'll take us into danger?" "I think it should be Brother Tianlei who leads. He often goes in and out of the starry forest to help people hunt soul beasts." Yu Tianxin always felt that Tang Jiu didn't have good intentions. "Whatever." Tang Jiu shrugged. "If this kid wants to mess around, let him." After climbing a big tree and checking the surroundings, Yu Tianlei professionally pointed to the northeast and said, "Based on my experience, that's the safest place." Tang Jiu chuckled, realizing that if one doesn't seek death, they won't die. That direction is the territory of plant-type soul beasts, and there are few animal-type soul beasts. It may seem safe on the surface, but any animal-type soul beasts living there are exceptionally powerful. If you take my advice, I suggest you don't go. 57 Phantom Demon Man-Eating Tree, don't pretend to understand. Yu Tianlei snorted coldly. Just as Deathby Yin and the others were hesitating over whom to listen to, a furious roar of a monkey suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. The surrounding soul beasts immediately became agitated, clearly frightened. What is that sound? Deathby Yin felt fear rising from the depths of her heart. "I don't know. It should be a powerful soul beast in this forest," Yu Tianlei analyzed. Tang Jiu heard this voice and couldn't help but laugh. "That's the sound of the Titan giant ape. It's getting beaten. The reason is that it doesn't listen." Deathby Yin sighed. "Junior, you really know how to brag. Has the Titan giant ape really been beaten? Have you seen it with your own eyes?" "I've seen it often." "Tang Jiu know that?" At this moment, Yu Tianlei had a look of disdain, and even Yi Lingling gently said, "It's not good to boast." "All right, follow me." This time, no one believed Tang Jiu, as he was too unreliable in his words. The group followed Yu Tianlei toward the northeast. After about 3 hours of travel, the soul beasts they encountered became fewer. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted by, and Tang Jiu felt the heavenly curse seal charging up quickly. He was immediately startled and shouted, "Not good." He directly pulled Yi Lingling back. "You brat, let go of Lingling." Yu Tianxin saw Tang Jiu's actions and immediately wanted to follow. But as soon as he took a step, a huge vine suddenly coiled up from the ground, wrapping around his ankle and hanging him upside down, 10 meters off the ground. At that moment, the original vines on the ground began to writhe, reaching out toward the group. Yu Qianheng and the others were just about to defend themselves, but upon smelling the fragrance, they felt the scene before them becoming blurry. As they tried to dodge, they accidentally bumped right into the vines, which wrapped around their ankles and hung them up as well. At this moment, Yi Lingling was horrified to discover that this was a giant tree with vines, over 200 meters tall and more than 30 meters in diameter. The dark vines were densely covered with the bodies of animals. Du Guiyan and the others were now being slowly bound up by the vines like Zhongzi. What is this thing? Yi Lingling stood in a place where the vines couldn't reach her, her face filled with shock. A dream demon man-eating tree. Tang Hao was also filled with trepidation. He rarely came to the plant-type soul beast gathering place because it was too dangerous. Plant soul beasts could kill unexpectedly. What should we do now? Yi Lingling asked coldly. To save them, Du Guiyan must take action, but I must first dispel the illusion on Du Guiyan. Later, you will treat Du Guiyan. After Tang Jiu finished speaking, he picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Du Guiyan's arm. Puffed. The force of the stone was so great that it directly pierced through Du Guiyan's arm, and the intense pain snapped her out of the illusion. At that moment, Yi Lingling also produced a 9-heart sea tang from her hand, and the healing light enveloped Du Guiyan, allowing her to finally see her situation clearly. She was hanging upside down from a vine, surrounded by the corpses of animals also hanging upside down, which made her break out in a cold sweat. Hurry! Use poison to corrode the vines. Tang Jiu will get. Upon hearing this, Du Guiyan immediately understood, summoned her martial soul, and the green-scaled snake appeared. 3 soul rings lit up around her, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Third soul skill, green-scaled purple poison. Purple poison gas spread out, and the vines on her body visibly withered and became brittle, breaking as they could not bear Du Guiyan's weight. Du Guiyan rolled in the air and landed, then used her soul power to direct the poison gas toward the vines binding Yu Qianheng. After he fell dizzily, Du Guiyan grabbed his arm and quickly escaped from the attack range of the illusion demon man-eating tree, wiping the cold sweat from her brow in fear. After Du Guiyan woke up Yu Qianheng, he saw Yu Tianlei trapped and gritted his teeth. Yanzi, save him. He couldn't just watch his sect members die tragically. As he spoke, he rushed over. Du Guiyan stamped her foot, unwilling to let Yu Qianheng take risks alone, and once again used a soul skill to create a large area of poison mist, impacting the vines and causing Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianlei to fall. Yu Qianheng punched each of them in the nose, making them cry with tears and blood. Yu Qianheng was not polite, partly because he had disapproved of their actions before, and partly because he was angry that they had chosen this path, almost leading to their annihilation. Run! Yu Qianlei's nose was bleeding, but now his life was more important. He shouted and activated his martial soul, charging madly toward the outside, sensing an even greater danger. Suddenly, the massive illusion demon man-eating tree extended wooden javelins from its huge canopy. This was the man-eating tree's sole skill, ironwood javelin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of javelins fell from a height of 200 meters. These hard wooden javelins were not afraid of the poison mist corrosion, and when they fell, they pierced the ground by a full meter. The 3 of them ran as if in a rain of arrows, every step filled with dread. Suddenly, Yu Qianxin let out a miserable scream. His arm was pierced by a javelin, and his body stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking up, he was terrified to the point of almost wetting himself, as countless javelins rained down from the sky, and he was about to be turned into a target. Save me. Yu Qianxin looked at Yu Tianlei, but Yu Tianlei was no longer concerned about his life. Just as he felt despair, Yu Qianheng directly activated his 3rd soul skill, sweeping out with a grab and shattering all the javelins aimed at Yu Qianxin. Then he pulled them up and ran wildly. However, an even denser rain of javelins was already coming. Yu Tianlei shouted, 4th soul skill, blue electric divine dragon transformation. Yu Tianlei transformed into a blue electric dragon, sweeping his tail to clear the javelins in front of him, then accelerated out of the javelin's range. Qianheng. Du Guiyan saw Yu Tianlei use his soul skill to escape, but Yu Qianheng was still not at level 39 and could not transform into a dragon. The rain of ironwood javelins fell, and Yu Qianheng's speed was simply not enough to escape. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale, filled with despair. Qianheng grabbed on. At that moment, Tang Hao pulled out a rope from the 12 golden hairpins and threw it to Yu Qianheng. The already hopeless Yu Qianheng was overjoyed to grab the rope, feeling a terrifying force pulling him as if he was flying out. Bang! At that moment, the dense ironwood javelins crashed down, shaking the ground. Yu Tianheng looked back in a cold sweat, only to see that the area they had just been in was now filled with countless ironwood javelins, like a forest of javelins. Tianheng. Du Guyan approached in surprise to check, only to find that a javelin had pierced Yu Tianheng's arm at an angle, but he had no other serious injuries, which made her feel relieved. Then she turned back and patted Tang Jiu's shoulder, saying, "Thank you so much this time. If you have any requests in the future, I will agree to them all." Tang Jiu's eyes instantly lit up, and he rubbed his hands together, saying, "I heard your grandfather has a medicinal garden with a lot of good stuff in it. Can you take me in to broaden my horizons?" Tang Jiu now feels it is necessary to improve his poison resistance. It would be even better if he could become immune to all poisons. The fierce battle begins. For Tang Jiu's request, Du Guyan gladly agrees to take him to see her grandfather's medicinal garden, as it is no big deal. She certainly doesn't think Tang Jiu is going to steal medicinal herbs. Isn't that asking for death? After thanking Tang Jiu, it was time to settle accounts with Yu Tianlei. Du Guyan raised her hand and sprayed a cloud of poison mist toward Yu Tianlei, using her first soul skill, Green Scales Red Poison. The red poisonous gas floated onto Yu Tianlei's face, instantly darkening it. "What are you doing?" Yu Tianlei exclaimed angrily. "I saved you, but you fled alone, disregarding the lives of your teammates, so now I want your life back." Du Guyan sneered. Yu Tianlei cursed Du Guyan for being just like her grandfather, both having capricious personalities, turning against people faster than flipping a book. However, he dared not confront Du Guyan. If he got poisoned here, he would die even faster. "Tianheng, that was a misunderstanding. My soul skill can only protect myself," Yu Tianlei explained. Tianheng coldly glanced at Yu Tianlei, thinking he was talking nonsense. The soul skills of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were quite similar, although he was only at level 38. The time it took for his fourth soul skill to transform into a blue electric dragon was determined by soul power, and it couldn't possibly be that short. "Yanzi, stop. Detoxify him and let him go. Our team is disbanding from here." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Yu Tianlei was quite pleased, but upon hearing the latter half, his expression changed. He angrily said, "We agreed to hunt souls together. I haven't obtained my 5th soul ring yet. What do you mean by this? I will not team up with a petty person. I must be responsible for my teammates." Tianheng said coldly, "Very well. I will report this matter to my family." After Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin's injuries were treated, he left with a harsh remark. After the two left, Tianheng turned to Tang Jiu and asked, "You haven't properly introduced yourself yet. What's your name?" "Tang Jiu. You can call me Xiao Jiu. What a mischievous junior." "Sister, my name is Du Guyan, and this beauty is Yi Lingling. Do you want to pursue her?" "Sister will help you." Du Guyan winked. "Yanzi." Yi Lingling's face immediately turned red, giving Du Guyan a white look. She always loved to joke around like this. "But I already have a girlfriend. I'm such a devoted person. It's not my style to have romantic feelings for someone else," Tang Jiu said, scratching his nose. "By the way, Yi Lingling is so gentle. Junior, you should open your eyes. Our Lingling is the future sect master of the 9-Heart Tang sect. You should break up with that girlfriend of yours quickly." "Yanzi." Yi Lingling had truly had enough of Du Guyan. All right. No more jokes." Seeing that Yi Lingling was a bit angry, Du Guyan stopped teasing her and turned to Tang Jiu seriously, saying, "Junior, you're a level 30 now. Have you hunted for a soul ring yet? Since we have nothing to do, why not help you hunt a soul beast?" "So, which soul beast do you want to hunt?" Tang Jiu thought seriously and said, "My 3rd soul ring needs a soul beast with a cultivation of 16,000 years." Clap. Du Guyan directly slapped Tang Jiu's shoulder and said angrily, "You never stop bragging. Really, my talent is astonishing." Tang Jiu had an expression that you wouldn't understand, which immediately caused Yi Lingling to cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. Just now, Tang Jiu had saved her, and she had a very good impression of him, viewing him as a mischievous little brother. The group was lively, chatting and joking around. However, just as they left the territory of the plant-type soul beasts, they heard Yu Tianlei's cry for help, with a 6-meter-long lizard-like soul beast following him. "Tianheng, hurry up and help. I found a 10,000-year-old iron-armored giant lizard." Yu Tianlei was leading the soul beast towards Tang Jiu and the others. Du Guyan still didn't understand that Yu Tianlei was deliberately luring them over to help hunt it down. "Don't bother. Let it die." Du Guyan sneered. Tang Jiu nodded and said, "That's right, and this is not an iron-armored giant lizard at all, but an iron-armored dragon. A 6-meter iron-armored giant lizard has a cultivation level of around 12,000 years, but a 6-meter iron-armored dragon has 18,000 years. Moreover, the iron-armored dragon belongs to the subdragon category, and its strength is not something the iron armor giant lizard can match. Is that so? How did you figure that out? Douluo asked curiously. Look at the iron armor dragon's tail. Doesn't it look a bit like a meteor hammer? That's the biggest difference. Plus, the iron armor dragon's body is more streamlined, and its movements are much swifter, not as sluggish as the iron armored lizard. Tang Hao continued to explain. An 18,000 year iron armor dragon? Then isn't this you, Tianlei, doomed? Douluo's emerald green pupils flashed with delight, eager to see how you Tianlei would be devoured. Bang! The iron armor dragon charged and sent the last member, Yu Qianxin, flying, then turned and bit down fiercely at Yu Tianlei. If it bit down, it would definitely tear Yu Tianlei into 3 pieces. Yu Qianheng, we are all from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Can you bear to watch without saving him? You're still the young master. How can you disregard the lives of your kin like this? Even your father would be criticized. Yu Tianlei roared. Yu Qianheng frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved, but after all, he was the heir of the family, and his father was the clan leader. He had been educated since childhood to prioritize the family. Moreover, Yu Tianlei was the grandson of the Grand Elder, and Yu Tianxin was the grandson of the Second Elder. If he saved them this time, his father, as the clan leader, would also gain more support from others. Thinking of this, Yu Qianheng no longer hesitated and directly activated his martial soul. 3 soul rings appearing on him, yellow, yellow, and purple. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's hands transformed into dragon claws, crackling with blue electricity, and he launched a surprise attack at the iron armor dragon's eyes. The iron armor dragon, eager for a feast, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its eyes as Yu Qianheng's dragon claw struck its wide-open eye. Roar! The iron armored dragon cried out in pain, and this strike directly blinded one of its eyes, the intense pain piercing through its heart, causing it to immediately abandon Yu Tianlei and turn its hunting target to Yu Tianheng instead. With a flick of its tail, the meteor hammer-like tail slammed down towards Yu Tianheng's head. First soul skill, Green Scales, Red Poison. Douluo immediately used her poison attack, and a red toxic mist floated towards the iron armor dragon. When it's injured, I came into contact with the poison mist. An even more painful sensation spread through the iron armor dragon's nerves, causing its body to sway slightly, and the strike missed. Yu Tianheng narrowly dodged the swift attack, quickly flipping and retreating, standing at the forefront of the retreating group, giving Douluo a look that signaled her to prepare for battle. Yu Tianxin, if you're not dead, get up. And Yu Tianlei, you 3 stand at the front. My poison won't kill it, but can only wear it down a bit. If anyone tries to be slick again, be careful of being wiped out. Douluo commanded from the center of the group. We're all fighting. What about that wild kid? Yu Tianxin huffed in discontent. P.S. Protecting Lingling. Douluo huffed and then gave Tang Hao a glance, signaling him to protect Yu Lingling well. Tang Hao not dead? He decided to let Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin be taken down by the iron armor dragon first before making his move. 5-9, call me Xiao Jiu. Tang Hao was not optimistic about this team being able to defeat the iron armor dragon. After all, the soul beast they were going to hunt first was around 12,000 years of cultivation, while the iron armor dragon was nearly 20,000 years old. Although they managed to blind one of its eyes with a surprise attack, the gap in strength was too great. Moreover, the team's control-type Soul Master was not like Tang San's hard control, but rather a soft control, relying on poison to control the battlefield. Du Guian's type of control was more effective against human Soul Masters, but much less so against Soul Beasts because Soul Beast physiques were far superior to humans, resulting in higher poison resistance. Additionally, the Soul Beast was enormous, and Du Guian's lower-level poison could at most cause pain, slow it down, and deepen the damage, with only slight armor-piercing capabilities. However, these effects were practically negligible against the Iron Armor Dragon. The only result was to increase the Iron Armor Dragon's frenzied bloodlust. Roar! The Iron Armor Dragon let out a furious roar, wanting to devour all the little bugs in front of it. After accelerating, it charged directly into Tang Hao's team. Hold it! Du Guian shouted. They had to curb the Iron Armor Dragon's speed to surround and kill it. If it kept charging and knocked someone over, that person would be severely injured. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. 3 purple soul rings lit up as Yu Qianheng and the others used their third soul skill to enter a rampaging state, boosting their power and attack. The 3 of them put forth all their strength and charged towards the Iron Armor Dragon's chest. Boom! The dragon and the 3 collided violently, causing the Iron Armor Dragon to stagger, but Yu Qianheng and the others were all sent flying back. Their strength was not on the same level as the Iron Armor Dragon. After shaking itself to regain balance, the Iron Armor Dragon charged towards Du Guiyan. And if it collided with her, she would definitely be killed instantly. Yinzi! Yu Qianheng exclaimed anxiously, but it was too late for him to get up and save her. At that moment, Tang Hao grabbed Du Guiyan and turned to carry Yi Lingling, running away as he activated the Soul Bone skill, Berserk. The Iron Armor Dragon chased after them fiercely. Although it was faster than Tang Hau's small body allowed him to weave through the narrow gaps between trees. While the Iron Armor Dragon charged head-on, boom, 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 trees were continuously broken as the dragon barreled through, but eventually it hit a solid obstacle, slamming into 1,000-year soul beast, the Ironwood, which did not fall, but left the Iron Armor Dragon dazed. Vao, so fast. Is Xiao Jiu a speed-type soul master? Yu Qianheng was surprised and immediately organized a counterattack. At that moment, Tang Hao found a safe place and brought the girls up a large tree. You little brat, have you taken enough advantage? Put me down. Du GiantStrength. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling's face was already flushed with embarrassment, and she gently pushed Tang Hao, who then placed both of them on a tree branch and smiled. Now you are safe. Xiao Jiu, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Du Guiyan noticed the tree was very thick, and the branch they stood on was 15 meters off the ground. No matter how powerful the Iron Armor Dragon was, it couldn't attack them since it couldn't climb trees. At this distance, they could unleash their soul skills without worrying about their safety. Yi Lingling held out the 9-heart begonia and began the first wave of group healing for the 3 who were injured earlier. She had never felt so safe while hunting soul beasts. In her gaze towards Tang Hao, there was a hint of admiration. However, the battle below was not looking good. Despite Du Guiyan's poisonous mist, the Iron Armor Dragon was still vigorous, its combat strength undiminished. Its tail swung like a meteor hammer, capable of creating large holes in the forest. On the ground and in the trees, countless big holes were made. Most importantly, the Iron Armor Dragon's defense was too strong. Their attacks could barely break through its defenses, akin to mere scratching. As a team, if the tanks couldn't withstand the assault of such a furious old beast, there was basically no chance of victory. Yet now they faced another predicament. They couldn't escape. The Iron Armor Dragon was much faster than the 3 attack-type Soul Masters. And if they turned to flee, one of them would surely die. Let's do it. Yu Tianlei, unleash your ultimate move. If we can blind its other eye, we might still have a chance to win. Yu Qianheng shouted breathlessly. All right. At this moment, Yu Tianlei realized they had to take the risk. 4th soul skill. Blue Electric Divine Dragon Transformation. The purple soul rings lit up, and Yu Tianlei transformed into a writhing blue electric dragon, opening its mouth wide to bite down hard on the Iron Armor Dragon's neck. Blue lightning flashing as soul power surged wildly. Yu Tianheng seized the opportunity, activating his 1st soul skill, and with dragon claws radiating electric light, he struck fiercely at the Iron Armor Dragon's eye. Just when he thought he was certain to succeed, the Iron Armor Dragon, having learned from its previous encounter, immediately closed its eyes. Slashing, Yu Tianheng's dragon claws raked across the Iron Armor Dragon's face, leaving long gashes. But when the Iron Armor Dragon opened its eyes, it shot Yu Qianheng a cold, mocking glare. It was then that Yu Qianheng realized he had failed to penetrate the Iron Armor Dragon's eyelid. It's over. Yu Qianheng felt a chill run through him as the Iron Armor Dragon slammed into the tree, sending Yu Tianlei flying half-dead. However, instead of delivering a finishing blow, it turned and charged at Yu Qianheng, not forgetting the one who had blinded it in one eye. Yu Tianheng dodged left and right, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being hit, flying out over 10 meters and spitting blood, while the Iron Armor Dragon slowly approached him step by step. Tianheng, Du Guiyan jumped down from the tree, picked up Yu Tianheng, and looked at the looming Iron Armor Dragon with despair in her eyes. Yi Lingling kept using her healing soul skills, but even if she healed Yu Qianheng and the others, they could not escape the fate of death. Xiao Jiu, take Yinzi and Lingling and run. Yu Qianheng pushed Du Guiyan away and shouted at Tang Hao. I won't go. Du Guiyan's eyes shimmered with tears as she stubbornly shook her head. If Yu Qianheng died, she didn't know how she would live on. In the midst of their sweet romance, Du Guiyan had already contemplated a plan for martyrdom. Tang Hao was very upset. Yu Qianheng had filled the hatred too much. The Iron Armor Dragon only wanted to kill Yu Tianheng first and completely ignored Yu Tianlei and the others. If he didn't take action, not only would Yu Tianheng die, but Du Guiyan would also die. Tang Hao sighed. The trick of using a knife to kill someone could no longer be used. He immediately jumped down from the tree and shouted, "Brother, I'm coming to save you." Yu Qianheng was so infuriated that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Yanzi, why don't you call me little Jiu, and I'll come to save him," Tang Jiu said with a smile as he walked step by step toward the armored dragon. Du Guyan was about to curse, but found that the words wouldn't come out. At that moment, she opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at the unbelievable scene before her. Tang Jiu has awakened his martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul. With each step he takes, a soul ring appears on his body. The first soul ring, purple. Announcement for launch. This book will be available tomorrow at noon. The current data is very poor, so I hope everyone will support it and subscribe. Don't let me rely solely on love to generate energy. This book will be different from other Douluo fan fictions. It 1T follow Tang San, 1T uphold the Haotian sect, and 1T assist Tang San in opposing the Spirit Hall. The protagonist's personality is unconventional, protective of his own, believing in treating those who are good to him well, and those who are not, he will crush them. Do you want to see the protagonist versus Qian Daolu? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Haotian sect? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Spear Hall? Do you want to see the protagonist versus Tang San? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Shrek 7 monsters? Then subscribe. 60 punching the Iron Armor Dragon. Seeking first subscription. Purple first ring. 1,000 years. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted, doubting whether they were seeing correctly. Then, Tang Jiu's second soul ring appeared, black. At this moment, Yi Lingling let out a gasp. The first ring being 1,000 years had already shocked her enough, but the second ring being 10,000 years was even more unbelievable. As a 10,000-year soul, ring only appears at the 5th ring. Could it be that the Mad Blood Bowl was really hunted by him? Du Guyan's eyes were filled with tears, as she seemed to see hope for Yu Tianheng's rescue, her emerald pupils fixed firmly on Tang Jiu, fists clenched. Meanwhile, Yu Tian lay in the distance was full of unwillingness and jealousy, continuously roaring in his heart. Why couldn't such talent appear in him? Yu Tianheng's gaze was dazed. He felt close to his second uncle, but he had never recognized Xiao Jiu's strength. Yet his second uncle's disciple was so monstrous. Roar. The Iron Armor Dragon's furious roar interrupted everyone's thoughts, its single eye filled with rage. Tang Jiu's aura made it extremely uneasy, and with a roar, the Iron Armor Dragon stomped the ground fiercely and charged at Tang Jiu. First soul skill, Rampage. Second soul skill, Blood Burning. Frenzy. Tang Jiu activates all 3 skills directly. With a base strength of 8,000 Jin, a Berserk increase of 55, a Blood Burning increase of 60, and a Frenzy increase of 30. After the 3 overlapping increases, Tang Jiu's strength instantly reaches 25,000 Jin. Not only strength, but also the body's defense and speed have greatly increased. At this moment, Tang Jiu is like a fierce beast in the human world. Tang Jiu stomped heavily on the ground, and with a loud bang, the ground collapsed deeply. Tang Jiu's body accelerated to the extreme, appearing as a blurred black shadow in the eyes of the crowd. Boom! Tang Jiu collided with the Iron Armor Dragon, and everyone heard the sickening sound of cracking bones. Then they saw Tang Jiu's body being sent flying, while the Iron Armor Dragon also toppled over and slid to the ground. The onlookers were left stunned. It was simply unbelievable that one person could knock down the Iron Armor Dragon. Even Yu Tianheng and his companions couldn't achieve that just moments ago. Yi Lingling, drawing on her experience as a healing soul master, quickly assessed that Tang Jiu was injured with a cracked scapula. She held the 9-heart begonia in both hands, casting a healing soul skill on Tang Jiu, and his broken bones instantly healed. Refreshing. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, feeling great about treating the girl. That's enough, Xiao Jiu. You should take Ling Ling and go. You're no match for the Iron Armor Dragon. Du Guyan sighed, although Tang Jiu was impressive just now. The Iron Armor Dragon's defense was too strong, and Tang Jiu had already suffered setback. With both soul skills activated, there was no chance of winning now. Don't worry, I won't lose. That was just a warm-up. Tang Jiu patted his chest with confidence. He didn't activate his soul ring or martial soul, as winning that way would be too uninteresting. He wanted to confront the Iron Armor Dragon head-on to sharpen his combat skills. Tang Jiu cannot rely too much on the soul ring martial spirit and the fusion skill of his own martial spirit, as these are all trump cards. In regular battles, he should focus on improving his basic combat abilities. The more solid the foundation, the greater the destructive power when using the ultimate move. Tang Jiu charged again. This time he wouldn't compete with the Iron Armor Dragon in strength. He dashed in front of the Iron Armor Dragon, executed a beautiful sidestep to avoid the dragon's brutal charge, and then kicked fiercely at the joint of the Iron Armor Dragon's hind leg. This was a joint lock technique from military boxing. With a crisp sound, the collision of bones echoed. The high-speed Iron Armor Dragon let out a cry and fell to the ground. Joints are the most vulnerable parts of the skeleton. Although Tang Jiu's kick didn't shatter the Iron Armor Dragon's joint, it still caused it to howl in pain, and the joint area became swollen. How could this be? Yu Qianheng was stunned. In the first attack, Tang Jiu was knocked down by the Iron Armor Dragon, but in the second attack, it was the Iron Armor Dragon that was down. Even more incredible was that Tang Jiu was now punching the air repeatedly instead of attacking the Iron Armor Dragon while he had the chance. Little did he know, this was Tang Jiu accumulating power using the chaotic wind hammer technique, one punch after another, and by the time the Iron Armor Dragon got back up, Tang Jiu had stacked up to 18 punches. When the Iron Armor Dragon charged again, opening its mouth to bite at Tang Jiu quickly sidestepped and swung a charge punch, smashing down towards the end of the Iron Armor Dragon's jawbone, which is the connection point between the upper and lower jaw, extremely fragile. With a crack, the connection point couldn't withstand such immense force and shattered, causing the upper and lower jaws to misalign, similar to a human's jaw dropping, resulting in half of its face deforming. The Iron Armor Dragon cried out in pain, but the more it cried, the more it hurt, and its tail, like a meteor hammer, crashed wildly towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu used agile movements to dodge the Iron Armor Dragon's attacks, then launched a frenzied assault on the dragon's lower jaw. When one side of the jaw is damaged, the other side bears greater pressure, making it more susceptible to fractures due to misalignment. After Tang Jiu launched 5 punches, he finally succeeded in knocking off the Iron Armor Dragon's jaw. The dragon let out a terrible howl, a sound that could only be produced from the depths of its throat, causing everyone to gasp in shock. They had never seen such a domineering display of power. Instinctively, everyone touched their own jaws, feeling a twinge of pain. They all knew the Iron Armor Dragon was finished. The intense pain began to distort its movements, and Tang Jiu had completely turned the Iron Armor Dragon into a punching bag to practice his joint techniques. In 20 seconds, Tang Jiu landed 13 kicks in a row, finally snapping the dragon's thick hind leg with a loud crack. The final blow. At this moment, the Iron Armor Dragon moved exceptionally slowly. Tang Jiu began to stack his chaotic cloak again, greatly enhancing his physical attributes. Coupled with years of diligent practice, he had now mastered the technique of the 81 hammer strikes. Using his hand as a hammer, he struck the air 81 times, building up his strength to the fullest. With a tremendous leap, Tang Jiu punched down towards the Iron Armor Dragon's head. Bang! The dragon's skull shattered, and it ultimately fell heavily to the ground in defeat. At that moment, Tang Jiu's own hand bones were completely shattered, yet he stood proudly before the corpse of the Iron Armor Dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yu Qianheng's eyes were filled with admiration. This was the strong, offensive soul master he had always envisioned, one who could face soul beasts head-on, charging forward and emerging victorious. So powerful, it was simply monstrous. Dong Guyan once thought she was impressive, but after witnessing Tang Jiu's strength, she realized how laughable her pride was. Yu Tianlei was consumed with jealousy, clenching his fists, internally roaring that one day he would surpass Tang Jiu. He set a small goal for himself first, like becoming the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Meanwhile, the revered Tang Jiu disregarded his injuries and sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring. As the black soul ring floated into Tang Jiu's body, he felt an overwhelming force that threatened to cause his body to explode. Even with the heavenly curse seal, it was not enough. After all, this was an 18,000-year soul ring, and it belonged to a sub-dragon. Sub-dragons are inherently stronger than ordinary soul beasts, and the energy contained in their soul rings is at least 20 times stronger than that of ordinary soul beasts. Therefore, the difficulty of absorbing this soul ring was comparable to that of a 20,000-year soul ring. Tang Jiu's skin was cracking, and energy was in chaos. 61 soul bone heartfelt, seeking initial subscription, seeking death. Yu Tianlei mocked inwardly. Tang Jiu was definitely about to explode. A trace of pleasure flashed in his eyes. But the next second he was stunned. A healing light shone on Tang Jiu, and the skin that was about to burst suddenly stopped cracking. The one who made the move was Yi Lingling, who was holding the 9-heart sea poppy. What was going on? In fact, this was one of the results of the master's research. When absorbing soul rings, although one could only rely on oneself. As long as the absorbed soul rings did not exceed the limit by much, as long as the body did not explode instantly after several waves of healing, the Soul Master's body would gradually adapt to the energy impact of the soul rings, ultimately breaking through the limit and perfectly absorbing them. However, this required a powerful healing-type Soul Master, and of course, Tang Jiu's abnormal physical quality was also indispensable. Of course, the absorbed soul rings could not be too strong. If Tang Jiu were to absorb a 30,000-year soul ring now, before Yi Lingling could heal him, he would have exploded and died long ago. This was completely playing with fire. Deathby Yin was thoroughly convinced. No wonder Tang Jiu was so powerful. Every time he walked on the edge of life and death, taking such great risks, it was only natural that he would reap greater rewards. Damn it! Yu Tianlei was extremely angry. He kicked the iron armor dragon's corpse heavily, secretly hating that this soul beast was useless. Why didn't it kill Tang Jiu? But the next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Under the iron armor dragon, there was actually a piece of shimmering, crystalline bone. Soul bone. Not only Yu Tianlei saw it, but the others also saw it and exclaimed in unison. Yes, this was the leg soul bone of the iron armor dragon. And it was also a stroke of bad luck. It was first provoked by Yu Tianlei, who was excited to come for a feast, only to be ambushed by Yu Qianheng and blinded. Just when it was preparing to take revenge, it was ruthlessly crushed by Tang Jiu. The most crucial point was that it thought Tang Jiu was weaker than it. The iron armor dragon's journey was too bumpy, with deep resentment, and in the end, it burst out a soul bone. Without thinking, Yu Tianlei claimed the soul bone for himself. Put down, that's Xiao Jiu's. Deathby Yin scolded sharply. We hunted the soul beast together. He absorbs the soul ring, and we take the soul bone. That's only fair. Yu Tianlei was not willing to give up the soul bone. This was a soul bone from a 10,000-year soul beast, and moreover, it was from a sub-dragon. The value was immeasurable, especially for their blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Shameless. If it weren't for Xiao Jiu, you would all be dead. Deathby Yin's fiery temper flared up at that moment. She wanted to show off to her grandfather that she had teamed up to get a soul bone, but unexpectedly, Yu Tianlei actually wanted to snatch the soul bone that belonged to Tang Jiu. Without saying a word, she directly started a fight, her third soul skill. Azure Scales, Purple Poison. Yu Tianlei had no intention of fighting Deathby Yin. His most important task now was to run away with the soul bone. He turned around and ran away from the area where the poison mist was spreading. Deathby Yin was so angry that she stomped her feet. How could her speed catch up with Yu Tianlei? He was a level 50 Soul King. At this moment, Deathby Yin was somewhat blaming Yi Lingling's healing ability for being too strong. If she hadn't healed this bastard just now, she could have poisoned him to death. Yu Qianheng was also extremely angry. Soul bones were extremely rare treasures, second only to 100,000-year soul rings. Put down the soul bone. Yu Qianheng ran a few steps and raised his hand to grab Yu Tianlei's back. Yu Tianlei ran out of the area where the poison mist was spreading and directly activated his fourth soul skill, transforming his body into a blue, winding electric dragon, fiercely striking Yu Tianheng's chest with his tail. Puff! Yu Qianheng did not expect Yu Tianlei to strike so hard. He didn't even have a soul skill and was severely injured, falling to the ground. If you dare to chase me, I'll kill you. Yu Tianlei coldly glanced back and waved his hand at Yu Qianxin. The two quickly ran towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. With a soul bone, who needed a soul ring? If he brought the soul bone back to the family, he might just secure the position of the next family head. Damn it! Deathby Yin's face turned pale with anger. She knew it was not the time to chase after them. After all, Yu Qianheng was severely injured. Tang Jiu could not move while absorbing the soul ring, and Yi Lingling needed to heal Tang Jiu. If she left, these people would be in danger in the Stardow Forest. Moreover, even if she caught up, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. She could only support Yu Qianheng against a tree, anxiously watching Tang Jiu absorb the soul ring. Tang Jiu was currently on the edge of death, testing the limits of his body crazily, with the danger of exploding at any moment. Fortunately, Yi Lingling's healing was powerful enough, and thanks to his abnormal constitution, he often surpassed the limits of the human body. With waves of energy crashing over him, he could only ensure that his body wouldn't completely shatter. Tang Jiu's constitution was extremely abnormal, especially with the Celestial Curse seal. Its existence allowed him to continually push past the limits of the human body. Whenever Tang Jiu's body could no longer withstand the strain, a warm healing light would always fall upon him, enabling him to keep breaking through his physical limits. An hour later, Tang Jiu gradually adapted to the violent energy, eliminating the danger of explosion, but the meridians in his body had been severely damaged by the violent energy. He could only slowly use his soul power to comb through them, and with the help of the heavenly curse seal, he rebuilt a stronger meridian circulation. This was a very slow process. At this moment, Yi Lingling was exhausted to the point of near collapse. Despite her soul power being nearly depleted, she still gave Yu Tianheng one last treatment, and then she fell from the tree, caught by the quick-witted Douluo. You're working so hard to help Xiao Jiu. I'll definitely make him take responsibility for you. Douluo teased. Yi Lingling shot a glance at Douluo and replied irritably, "Get lost. Lingling is a healing type. Don't you just need a powerful soul master to protect you? Look at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Their martial soul isn't even as good as yours. But everyone only knows about the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Who knows about the 9 Heart Begonia? For the sake of the sect, get Xiao Jiu." Yi Lingling was slightly moved by Douluo's words. She gently bit her red lips and looked at Tang Jiu with a different gaze. Yes, she did lack a strong soul master for protection, but aside from a partner who could wholeheartedly protect her. You're moved, right? Then make your move soon. Douluo laughed heartily, making faces. Yi Lingling was both shy and angry, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. That annoying Yin, always teasing her. If she had known this would happen, she shouldn't have treated Yu Tianheng just now. It made her worry for a while longer. 12 hours later, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes, and 3 soul rings appeared around his body, purple and black. Seeing the black soul ring, Douluo's mouth twitched, and she immediately asked curiously, "Xiao Jiu, what is your 3rd soul skill?" "Dragon Fury. It can instantly increase all basic attributes of the body by 60. Tang Jiu replied with a chuckle. "Not bad. Huh, but it feels a bit unfair to the 10,000-year soul ring," Douluo pouted. Tang Jiu's 3rd soul skill, Dragon Fury, is certainly not limited to just this. Dragon Fury instantly boosts all physical attributes by 60 and can be further enhanced based on soul ring bonuses. For each additional ring, the increase will grow by another 10. The duration is 5 seconds. This means that with 3 soul rings activated, he can directly enhance his attributes by 80 when using Dragon Fury. After absorbing the 3rd soul ring, combined with his continuous breakthroughs in physical limits, Tang Jiu's base strength has increased from 800 Jin to 10,000 Jin. Now, with all his skills activated, he has a Berserk boost of 65, Blood Burning boost of 70, Dragon Fury boost of 80, and Frenzy boost of 30. 10,001, 65,1, 7,1, 8,1, 365,000. This means Tang Jiu's peak strength has reached 65,000 Jin, which is enough to lift half of the Sea God Trident. This is the terrifying nature of percentage-based boosting soul skills. While the increases may seem small, this percentage boost is equivalent to a geometric growth calculated by multiplication, not addition. Yinzi, you don't understand. When I level up, my power multiplies. I feel like I can soon beat a title Douluo. Go ahead and brag. Douluo couldn't stand Tang Jiu's arrogance and huffed, "If you're so strong, why don't you go fight the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Your soul bones were taken by them." Yinzi, Yu Tianheng quickly intervened, not wanting Tang Jiu to become enemies with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. "Isn't this kid quite arrogant? Let him go and get them back." Douluo ignored Yu Tianheng's obstruction and recounted what had just happened. "Xiao Jiu, don't worry. I'll ask my grandpa to help you get them back. When the time comes, we'll go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to settle the score together." Douluo coaxed Tang Jiu like a little devil. "No need. I'm going to get them back right now." Tang Jiu's gaze was icy. "How dare they steal my things when they don't know what's good for them? I can understand your feelings, but they've already been running for 13 hours and are almost out of the Starry Forest. You can't catch up. You can't even fly." "Fly?" Douluo started to falter in her speech. At this moment, Tang Jiu's body underwent an even more bizarre transformation. The bullet ant martial soul turned more terrifying, with black ant legs like spears growing from his back, and what left her speechless was the pair of transparent wings behind Tang Jiu. Even more terrifying was that 2 soul rings appeared on him, a white, a yellow, a purple, and a black, forming a 4-colored soul ring. "Doesn't that mean he can fly? I'll be back soon." Tang Jiu grinned and then flapped his wings, soaring into the sky. He had rich experience in jungle tracking, but at this moment, he couldn't help but frown because Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin had actually escaped separately, one leaving traces heading southeast and the other heading southwest. Splitting up like this was truly cunning. "Then I'll chase the one with stronger abilities." Tang Jiu transformed into a black shadow and disappeared into the air, leaving the 3 people staring at each other in shock. 2 hours later, the fast-flying Tang Jiu finally spotted Yu Tianlei, diving down and kicking Yu Tianlei's face with one foot. Bang! Yu Tianlei was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. His nasal bone collapsed, and a clear shoe print appeared on his face. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he finally saw the attacker, and his pupils contracted instantly. How could it be you? How can you fly? Hand over the soul bone. Tang Jiu stood in the void, coldly staring at Yu Tianlei. If he hadn't felt the absence of a soul bone on Yu Tianlei, he would have killed him and taken the soul bone long ago, and wouldn't have wasted time talking to him. Want to know where the soul bone is? Wait until I see Yu Tianheng to talk about it. Yu Tianlei's gaze shifted, and he scoffed, not believing that Tang Jiu could kill him in front of Yu Tianheng, as he was the beloved grandson of an elder from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. Tang Jiu also knew that this guy was afraid that he would kill him after getting the soul bone. Quite cunning indeed. However, Tang Jiu wouldn't let him off so easily. With a flap of his wings, his body shot through a streak of black light, and he kicked directly at Yu Tianlei's knee, snapping one of his legs with a crack. Yu Tianlei was in so much pain that cold sweat streamed down his face. Tang Jiu then took him back to Yu Tianheng and directly threw Yu Tianlei to the ground. Now can we talk? Where did you hide the soul bone? Dan Jiu Gunli Guetstin. Seeing Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianlei felt much more confident and gritted his teeth as he said, "The soul bone, I let Tianxin take it away, and he has probably already left the Star Do Great Forest. I obtained a soul bone for the family. I am a merit to the family. If you dare to kill me, you will inevitably become an enemy of my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Now, unless you kill me and Yu Tianheng otherwise, the news of me being killed will definitely reach our family." Yu Tianlei laughed proudly. Just after Yu Tianlei laughed a couple of times, De Guyan kicked him in the mouth, and 2 of his teeth flew out. How dare he still try to deceive Yu Tianheng? He really is a piece of work. Yi Lingling also snorted. This Yu Tianlei is too shameless. Yu Tianlei. Yu Tianheng's face turned dark, and he wanted to beat him up. Yu Tianheng, you should persuade your little junior brother well. As long as he lets me go, I will report to the family and share this credit with him. I believe the Elder Council will agree to let Yu Xiaojiang return to the family. After threatening, Yu Tianlei then tempted. Upon hearing that his second uncle could return to the family, Yu Tianheng was instantly delighted and said to Tang Jiu, "Why not just let it go? After all, my second uncle is also your teacher, and you're also a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. If my second uncle can return to the family, he will definitely be very happy." Tang Jiu laughed, then shook his head and said, "Absolutely impossible. No one could take my things. As for my teacher returning to the family, he is my teacher. When I stand at the peak of this world, your family will definitely cry and beg him to come back." Saying this, Tang Jiu snatched Yu Tianlei from Yu Tianheng's hands. Since the soul bone was not with him, there was no point in keeping him. Xiao Jiu, even if you don't think about your teacher, you should think about yourself. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is one of the top 3 sections. If you kill the grandson of the Grand Elder, you will be opposing the entire Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Tianheng urged anxiously. Seeing that Tang Jiu was really about to kill someone, De Guyan hurriedly said, "Just give him a beating, that's enough. If you really kill him, it will be a fight to the death. My grandfather is a title Douluo. I wouldn't dare to do that. That just means your grandfather is not capable enough to defeat the title Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. You can't afford to offend the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. To me, it's nothing." De Guyan glared at Tang Jiu angrily, then grabbed Yu Tianheng and said, "Let him go to his death. We won't get involved. Think it over. You really can't afford to provoke our family." Yu Tianlei was scared. "No need to think it over. Remember to reincarnate in the next life. Just don't provoke me." Tang Jiu raised Yu Tianlei into the air and then pulled out the last war hammer from the 12 golden hairpins. "Yu Tianlei, your greatest value is to let me practice my aim with a flying hammer." Tang Jiu threw the hammer at Yu Tianlei. Boom! The hammer smashed through Yu Tianlei's chest and was nailed to the big tree behind him, causing the tree to shake violently. "Xiao Jiu, you've caused a big mess." Yu Tianheng slammed his fist heavily against the tree. "No, it's your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family that's in big trouble. I'm the father you can't afford to mess with." 63 Tang Jiu, you are nothing but a disaster. I could randomly pick someone and they could flatten your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Tianheng, you better make your family return my soul bone, or else, hum. Tang Jiu shook his fist and said, "When I go back, I'll take the old man to settle the score with your family, and I'll scare you to death." Unfortunately, Yu Tianheng, De Guyan, and Yi Lingling couldn't grasp Tang Jiu's domineering aura, each looking at him with strange expressions. Deathby even scoffed. Junior, you're not seriously telling me that you're a disciple of the #1 sect in the continent, the Haotian sect, or the son of the most powerful Douluo? Haotian, right? You can guess that? I am truly amazed. Tang Jiu et Golim. I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. Yes, I am Tang Hao's son, the most talented soul master in the history of Douluo Continent. I even made a title, Douluo Flee in Blood. Tang Jiu, with a proud expression, raised her head as if to say, come and worship me, so you know I'm someone you can't mess with. Deathby couldn't help but burst out laughing, then pointed at the war hammer embedded in the tree trunk and said, you won't tell your sister that this is your martial soul, the Haotian hammer, right? Tang Jiu was momentarily stunned, rubbing his nose. He was just a hammer. No words left, right? You're still Tang Hao's son. Do you know what trouble Tang Hao's son has caused? Deathby looked at Tang Jiu as if he were an idiot. Trouble? Tang Jiu had a confused expression. I've already been exiled to the Stardow Forest by my own old man. What more trouble could I cause? Tang Hao's son offended the Spirit Hall. 4 years ago, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu, led 5 titled Daw to attack the Haotian sect, killing and injuring dozens of people from the Haotian sect, severely wounding the sect. In the end, they forced the sect master of the Haotian sect to announce to the world the expulsion of Tang Hao from the sect, stripping him of his title Douluo title, making Tang Hao the only title Douluo in history without a title. From now on, he can only be referred to as Douluo Tang Hao. Deathby squinted and said, if you're Tang Hao's son, wouldn't you know? I'm just training. The news ISNT very well informed. Tang Jiu was taken aback. What the hell, such a big incident happened in the Haotian sect, and I was clearly in the Stardow Forest, with no place to cause trouble. It must be my third brother. What on earth did you do to provoke the Spirit Hall? They say you're Tang Hao's son. So tell me, how did you offend the Spirit Hall? Deathby asked with a blink. Well, Tang Hao actually has 2 sons. How could the troublemaker be me? Tang Jiu didn't want to take the blame. The issue of Tang Hao being expelled from the family wasn't a big deal. He had already been expelled before, just not announced to the world. However, stripping him of the title of Haotian Daluo was a serious matter. Haotian Daluo is a title of respect for the strongest title Daluo of the Haotian sect in this era. The old man must be furious. The key point is, it seems I haven't offended the Spirit Hall. Of course, what happened with Jiu Daluo doesn't count. Qianren Xue is willing to risk her life for me, so she would definitely not betray me. Yes, it must be my third brother's fault. It has to be. We aren't even blood related, otherwise I would be dead by now. Deathby pouted and said, Tang Hao has 2 sons? We didn't know that. Then let me ask you, what is Tang Hao's son's name? My name is Tang Jiu. You can tell from the naming pattern of Tang Hao. It's easy to guess, Tang Jiu replied. Could it be Tang San or Tang Lu? 369? You're really clever. Tang Jiu gave a thumbs up. Let me tell you, Tang Hao's son is named Tang Haizi. What the hell? Tang Jiu almost choked to death. Tang Haizi? The intelligence personnel of the Spirit Hall should really be fed to the dogs. Preferably a black dog. Now, do you still claim to be Tang Hao's son? Deathby had a look on her face that said she had already seen through him, watching Tang Jiu with amusement. All right, actually I'm not Tang Hao's biological son. Tang Jiu said. The 3 of them looked at him with disdain. Now you can't keep up the lie, can you? Tang Jiu was also speechless. If it weren't for the soul bone, would I be willing to expose my identity? But when I said it, no one believed me. Tang Jiu silently pulled the warhammer down from the tree and placed it among the 12 beauties of Jinling. He then took out a short sword to start dissecting and cutting the meat of the iron armor dragon. This is a treasure. Junior, you have to be honest. You just said that the title Douluo you fought spat blood? Tell your sister, which title Douluo was it? Deathby asked with a smile. Just kidding. It's all just a joke. Tang Jiu quickly wanted to clarify the relationship. He must not let Tang Hao know that he had once kidnapped the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, Tang Hao would definitely take justice into his own hands. Xiao Jiu, it's not good to boast like this. Yi Lingling gently reminded. I'm not boasting. Tang Jiu was also exasperated. Let's go. We should return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy first. Yu Qianheng called everyone, then supported Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had already released the martial soul fusion skill, but his body's meridians were severely injured during the soul power absorption and had not yet recovered properly. Yi Lingling's soul power was exhausted and could not treat the 2 of them, so they could only manage it like this for now. Tang Jiu was being supported by Yu Qianheng and couldn't help but frown, saying, You're an injured person too. Is it appropriate for you to support me? Yu Qianheng replied with a bright smile. Of course it's appropriate. I want to take care of you. You're my second uncle's student. I really appreciate it. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes and snorted. Why don't you let Yinzi support you? Isn't she nice? How can we guys let a girl support us? Yu Qianheng shook his head. Duguyan giggled and winked at Yi Lingling, saying, I've confirmed it. He's a bad guy, just perfect for a good girl like you. Yi Lingling's face turned red, and she pushed Duguyan playfully. I'm much older than him. What's there to be afraid of? A girl 3 years older can carry gold bricks. Tang Jiu repeatedly signaled Yu Qianheng to go find Duguyan, but Yu Qianheng insisted on supporting him. Tang Jiu was speechless and could only sigh. You're such a righteous gentleman. I'm curious how you managed to win over that demoness Yen. Upon hearing Tang Jiu refer to her as a demoness, Duguyan shot him a hostile glance, ready to teach him a lesson, when Yu Qianheng blurted out without thinking. I didn't pursue her, she pursued me. So straightforward. Tang Jiu gasped in surprise, and then looked at Yu Qianheng with pity. This is what you asked for. Yi Lingling cast a playful glance at Duguyan, her eyes full of teasing. Wow, she chased you. That's different from what someone said. Duguyan's expression darkened instantly as she reached out and pinched Yu Qianheng's waist, spinning him around 3.5 times. Yu Qianheng, clarify your words. Who's chasing whom? Yu Qianheng gasped from the twist, thinking this hand was toxic. It really was toxic. By Lin poison. Yi Lingling covered her red lips, laughing uncontrollably. She had never seen the captain so flustered. What are you laughing at? Hurry and support your little boyfriend. He saved you. Duguyan said with annoyance. Yen. Yi Lingling's face turned bright red instantly. It was fine for Duguyan to joke privately, but how could she say that in front of Tang Jiu? However, seeing Tang Jiu's weak appearance, she still walked over and draped his arm over her shoulder. Yu Qianheng looked at Tang Jiu, who appeared quite content, and cursed inwardly. Tang Jiu, you are a disaster. 64 sweeping the lair of Dugubo, Xiao Jiu. What is up with your martial soul? Although it's a taboo for soul masters to inquire about each other's secrets, Duguyan couldn't help but be curious. Besides, Tang Jiu is the disciple of Yu Qianheng's second uncle, so they're basically family. As for Yi Lingling, Duguyan automatically regarded her as Tang Jiu's girlfriend. So there shouldn't be any taboos among them. Just remember to keep it a secret. Nonsense, just tell me. If you don't, you can forget about me taking you to my grandpa's herb garden. Duguyan huffed. Tang Jiu cleared his throat and said, That is my self-spirit fusion skill. Evil ring devouring it. Self-spirit fusion skill? The three of them were stunned, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. It's a fusion skill produced by combining one's own two spirits. You and T understand, even if I told you, since you don't have twin spirits. Tang Jiu Sai. You single-spirit users will never understand the pain of having twin spirits. I hunt soul beasts, and I have to deal with double the trouble. This is too hard for me. Yu Qianheng's mouth twitched. This bastard speaks in such an infuriating way. Twin spirits. And he dares to say it's difficult? Everyone knows that having twin spirits means double the power, with a full 9 soul rings and skills. Xiao Jiu, I really want to strangle you. Duguyan's green eyes flickered with a ghostly light, and green toxic mist spread from her hands, seemingly preparing to poison Tang Jiu. Bad guy. Yi Lingling felt a blockage in her heart. If only she could have twin spirits, one for healing and one for strong attacks. How wonderful that would be. This guy is clearly showing off, and speaking so heartlessly, even she, with her good temperament, feels like hitting someone. But at this moment, Tang Jiu was stunned. Yi Lingling's gentle scolding sounded like a mix of anger and grievance, enough to take a life. Is she definitely scolding me, and not just flirting? Xiao Jiu, originally I planned to arrange for you to stay in Lingling's dormitory, letting Lingling stay with me. But now that benefit is cancelled. You can stay with Yu Qianheng. Duguyan glared at Tang Jiu. Yinzi, should I thank you? Yi Lingling huffed. No need to thank me. Who are we to each other? Duguyan winked. The group playfully made their way out of the Star Dough Forest, and soon a luxurious carriage took the 4 of them to the Tiando Royal Academy. After entering the academy, Tang Jiu still wore an injured expression, and Yi Lingling felt obliged to support him. From the main gate to the dormitory area, Tang Jiu was shot down by countless murderous gazes, feeling as if he had been killed 1,000,000 times over. This feeling is wonderful. This is definitely jealousy and resentment. Are you sure you're not inviting me to your dorm for some tea? Tang Jiu looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling bit her lip. She had never met such a clingy person. It's not that there weren't admirers, but they all couldn't get past Duguyan. Indeed, dealing with the best friend first is the most effective strategy. 5 days later, Duguyan finally brought good news. Prince Xueqing had matters to attend to and asked his grandfather to go, leaving the medicine garden empty. Then let us hurry up and go. Tang Jiu's body had already been healed by Yi Lingling, and he immediately pulled Yu Qianheng to attack the lair of the poisoned Douluo. Yu Qianheng hurriedly shook his head. He was very afraid of seeing Douluo. After all, he had run off with the old man's granddaughter. If they went there, wouldn't he just get his legs broken? Moreover, Tang Hao was too unreliable. Following him would definitely lead to trouble. Douluo also thought it was not a good idea for Yu Qianheng to go, as her grandfather was still unaware of her romantic relationship. If they were caught in the act, there would definitely be no good outcome. So, she took Yi Lingling and Tang Hao to Douluo's medicinal garden. With Douluo, the insider, leading the way, Tang Hao quickly arrived at Douluo's medicinal garden, which was a valley with a spring in the center. The spring was not very large, but it was divided into two parts, with the water in the oval-shaped pool being milky white and crimson red, respectively. The milky white spring water was bone-chilling, exuding a faint coldness as if it could freeze the air. The crimson spring water was extremely hot, bubbling with steam, looking like a pool of lava. These two completely different springs perfectly coexisted in one pool, which was the legendary top-notch treasure land known as the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye refers to this unique spring, with its dual springs in mutual restraint. It is a rare and extraordinary place that may take millions of years to form, where only here can immortal-grade herbs grow. What do you think? Are you amazed? Ice and fire exist in one pool. Douluo proudly flaunted to the clueless Tang Hao, completely unaware that she was leading the wolf into the house. Indeed, it was breathtaking. Tang Hao's eyes turned green. Douluo had planted many precious herbs and poisonous plants here, and of course, there were also immortal herbs that could change one's constitution. He recognized all of them, such as snow silkworm, wonder mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum, and fragrant chihuahua immortal products. However, Tang Hao didn't need to recognize them. Why bother to steal herbs and make choices? Only children would do that. He wanted them all. Tang Hao instantly completed the martial soul fusion skill, devouring these poisonous herbs and immortal grasses. It requires a powerful physique, and only in the form of the evil ring, devouring ant, can he better absorb them. Tang Hao took out his short sword and flew towards the herb garden, not daring to think too much, just wildly slashing. Tang Hao didn't dare to go too far. He pulled out Douluo's herbs by the roots, but he cut them off from the middle, just like cutting leeks. At least they could still grow back in the future, right? Tang Hao felt that he was still quite humane. Xiao Jiu, what are you doing? Du Guyan Bastundt. She thought Tang Hao came to pick a couple of medicinal herbs, and her grandfather definitely wouldn't notice. But Tang Hao was just like mowing grass, pushing through and plundering one by one. Yin Zi, I feel like something big is going to happen. Yi Lingling gasped. In just a short while, a tenth of the herbs had been neatly cut down like chives. Yi Lingling, as a bystander, felt the impulse to kill Tang Hao, let alone the solitary and eccentric poison Douluo Douluo. Tang Hao, are you seeking death? What are you going to do with so many herbs? Douluo Yan chuté d'engridi. Eat. Tang Hao gathered a pile of herbs as tall as a person, smiled at Douluo, and then started stuffing them into his mouth frantically. A second later, Tang Hao was poisoned. His body alternated between black, green, purple, and blue, as if he had fallen into a dye vat. I've been poisoned. Hurry and treat me. Tang Hao shouted at Yi Lingling. I can't detoxify, Yi Lingling said irritably. Just make sure I don't die. Yi Lingling was speechless. She activated her martial soul, holding the 9 hearts sea flower with both hands, and waves of soul skills illuminated Tang Hao, making him feel much better. Various energies were rampaging within him, and countless toxins were crazily destroying his body. Fortunately, with Yi Lingling's healing and the special properties of the evil ring devouring ant, otherwise, Tang Hao would have already been dead. He used his soul power to compress all those toxins into his soul bone, similar to how Tang San placed toxins in the blue silvergrass. Soon, the remaining toxins on Tang Hao were no longer a threat to him. His body also returned to its original skin color. Tang Hao opened his eyes and began to sweep through again. This time, he finally discovered 2 immortal-grade herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot flower. Because of these 2 immortal-grade herbs, one representing ice and the other fire, the extreme cold and extreme heat could be felt within 10 meters, making it easy to confirm their locations. Tang Hao immediately rushed over. 65 refining the power of ice and fire. Octagonal mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot flower. One embodies ice, the other fire, containing the ultimate power of ice and fire. Tang Hao cut the 2 celestial grade herbs in half with a short sword and stuffed them into his mouth. The octagonal, mysterious ice grass transformed into an extreme cold force that surged into Tang Jiu's body, causing frost to form all over him. Meanwhile, after the fiery apricot flower entered his mouth, it turned into an extreme heat-flamed force, scorching Tang Jiu's internal organs as if trying to cook him alive. Ah! Tang Jiu's painful scream echoed as the power of ice and fire ravaged his body. His body resembled the eye of ice and fire, one half icy blue and the other half crimson red. Every moment, his body endured the onslaught of ice and fire. Yet Tang Jiu did not stop consuming the herbs from Douluo. It must be that he hadn't eaten enough. Tang Jiu felt that if he consumed all the herbs and other celestial items, he should be able to counteract the power of ice and fire. What a madman! Douluo couldn't help but cover her forehead. He had already reached this state, yet he still wanted to continue eating. It was truly a rhythm of not stopping until he had brought harm to himself. I think he's training so hard, not missing any opportunity to become stronger. Yi Lingling, however, increasingly admired Tang Jiu's determination. His thirst for power and the effort he put in were things she, with her calm personality, could never achieve. Holding the 9-heart begonia in her hands, Yi Lingling did her utmost to heal Tang Jiu. Rays of healing light fell upon Tang Jiu, pulling him back from the brink of death time and again. I will eat the vermilion lotus. I will eat the fragrant Chiloa, celestial item. I eat. Tang Jiu endured immense pain, with only one thought in his mind. If he took another bite, the pain would disappear, and he would counter poison with poison, becoming immune to all toxins. Ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. After consuming all the herbs in Douluo's medicinal garden like leeks, Tang Jiu's condition worsened. The sole bone in his legs could no longer bear more toxins, which had invaded his meridians, blood, and skin. I must refine this poison, and then find a place to contain it. Tang Jiu's mind still retained the last trace of clarity. And then his gaze locked onto the eye of ice and fire. If ice and fire could coexist in the same pool, then what else could not be integrated? With a splash, Tang Jiu jumped directly into the eye of ice and fire. Xiao Jiu, Yi Lingling exclaimed. The temperature of the water in the eye of ice and fire was comparable to that of magma. Going down there would mean certain death. At that moment, Yi Lingling felt as if she had lost something in her heart. It was so painful. Douluo's green eyes were also filled with sighs. This junior had just committed suicide. What a pity. He is not dead. Xiao Jiu must be alive. Yi Lingling stubbornly bit her red lip and then released her healing soul skill towards the eye of ice and fire. Lingling, don't make it hard on yourself. No, he is not dead. Yi Lingling remained undeterred and continued to heal. Tang Jiu felt an even more terrifying power of ice and fire. Compared to the eyes of ice and fire, the octagonal Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom were nothing. After all, they were merely celestial herbs nurtured by the precious land. It was the ice and fire power inherent to the precious land itself that was the most domineering existence in the world. Tang Jiu sat at the boundary of the ice and fire spring, accepting the more intense baptism of ice and fire. In 1 second, the meridians in Tang Jiu's body were almost completely destroyed. Heavenly Curse Open. Tang Jiu knew that he had to use the Heavenly Curse Seal, which could change his physical form and reorganize his meridians to possibly refine the power of ice and fire. This time, Tang Jiu's hair was no longer silver white. Instead, it was stained by the power of ice and fire, turning half blue and half red, when the wings on his back fused with the ant legs to form black bat wings. Tang Jiu's body finally became able to withstand the onslaught of the ice and fire power. At this moment, the medicinal properties of the herbs he had consumed began to take effect, transforming into pure energy to assist Tang Jiu in refining the ice and fire power, while Yi Lingling's healing light was also absorbed by Tang Jiu's bat wings. Finally, Tang Jiu was free from the threat of instant explosion. The red cloud mark of the Heavenly Curse Seal began to frantically absorb the power of ice and fire for refinement. And with the medicinal power of the herbs Tang Jiu had ingested, it started to repair and reshape his meridians. This time, Tang Jiu clearly felt that his meridians had divided into 2 circulatory systems. One was icy cold to the bone, while the other was fiery hot. Ultimately, the power of ice and fire converged at Tang Jiu's forehead, forming a rotating mark compatible with both ice and fire, resembling the yin-yang symbol. At this moment, Tang Jiu finally no longer felt pain. The power of ice was no longer bone-chilling, but rather cool and refreshing. The power of fire was also no longer heart-burning and lung-scorching, but warm and gentle. The red cloud of the Heavenly Curse Seal on Tang Jiu slowly crawled towards his bat wings. But now the heavenly curse seal was no longer just red. It had turned ice blue on one bat wing and fiery red on the other. The bat wings gently moved, and the bat wing with the ice blue seal actually formed tiny ice crystals, while the bat wing with the fiery red seal surprisingly fanned a wisp of flame. This is the power of elements. Tang Jiu was stunned. Only elemental-type martial souls could harness elemental power, and he managed to achieve that. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had consumed so many precious herbs, and coupled with the tempering of the ice and fire duality eyes, it was not surprising that he absorbed the elemental power of ice and fire under the conditions of the heavenly curse seal and the evil ring devouring ant weight. Wasn't I here to cultivate the immunity to all poisons? Tang Jiu did not feel that he was invulnerable to all poisons. He just had a higher poison resistance, which allowed him to suppress toxins within the soul bone in his legs. Other than that, there was no significant difference. He had not achieved the body that is immune to all poisons, but instead gained the elemental power of ice and fire. It's truly a case of one side not shining while the other side shines. Forget it, even the poisoned Douluo was nearly poisoned to death. Perhaps there's no such thing as true immunity to all poisons. Injecting toxins into the soul bone might be the real solution. Tang Jiu ultimately gave up the unreliable idea of being immune to all poisons. Instead, he decided to use the power of ice and fire here to solidify his understanding of the ice and fire elements and to temper his body with the immense medicinal power remaining in his body. The meridians he was reshaping were getting wider, and the ice and fire power contained within them was becoming more intense. Time passed by second. Yi Lingling finally exhausted her last bit of soul power and leaned softly against Douluo Yan's embrace. She could feel that Tang Jiu's life force was still present and had become much stronger than before. At that moment, a voice filled with an icy chill and endless anger rang out. "Girl, can you explain to Grandpa what exactly happened here?" Douluo Yan and Yi Lingling immediately felt a chill run through their bodies, their necks stiffening as they turned around. Douluo Yan forced out a smile that was more difficult than crying and said, "Grandpa, this has nothing to do with me. Do you believe it? What do you think?" Douluo, dressed in a green robe and with even more sinister green pupils than Douluo Yan, spoke through gritted teeth. He had only gone out for a day and found his herb garden cleaner than a dog could ever make it. "It seems I've been too indulgent with you. Even your mischief should have its limits." Douluo reached out his large hand toward Douluo Yan, ready to give his granddaughter a good scolding. "It really has nothing to do with me, Grandpa. It was all Xiao Jiu's doing." Douluo Yan's eyes resembled those of a small cat reporting on a mischievous dog, innocent yet with a hint of grievance and a touch of schadenfreude. "Xiao Jiu? Yes, his full name is Tang Jiu. I met him during the soul hunting. He said he wanted to see Grandpa's herb garden, so I brought him here, and he ended up ruining it like this. It really has nothing to do with me." Douluo shot a fierce glare at Douluo Yan before snorting, "Tang Jiu? Could he be from Haotian's sect?" "No, he claims to be the son of Tang Hao. But he doesn't have the Haotian hammer martial soul," Douluo Yan explained. "Regardless of whether he is from Haotian's sect or not, I will not let him off lightly." Douluo's voice was exceptionally cold, scaring Douluo Yan into quickly shutting her mouth. Yi Lingling also fell silent, secretly worrying for Tang Jiu and thinking about how to plead for him later. Douluo's green pupils suddenly turned icy, slowly scanning the surroundings until his gaze locked onto the eye of ice and fire. At that moment, he was shocked. Someone actually dared to jump in here. And the most crucial part was that they hadn't died. Just as Douluo was contemplating whether to force Tang Jiu out, a splash sounded, the spring water surged, and Tang Jiu finally completed the final tempering of his body, slowly rising from the spring water. At the moment Tang Jiu emerged from the spring, water splashed everywhere, and the icy spring water could freeze in a frost upon touching the stones. In just a moment, it caused his head to feel as if it would crack from the cold. The crimson spring water, when it touched the trees, instantly dried up their moisture and killed them. Yet, everyone's gaze was fixated on Tang Jiu, with red and blue hair, a pair of black bat wings on his back, covered in red and blue runes, and a swirling ice fire mark on his forehead. He appeared particularly mysterious. Tang Jiu's appearance directly stunned everyone. Even the knowledgeable poison Douluo couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. What an evil and strange aura this was. "Xiao Jiu, how did you become like this?" Douluo Yan exclaimed. Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes and laughed heartily. "This is my ultimate battle form. You still have hidden strength. This is too monstrous." Douluo Yan widened his mouth, originally thinking that the evil ring devouring sky ant was Tang Jiu's hidden trump card, but he didn't expect Tang Jiu could transform like this. Is this still human? To dare to run wild here in front of me. Indeed, show some backing. I have to admire your talent, but you also need to be prepared for me to kill you. Douluo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Tang Jiu then realized that Douluo was there, and said to Douluo with annoyance, Yanzi, you are really too untrustworthy. Didn't you say your grandfather went out? You are definitely setting me up. Untrustworthy my foot. Douluo shot him a sideways glance. So, you finally know fear? This time, I'm going to share your bad luck. Poison Douluo, I've long admired your name. I'm just here to trim the grass in your medicinal garden. Look how neat it is. No need to thank me. I'm leaving now. Tang Jiu smiled at Douluo and then turned to run. Douluo was so angry that his nose was about to twist. He had completely emptied his herbs and still claimed they were neat. Old man wants to properly thank you. I should chop you in half to make it even more neat. The green-scaled serpent emperor spirit appeared behind Douluo, who immediately revealed 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. He threw a punch, and a wave of green soul power rushed toward Tang Jiu. Grandpa, please show mercy. Douluo's face changed. She originally thought Grandpa was just going to teach him a lesson, but she didn't expect him to unleash his martial spirit. He was going for a kill. Tang Jiu felt an overwhelming force of soul power pressing down from behind, accompanied by a nauseating stench. He immediately realized that Douluo was truly enraged. He didn't dare to be reckless. With a flap of his bat-like wings, he summoned the power of ice, which quickly formed into a massive ice wall in front of him. Bang! The emerald soul power surged toward the ice wall, not pausing for even a second, shattering the ice wall and continuing to charge toward Tang Jiu. Tang Jiufeng's wings trembled again, and another beam of flame shot out. Boom! The emerald soul power weakened slightly, but still charged towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu couldn't dodge anymore. The bat wings wrapped around his body like a silkworm cocoon, bracing himself against the impact of the green soul power that slammed into him, sending him crashing against the cliff wall. However, when the bat wings opened, Tang Jiu was completely unharmed, though the wings were covered in a lot of green, poisonous mist. Good boy, although it was just a casual strike for me. Even a Soul Emperor at level 60 would be severely injured by a single hit. Yet you remained unscathed. Douluo was truly astonished. The fusion of ice and fire powers in one body was already rare, but this kid could even withstand his own poison. This strength left him in awe. Now, you better come over and let me break your legs, and I might spare your life. Hee hee. Do you really think I'm stupid? If I go over, wouldn't you just kill me? You might as well deal with Yanzi first, and I'm leaving now. Tang Jiufeng flapped his wings and turned to fly away. Douluo was so angry that he jumped up and down, shouting, "That heartless bastard! Grandpa beat him. Make sure to break his legs." Douluo turned back and glared fiercely at Douluo, then stepped on the head of his martial spirit, the Emerald Scale Snake King. The Emerald Scale Snake King soared into the air like a dragon, winding its way towards Tang Jiu. Kid, you probably don't know, but Title Douluo can fly. You can't escape. Now I've set my sights on you, and I intend to break your limbs. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and said, Big Snake, you want to chase me? Maybe in your next life. As he spoke, his speed suddenly increased, quickly creating distance from Douluo. He was equivalent to someone with flying abilities. And how could Douluo's air travel speed compare to his? Big Snake? Both Douluo and Yi Lingling gasped in shock. Tang Jiu was simply insane. How dare he give a Title Douluo a nickname? Kid, it seems I need to cut out your tongue. Douluo's face darkened frighteningly. That junior had disrespected him by calling him Your Majesty, and someone of equal status referred to him as Old Poison, but this Big Snake. It was just too unpleasant. The poison of the Emerald Scale Snake King. Douluo's black soul ring shone, and the Emerald Scale Snake King beneath him opened its mouth, releasing a wave of poisonous gas. Tang Jiu was unafraid. The speed of Zhu Deluo's flying daggers was much faster than this, and he was able to dodge them. Moreover, 4 years ago, he was only at level 22, but now his soul power had significantly increased, and he had 2 additional black soul rings that enhanced his attributes. Doubling his speed, Tang Jiufeng's wings trembled, and his body deftly dodged in the air, easily evading Douluo's soul skill. Then, he countered with a newly acquired ice ability. Ice Sealing. In an instant, Douluo and his Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor were frozen into a giant ice sculpture. Douluo and Yi Lingling were stunned. It seemed that Douluo had used a soul skill but still couldn't take down Tang Jiu, which was simply unbelievable. Douluo was also a bit dazed, clearly unable to accept that he, a dignified Title Douluo, couldn't instantly kill Tang Jiu. Instead, he was frozen by the opponent's locking skill. Even though this ice ceiling couldn't hold him for even a second, perhaps Tang Jiu did indeed counterattack. Douluo felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Good kid, if we were on the ground, I could crush you in under a minute. Unfortunately, this is in the sky. Great serpent, if you can't even catch up, how can you hit me? Tang Jiu chuckled. Another great serpent. Douluo's eyes turned cold, angrily saying, "You little brat, you've really angered me." Soul Bone skill Medusa's gaze. Dugwian's expression changed. This was her grandfather's big move. It had the ability to petrify people. Douluo actually used a big move. However, this is useless. Watch how I break your soul skill. Tang Jiu laughed heartily. Isn't that just Medusa's gaze? You little brat, you're too arrogant. I want to see how you break my soul skill. Douluo's head soul bone surged with soul power, and two gray-white beams shot from his eyes toward Tang Jiu. These gray-white beams were Medusa's ultimate move, petrification. No soul skill is invincible. All soul skills have their weaknesses. Tang Jiu chuckled and flapped his wings, forming a wall of ice in a blue hue. Since you shot out light, let's see how I can reflect it. Douluo was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but admire in his heart. What a clever idea to use an ice wall to reflect the petrifying light. Unfortunately, this isn't just an ordinary light that can be refracted. The grayish-white light directly penetrated the ice wall and continued to shoot towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu was stunned. This is TM unscientific. There shouldn't be light that cannot be reflected. No, this isn't light, otherwise it would definitely be refracted, and it's not an energy impact either. Because if it were an energy impact, the ice wall would definitely shatter. So there can only be one possibility. This is an attack similar to a rule-based attack. Tang Jiu immediately took several large pieces of iron armor dragon meat from the 12 beauties of Jinling and threw them towards the light. As soon as the meat touched Medusa's petrifying gaze, it was instantly turned to stone and fell to the ground. What? Douluo was completely dumbfounded. Is it really possible to break your own soul skill like this? This was unfathomable. Medusa's petrification is a power of rules, turning flesh and blood into stone. As long as you block the petrifying light with the meat, you can never be attacked. Big Snake, take note. Knowledge is power. Tang Jiu laughed heartily. In the distance, Duge Yin and Yi Lingling were dumbfounded. Tang Jiu had actually used such a simple method to crack the soul bone skill of the title Douluo. Good, very good. Douluo's lips twitched. His soul skill, Medusa's gaze, could make even a title Douluo change color in fear. He never expected to be mocked by a little kid today. If they were on the ground and the distance was close, very few could dodge it, but at this distance, it gave Tang Jiu reaction time. Even so, no one had been able to crack a soul skill like this. It was simply too clever. Well then, I want to see how you will break my 8th soul skill, which also comes from Medusa, called Time Freeze. Duge Yin blinked and stared blankly at Yilingling, saying, "Your little boyfriend is amazing. He actually forced my grandpa to use his 8th soul skill." But what surprised her even more was yet to come. Tang Jiu laughed out loud after hearing Douluo's words. "Big Snake, who are you trying to scare? Your 8th spirit skill is completely ineffective against me." Douluo's emerald eyes flashed. "Is that so? Big Snake, if I'm guessing correctly, your 8th spirit skill, Time Freeze, is also a super ultimate move of the rule type. But such a defying spirit skill has a fatal flaw. First, the range of the spirit skill is limited. Second, the control time after using the spirit skill is also limited. How long can you freeze time for? 1 second or 2 seconds? Please don't tell me you can freeze time for more than 5 seconds, because then your skill would be invincible. Anyone who is controlled by you for 5 seconds and cannot move would definitely be killed by you in an instant. And your ranking should be the number 1 title Douluo. Even Xiandaolu would not be your match. Even if you hit me in 5 seconds, you wouldn't be able to catch me. Besides, I feel that you can freeze time for at most 3 seconds. That's even shorter than mine." Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "So, let's each go back to our own homes." Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, and in the end, he burst into laughter. He actually started to like Tang Jiu a bit. At least Tang Jiu's strength had earned his recognition. No wonder he is a student of Xiao Jiu. This level of insight is indeed extraordinary. Tang Jiu is right. The soul skill of freezing time has too short a duration. But being unable to move for even 1 or 2 seconds during a battle is practically a divine skill. However, this move is not suitable against the incredibly fast Tang Jiu. "Kid, I'll chase you like this. My soul power is profound, and I don't believe I can outlast you." Douluo really has no way to deal with Tang Jiu and can only resort to exhausting him. Tang Jiu's face darkened immediately. Wasn't this just being unreasonable? You, a dignified title Douluo, actually compares soul power with me. Big Snake, don't think that just because you're at the bottom among titled Douluos, even old Chrysanthemum, who is almost level 95, wasn't he almost beaten to death by my little brother 4 years ago just to chase after me? If you keep pushing me, I'll call for help. Old Chrysanthemum? Douluo's lips twitched. When did Chrysanthemum Pass get such a nickname? This kid is truly a genius at coming up with nicknames. Have you ever seen Chrysanthemum Pass? Have you fought him? How was that possible? Douluo's expression became serious. Do you think I'm bragging? Old Chrysanthemum is even more handsome than me. His martial spirit is a golden chrysanthemum, and his soul skill turns chrysanthemum petals into flying daggers. By the way, his 5th soul skill is called Gathering of Cold Blossoms, right? His flying daggers are incredibly fast. They couldn't even leave a mark on me, and you definitely can't. Tang Jiu said triumphantly. Douluo gasped, remembering how he had almost been killed by the old chrysanthemum. Ah, no, it was the Chrysanthemum Pass and Ghost Douluo last time. He was well aware of the soul skills and power of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, and to his surprise, Tang Jiu actually knew about the abilities of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Could it be that what he said was true? Douluo pondered for a moment, and combined with what Deathby had said, he suddenly understood Tang Jiu's identity. Tang Hao. His gaze towards Tang Jiu turned playful, and he laughed, saying, "You little brat, you think you can take my things for free? No way. If I can't catch you, I'll go find your father Tang Hao. Let's see if he won't break your legs. If I can't find Tang Hao, I'll go look for the Haotian sect." Tang Jiu swayed his body, almost falling from the air, and quickly shook his head, saying, "You've got the wrong person. I'm not familiar with Tang Hao. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't give me an explanation today, just wait for your father to hunt you down." Douluo laughed and said, "You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. If that doesn't work, just go to Haotian sect and block the door, and release poison." Tang Jiu no longer wanted to escape. If Tang Hao knew that he had destroyed Douluo's medicinal garden, which led to Douluo causing trouble for the Haotian sect, he would definitely break his legs. After all, he wasn't his biological son. Most importantly, Tang Hao didn't seem to be as understanding as he was, knowing that others' belongings are theirs, and one's own belongings are still one's own. A great truth. He still valued the dignity of strong. Tang Jiu felt that he must pacify Douluo. This guy could do anything. What if he wanted Haotian sect to deal with poison? Tang Jiu thought for a moment and said, "I see that both you and Yanzi have green pupils, which should be due to practicing poison techniques. Just now, I ate so many poisonous herbs and didn't die because I discovered that by injecting the poison into the soul bone, I could prevent the poison from harming the body." Douluo's eyes lit up as he looked up and down at Tang Jiu, his smile growing wider. "This kid actually has a soul bone, which I didn't notice. Not bad, very good. Since the method is your idea, then you should give another piece of soul bone to Yenner," Douluo said with a smile. "No problem." Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "I have a soul bone stored in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Why don't you go and retrieve it? I'll consider it a gift for Yanzi. Remember, when you go, make sure to break the legs of their elder." 68 Soul Master Evolution, Ice Fire Bullet Ant. Douluo laughed heartily. This kid is really interesting. You want me to help you vent your anger? You wish. The soul bone must be obtained by you yourself. All my precious herbs have been ruined by you. Tang Jiu felt a bit disappointed. It turned out that the cunning old fox was not easy to fool. He decided to go back and find a way to locate Tang Hao. In the future, he would find a soul bone to give to Yanzi. Consider it compensation for your herbs. All right, I will let you go this time. However, the next time we meet, we must have a proper spar on the ground. Douluo glanced at Tang Jiu with satisfaction before turning to fly away. "Grandpa, you just let him go like that? Is he really Tang Hao's son?" Douluo asked unwillingly, as she still wanted to see Tang Jiu get his legs broken. Douluo smiled and ruffled Douluo's hair, saying, "Grandpa has found you a good match." "What? A match?" Douluo was a bit dumbfounded. What was this about? "That kid Tang Jiu, Tang Hao's son, is strong and perfectly matched with you." Douluo chuckled. "Grandpa, weren't you just saying you wanted to break his legs? He destroyed your herbs." Douluo stomped her feet in anger. Just a moment ago, they were ready to fight to the death, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was to become her son-in-law? To be able to escape from my hands shows he has enough strength to look down on the younger generation. His unyielding character is just like mine. A good son-in-law like him should be settled quickly. What if he runs away? Besides, I've already given him my dowry, and he promised to bring a soul bone as a betrothal gift in the future. This matter is settled, Douluo said with satisfaction. Douluo's face turned green with anger. That was compensation, not a betrothal gift. I'm 4 or 5 years older than him. This isn't appropriate. Douluo huffed angrily. Women are 3 years older and still can hold gold bricks. It's just right. Douluo chuckled. With a laugh, Yi Lingling couldn't help but find it amusing. Hadn't Yan Zi just advised her in this manner? Watching Dugu Yan's exasperated expression was truly entertaining. I already have someone I like, Dugu Yan declared directly. Douluo's expression suddenly turned cold, his green eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Who? Dugu Yan shrank her neck, but felt dissatisfied with her grandfather's oppressive aura. So she straightened her neck and huffed, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sects leader, Yu Tianheng. He is worthy to marry my Douluo's granddaughter? Douluo scoffed. Why isn't he worthy? Tianheng is more handsome than Tang Jiu, more reliable than Tang Jiu, has a higher soul power than Tang Jiu, comes from a better family than Tang Jiu, and will be able to lead one of the upper 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, in the future. How can you say Tianheng isn't worthy, but Tang Jiu is? Dugu Yan retorted. The upper 3 sects? Only the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is somewhat decent. The other 2 sects are trash. The Haotian sect has been crushed by the Wuhuan Hall and has become a turtle hiding its head. Even the peerless genius Tang Hao had to be expelled from the sect to avoid disaster, which is despicable. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is good at infighting and incompetent in external conflicts. The Elder Council controls the family, and the sect leader is like a puppet. They couldn't even accommodate the extraordinary Xiao Jiu, and even if Yu Tianheng becomes the sect leader, he will still be a useless person, bullied everywhere. And Tang Jiu, also known as Tang Haizi, killed the Lord of Nodding City and wiped out the enforcement team of the Wuhuan branch 4.5 years ago. 4 years ago, he fought against the 94th level title Douluo of the Wuhuan Hall and survived, provoking Qian Daolu to attack the Haotian sect. Today, he raided my herb garden, broke my soul skills, and escaped unscathed from my subordinates. Tell me, how can Yu Tianheng compare to Tang Jiu? Douluo coldly huffed. Grandpa, Tang Jiu raided your herb garden, and you're still helping him speak. Dugu Yan said with a dark face. Douluo curled his lips. If Yu Tianheng had the guts to raid my herb garden and survive my pursuit, I would also acknowledge him as a son-in-law. But does Yu Tianheng dare? Dugu Yan stomped her feet in anger, but had no way to refute. Anyway, I won't marry. We'll talk about that later. First, let me ask you, what happened with the soul bone that was stolen? Douluo asked. Seeing Douluo change the topic, Dugu Yan quickly recounted the events in detail. So it seems that soul bone should be considered a joint acquisition, Douluo said, crossing his arms, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Dugu Yan's face turned a bit red. She didn't contribute at all, so how could it be called a joint acquisition? Only Yi Lingling's healing was somewhat useful. The others were just along for the ride. But Douluo was never one to reason. Waving his hand, he said, Go tell Yu Tianheng to have his sect send me 5 million gold soul coins, or I will block their door and release poison, daring to steal my granddaughter's things. They truly have the audacity. Outside of Tiando City, Tang Jiu was relieved to see that Douluo had indeed not returned. If Douluo had insisted on causing him trouble, he would probably have to go back to living as a wild man in the Stardow Forest. Fortunately, Douluo was much more reasonable than he was. After breaking the curse of the Heaven Seal and fusing with his martial soul, Tang Jiu was astonished to discover that his bullet ant martial soul had mutated, or rather, evolved. The originally pure black bullet ant now had a body covered in red and blue patterns. Tang Jiu could clearly feel the presence of ice and fire elemental power. Ice-fire bullet ant. For now, that is all Tang Jiu could call it. It was simply too dazzling. Tang Jiu, as expected, obtained the special effect of dual immunity to ice and fire. However, it is somewhat regrettable that in the state of the ice and fire bullet ant, he cannot cast energy-saving skills like Ice Seal, Ice Wall, or Flame Ray. Nevertheless, it allows Tang Jiu's melee attacks to carry the effects of freezing and flames. It seems that casting Ice Seal and Ice Wall should belong to active skills, which require obtaining a soul ring, while the ice and fire effects, similar to toxins, are passive effects. Tang Jiu quickly analyzed the reasons based on the knowledge taught by his master. Therefore, Tang Jiu decided that for the next soul ring he would attach to the bullet ant. It would be best to consider both ice and fire elements as well as a power boost. After checking the martial soul, Tang Jiu turned it off and then checked the condition of his body. Tang Jiu's soul power has now reached level 36. When he was at level 30, he absorbed the Iron Armor Dragon, which increased his soul power by 2 levels. This means that this time, after raiding Douluo's herb garden, his soul power directly increased by 4 levels, which is simply exhilarating. Moreover, Tang Jiu feels that his physical attributes have significantly enhanced. His original base strength was 10, 10,000 gene, and it has now reached 12,000 gene. This means that Tang Jiu's peak strength has soared from 65,000 gene to 78,000 gene. With such strength, he should be able to easily overpower a soul sage. Tang Jiu stroked his chin. It was time to go to Shrek Academy. He could ask the teacher some questions and then persuade Tang how to take him to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect for soul bones. How delightful. 3 months later, following a straight line on the map, Tang Jiu crossed mountains and valleys and arrived in Soto City. Once inside, he directly checked into the Rose Hotel. 10 days later, the hotel manager was almost in tears. Honorable Soul Master, you are staying in the best room, eating the most expensive meals, and we have arranged the prettiest waitstaff for you. If you don't settle your debts soon, I'll be fired by my boss. Don't worry. All my money has been given to my brother by my heartless old man. Just wait. When my brother arrives, I will pay you. The hotel manager was not interested in hearing about Tang Jiu's family wealth distribution and desperately wanted to recover the debt. At that moment, a clear and familiar voice rang out. Xiao San, let's stay here. Tang Jiu immediately brightened his eyes. Money is coming. 69 is credited to Mu Bai's account. When Tang Jiu casually walked downstairs, the sound of fighting had already emerged below. Brother San was in battle with Dai Mu Bai. The conflict arising because the waiter had given the room reserved by Dai Mu Bai to Tang San. Dai Mu Bai was persistent and his arrogant attitude infuriated Xiao Wu. And this protective husband, Brother San, immediately started fighting with Dai Mu Bai. The two twins who came with Dai Mu Bai were top-notch in both figure and appearance. Watching Dai Mu Bai with infatuated eyes. Meanwhile, on Tang San's side, it was Xiao Wu who kept shouting about wanting to beat the other party into a pig's head. I said, Xiao Wu, it's been years since we last met, and you're still so combative. Tang Jiu walked up to Xiao Wu and patted her shoulder. But as soon as his hand touched her shoulder, Xiao Wu's scorpion braid wrapped around Tang Jiu's neck. Xiao Wu leaped into the air and flipped over to Tang Jiu's back, activating a skill called waist bow. Bang! The waist bow skill failed to push Tang Jiu instead. It sent Xiao Wu flying. In midair, Xiao Wu performed a roll and was ready to continue attacking the bastard who dared to pat her shoulder. Tang Jiu helplessly said, Sister-in-law, there's no need to fight as soon as we meet. This way of welcoming me is not good. Sister-in-law? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Only Xiao Jiu could call her that. Xiao Wu looked up and down at Tang Jiu. After all, for years had changed him a lot, but upon closer inspection, he seemed a bit familiar. I even brought you a gift. A century-old soul beast from the Stardow Forest, a long-eared rabbit. Tang Jiu said as he took out a white rabbit from the 12 beauties of Jinling. This adorable rabbit wanted to leap into Xiao Wu's arms upon seeing her, but its ears were being held up by Tang Jiu. Xiao Wu, do you prefer this rabbit braised or steamed? Ah, Xiao Jiu, you really are an annoying guy. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger. Only Tang Jiu would like to make her eat rabbit. How despicable. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai finally unleashed his Millennium Soul skill, tearing apart Tang San's blue-silver grass restraints. Tang San, injured by the shock of soul power, fell to the ground, diverting Xiao Wu's attention. San. Xiao Wu couldn't bother to settle accounts with Tang Jiu and hurried to help Tang San, checking to see if he was hurt. Tang Jiu immediately went over and, with concern, grabbed Tang San's arm, saying, Third brother, it's me, Xiao Jiu. I'm fine, don't worry. Tang San, having grown up with Tang Jiu since childhood, instantly recognized him. Seeing Tang Jiu care so much about him made him feel very gratified. I don't care whether you're fine or not. I'm just asking if you brought enough money. I don't have a penny to stay in a hotel. Tang Jiu said urgently. Tang San confirmed that this was definitely his younger brother. It seemed like he said, Get away. Xiao Jiu, your brother has been beaten up, and you still care about money? Go, beat him up for me. Xiao Wu was furious and glared at Tang Jiu, pointing at Dai Mu Bai, who was showing off, hoping Tang Jiu would help her take revenge. Xiao Jiu, no, you can't beat him. Tang San hurriedly stopped him. You underestimate me. Tang Jiu stood up and pointed at Dai Mu Bai, saying, Remember, the only one who can beat my brother is me. Today, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked speechless. The troublesome guy is back again. Dai Mu Bai's mouth twitched. What a good brother. Who cares about his older brother? Well then, let me experience your strength. Dai Mu Bai, level 37 Assault System, Soul Master. Martial Soul Evil, I White Tiger. Dai Mu Bai said proudly. Tang Jiu, level 36 Assault System, Soul Master. Martial Soul, Ice Fire Bullet Ant. Tang Jiu finished speaking, and both Xiao Wu and Tang San were taken aback. How did the Bullet Ant Martial Soul turn into the ice, fire bullet ant. Did the martial soul mutate? You're at level 36? You're his brother? A serious look appeared in Dai Mubai's eyes, and then he asked in confusion, why aren't you using your martial soul? Use my martial soul? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and might punch you to death. Tang Jiu shook his head. You look down on me. Dai Mubai, who had a high opinion of himself, was usually extremely arrogant. In a genius academy like Shrek, he was also at the top, and he normally looked down on others. He had never been underestimated like this before. A fierce rage burst forth from his sinister eyes. I'm doing this for your own good. You have to believe me. You're not on the same level as me. In my eyes, you're too weak. How about this? I'll throw a punch, and as long as you can block it, I'll consider you the winner. Tang Jiu put one hand behind his back. Xiao Jiu is getting more and more arrogant. Xiao San, I really want to hit him. Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Jiu said that Dai Mubai is not worthy to fight him, which is equivalent to saying that Tang San is even less worthy. Tang San also felt a sense of frustration in his heart. Tang San and Xiao Wu are both like this, which shows how angry Dai Mubai is at this moment. Great. I am currently using my third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, which doubles my power, defense, speed, and attack. I want to see how you can defeat me with one punch. Just using one skill is not enough. Are there any other amplification soul skills? Use them all, or you might die. Tang Jiu said lightly. This is really too arrogant. Dai Mubai's yellow soul ring lit up, and he used his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Now come on, my attributes have increased by 50. Then I'm coming. Tang Jiu stepped forcefully on the ground, and with a crack, the marble floor shattered. Tang Jiu's body transformed into a shadow and rushed forward. Dai Mubai's face changed dramatically, so fast. Ugh! Tang Jiu's fist slammed straight towards Dai Mubai's chest. Before he even arrived, the whistling wind from the punch emitted a piercing howl, causing Dai Mubai's face to sting. Tang Jiu now relies not only on strength, but also on terrifying speed. This punch is unmatched in ferocity, embodying the path of strength taught by Tang Hao. Dai Mubai crosses his tiger claws in front of his chest, attempting to block Tang Jiu's charging fist. Bang! As their arms collide, a terrifying wave of soul power radiates out, shattering all the vases and chairs around them. Dai Mubai's face changes dramatically, and, at the moment of impact, his body is sent flying backward, crashing through the hotel door and rolling onto the bluestone street before struggling to get up. It's too terrifying. It felt like being struck by teacher Zhao just now. Dai Mubai is extremely shocked, and at this moment, he puts away his pride. In his gaze towards Tang Jiu, there is a hint of respect, but more is the fighting spirit. Tang Jiu, I'll see you at Shrek Academy. In the next battle, I will definitely force you to use your martial soul. Dai Mubai turns to leave, and the two twins immediately want to follow him, but are shot a cold glare. As he has no mind to spend time with beauties now, he needs to go back and train harder. Tang Jiu and Xiao Wu were also stunned. After years apart, how did Xiao Jiu seem like she was on a roll? Third brother, hurry up and pay the man. Tang Jiu looked at the manager, who wanted money but didn't dare to ask, and decided to take the initiative to pay off the debt. How much do you owe? Your brother owes us over 10,000. Copper soul coins, right? If converted to gold soul coins, it's just over 100 gold soul coins. I just earned enough for my job. Tang San said while taking out his money pouch. It's gold soul coins. 10,000 gold soul coins. The manager reminded cautiously. Clink! As soon as Tang San took out a gold soul coin, it rolled to the ground. And then he quickly packed up the money pouch and said to the manager, You should ask him directly, esteemed soul master. Isn't it what you said about not being short on money? The manager looked at Tang Jiu with a face full of. Tang Jiu rubbed his chin and said, How about you put the bill on Dai Mubai's account? Will he agree to that? We're friends. Do you believe it? Tang Jiu said, I don't believe you at all. The manager thought to himself, If you don't believe me, I'll return his stuff tomorrow. Tang Jiu said, waving at the two twins, Don't worry. I'll take you to find Dai Mubai tomorrow. For today, how about I help Dai Mubai keep you for a while? The manager was completely dumbfounded. Even more surprised was that one of the twins actually smiled and nodded, linking arms with Tang Jiu on either side. This time, we can definitely put on Dai Mubai's account. I'm just good at keeping other people's things safe. The manager was absolutely amazed. 70 meeting late Ning Rongrong Xiao Jiu. You're just like that lecherous tiger. You're not a good person, Xiao Wu said angrily, hands on her hips, staring at Xiao Jiu. Tang San was also speechless, thinking it wasn't appropriate for you to keep the twins for Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, these two girls are so pitiful. We must stand up for them and go settle the score with that scumbag Dai Mubai. They can help you with massages. After entering Dai Mubai's room, Tang Jiu exchanged glances with the two twins, and they immediately understood. One started giving Xiao Wu a shoulder massage, while the other massaged her legs. Xiao Wu's ears twitched with comfort. Humans really know how to enjoy life. Xiao San, I made up my mind. I will stand up for them. Xiao Wu waved her fist. Those two sisters are so pitiful. Tang San. Tang Jiu took the opportunity to hook his third brother's shoulder and walked to his room, saying, "Third brother, someone stole my soul bone. Are you interested in helping me pull off a big one?" As soon as Tang San heard about the soul bone, he was immediately energized and asked, "Who stole your soul bone?" "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I think I'll just stay at Shrek and study." Tang San decisively shook his head, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke them. "Third brother, you don't have to go. You can just send some of your hidden weapons. Do you have any that can scare them to death when released, so I can wreak havoc?" "Buddha." Tang San almost blurted out the name Buddha's Wrath Tang Lian, but upon seeing Tang Jiu's fervent gaze, he quickly shook his head. "No, just kidding." Tang San believed that if he dared to give Tang Jiu the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lian, Tang Jiu would be bold enough to blow up the spirit hall. Headache. The next day, the twin sisters accompanied Xiao Wu shopping, introducing many beautiful accessories, making Xiao Wu shout that she must take them to find the scumbag Dai Mu Bai. After shopping, Tang Jiu and the others continued south along the official road. Passing through large fields, they saw a small village ahead, with about a few hundred households. The village was surrounded by wooden fences, probably to guard against wild beasts. At this moment, many people were gathered at the entrance of the village. As they approached, they initially thought something had happened, but then realized this was actually Shrek Academy. Looking at the plaque on the wooden archway with the 5 big characters, Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu was very shocked. "No way, this is Shrek Academy? I thought it was a village." "No doubt about it. This is the poorest and most dilapidated Spirit Master Academy in history, bar none." Dan Du Sai. If the Big Owl had come with him to rob the Lord's mansion back then, Shrek Academy wouldn't be so poor. Even the twins were shocked by the decay of Shrek Academy. They found it hard to believe that the young, wealthy, handsome, and powerful Dai Xiao would study here. Ahead, there were about 100 applicants, all drawn here by reputation, but they were also shocked by the dilapidated academy. Not to mention that children were unwilling to come here to study. Even adults remained skeptical, yet they still comforted their children. Perhaps this was just a test. And the Real Academy was not here. At the registration area ahead, there was only a table and an old man. Tang Jiu and the others were at the back of the line, unable to see what was happening ahead, but soon a dispute broke out. A parent slammed the table and angrily shouted, "You are scamming us. If you're unwilling to admit my son, you should refund our registration fee. 10 gold soul coins are hard-earned money for us. Isn't that right, everyone?" "Yes, refund the money, refund the money." The parents immediately became agitated, shouting for a refund. An old man lazily replied, "Once registered, no refunds are given. This was stated in the regulations from the start. Didn't you see it?" Seeing that the crowd was still relentless, the old man snorted and said, "Mu Bai, someone is causing trouble. Handle it." A figure swiftly appeared. Dai Mu Bai emerged, his soul power erupting as he released his 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, and purple. Dai Mu Bai said coldly, "Want to get your registration fee back? Fine. Defeat me, and I'll give it to you." "Soul Ancestor." Instantly, those causing the disturbance fell silent and quietly left. "Wow, how shameless do you have to be to come up with such a scheme to scam money? When I need money, I only rob the wealthy. Compared to this, I'm actually quite kind." Tang Jiu looked down on Flanders' character, then highly praised himself. With a chuckle, a silver bell-like laughter came from behind. I had never heard anyone so brazenly boast about their shamelessness. Tang Jiu turned around and saw a girl in a light blue dress. She had a delicate figure, a slender waist, long hair that reached her waist, and bright, lively eyes. She was lightly covering her red lips and giggling. "Hey, you dare to laugh at me? Do you believe I will rob your house?" Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow. At a glance, he recognized her as Ning Rongrong. He also spotted Zhu Zhuqing in the back of the group. The 2 girls were easy to recognize, each with completely different auras, one pure and playful, the other sexy and aloof. "Great, you're very welcome." Ning Rongrong blinked, clearly thrilled by the suggestion. "Is your family rich? Is your dad powerful? If we go robbing, will he break your legs?" Tang Jiu asked. "My family is very wealthy. I don't know if my dad will break my legs, but he will definitely break yours." Ning Rongrong said with a bright smile. "Then I've decided I must rob you once. Shall we make an appointment? I've been really short on money lately," Tang Jiu said. Sure. Ning Rongrong thought Tang Jiu was very interesting. She imagined taking Tang Jiu home and watching him look confused when caught. It would definitely make her laugh for days. Tang Jiu, the #1 genius of the continent, best at guarding other people's things. What belongs to me is mine, and what belongs to you is still mine. Tang Jiu extended his hand. Upon hearing Tang Jiu's self-introduction, Ning Rongrong laughed heartily and then imitated his tone, saying, Ning Rongrong, the #1 genius of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. My specialty is making titled Douluos angry while puffing out their cheeks. Tang Jiu immediately took Ning Rongrong's little hand and said, It's a shame we met so late. It's a shame we met so late. I almost made a title Douluo so angry that they almost died. How shameless. Ning Rongrong was amused and giggled. Tang Jiu pointed to the 2 twins beside him and said, These are the things I am keeping for the heavens. How about that? Dedicated, right? Tang San rubbed his forehead, looking at the unfamiliar Tang Jiu, and quickly distanced himself from him. Xiao Wu also pouted. Behind them, Xiao Jiu snorted, Men, there's not a single good one. Ning Rongrong was stunned. You girls are also responsible for keeping things safe? Then, her blue eyes turned and asked, Who is so unfortunate to entrust their girlfriend to you? Of course it's Deathby, the boss of this school. He is famously a playboy. Do you want me to protect you? I need money right now. You give me 100 or 80,000 gold soul coins, and I'll cover you in the academy. Deathby. Xiao Jiu pronounced each word clearly, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. The old man's first round of interviews was still ongoing, and the speed of elimination was fast. Very few could pass the first round. However, Tang Jiu's focus was not on that, but on walking through the crowd to Deathby's side, smiling. Yesterday, you dropped something. Luckily, I kept it safe for you, and I specially brought it for you today. What thing? Deathby looked confused. Tang Jiu waved at the twins, and the 2 girls immediately ran over. Their voices sweet and soft. Dai Xiao, you left us behind. Look, how's the preservation? Is it still the same flavor? Deathby's face darkened instantly. He had always broken up after one date and hated it when girls clung to him. He didn't expect Tang Jiu to bring them over. And the most crucial thing was that he had already spotted new prey, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Jiu. Tang Jiu, aren't you just causing trouble? Deathby gritted his teeth and said, Thank you. No need to thank me. This is a paid service. Please pay the custody fee of 10,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu extended his hand. Deathby was instantly dumbfounded. With a laugh, Ning Rongrong burst out, and even Xiao Wu widened her eyes. Indeed, Tang Jiu was Tang Jiu. So shameless. But why did she feel so happy? The old man beside them was no longer lazy, but perked up. He had used a trick from Flanders to scam less than 1,000 gold soul coins. But look, this guy was asking for over 10,000 at once. Compared to this, Flanders' ability to make money seemed utterly hopeless. I'll give you the money, but you have to bring the person from there and send them back. Deathby was truly afraid of Tang Jiu. If he weren't worried about losing, he really wanted to beat him up. This service is beyond expectations. You must pay an additional 10,000 gold soul coins for the delivery fee. Tang Jiu chuckled. You're impressive. Deathby immediately pulled out 2 cards and tossed them to Tang Jiu. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was already laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. This Tang Jiu was too entertaining. The old man watched the show while swiping cards quickly, and soon it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. The old man nodded. Age is appropriate. Release your martial souls. A blue light burst forth from Tang San, while a red light burst forth from Xiao Wu. Tang San's right hand revealed the blue silver grass, with 2 soul rings swirling around him, both yellow. Xiao Wu's cute rabbit ears stood up, her figure became more slender, and her martial soul, the soft-boned charming rabbit, also had 2 yellow soul rings surrounding her. The old man looked at the martial soul in Tang San's right hand. Quite surprised. Is it really blue silver grass? As a soul emperor, he was astonished. Could blue silver grass be cultivated to such a level? It seems there must be something extraordinary about him. The old man sighed lightly in his heart and smiled qualified. He then looked at Ning Rongrong, lightly placing a hand on her shoulder, and his expression changed. Did I pass? Ning Rongrong asked playfully. The old man's expression became serious. Does your family know you are here? Ning Rongrong blinked and replied, Isn't it against the academy rules to mention this? After a brief hesitation, the old man said, Qualified. When Deathby saw Ning Rongrong pass the first round, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he shamelessly sized her up. Xiao Jiu, standing behind, coldly huffed at Deathby's behavior. She ignored Tang Jiu in front and swiftly darted forward to take the test, passing it as well. When Deathby saw Xiao Jiu's nethercat martial soul, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt a bitter pang in his heart. as two major martial soul families intermarried in the Star Luo Empire for generations. How could he not be aware of Zhu Zhuqing's identity? What are you doing here? Dai Mubai stepped forward, intending to strike up a conversation. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, this little wildcat should still remember him. He had to clarify that he was innocent regarding the twins. Before Dai Mubai could approach, Xiao Wu blocked him, hands on her hips, and huffed, "Scumbag. Scumbag." Ning Rongrong also cast a disdainful glance at him. She found his earlier gaze very unpleasant. Dai Mubai was speechless, thinking to himself if he had left without checking the calendar today. However, fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing walked over. Her sexy and cold steps made Dai Mubai's heart skip a few beats. Zhu Zhuqing approached Dai Mubai and lifted her foot to stomp hard on his toes, making his face turn green instantly. "Scumbag." Zhu Zhuqing coldly huffed, then walked over to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, and the three girls instantly formed a strategic alliance. After all, they had fought against scumbags together. At this moment, Dai Mubai truly felt an urge to eliminate Tang Jiu. However, Tang Jiu was completely unaware of Dai Mubai's murderous intent as he was taking the test. The old man squeezed his bones, extremely shocked. Such resilient bones, such dominant physical quality. The old man was eager to know Tang Jiu's martial soul. "Release your martial soul. I can't unleash my martial soul here." Tang Jiu glanced around at the many people and immediately shook his head. Why? This was the first time the old man had encountered someone refusing to release their martial soul. "Because my martial soul is too powerful. I'm afraid it will scare you." Tang Jiu had a look that suggested he was doing it for their own good. Tang San rubbed his forehead. "Here we go again." Ning Rongrong snorted. "What martial soul? Can it scare me? Playing tricks." Zhu Zhuqing huffed coldly. Xiao Wu was also fuming, hands on her hips, glaring at Tang Jiu, looking defiant. The old man twitched the corner of his mouth, but with his rich experience, he knew that Tang Jiu might have some secret he didn't want others to know, so he stood up and said, "Come, I'll take you to the room." Of course, Xiao Wu and the others wanted to follow. They also wanted to see what kind of martial soul could scare people. After entering the room and closing the door, Tang Jiu glanced at everyone. Aside from the old man, the rest were all from the Shrek 7 monsters, people he could trust. Tang Jiuhun's power surged, and a black light burst forth, revealing a black bullet ant that exuded immense strength. However, this was not the end. Next, blue light radiated, covering the bullet ant with layers of icy blue rings that emanated a bone-chilling coldness. The power of ice elements. Everyone was taken aback. But then, fiery red light erupted again, and the bullet ant was adorned with an equal number of fiery red rings. A wave of scorching flame power surged forth. Tang Jiu's forehead appeared with a mark of the ice and fire taiji fish, slowly swimming, showcasing extreme power, brilliant patterns, and the perfect fusion of ice and fire, all demonstrating the might of this martial soul. Ice and fire power? How is that possible? Everyone's hearts tightened, and before they could finish their exclamations, Tang Jiu's soul rings manifested. 3 soul rings descended from above, swirling around Tang Jiu. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes in shock, collectively stunned. For a moment, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the room. The crowd's horrified gazes swept up from the bottom to the top, rapidly passing over the soul rings. Breathing heavily, their eyes locked tightly on Tang Jiu's 3 soul rings. Purple-black. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. 72, this is strange. The old man and Tang San were dumbfounded. Even Ning Rongrong, who had seen 2 super Douluos, had her beautiful eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Everyone's thoughts were almost the same, filled with disbelief. The compatibility of ice and fire power was unheard of, especially Tang San and Xiao Wu, who clearly remembered that Tang Jiu's martial soul, the bullet ant, did not possess ice and fire power. The most unacceptable part was the soul rings. The first soul ring being 1,000 years is already monstrous, and the second soul ring jumped directly to 10,000 years. This is terrifying. Such a soul ring configuration is something no one dared to imagine. After the initial shock, Dai Mubai felt a bit of fear. If Tang Jiu had awakened his martial soul yesterday and casually used a skill to amplify his strength, he probably would have been killed by a single punch. The old man had seen too many geniuses and monsters over the years, but compared to Tang Jiu, those monsters could only be considered ordinary people. How did you do it? For the first 2 soul rings, even for a prodigy, the limit is a few hundred years. Your first soul ring is 1,000 years. And how could your second soul ring jump directly to 10,000 years. One must know that only at level 50 can one possess a 10,000-year soul ring. And this is just Tang Jiu's basic martial soul. If he were to awaken the evil ring-devouring ant, or even its final form, who knows how shocked this soul emperor would be. Tang Jiu smiled and said, "I can only be a legend." Everyone's lips twitched. He was being too arrogant. Seeing that Tang Jiu was unwilling to elaborate, the old man refrained from asking further questions and suppressed his shock. "Mubai, take them into the second round. Today, our Shrek Academy may recruit the best students in history." After saying this, the old man continued to oversee the money-making first round of interviews. However, thinking about Tang Jiu's speed in making money, he suddenly felt that the previous money-grabbing method was no longer appealing. Tang Jiu and his group quickly arrived at the second assessment location to queue up, where those who passed the first assessment were waiting. At that moment, Oscar arrived. As more people meant better sales for his sausages. Sausages for sale, Oscar brand sausages, delicious and fresh, at a low price of 5 copper soul coins each. Don't miss out as you walk by. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, and everyone turned to follow the scent. A man with a full beard and peach blossom eyes pushed a cart over. Xiao Wu, seeing the snacks for sale, said to Tang Jiu, "Xiao Jiu, you made money, so why don't you treat us to a meal?" She pointed at Oscar's cart and added, "It smells good, buy one for each of us." "Xiao Jiu, if you flatter me well, I might say good things about you in front of Rong Rong and Zhu Qing in the future." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Tang Jiu winked at Xiao Wu. "Sister-in-law." The others immediately looked at Xiao Wu and Tang San with strange expressions, teasing them with knowing remarks. "Oh, it's not what you think." Xiao Wu, flustered, stamped her foot and said, "Tang San said sister means older sister. That's why I let Xiao Jiu call me that." "Oh." The crowd reacted even more knowingly, and then Dai Mubai patted Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "Master, I bow to you. It's all your fault, Tang San. I won't talk to you anymore." Xiao Wu's face turned red from being teased, and she ultimately shifted the blame onto Tang San, stamping her foot and huffing. Tang San was speechless. His brother was definitely toxic. At this moment, Oscar came over, promoting his sausages. "Brother, when it comes to charming girls, nothing beats my Oscar's big sausages. How about trying a couple?" Tang San hesitated a bit, just as he was about to buy 2 sausages. Dai Mubai hooked Oscar's neck and said, "Little A.O., don't say I'm not looking out for you. If something happens later, you'll get beaten so badly that even your mom won't recognize you. Do you believe it? What is going on?" Everyone was taken aback, while Tang Jiu looked at Oscar with a half-smile. Dai Mubai turned to Oscar and joked, "Come on, little A.O., make a new sausage." Oscar's expression immediately became awkward. "Boss Dai, we've been classmates for years. Do you really want me to embarrass myself in front of the new junior? That LL make them have a negative impression of me. Just do it. Hurry up." "All right." Oscar helplessly extended his right hand and recited the incantation. "I have a big sausage." A yellow soul ring lit up, and a sausage identical to the first appeared in his palm. "I feel like after I eat this, I'll definitely beat you up first." Tang San couldn't accept such a soul spell-produced sausage for a moment. Oscar wanted to cry, but had no tears to produce a sausage. He had to recite the spell. "You just dared to trick us into eating." Xiao Wu glared at him and was about to settle the score, but at that moment, Zhu Qing had already moved, her body drifting like the wind, and a tuft of Oscar's hair was cut off. Not a single good thing among the boys of Shrek. After saying that, she shot a fierce glare at Dai Mubai. Oscar shrank his neck in fright and quickly pushed the cart away from the group. If she had done that to his neck just now, he could have declared himself dead. Too terrifying. Soon, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn for the assessment. Placing their hands on the white crystal ball, the light shone brightly, and the teacher said, "You can directly enter the 4th round." Immediately, the others were puzzled and questioned, "Why can I go straight to the 4th round?" The teacher replied calmly, "If your soul power is also above level 25, you can enter directly." The others were instantly quite surprised. It turned out to be above level 25. Next, Zhu Qing and Ning Rong tested and naturally also entered the 4th round directly. Finally, it was Tang Jiu's turn. The others in the assessment held their breath, wanting to see if Tang Jiu would also go straight to the 4th round. But Tang Jiu did not test. Dai Mubai whispered in the examiner's ear about Tang Jiu's martial soul awakening scene. The examiner immediately waved his hand grandly, exempting him from the test and allowing him to enter the 4th round directly. Why? It was one thing for others to enter the 4th round directly, but he didn't even take a test and could also enter directly. This was too unfair. The others immediately became agitated, demanding an explanation. His soul power exceeds level 30. and he needs to change the soul power crystal. Our funding is tight, and we didn't prepare a testing crystal above level 30. Using a level 20 crystal would break it, the examiner said lazily, clearly just being reluctant to move. Liar. Cheating. Conspiracy. We want fairness. A group of people immediately erupted. These geniuses from the Junior Soul Master Academy had never experienced such treatment and were filled with righteous indignation. They're questioning you, and you're not going to say anything? The examiner looked at Tang Jiu with a look of someone enjoying the show. Everyone shut up. Tang Jiu directly activated the soul bone skill frenzy, causing a surge of soul power. He then stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and the blue stone slabs on the ground were crushed into a web-like indentation. Everyone gasped in shock, looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a monster. Without even activating his martial soul, he exhibited such power. However, the terrifying part was yet to come. With a loud rumble, the dilapidated building behind the examiner collapsed due to the tremors from the ground. Now, no one could question it. Once the examiner snapped back to reality from his shock, he grinned at Tang Jiu and said, "Congratulations, Tang Jiu, you have successfully destroyed one luxurious office building of Shrek Academy. According to the latest compensation standards set by the dean, you need to pay 3,000 gold soul coins." What? Tang Jiu was stunned at that moment, feeling that something was off. The powerful Xiao Jiu was also confused, and while Tang Jiu was in a daze, the examiner tilted his head and revealed something even more outrageous. The dean knows you're not short on money, so he specially tailored a noble level compensation standard for you, which includes a luxury villa as your dormitory. Since you have been a Shrek student for over 4 years, you will still need to pay dormitory fees, which is 10,000 a year. The dean said he would give you a discount, so you only need to pay 50,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu was completely dumbfounded. I didn't stay there. The dean said this is called vacancy fee. Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, even blacker than me. When everyone saw Tang Jiu's face full of indignation, they couldn't help but chuckle. Even the cold and elegant Xiao Jiu gently covered her red lips with her hand, seemingly finding it amusing to watch Tang Jiu suffer. Ning Rongrong was laughing so hard she felt like jumping up. Indeed, it was much more fun outside than with the family. The examiner laughed and said, "However, there is a gain with every loss. At least you can pass without taking the exam." "I really thank you, Dean," Tang Jiu replied irritably. "No need to thank me. This is a paid service. Please pay 53,000 gold soul coins." The examiner extended his hand. "Huh." Everyone burst into laughter. This was exactly the same tone Tang Jiu had just used. So infuriating. Tang Jiu had no money and could only owe it for now. He didn't want to stay longer and urged Dai Mubai to head to the 4th test. While leading the way, Dai Mubai briefly introduced Shrek Academy, which is an academy that only nurtured monsters. One of its graduates had even become the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. When Dai Mubai talked about the academy's glorious history, admiration and pride were evident on his face. Soon, they arrived at an open area where there was a chair, and an over 50-year-old man was sleeping against it. Dai Mubai respectfully said, "Teacher Xiao, I brought people for the 4th test." The man opened his bleary eyes and glanced at them in surprise, saying, "Oh, this year there are actually 5. There were only 3 students in the academy, and for these 5 to pass the 3 tests was simply unprecedented." Dai Mubai replied, "The 4 of them have been exempted from the 3rd test and came directly here, and one of them is already a student of Shrek, specially recruited by the dean." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu immediately became displeased. Special recruitment? Shrek Academy has no such rule. "Teacher Xiao, this was decided by Dean Flander 4 years ago." Xiao Jiu snorted. "You're talking about Tang Jiu, right? That's just fine. Our academy has an annual end-of-year assessment. If you fail, you're expelled." "Expelled?" Dai Mubai was taken aback and then said, "Teacher Xiao, he is a soul respect of the 3rd ring, with 3 soul rings. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 10,000 years." "What?" Xiao Jiu was instantly stunned, doubting whether Dai Mubai was joking with him. But seeing the determination in Dai Mubai's eyes, he felt this was no joke. He was well aware of Tang Jiu's age, only 11 years old. This strength was too monstrous. Xiao Jiu finally understood that Dean Flander wanted him to test them to give this kid a wake-up call. Xiao Jiu stood up. "I'll test them." Dai Mubai was surprised but didn't say anything. "All right, Teacher Xiao." As Xiao Jiu approached, Tang San and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although Xiao Jiu was not tall, his physique was extremely robust, with muscles that made him look like a fierce beast. "I am Xiao Jiu, and I will be testing you in this 4th round. You have a stick of incense's time to understand each other and formulate a strategy. Then, if you can withstand a stick of incense's time under my hands, you will pass the test. If you can't leave, Dai Mubai was startled by this. Teacher Xiao, this isn't good, right? Dai Mubai knew Xiao Wujia's strength. Although Tang San was powerful and the other three girls also looked impressive, it seemed impossible for them to hold out for a stick of incense's time against Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia glared at him. What's wrong with that? If I say it can be done, then it can be done. Start. Seeing Dai Mubai's shocked expression, Tang San quickly asked, Teacher Xiao, are you a Soul Emperor? Dai Mubai shook his head, no. As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, she immediately became more confident. Since he's not a Soul Emperor, what is there to worry about? We're all close to level 30, and with 4 of us attacking him, holding out for a stick of incense shouldn't be too hard. Dai Mubai looked at Xiao Wu with great sympathy. Teacher Xiao is not a Soul Emperor. He is a Soul Sage of level 76. Moreover, he possesses an extremely powerful beast martial spirit, the Battle Soul Sage. He is the vice principal of Shrek Academy, second only to the dean. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were immediately shocked. 76 level Soul Sage. Tang San's expression became serious, but he did not show fear. He immediately gathered information about Xiao Wujin. Mubai, can you tell us about Teacher Xiao's strength? Dai Mubai nodded, sure. Teacher Xiao's martial soul is the Great Strength Diamond Bear, which is an extraordinary beast martial soul. His strength and defense are very strong, and his body has no weaknesses at all. Even Soul Saiyans to the same level find it difficult to break through his defense and harm him. Speed is his weakness. But with the huge gap in strength between you and Teacher Xiao, knowing this won't help you target him, I don't think you can last even a stick of incense's time. Even with my help, it would be difficult. Right now, I just hope Teacher Xiao goes easy on us. Tang San nodded solemnly, then called Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing to discuss tactics. Wait, Xiao Wuji interrupted them, and under the puzzled gazes of the others, he pointed at Tang Jiu and said, You go too, I said, all of you. Me? I'm just a student. Why should I participate in the assessment? Tang Jiu replied with a puzzled expression, I spent money on this. I already said, if you don't pass the year-end assessment, you'll be expelled. Do you think I'm joking? Really expelled? Tang Jiu was confused, not understanding what was going on. Did Flender not intend to scam his money anymore? Did he have a change of heart? Of course. However, you can pay a fee for the construction of the academy, and I can make an exception to readmit you. Xiao Wuji said proudly. What the hell? Tang Ji was stunned. This high-fee student has come out. Flanders, I'm still too young. Tang Jiu looked at Xiao Wuji with a sympathetic gaze and said, Are you sure you want to personally assess me? Xiao Wuji was taken aback. Who did this kid think he was? Why was he looking at him with sympathy? Xiao Wuji was puzzled. Shouldn't it be you feeling sorry for yourself? The big owl didn't tell you who my dad is, right? Tang Jiu looked at Xiao Wuji with pity. I don't care who your dad is. Also, daring to call Flander a big owl, you really are a troublemaker. I should properly teach you a lesson on behalf of your dad. If your dad knew, he would definitely thank me. Xiao Wuji grinned. Someone like Tang Jiu, a troublemaker, definitely needed to be disciplined. Tang Jiu gave Xiao Wuji a thumbs up and said, Don't worry, my dad will definitely thank you properly. You'll receive a huge blessing. I'm the strongest support. Xiao Wuji snorted with pride. The harsher he taught the students, the more grateful the parents became. This was his experience over the past few years. He was just waiting for Tang Jiu's dad to come and thank him. He thought to himself, I just beat your son, and you still have to thank me obediently. With that thought, Xiao Wuji lay back in his chair, feeling pleased. Tang Jiu looked at the leisurely Xiao Wuji and secretly sighed. You may be relaxed now, but you'll be the one suffering tonight. Don't you see that even the big owl doesn't dare to show up? If you don't get beaten up, who will? Tang San has learned a lot from the master over the past few years and has rightfully taken over the command. He asked, Everyone, please introduce yourselves and your abilities. I am Tang San, a 29th level control system soul master, with a martial soul blue silvergrass. I am Xiao Wu, a 29th level assault system soul master, with a martial soul soft bone charming rabbit. I am Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support system soul master, with a martial soul 7 treasure glazed tile. I am Zhu Zhuqing, a 27th level agility attack system soul master, with a martial soul nether cat. I am Tang Jiu, a 36th level support system soul master. Stop it, Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu glared at Tang Jiu. Is the ice fire bullet and a weapon martial soul or support system? Can you take this seriously? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also glared at Tang Jiu with unfriendly expressions. I really am a weapon martial soul, a support system. Tang Jiu chuckled. I have a twin martial soul. Twin martial souls. Everyone was shocked. This was too much of a blow. Just one ice fire bullet ant is so powerful. And it's a twin martial soul. This can't just be described as a freak. Wait, Xiao Jiu, you have a twin martial soul. Does Xiao San know? Xiao Wu's expression turned unfriendly. My third brother knows. Xiao San. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, who looked frustrated. He had kindly kept this secret for you, and you just turned around and sold me out. This brother is indeed toxic. After glaring at Tang San, Xiao Wu asked Tang Jiu, what is your second martial soul? Show it to me. I can't show it. Tang Jiu replied. Why not? Because my martial soul is a soul ring. Tang Jiu said, what? Xiao Wu was so surprised that he fell off his chair. A martial soul is a soul ring. This is too abnormal. What about the soul skills? Ning Rongrong was most concerned about the support system martial soul, since she was from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You'll find out soon. It will be powerful enough to leave you speechless. Tang Jiu kept them in suspense, attracting several pairs of disdainful eyes. However, a storm surged in each person's heart. They were all proud and considered themselves geniuses, but in comparison to Tang Jiu, they suddenly felt ordinary. When they witnessed Tang Jiu's ice fire bullet ant queen, they once thought it was the most powerful martial soul in the world, but upon hearing that Tang Jiu's second martial soul was a soul ring, they felt they were still too young. So, during the assessment later, I will only use my second martial soul. Otherwise, someone will suffer a terrible defeat. What a joke. I will lose. I originally planned to use only the first 5 soul skills to deal with you all. Kid, don't think you're so talented that you can look down on others. Xiao Wu was angry. He felt underestimated. Just wait, you will know. Tang Jiu didn't explain further. Ning Rongrong curiously asked, what attributes can your martial soul enhance? How should we cooperate? His martial soul can't cooperate with us, because whoever receives his soul skills is doomed. Tang San said unhappily, his soul skills are poisonous. He assists the enemy. But my teacher once said that he is the strongest auxiliary soul master on the continent, without a doubt. Impossible. Ning Rongrong, as the heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, could not admit that another auxiliary martial soul was stronger than her Seven Treasure Glazed Tile pagoda. The only one that could compare was the Nine Heart Begonia, but in terms of actual combat, they were still the strongest. Zhu Zhuqing's cold and calm face also showed a slight change. What kind of ability made Tang Jiu's martial soul recognized as surpassing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile pagoda? After a stick of incense burned out, Xiao Wu didn't give Tang Jiu and the others any extra time. Have you discussed it? Xiao Wu felt that in such a short time, they definitely hadn't come to an agreement. Tang Jiu said, do I need to discuss hitting you? Just push straight through. How bold. Then let's get started. Xiao Wu snorted and casually lit another incense stick. Ning Rongrong's pure figure twirled gracefully in place, and colorful light blossomed around her, gathering in her right hand to form a colorful treasure pagoda. Ning Rongrong floated like a fairy, with 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is power. 3 beams of colorful light were released, landing on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Jiu, my support effect boosts power by 30. She intended to compete with Tang Jiu, so she didn't release the boosting effect for him. Luckily, she didn't, or would have drained her soul power in an instant. Xiao Wu looked surprised. Wow, we actually have someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This recruitment is a big win for us. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is speed. Another 3 beams of colorful light were released from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile pagoda, landing on Xiao Wu and the others, increasing their speed by 30 as well. How about it, Tang Jiu? My soul skill enhancement effect can increase as the soul rings increase. Ning Rongrong proudly looked at Tang Jiu and said, it's your turn to make a move. It's not time yet, but I'll activate my martial soul first. Tang Jiu immediately activated his soul ring martial soul, without the bullet ant martial soul simultaneously manifesting. The additional soul rings of the soul ring martial soul finally appeared on Tang Jiu's body. The first soul ring, purple. The second soul ring, black. Everyone gasped in shock. They thought Tang Jiu had to have filled all 3 soul rings of his second martial soul to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. But they didn't expect that Tang Jiu's second martial soul also had such a terrifying soul ring configuration. Then, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all activated their martial souls, all with the best soul ring configurations. However, The two yellow soul rings that were enough to be proud of were completely crushed by Tang Jiu's one purple and one black soul ring. Oomph. Soul rings do not represent ability. I want to see how your martial soul can become the strongest support type. Ning Rongrong was unconvinced. Tang Jiu, you shock me. I originally didn't plan to activate my martial soul directly. Faced with the black soul ring, Xiao Jiu also dared not be arrogant and immediately activated his martial soul. The powerful diamond bear. Soul power surged forth, causing Tang San and the others to involuntarily retreat, but only Tang Jiu remained unaffected. He had faced title Douluo before. Then, what put even more pressure on Tang San and the others was the soul rings released by Xiao Jiu. 7 of them. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Xiao Jiu, a level 76 powerful attack-type battle soul saint, with a martial soul powerful diamond bear. Xiao Jiu stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble with immense pressure. But at that moment, Tang Jiu's calm voice came through, not anymore. Saying this, the soul ring martial soul from his hand attached itself to Xiao Jiu, causing Xiao Jiu's momentum to stagnate, and his soul power was directly reduced by 1 level. The most terrifying part was that his 6th black soul ring disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Jiu was completely dumbfounded. The 6th soul ring disappeared along with the 6th soul skill. The reason the teacher called my martial soul the strongest support is that when you encounter me, you will have 1 less ring than I do. With 1 punch, he was sent flying. The soul ring disappeared. Still the 6th soul ring. Even Zhu Zhuqing, with her cold personality, couldn't help but exclaim, "This was simply unbelievable. Your martial soul is indeed more terrifying than mine." Ning Rongrong had to concede. No matter how powerful her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was, it couldn't give her teammates an extra soul ring or soul skill, while Tang Jiu directly made the opponent lose 1 soul ring and soul skill, which was too terrifying. The key point was that the missing soul ring from the opponent was not the lowest yellow soul ring, but as his abilities increased. The higher the year of the soul ring that the enemy lost, such an ability becomes even more terrifying in the later stages. What a freakish martial soul. So, the first one to deal with is you. Xiao Jiu was extremely shocked, but immediately decided to eliminate Tang Jiu first. This posed too much of a limitation for him. Xiao Jiu bent his legs, stomping hard on the ground, with a loud bang, causing the earth to shake. He charged towards Tang Jiu like an arrow. In battle, the consensus was to first eliminate the biggest threat, the support type. Ning Rongrong felt a bit disappointed that Xiao Jiu's first choice was Tang Jiu and not her. Xiao Jiu glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of stopping him. Did they give up thinking they couldn't keep up? Little did he know, Tang Jiu was too arrogant. And the 3 wanted to see just how freakish Tang Jiu's ability to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring was, and had no intention of helping. Xiao Jiu locked on a Tang Jiu and threw a punch. Then, I will defeat you first. Xiao Jiu's plain punch was extremely strong, even without using soul skills. Just with a bit of soul power, it was formidable, as he was specialized in strength. I won't let you activate your powerful attack type, martial soul. Xiao Jiu was extremely displeased. How dare he act tough in front of him? This was asking for punishment. From the moment Xiao Jiu moved until he shot towards Tang Jiu, it was just the blink of an eye. Just when Xiao Jiu's fist was about to hit Tang Jiu's chest, Tang Jiu suddenly clenched his right fist and punched out. Xiao Jiu's face changed drastically, as Tang Jiu's punch was unexpectedly fierce, emitting a whistling sound. Bang! The 2 fists collided, producing a muffled sound, and the residual force from their powers shook, causing the ground beneath them to sink and crack in a spiderweb-like pattern over 2 meters in diameter. At the moment of collision, Tang Jiu remained completely unmoved. Xiao Jiu only felt a tremendous force surge towards him. His fist ached, his arm went numb, and his body flew back 5 or 6 meters, crashing through the wooden house behind him. Crack, rumble. The pillars of the house broke, collapsing with a loud crash. Xiao Jiu stumbled out of the collapsed house, looking completely dazed. He lost in strength to a child. He had used all his power to force out Tang Jiu's other martial soul. Although he hadn't used any soul skills, how could his level 76 strength type be outmatched by a Tang Jiu in basic strength? How could this be? Xiao Jiu stared blankly at his fist, hardly believing it. You're not a pure strength type soul master, are you? Yet, I'm a pure strength type. Tang Jiu said calmly. Pure strength. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The advantages of a pure strength type soul master were clear, but the drawbacks were equally obvious. They often couldn't hit anyone. Xiao Jiu was indeed not a pure strength type. Among his 7 soul skills, 3 had control and pursuit abilities. 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. 4th soul skill, target tracking. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. These 3 soul skills were functional, so the soul rings didn't provide him much strength enhancement. In contrast, Tang Hau's 3 soul rings all increased strength and explosive power, especially after consuming a large amount of herb from Douluo and being refined through the ice and fiery Yang Eye. His physical quality was terrifyingly frightening. Attack! Tang San would not give Xiao Jiu any reaction time. With a command, the blue silver grass in his hand quickly grew, like a blue giant snake biting towards Xiao Jiu. Tang San's strike brought Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls back from their shock, and they finally remembered that this was an exam. Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiu immediately dashed towards Xiao Jiu, looking for an opportunity to attack. Xiao Jiu patted off the wood chips and dust from his body, his face extremely grim. He had initially wanted to act like a master, but ended up being sent flying with 1 punch, leaving him covered in dirt. It seemed like he needed to take this seriously. Xiao Jiu's soul power surged throughout his body, making him even more robust. He spread his hands and pulled hard, breaking all the blue-silver grass that Tang San had wrapped around him. For him, even the blue-silver grass that could be snapped by Daimu Bai was simply effortless. At that moment, Xiao Wu's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, suddenly darting toward Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu saw Xiao Wu's attack, but still crossed his arms, appearing to let her do as she pleased. He didn't believe there could be another monster like Tang Hao. Xiao Wu was furious. He actually looked down on me. Seeing Xiao Jiu's complete disregard, Xiao Wu circled behind him and executed a standard rabbit kick, her long legs delivering a powerful kick to Xiao Jiu's back. However, Xiao Jiu remained unmoved and grinned, saying, "Is this considered an attack? Did you skip a meal?" Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in anger and huffed. "Then let you experience my first soul skill, waist bow." The yellow soul ring on Xiao Wu's body lit up, and with a front flip, she bent her body into a large bow and then suddenly straightened, her feet delivering a fierce kick to Xiao Jiu's chest. This time, Xiao Jiu could no longer remain still. His body bent from the force of Xiao Wu's kick. Not bad, but not enough. Xiao Jiu clenched his fists and straightened his body, and Xiao Wu felt a huge counterforce that sent her flying. She rolled in midair for 5 or 6 meters before stabilizing herself. At that moment, Xiao Jiu, like a ghost, darted in front of Xiao Jiu, her hands resembling cat claws, sharp and fierce. She swung her claws, leaving traces of afterimages as she fiercely attacked Xiao Jiu's throat and heart. Xiao Jiu's speed was too fast for Xiao Jiu to catch, forcing him to passively endure the blows. Fortunately, his soul power was abundant, and his defense was formidable, so Xiao Jiu couldn't break through his defenses. However, this put Xiao Jiu in a passive position, and Tang San took the opportunity to whip the blue-silver grass back at him, the strands coiling around him like blue serpents, tightly binding Xiao Jiu. Opportunity! Attack! Tang San pulled on the blue-silver grass with all his might, and his body flew towards Xiao Jiu, with the Xiantian gong circulating throughout his body, delivering a punch straight to Xiao Jiu's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu also kicked up, aiming for Xiao Jiu's head. The fastest among them was Xiao Jiu, who unleashed her second spirit skill, Phantom 100 Claws, allowing her to strike with 100 claws at a single point in an instant, possessing a strong piercing effect specifically designed to break defenses. It's my turn. Let you know what it means to be the immutable king. Second spirit skill. Great power diamond palm. Xiao Jiu did not defend at all, as he could not defend against so many people at once. The yellow spirit ring lit up, and Xiao Jiu's palm slammed forcefully onto the ground. Boom! The blue stone floor was shattered, and the debris was blasted into the air by the immense force, wildly flying towards Tang San and the others. The stones emitted a whistling sound as they cut through the air, showing just how terrifying their speed was. If hit, they would surely sustain serious injuries. Tang San shook his hand, sending out a blue-silver grass that wrapped around Xiao Wu, pulling her behind him. At the same time, he activated his Xianyu hand, using his fingers to deflect the exploding stones flying towards him. Xiao Wu was completely safe behind Tang San. However, Xiao Jiu was unfortunate. Although she lacked Tang San's skillful technique. The stones were too fast and too close, and she couldn't leverage her strength in the air. With a cry, she could only cover her face with her hands to prevent being disfigured. Just when she thought she would be injured all over, she felt someone wrap around her body, using a tall figure to shield her from all the debris. Xiao Jiu looked at Tang Hao, who was blocking in front of her, and her cold, beautiful face showed a slight change. Is this what it feels like to be protected? A sense of security? Thank you. A hint of a smile blossomed on Xiao Jiu's cold face, making her radiant and charming. Tang Hao, you guy who values beauty over friendship, come save me. Ning Rongrong's anxious cries made Xiao Jiu feel a bit embarrassed. At this moment, everyone realized that Xiao Wujia had already charged towards Ning Rongrong like an arrow. He was a true combat expert and had instantly spotted the isolated Ning Rongrong. Oh no! Tang San was shocked. The incident happened so suddenly, and he had focused entirely on protecting Xiao Wu, forgetting about Ning Rongrong. At this moment, he couldn't use the blue-silver grass to help Ning Rongrong move quickly enough. How could the growth speed of the blue-silver grass be faster than Xiao Wujia's full sprint? Just then, Tang Hao stomped heavily on the ground and charged towards Xiao Wujia. It's useless. Too late. Xiao Wujia chose to attack Ning Rongrong, forcing her to flee and unable to unleash her soul skills. He acted first, and at this moment, Tang Hao definitely wouldn't make it in time to rescue her. The first soul skill, Speed Evil Ring. At this moment, a brilliant purple light shone from Xiao Wujia, and he suddenly felt his speed drop by 10. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's speed surged. Just as Xiao Wujia's attack was about to hit Ning Rongrong, Tang Hao finally arrived, punching Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia had no choice but to abandon Ning Rongrong and counter with a punch against Tang Hao. Boom! The two of them staggered back 5 or 6 meters, shattering the ground of bluestone slabs. Xiao Wujia looked at Tang Hao in shock. This is your Soul Ring's soul skill? Speed Evil Ring? Yes. It can extract your speed for my use. This is my soul skill, Tang Hao said. This is too abnormal, according to your martial soul characteristics. You can not only extract speed, but with the increase of your soul rings, you should also be able to extract strength, soul power, defense, and physical attributes. The most terrifying part is that with the 7th soul ring's martial soul true body, your martial soul might undergo a qualitative leap. Ning Rongrong was simply stunned. Tang Hao's martial soul not only restricts opponents, but also replenishes himself. This is so much stronger than the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Moreover, as a martial soul, the 7th soul skill true body would have an incredibly domineering ability. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This is a real monster. Xiao Wujia was already shocked by the ability that came with the soul ring's martial soul, but he didn't expect the soul skill it brought was even more unreasonable. I should have qualified, right? Tang Hao shrugged and looked at Xiao Wujia. He really didn't want to fight anymore. If this continued, Xiao Wujia wouldn't be able to hit Sange, and if Sange wasn't hit, Tang Hao might not come. He was plotting to trick Tang Hao into following him to flatten the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and retrieve his own soul bones. Qualified? Not yet. You step aside first, and I'll assess you separately later. Xiao Wujia snorted. With Tang Hao around, he felt constrained. If he hit too hard, he was afraid of hurting Ning Rongrong and the others, but if he held back, he could easily be ambushed by Tang Hao. It was better to assess them separately. Moreover, the purpose of the assessment is to let these kids know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens, and not to be arrogant just because they think they are geniuses. It's a tradition of Shrek to give a little monster a beating at the beginning of school. Tang Hao waved his hand, retracting his soul ring martial soul, and then said to Xiao Jiu, "Be careful." Xiao Jiu nodded in response, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of emotion. Oh, someone seems to be overly concerned. Why not care about me? Ning Rongrong giggled. Xiao Jiu's expression became slightly unnatural, while Tang Hao laughed and said, "You are ranged, she is melee. That's all, don't overthink it." Oh, Ning Rongrong elongated her voice and even winked at Xiao Jiu. At that moment, Xiao Wujia's restricted 6th soul ring finally regained its power, and he felt himself filled with strength again. He gave a powerful punch that made a crisp sound, startling everyone, and Ning Rongrong also restrained her playful thoughts, preparing for battle. Entangle. Tang San shook his hand, and the blue silver grass surged wildly towards Xiao Wujia. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiu coordinated with each other, launching a powerful attack with the assistance of Ning Rongrong. However, a minute later, Xiao Wujia directly activated his first soul skill, the unmoved king body. His body swelled again, and with a heavy punch, he struck the ground. No matter how well Tang San and the others coordinated, it was all in vain in the face of absolute power. The violent soul power shattered the restraints of the blue-silver grass, sending Xiao Wu and the others flying. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to help Xiao Wu land safely, but he himself fell heavily to the ground, disoriented from the impact. As Xiao Jiu was sent flying, Dai Mubai and Tang Jiu both moved to catch her. Due to her twins' instincts, Xiao Jiu instinctively placed her hand on Tang Jiu's arm, allowing Tang Jiu to catch her. Dai Mubai's expression stiffened slightly, but Xiao Jiu paid him no mind. The competition among the nobility of the Star Luo Empire was fierce, and her future was uncertain. Her life was even under threat, which forced her to flee her family to seek Dai Mubai's help in overcoming difficulties. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai was indulging in pleasures here, treating their engagement like worthless paper, leaving Xiao Jiu very disappointed in him. Without Tang Jiu, you really can't do it. Xiao Wu disdainfully shook his head, and the joints in his body made crisp cracking sounds. Xiao Wu was so angry that she stomped her feet, ready to charge forward again. But Tang Jiu immediately blocked her path. Tang Jiu knew that if Xiao Wu went, she would definitely use her charm soul skill and suffer backlash, causing third brother to become furious for her sake. However, he didn't want to face a Xiao Wu who was poisoned and in a weakened state. "I'll do it," Tang Jiu said firmly. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Jiu and said, "I've used 2 soul skills on them, and for you, I will use 5 soul skills. As long as you can force me to use the 6th soul skill, you'll pass the assessment." Tang Jiu shook his head and said, "No. I want you to use all your soul skills and fight me with all your strength. If I win, we can both stay at Shrek Academy." "What?" Xiao Wu was taken aback, incredulously saying, "You, a 36th level soul master, want to challenge me, 76th level soul sage, and you want me to give it my all? Are you out of your mind? You can choose not to use all your strength, but just don't get beaten too badly later." Tang Jiu snorted, activated his martial soul, and the ice fire bullet ant possessed him, revealing 3 dazzling soul rings on his body, purple and black. "Come on, I want to see who ends up worse." Xiao Wu curled his fingers. "This is what you asked for. First soul skill, Berserk. Second soul skill, Blood Ignite. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Soul Bone skill, Frenzy." Tang Jiu was not polite. Dazzling light flickered continuously as his strength surged from the basic 12,000 gene to an astonishing 78,000 gene in an instant. When Tang Jiu forcefully stomped the ground, the earth trembled and his body moved so fast it was nearly impossible to capture. He punched directly at Xiao Wujia's chest. Tang Jiu moved at high speed, stirring up a fierce wind. Fast, too fast. Everyone was greatly shocked. The speed of such explosive power was simply terrifying. Xiao Wuji's face changed dramatically. With all his strength, Xiao Wuji immediately used his second soul skill, the Great Power Diamond Palm, to face the rapidly charging Tang Jiu. A yellow-brown light shone, forming a huge palm out of thin air, which he pushed forward with all his might. This time, he didn't hold back but used all his power. The palm swept by, plowing deep trenches into the ground. But in the next moment, Xiao Wuji's pupils suddenly constricted. Tang Jiu's body actually pierced through the Great Power Diamond Palm and, without losing speed, delivered a punch. In a hurry, Xiao Wuji could only cross his arms. Boom! The two collided, and Xiao Wuji's body flew parallel to the ground, crashing heavily into a large tree. With a crack, the tree was broken, finally stopping Xiao Wuji's flight. At this moment, a layer of frost condensed on Xiao Wuji's body. How could this be? Tang Jiu had knocked away Teacher Xiao, who was using a soul skill. With a single punch, Tang San and the others were utterly shocked. Just a moment ago, they had personally experienced Xiao Wuji's terrifying power. A single soul skill had crushed them, but now it was Xiao Wuji who was being crushed. So, how big was the gap between them and Tang Jiu? "I say, Big Earth Bear, is that all you've got?" Tang Jiu scoffed. "Big Earth Bear." Everyone was once again stunned. They had never seen anyone dare to give a soul sage a nickname. Even Dai Mubai felt a shiver in his heart. Was this courting death? Sure enough, Xiao Wuji was furious. "Tang Jiu, now I will unleash all my power. I will make sure you can't get out of bed for half a month." Xiao Wuji roared to the sky, and the 7th black soul ring finally lit up. The earthy yellow light enveloped Xiao Wuji, and his body surged to 3 meters tall, looking just like a true King Kong bear. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Xiao Wuji forcefully stomped the ground, creating a crack that spread right to Tang Jiu's feet. He was truly using all his strength. Ning Rongrong and the others felt their heads buzzing. Tang Jiu had actually forced Xiao Jiu to use his full power, which meant that Xiao Jiu felt Tang Jiu posed a threat to him. This was simply unbelievable. Tang Jiu was only level 36, a soul master, and Xiao Jiu was a soul sage, level 76, a full 40 levels higher in soul power. Just right. It's time for me to use all my strength too. Tang Jiu Tuka. What? Everyone was shocked again. Tang Jiu actually said he hadn't used his full strength. In the next moment, Tang Jiu's two martial souls merged. The ice fire bullet ant grew spear-like legs and transparent wings. And a Tai Chi fish mark of ice and fire appeared on Tang Jiu's forehead. The most terrifying part was that two colorful soul rings emerged around Tang Jiu. What is this? Dai Mubai exclaimed. Our two martial souls confuse. This is my self-martial soul fusion skill. Evil ring devouring heaven ant. At that moment, Tang Jiu perfectly embodied both martial souls, reaching the peak of power and speed with a combined strength of 5 soul rings. His body quietly floated in the air, looking down on everyone from above, like a dark king, utterly evil. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others fell silent. They could no longer find words to express their shock. An ice fire bullet ant could be called the strongest beast martial soul. A soul ring martial soul was also the strongest support martial soul. The fact that they could combine to become the even more terrifying evil ring devouring heaven ant was a revelation of true talent. Xiao Jiu, who had rich experience, suppressed his inner shock and said solemnly, "You little brat, you are simply a monster. Calling you the strongest genius in history is not an exaggeration. However, today I will let you know that no matter how monstrous you are, you cannot erase the 40-level gap in soul power." Oh, is that so? Then how about this? The heavenly curse mark on Tang Jiu's body infected him, causing his hair to instantly turn into a mix of red and blue. His wings and ant legs merged into black bat wings, and as the heavenly curse mark continued to invade, one bat wing was stained with blue curse marks while the other was stained with red. If just now Tang Jiu was the Dark King, then now he resembled the god of darkness. With his bat wings spread wide, he dominated all living beings. He could still change. Dai Mubai groaned inwardly. Is this still human? How much power are you hiding? Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, and an instinctual fear arose within her. After all, she was a soul beast of 100,000 years. What does this even represent? The cold and beautiful Zhu Zhuqing was also shocked, covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. What now? The Great Earth Bear? Tang Jiu chuckled. He was already able to fight at a level 30 soul power difference. Recently, he had plundered Dugu Bo's medicinal garden, and with the tempering from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he was confident he could battle against the soul sage. What kind of monster did Flander make me deal with? Xiao Wuji cursed inwardly, feeling like he had been tricked. However, facing such a prodigy, Xiao Wuji was filled with intense battle intent. He didn't waste words. His third 1,000-year soul ring shone with purple light as he lowly shouted. Third soul skill. Gravity enhancement. This soul skill increases the gravity in a certain area, hindering the enemy's movement. He had already regarded Tang Jiu as a true opponent, and the first thing he needed to do was limit the opponent's speed. With wings, he would definitely not be slow. Although Xiao Wuji's strength was great, his weakness was speed. Encountering someone fast would be quite troublesome, so he had used all 3 of his soul skills to restrict tracking abilities. After applying the gravity area on Tang Jiu, Xiao Wuji shot out explosively. In his martial soul true body state, his power surged, and his speed doubled compared to before. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. In his martial soul true body state, all his skills might would increase explosively. This time, the condensed Great Strength Diamond Palm was no longer a muddy yellow but a shining golden color, with clear and discernible patterns on his palm, solidifying like substance. Dodge! Tang Jiu stood still in the void, showing no intention of dodging. Ning Rongrong and the others, who were anxious, gasped in surprise. Dodge? That's out of the question. Watch my strongest defense. Tang Jiu did not dodge or counterattack, but instead wrapped his bat wings around his body, bracing himself to withstand the blow. With Zhu Zhuqing's startled exclamation, the brilliant golden Dolly King Kong palm struck solidly against Tang Jiu's body. The golden light exploded, creating a deafening roar. Then the blinding light disappeared, and Tang Jiu's bat wings unfolded, seemingly unharmed. At that moment, Tang Jiu suddenly lunged forward and threw a punch at Xiao Wuji's abdomen. Xiao Wuji reacted extremely quickly, immediately preparing to block, but at that moment, Tang Jiu let out a cold snort and unleashed Ice Seal. The blue spell mark lit up, and Xiao Jiu's body was instantly frozen into an ice block. This is bad. This kid can really use ice elemental power. Xiao Jiu was shocked and immediately used his soul power to shatter the ice, but this delay caused him to lose the best opportunity to defend, and he felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, followed by dizziness. Boom! Xiao Jiu was sent flying by another punch, heavily embedded into the ground. Xiao Jiu. Let you know what explosive output really is. The crowd was once again stunned, as Teacher Xiao, in his martial soul true body state, was unexpectedly sent flying again. Tang San's expression was serious. Xiao Jiu's defense is too strong. The most exquisite part is his use of skills. That freezing skill just now, although it had no real power, successfully delayed Teacher Xiao's defense time, which led to Teacher Xiao's failure. Xiao Jiu pulled his body off the ground and shook his head. He could feel that in his martial soul true body state, his strength was greater than Tang Jiu's, yet he was still knocked away by a punch, which made him very unhappy. You could have quite a few tricks. However, I won't fall for it again this time. Let you see how big the gap in our strength is. Xiao Jiu clasped his hands together and squeezed hard, and his fifth spirit ring, a black 10,000-year spirit ring, suddenly lit up. Fifth spirit skill, gravity compression. Suddenly, the area where Tang Jiu was located was violently compressed, and the sunlight shining and became distorted. The enhancement of gravity combined with gravity compression can stack its power. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, and Tang Jiu felt as if his body was about to be compressed down to size, but under the perverse control of the heavenly curse eel's abnormal physical power. Tang Jiu unexpectedly revealed a big smile. This move is useless against me. My body's endurance is stronger than you can imagine. Tang Jiu spread his arms wide, allowing himself to be squeezed. His body emitted creaking sounds from his bones, yet his face still wore a calm and indifferent expression. Is this still human? Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. In order to train his body repeatedly, he also endured this move from Teacher Xiao. But the feeling of his bones and muscles being compressed often made him feel worse than dead. How is this possible? Xiao Jiu's full strength was already in play. Yet Tang Jiu faced it with a smile, composed and showing no signs of pain. I have tempered my body in the extremes of ice and fire several times. The soul rings I absorbed teetered on the brink of exploding my body. This kind of pressure is child's play for me, Tang Jiu disdainfully said, without a life and death crisis. No matter how much pain there is, it's just training. Xiao Jiu's mouth twitched. What a monster. Knowing that he can't absorb those soul rings, he still goes for it. He's basically playing with his life. Time and time again, I don't even know how many limits Tang Jiu's body has broken through. As a result, the enhanced gravity and gravity compression, both soul skills, haven't caused him any harm at all. This makes Xiao Jiu extremely uncomfortable. Big Earth Bear, you are on the wrong path. Many of your skills seem useless. You don't understand what a true strong attack type soul master is. Let me teach you. The Hao Ian school would never waste precious soul skills on control abilities. Output. Only the most violent output is the true strong attack type. Teach me? Xiao Jiu's nose was crooked with anger. He was the teacher, the vice president of Shrek Academy, and Tang Jiu was the one here to learn. A loud battle roar erupted, and Xiao Jiu's sixth soul ring finally lit up. Sixth soul skill, great strength diamond roar. With this battle enhancement, his strength and defense doubled again. His size surged to 4 meters, becoming a true humanoid beast. Teacher Xiao actually activated all his attack type soul skills. This was his strongest form. Dai Mubai was shocked. Tang Jiu really did it, pushing Teacher Xiao to go all out. Then, Xiao Jiu's fourth soul ring lit up and directly flew to wrap around Tang Jiu. Fourth soul skill, target tracking. This soul skill is very peculiar. After locking onto an enemy, within 100 meters, it can instantly close the distance with leap power, making Xiao Jiu's next attack have an effect similar to teleportation, making it unavoidable. Another useless skill, even more useless than those 2 gravity soul skills. Tang Jiu huffed disdainfully. After learning from the master for so long, Tang Jiu's vision was very high. A strong attack type soul master shouldn't learn control type soul skills, yet Xiao Jiu had learned 3. Useless skill? What a big mouth. Xiao Jiu didn't expect his self-proclaimed divine tracking skill to be so belittled by Tang Jiu. Furious, he stomped the ground hard, and his body leaped to Tang Jiu's head as if teleporting. At this moment, Xiao Jiu's soul power was as rich as a diamond. His palms slammed down fiercely towards Tang Jiu. Open for me. Tang Jiu stomped hard on the ground and slammed his fist towards Xiao Jiu. Boom! The fists collided, and a terrifying force rippled out, creating a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters around them, while Tang Jiu was almost nailed to the ground, with most of his body sinking into the earth. Xiao Jiu was also sent flying several meters due to the recoil, carving a deep trench in the ground. You little brat, how about that? Xiao Jiu sneered as he stood up. Not much, if you hadn't wasted 3 soul skills on tracking control. That punch just now would have seriously injured me and made me spit blood. It's a pity that without the enhancement of 3 soul rings, your level 76 attack power is actually on par with mine. How pathetic. Tang Jiu flew high into the sky, looking faintly at Xiao Jiu. This is the biggest flaw of soul masters who come from the wild. They absorb soul skills thoughtlessly, rather than in a planned manner. Isn't this too arrogant? As he tried to instruct Teacher Xiao. At this moment, Oscar, who had been silent, finally spoke up. No, Xiao Jiu is right. Since the route is determined, one cannot randomly add soul skills, such as letting Ning Rongrong absorb a soul skill that increases her attack power, or letting Zhu Zhuqing absorb a soul skill that increases her strength. That would be a waste of skills for a strong attack-type soul master. If the soul skills do not increase attack power, then it must be wrong, just like a healing-type soul master. If the soul skills do not enhance healing, but instead pursue attack power, they will ultimately become a mishmash. They cannot reach the pinnacle of perfection. Tang San has been taught countless times by the master that blue silvergrass can only increase controllability, and while ensuring control, it can enhance other attributes. However, if it increases attack power, that is the path that the Haotian Hammer Martial Soul should take. Are both of you here to teach me a lesson? You little brat. Are you really right? Xiao Jiu was extremely displeased. Then let me show you what explosive output really means. Tang Jiufeng's bat wings gently moved, and surprisingly, black claws emerged from the folded part of the wings, resembling the claws on a bat's wings, giving a chilling feeling. I can't beat you half to death. You're weaker than me. Are you sure you can hurt me? I'm the unmoved king. Xiao Jiu snorted disdainfully. His soul power surged once again, all focused on defense. Like a golden-skinned Arhut, Tang Jiufeng's bat wings trembled, and his body turned into a fleeting shadow. The bat wings extended, and the pitch-black claws glimmered with a cold light as they pierced towards Xiao Jiu's golden body. Puffed. With immense power combined with extreme speed, focused on a single point, the claws easily pierced through Xiao Jiu's immovable Vajra body. They penetrated Xiao Jiu's body. The ice power from the bat wings enveloped him, and Xiao Jiu's body was frozen solid like an ice pop. Now that's called output. Tang Jiu's bat wings lifted Xiao Jiu as he coldly said. In that moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Xiao Jiu, come out. Zhao Laosher actually lost. Oscar trembled all over, casting a grateful glance at Dai Mubai. Wondering if he had sold sausages to Tang Jiu and the others just now, would he have ended up hanging like this? Dai Mubai also felt a wave of fear. If Tang Jiu had awakened his martial soul yesterday, he might have truly been killed with one punch. Tang San secretly clenched his fists. He also had a twin martial soul, and once he started cultivating his hammer martial soul, he would definitely be able to catch up with Xiao Jiu. Can my blue silvergrass and hammer martial souls fuse? Maybe I can create a meteor hammer? Tang San's heart started to burn with excitement as he thought about developing his own martial soul fusion technique. Ning Rongrong's blue eyes were filled with admiration as she thought about bringing Tang Jiu to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to cause some trouble. It would definitely be a lot of fun. You lost. Xiao Jiu's face, covered in frost, turned serious as he finished speaking. He pulled out Tang Jiu's claw from his body, leaped, and landed steadily. Tang Jiu's strike had broken through his defenses, but there was no follow-up attack. His injury wasn't too severe, but the impact was immense. He actually lost to his student. Oscar, give me some recovery sausages. Xiao Jiu shouted to Oscar. After receiving 5 recovery sausages from Oscar, Xiao Jiu swallowed them all in one bite and turned to leave. He had lost face badly this time. He needed some quiet. Teacher Xiao, did we pass the assessment? Why did you leave without saying anything? Ning Rongrong asked with a smile, noticing Xiao Jiu stagger, and then she happily looked like a little devil. Xiao Jiu, did you take some medicine? You're so strong. Xiao Wu curiously examined Tang Jiu while poking his arm with her finger. Yes, I really took some medicine. Tang Jiu released his martial soul fusion state, wearing an expression that seemed to ask, how did you know? This immediately caused Ning Rongrong to laugh heartily. And even the cold and elegant Xiao Jiu covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling that Tang Jiu was just too funny. Also, Xiao Wu, you forgot that you need to call me Xiao Jiu. Tang Jiu corrected her. No way. We agreed that I would call you Xiao Jiu, and you would call me. Xiao Wu said, but couldn't finish her sentence. Call you sister-in-law? No problem. Tang Jiu lao get. Oh, Ning Rongrong desit. And Oscar also laughed strangely. Little 3, you better keep an eye on your brother. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, looking just like a cute little rabbit. Everyone burst into laughter, and before they knew it, their relationship had become much closer. Ning Rongrong nudged Xiao Jiu and said, hurry up and call him Xiao Jiu. He has saved you twice, you know. Hero saving the beauty. How touching. Xiao Jiu blushed slightly from Ning Rongrong's teasing and shot her a glare. Feeling a bit strange inside, Dai Mubai cleared his throat. Everyone must be hungry. Let's go eat together, my treat. After saying that, his gaze fixated intently on Xiao Jiu. No need for you to treat. Xiao Jiu, aren't you going to treat us? Ning Rongrong didn't have a good impression of Dai Mubai and felt closer to Tang Jiu. She couldn't let Dai Mubai harm Xiao Jiu, so she immediately gave this opportunity to Tang Jiu. I'll treat everyone to dragon meat, Tang Jiu said as he took out a large iron pot and a stand from the 12 beauties of Jinling, preparing to make a stew of iron-armored dragon meat. Dragon meat? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, the 10,000-year-soul beast iron-armored dragon. My third soul ring is obtained from it. Saying this, he took out the frozen iron-armored dragon meat from the 12 beauties of Jinling with the power of ice. He had long turned one of the storage spaces into a freezer, as Tang Jiu pulled out piece after piece of iron-armored dragon meat. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Soul beast meat contains enormous energy, and regularly eating it would help with cultivation. But obtaining meat from a 10,000-year level soul beast is incredibly difficult. The iron pot was bubbling away, and Tang Jiu immediately added various spices, then elegantly sprinkled in a large handful of salt. An hour later, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Tang Jiu took out a bowl and chopsticks, picked up a large rib, and served a bowl of rich meat soup, handing it to Xiao Jiu. Thank you. Xiao Jiu was a bit taken aback, never expecting Tang Jiu to give it to her first. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Ning Rongrong hufshet. Prioritizing romance over sisterhood. Xiao Wu found it amusing and immediately lined up. Prioritizing romance over brotherhood. Tang San teased. Tang Jiu, with his thick skin, felt nothing at all, while Xiao Jiu felt a blush rising on her face and lowered her head to eat the meat in small bites. Dai Mubai looked a bit dejected, but he also knew that it was his own fault for indulging in pleasure first, and he couldn't blame others. Now he was indeed the enemy of girls. How sad. Tang Jiu smiled, then handed out bowls and chopsticks to the people sitting around. They immediately began to frantically grab food from the big pot, eating with great enthusiasm. It's so delicious. Oscar's tongue was burned and stung painfully, yet he was still desperately snatching food. Look, little 3, they're almost going to take all the meat. The few girls, including Xiao Wu, were eating more gracefully. They hadn't even finished a piece of meat, and there wasn't much left in the pot, especially since Oscar was grabbing one piece in each hand, not even using chopsticks. Entangled, Tang San immediately wrapped the remaining pieces of meat with blue silvergrass and reserved them for Xiao Wu. This is for you. Tang Jiu handed a large rib he had just fished out to Xiao Jiu's bowl. This is for you too. Oscar, imitating Tang Jiu, was about to put half of his leftover meat into Ning Rongrong's bowl, and even threw her a wink he thought was cool. But it disgusted Ning Rongrong so much that she kicked Oscar away. Get lost, perverted uncle. I forgot I haven't shaved. Oscar's wail came from afar. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their dormitory. Tang San and Oscar shared a room, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared another. As for Xiao Jiu and Tang Jiu, they each had their own room. Why don't you two just share a room? Ning Rongrong started teasing again. Xiao Jiu couldn't take it anymore, turned around and slammed the door shut. Ning Rongrong winked at Tang Jiu with a grin and pulled Xiao Wu into their room. In the dead of night, Xiao Wujia was constantly reflecting in his room, wondering if it was Tang Jiu who was too monstrous or if there was something wrong with his own cultivation path. After all, he was a famous immovable king, a 76th level soul sage, and yet he lost to Tang Jiu. Originally, he just wanted to stretch his muscles and give the kids a little scare, but unexpectedly, he ended up being the one scared. Tang Jiu was bound to become the most outstanding titled Douluo, but this kid was too arrogant. He might fall someday. Should he join forces with Flander and use the pretense of a practical combat class to give this kid a beating? A mischievous smile appeared on Xiao Jiu's face. I think this is for his own good, and these kids must have their practical combat class intensity increased. Xiao Jiu was clearly seeking personal revenge, but still pretended it was for their benefit. This was the advantage of being a practical combat teacher. Xiao Jiu grinned and prepared to sleep. However, just as Xiao Jiu lay down, a sudden voice exploded in his ear, carrying a bone-chilling cold that froze the smile on his face instantly. Xiao Jiu, come out. Tang Hao, I'm here to thank you. Xiao Jiu woke up startled. With a wary expression, Xiao Jiu walked to the window to observe. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and both teachers and students had fallen into slumber. His expression instantly became extremely grave. He had many enemies before coming to Shrek Academy, and this sudden voice had only awakened him, indicating that the person was a strong opponent. As a 76th level soul sage, his senses were exceptionally sharp, yet he still couldn't detect the other party's aura, which made Xiao Jiu realize that the other party's strength was not beneath his own. Whoosh! Xiao Jiu jumped out of the window and quickly distanced himself from Shrek Academy. I'm rushing to get beaten up. Tang Hao watched Xiao Jiu's departing figure and couldn't help but let out a wicked laugh. Soon, Xiao Jiu arrived at a nearby forest. He was seething with anger, wanted to find someone to teach a lesson. Come out. I want to see who has such great courage. 7 soul rings appeared around Xiao Jiu, exuding a formidable aura as he angrily shouted, "You are very unfortunate to choose this moment when I'm in a bad mood to provoke me." Bang! A figure dropped down from the tree, cloaked in black, obscuring his shape and appearance. Slowly walking towards Xiao Jiu. Who are you? I have many enemies, too many to remember. State your name. I don't fight nameless people. Xiao Jiu unleashed his full aura, roaring wildly. You hit my son. The cloaked man spoke faintly. I've hit a lot of people. Who knows which one is your son? Xiao Jiu coldly snorted. Not only did you hit my son, but you also expect me to thank you. The cloaked man's voice had a hint of playfulness. I specifically came to thank you. You're a parent of a student? Xiao Jiu was taken aback. If Xiao Jiu knew who this was, he wouldn't have continued to dig his own grave, but there are no ifs. Upon learning that the other party was a parent from the academy, Xiao Jiu took on the demeanor of a practical combat teacher. Starting to lecture the parent, a jade must be carved to become a gem. You parents are too reluctant to toughen up your children. Don't worry, I will definitely increase the intensity of practical training in the future. You're too impatient. Oh, is that so? Then I must thank you properly. The cloaked man stepped forward, with each step revealing a soul ring that circled around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. When the 8th soul ring fell, Xiao Jiu's expression changed dramatically. Then his pupils suddenly shrank. There's more. The last eerie red soul ring fell from above the man's head, overshadowing all the light. Hiss! Xiao Jiu gasped. 9 soul rings, a title Douluo. The most terrifying part was that this 9th soul ring was a red 100,000-year soul ring. Xiao Jiu felt panic rising in his heart. Was this person here to thank him? Why did it feel like something was off? Are you sure you don't have a grudge against me? Is it necessary to use soul rings to scare me? When a massive hammer appeared in the cloaked man's hand, Xiao Jiu finally realized something was wrong. This definitely wasn't a thank you. Sweat broke out on Xiao Jiu's forehead as he hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, I don't know which senior you are. Please don't joke with this junior. The man said, I'll teach you a lesson, so you can properly thank me. Xiao Jiu felt bitter in his heart. Senior, you're a title Douluo, and I'm just a lowly soul caller. How can you be so shameless to bully the weak? I'm not bullying you. I'm teaching you. You should thank me. After the man finished speaking, he punched over. Boom, boom, boom. Howls of pain echoed, pitiful and miserable. Upon hearing this, Flender, who was rushing over, gasped in shock, flapping his wings and covering his eyes with his hands. It was truly a sight too gruesome to behold. In the distance, Tang Hao was almost laughing out loud. Tang Hao's gratitude was truly genuine. Even Xiao Jiu could be made to cry from gratitude. Tang Hao didn't even use the Haotian hammer, fighting barehanded without using any soul skills. Yet he severely defeated Xiao Jiu, who had activated his martial soul true body. Tang Hao was also quite mischievous, targeting only the face when hitting people. Xiao Jiu was quickly beaten to the point where even Flanders couldn't recognize him. Your Highness, that's enough. Really enough? Xiao Jiu pleaded pitifully for mercy, fearing that if it continued, he would have to lie in bed for several days. Tang Hao snorted lightly and said, Do I need to thank you later? Not at all. Xiao Jiu is almost crying. I can't bear your gratitude. I'm not doing this to beat you. You need to understand that I'm doing this to help you. I want you to know what a strong attack-type soul master is, what the path of strength truly is. Are your flashy soul skills really useful? What's the point of being able to chase after you if you can't defeat me? I'm putting in this effort to teach you. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Tang Hao threw another punch. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Jiu was at a loss for words. He originally thought he was unlucky during the day, but now he realized that the night would be even worse. I am Tang Hao, the father of Tang San. Did you just experience it? What it means to be a strong attack-type soul master? No frills, just pure attack. Tang Hao stood with his hands behind his back. Hiss. Xiao Jiu finally understood Tang Jiu's sympathetic gaze, and then respectfully said, Thank you for your guidance. Your Highness, I have greatly benefited. No wonder Tang Jiu is so powerful. It turns out he is Your Highness's son. Xiao Jiu appropriately flattered him, not daring to let Tang Hao thank him again. He is not my biological son, and I have not taught him with care. He relies entirely on himself. Tang Hao replied casually. Xiao Jiu was once again stunned, even more impressed by Tang Jiu's strength. All right, I should go now. In the future, please take good care of Tang San for me, and I will remember your kindness and repay you well. Tang Hao turned around. Xiao Jiu's mouth twitched. You really don't need to thank me. Your thanks are toxic. Whoosh. Just as Xiao Jiu was in a daze, an iron hammer flew at high speed, heading straight for Tang Hao's head. Xiao Jiu was startled. How dare someone cause trouble for Tang Hao? Boom! Tang Hao struck casually, flattening the incoming hammer. Then he felt his body being suppressed, and the sixth spirit ring quietly disappeared, forcibly lowering his soul power by 1 level. A figure rushed in like the wind, throwing a punch towards Tang Hao's head. Oomph! Tang Hao snorted coldly, turned around, and threw a punch, directly sending the intruder flying. He then coldly asked, Do you dare to come and see me again? Just as Xiao Jiu was shocked by who had the guts to attack the former Hao Qiandao, a figure slowly walked out from the woods. I knew I wasn't your biological son. You only care about your own son. Didn't you think about getting revenge for me? You just leave whenever you want. Tang Hao's nose was about to be crooked from anger. The Spirit Hall attacked the Haotian sect, all thanks to Tang Jiu. Little Jiu, tell me, what exactly did you do to anger the Grand Elder Qiandao of the Spirit Hall? Tang Jiu was immediately unhappy upon hearing this. I've been a wild man in the Starry Forest for over 4 years. How can you pin this on me? He then straightened his neck and said, Isn't this something that Tang Haizi did? Go find him. I suggest you break his legs first. Flanders had a strange look on his face. Could it be that Tang Jiu still didn't realize that he was Tang Haizi? Tang Hao was also amused and snorted. As you wish. Prepare to flatten the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer in his hand and stepped forward towards Tang Jiu, striking down directly. Tang Jiu was completely stunned. First soul skill, speed, evil ring. He drew on Tang Hao's speed, just barely dodging Tang Hao's hammer strike. Boom! The entire forest trembled, and all the trees within a meter of Tang Hao were shattered by the terrifying shockwave of power. Xiao Jiu shrank his neck. If he had been hit by that hammer just now, he would have been turned into a meat pie. Old man, are you crazy? Tang Jiu glared at Tang Hao angrily. Didn't you ask me to break your legs? Tang Hao smiled. I meant for you to break Tang Haizi's legs. Tang Haizi is you. Tang Hao said irritably. What? Tang Jiu was stunned, then angrily said, That bastard gave me such an ugly name? Just watch me beat him to death. Tang Hao's face darkened, and he said, The bastard you're talking about is me. You can hit me right now. Tang Jiu touched his nose, really unable to fight back. He said, For years ago, how did you offend Qiandao? What trouble did you cause? Tang Hao held the hammer, looking as if he would execute family law at the slightest disagreement. Tang Jiu was very frustrated. His family's rules were a bit too wild. Actually using a hammer. Dad, it's really not me who offended the Soul Palace. It's that woman from the Soul Palace who insists on being my child bride. She can't sleep at night if I don't tell her a story. Keep making up stories. Keep making them up. Tang Hao snot, and the black soul rings on his body lit up. The Haotian hammer directly grew 3 sizes. With his strike, Tang Jiu felt that he probably couldn't dodge it. This old man is really wicked. Tang Jiu could only yield to the power, and honestly said, For years ago, I hunted a 10,000-year soul beast. But I encountered people from the Spirit Hall who tried to snatch it from me. I directly killed 5 of their guards and kidnapped the girl who was with them. Tang Hao snorted coldly and said, Who is that girl? Tang Jiu coughed lightly and said, The Saintess of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renshue. Hiss! Xiao Jiu and Flander gasped. Looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a celestial being, this shameless guy actually said that the Saintess of the Spirit Hall wants to be his child bride. You didn't do anything to her, did you? Tang Hao stared at Tang Jiu and asked. I treated her very well, just like how third brother treats Xiao Wu. Tang Jiu replied. Flanders' mouth twitched. No wonder Douluo was angry. You were trying to steal someone's granddaughter. Is there anything else? If you didn't harm the saintess of the spirit hall, Douluo shouldn't act against the Haotian sect, Tang Hao asked. I almost made the person who came to pick up Rinshi die of anger. Tang Jiu hurriedly said, but that is not my fault. He wanted to kill me first. Who is he? He is not some big shot, just old chrysanthemum. Old chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum. Tang Hao sureli on that. Horrified. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan. Flander and Xiao Wujia's pupils suddenly constricted. This kid Tang Jiu is asking for trouble. Chrysanthemum Douluo is chasing you. And you can still make him spit blood? If I don't teach you a lesson, are you not going to tell me the truth? Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer in his hand. This nonsense is a bit outrageous. It's true. He wanted to chase me. And in the end, I had no choice but to lure him into the forbidden area of the Stardow Forest. As a result, a silly and cute giant ape just hammered him, completely ignoring me. I was also very confused. Tang Jiu had an innocent look on his face, refusing to admit that the Titan giant ape was on his side. No matter what, is this even possible? Flander exchanged glances with Xiao Wuji, feeling that Tang Jiu's luck was simply outrageous. Tang Hao naturally did not believe that Tang Jiu could command the Titan giant ape. He quickly imagined the whole process. Zhu Douluo and Tang Jiu intruded into the territory of the Titan giant ape, resulting in the Titan giant ape chasing after the powerful Zhu Douluo while ignoring Tang Jiu. In the end, Zhu Douluo was nearly beaten to death, and Douluo couldn't bear to let Zhu Douluo's heart grow cold. Hence the situation escalated. Xiao Jiu, don't cause any more trouble for the sect. Tang Hao glared fiercely at Tang Jiu and said to Flinder, from now on, you need to keep an eye on this kid. If he misbehaves, beat him up severely. If that doesn't work, just go for a mixed doubles approach. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujia smiled at Tang Jiu, as this was simply what he wished for. Tang Jiu's nose was twisted in anger. He really wasn't his biological son. Your own son got injured during the exam, and you went and beat up Xiao Wuji. But I got bullied too, and you didn't say anything about beating that Zhu Douluo to death. Instead, you let Flinder hit himself. How biased can you be? Dad, my 10,000-year soul bone was stolen. You have to help me get it back. Tang Jiu immediately changed the topic. 10,000-year soul bone. The three of them gasped in shock. Is this kid a lucky star? The 10,000-year soul bone is a treasure second only to the 100,000-year soul ring. Especially Flinder, who knew that Tang Jiu also had a 1,000-year soul bone. How lucky can he be? Who dares to steal from my Haotian sect? Tang Hao's gaze was cold and fierce. Tang Jiu really wanted to remind him, that's mine, not from the Haotian sect. However, this wasn't the time to get caught up in that. Securing the soul bone first was what mattered. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Tang Jiu urged, we'll break into the sect and take the soul bone. Who dares to stop me? You hammer him to death. Your teacher is from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Flinder couldn't help but remind him. I almost forgot you said that. Let's bring the teacher along for support. Tang Jiu replied. Flinder rolled his eyes. Your comprehension skills could score 0. What I mean is, you have to consider your teacher's reputation and avoid conflict with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Got it. Tang Hao sighed and said, it's not that I don't want to help you retrieve your soul bone, but the situation of the Haotian sect is difficult right now. If I go and cause a ruckus at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the 3 sects will fall apart, and the Spirit Hall might take the opportunity to destroy the Haotian sect. I hope you can consider the bigger picture. Are you just going to give my soul bone to the bigger picture? Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow and huffed. I wasted 6 years raising you with third brother. I cook for you every meal. Tang Hao coughed violently, feeling a strong urge to smash Tang Jiu. He angrily said, the meal was cooked by your third brother. Yeah, that's my third brother. Can you really accept that? Of course I can accept it. He is my own son. Tang Hao was nearly driven to the brink of anger and shouted, don't talk nonsense. You are my son, and we are all part of the Haotian sect. I cannot risk bringing disaster to the sect for my own interests. I've already let the sect down. If you don't go, what can I do? Old man, without you, I can still flatten the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With just a wave of my hand, I can find 2 titled Douluos. Tang Jiu said defiantly. You got quite the attitude. I'll be watching. Tang Hao waved his hand and turned to leave. Don't regret it. Tang Jiu saw Tang Hao leave without looking back, and could only reluctantly leave behind a sentence. He turned to Flander and said, Big Owl, are you interested in joining me to form a team to go to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? I'll bring Master along and find 2 titled Douluos. How about it? Sounds tempting, right? Find a titled Douluo to hold the scene. Then you go find a titled Douluo. Flander replied, I can't afford to play around. Flander wasn't stupid. If Tang Hao didn't even want to help his own son for the sake of the sect's interests, why would he join in on the fun? Besides, where could he find 2 titled Douluos? This was definitely a big pit. No matter how much Tang Jiu tried to persuade him, Flander remained unmoved and simply helped the limping Xiao Jiu directly back to the academy. Tang Jiu was angry, so he uncharacteristically set a trap for Flander, shouting at the two of them, Big Bear, Flander has known for a long time that my father is Tang Hao, and he holds a grudge against me. He is plotting to trick you. Flander felt a punch hit him in the face, and he crashed into a tree, his glasses askew. Flander, I won't let this go. Xiao Jiu's nose was twisted with anger. It turned out Flander had tricked himself. He thought to himself that Flander had always had good luck. How could he have such bad luck today? It turned out he was tricked by his teammate. Tang Jiu, you're really toxic. Flander had never seen someone so petty. He shook his neck and said, Xiao Jiu, have you been hit, stupid? How dare you take action against me? Come on, I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Boom, boom, boom. A terrible howl echoed through the forest. 5 minutes later, Xiao Jiu was dragged out of the small grove by Flander, looking utterly miserable. Tang Jiu rubbed his chin and thought, aren't I supposed to be setting up Fei Land? Why is it Xiao Jiu who is having bad luck? Is there something wrong somewhere? The next morning, Tang San woke up Oscar and the others, then went to the cafeteria with Xiao Wu and the 3 girls. At that moment, he brushed past a man with a pig head. Oscar, puzzled, asked, Who are you? Are you a new teacher at the academy? The man covered his face with his hand and quickly left, not wanting to be recognized. To draw Ning Rongrong's attention, Oscar immediately mocked. Look, that person's face is as swollen as a pig's head. Doesn't he look like Teacher Xiao? Haha, so funny. I wanted to see him beaten into a pig head. Yeah, it really does look like it. Did a pig run into a tree? Ning Rongrong winked at Oscar, encouraging him to continue teasing. No, it's a person who ran into a pig. Seeing Ning Rongrong talking to him, Oscar was overjoyed and continued to joke. Oscar, Xiao Waoji could no longer hold back, filled with pin-up anger, and finally had someone to vent it on. He grabbed Oscar by the neck and said, Let us go. I'll give you special training today. Oscar's teeth were chattering. Wasn't this Teacher Xiao? Xiao! Teacher Xiao, do you want to have a free big sausage? Just right. After recovering his strength, he could increase your training intensity. But outside, Oscar's shrill screams echoed, and Ning Rongrong waved her small fist, her blue eyes filled with pride. Hey, where's Xiao Jiu? Xiao Wu turned around and noticed that Tang Jiu was missing. Tang Jiu went to get himself into trouble. Flinder walked over and smiled. Tang San, long time no see. 6 days later, outside the city of Tiando, at Dugu Bo's medicinal garden, Tang Jiu went to the starry forest, filled with the energy needed for the heavenly curse seal, and flew here without stopping. With his bat wings spread, he hovered high in the sky from a distance. Dugu Bo snorted coldly, You little brat, why don't you come down? Isn't it because I'm afraid you're still angry? Tang Jiu was always ready to escape. What are you here for? Dugu Bo saw Tang Jiu's cautious demeanor and secretly admired him. Talented and hardworking, strong yet so cautious. A person like this is bound to become an unparalleled powerhouse. 15 days later, my father Tang Hao will step into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to help me retrieve the soul bone. Didn't I promise to get a soul bone for Yanzi? If you don't go, I'm afraid my father will directly contribute the soul bone to the sect. After all, I already have a soul bone. If you, the creditor, go, he won't feel embarrassed to take my soul bone. Tang Jiu's demeanor of wanting the best for you. Dugu Bo laughed heartily. Not bad. Even your father dares to be tricked. Don't worry, I will definitely be there in a month. Tang Hao will have to give me some face. I will get this soul bone for my granddaughter. Aren't you going to come down and have a drink with me? Dugu Bo was extremely satisfied with his grandson-in-law, daring to challenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Such courage is hard to come by. No need for that. I'll take my leave first. My father is still waiting for me. Tang Jiu felt it was better not to talk too much with Dugu Bo to avoid exposing himself. With a flap of his bat wings, he flew towards the Stardoe Forest, directly entering the forbidden area and staying there for 3 days before heading to Notting Academy. He smoothly entered the master's room and saluted, Teacher, it's me, Xiao Jiu. The master turned around with a face full of surprise, heavily patting Tang Jiu's shoulder, repeatedly saying, Good. You've grown up. Teacher, I have to trouble you again this time. Tang Jiu then recounted the incident of the soul bone being stolen. Despicable, shameless. What a disgrace. The master angrily slammed the table, filled with resentment. It's the Elder Council again. They made the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect lose all face. Xiao Jiu. Don't worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will ask my brother how he became the sect master. I will take you to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to get the soul bone. The master, suppressing his anger for over 20 years, seemed ready to vent it all at that moment, his eyes bloodshot, wanting to devour someone. He was exceptionally talented, but had been neglected and mocked by his family since childhood. He had researched the 10 core competencies of martial souls, gaining fame throughout the world and receiving recognition from the Martial Soul Hall and many title Douluos. Yet he could not gain his family's approval. They even expelled him from the sect. These parasites. Today they even stole his disciple's soul bone. Teacher, my father doesn't want to have a falling out with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect for the sake of the Jiu sect. Tang Hao spoke the truth. If your father won't go, then I will, the master said resolutely. Tang Hao's position in his heart as a master has rapidly risen, surpassing that of Tang Hao. After all, I'm not Tang Hao's biological child. If third brother Soulbone is taken today, will Tang Hao be able to let third brother endure for the sake of the sect? The answer is definitely no. Even for the sake of third brother's mother, Tang Hao would fight to the end. He would not tolerate anyone bullying Tang San. Tang Hao bowed deeply to the master and said, "Today, I am grateful for your protection, and one day, Tang Hao will repay this kindness. In fact, you don't need to worry too much. Although my father won't go, I have already persuaded the poisoned Douluo, Deathby. Even if we can't retrieve the soul bone, it's definitely no problem for us to retreat safely." The master was incredibly shocked. You actually managed to persuade the poisoned Douluo? He is notoriously solitary and doesn't even give face to the spirit hall. Anyone who offends him will be killed without mercy. I have already overestimated you, but it seems you are even more powerful than I imagined. The master didn't even pack his things and hurriedly asked Tang Hao to take him to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect overnight. Tang Hao flew with the master, but instead of following the path indicated by the master, he specifically took a route through the forest and mountains, making a large detour and leisurely heading towards the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. The master was very curious as Tang Hao kept sprinkling some special powder during the flight, which had a fragrant smell. After more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, 83 Mount Tashan, Do Empire, Southeast, Thunder Mountain Range. Here, the mountains are high and the forests are dense, with constant flashes of thunder throughout the year. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect is located on the main peak of the Thunder Mountain Range, with magnificent buildings occupying the entire summit. Tang Hao was deeply shocked when he first saw the so-called sect. The master looked at the place he once lived, his face filled with infinite nostalgia. With a sense of trepidation returning home, the master took Tang Hao along the mountain path, quickly arriving at the halfway point, where a towering mountain gate stood 20 meters high before them. Who goes there? At the foot of the mountain gate, two young men in elegant clothes were guarding it. Upon seeing Tang Hao and the master, they immediately blocked their way. The master was momentarily taken aback, then bitterly smiled to himself. He had been away from home for over 20 years, and many of the younger generation in his clan did not recognize him. The master sincerely hoped that this matter could be resolved peacefully, and spoke in a calm tone. "I am Xiao Jiu. By seniority, I should be your uncle. I have brought my disciple back to the sect today and need to see the sect master." The two exchanged glances, then looked at the master with disdain, saying in a mocking tone, "You are the one whose martial soul mutated from a dragon to a dog. How can you still be worthy of being my uncle? We are from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and we don't accept waste with a martial soul that is a dog." They raised their heads arrogantly, their expressions clearly showing contempt. The master's expression darkened. When he arrived, he was still filled with enthusiasm, thinking that this was his own sect and family, unwilling to let the sect have a falling out with Tang Hao. He was well aware of Tang Hao's terrifying nature. Even without the Jiu sect, Tang Hao would still be an unparalleled powerhouse, and Tang Hao was known for holding grudges. If this were not handled properly, Tang Hao could become a deadly enemy of the sect. But he never expected that even his own juniors would ridicule him so harshly, which was truly chilling. The master was extremely angry and said word by word, "Good. If I am not worthy to be your uncle, then please pass on the message that Xiao Jiu has brought his disciple to see your sect master." "You think you can meet the sect master? Are you here to beg for food?" One of the young men sneered. "Yesterday, the poisoned Douluo came to visit, and the sect master didn't have time to see a waste like you. Get lost quickly. If outsiders see you, where will our family's face go?" The two young men scoffed. The master was trembling with rage, pointing at the two and unable to speak. Even if a stranger came to visit the sect, They would not be subjected to such humiliation. This was his own sect, his own family. At that moment, the master's heart turned as cold as iron. Meanwhile, a cold light flashed in Tang Jiu's eyes, and he swung his hand, slapping each of the two young men across the face. Slap! Slap! Blood oozed from the corners of their mouths as their bodies spun and flew back, crashing heavily against the mountain gate, making a dull thud. Where did these bastards come from, daring to cause trouble at the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? The two shouted in anger, directly unleashing their martial souls. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, martial soul manifesting, with soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Then, the light on their bodies lit up successively, partially transforming into dragons. After executing their spirit skill, the two charged towards Tang Jiu in a pincer attack. Just in time, Tang Jiu's eyes glowed with fierce light as he stomped hard on the ground, causing the stone-paved steps to shatter with a loud crash. He charged towards the two like lightning. Xiao Jiu, show mercy! At that moment, 2 figures rushed down from the mountain. It was Yu Qianheng and Deathby. Tang Jiu glanced at them and ignored them completely. With a punch and a kick, he struck heavily at the ribs of the 2 guards. The 2 of them folded into a U shape, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and flew backward. Yu Qianheng had just arrived at that moment. After a quick examination, he gasped in shock. Both of their ribs had been broken in a row. Xiao Jiu, even if they spoke disrespectfully, I would make them apologize. Why did you have to resort to violence? Yu Qianheng glared angrily at Tang Jiu. If apologies were useful, what would we need fists for? Tang Jiu snorted and then said, just now they insulted my teacher. Now they should kneel down and slap themselves 100 times. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'll let them go this time. Yu Qianheng and Deathby both looked at him with disdain. Is this what you call kind-hearted? I can't see it at all. No way. Unless you kill us. The 2 guards glared angrily at Tang Jiu. Yinzi, did you hear that? They wanted to kill them. How could someone as kind-hearted as me refuse such a request? Tang Jiu was originally here to cause trouble, making the situation as big as possible, until the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect and the Haotian sect couldn't clean up the mess. At that point, he would see how Tang Hao could still care about the bigger picture. He happily lifted his leg and kicked at the 2 guards. Deathby's eyes flashed with a hint of delight. One should take pleasure in both, and that's enough, Xiao Jiu. Yu Qianheng quickly stood in front of the 2. As the young sect master, if these 2 were to die at the mountain gate, his prestige would be completely gone. But Tang Jiu didn't care about him at all, shoving Yu Qianheng aside for dozens of meters and then kicking 1 guard in the chest, causing him to spit out blood. Xiao Jiu, are you trying to make an irreconcilable enemy of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect? Yu Qianheng frowned and said, do you know that our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect has a titled Douluo, 3 elders, and 10 top experts? My grandfather is a 95-level titled Douluo, and the 3 elders are all over 86-level soul Douluo, and the 10 top experts are also at the soul Douluo level. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, so, you think you can steal my soul bone and insult my teacher? Let me tell you, Yu Qianheng, today I'm not here to pay respects. I'm here to tread on your mountains. If you reason with me, considering my teacher's face, I will naturally treat you with respect. But if you try to bully me, I will smash your sect. Tang Jiu finished speaking and kicked another guard, who spat out a mouthful of blood with a poof. His face pale as paper. Yu Qianheng wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Deathby. She knew exactly why her grandfather brought her here. He had said that Tang Jiu's father, Tang Hao, would also come. 2 titled Douluos were enough to pressure the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and most importantly, Tang Jiu was in the right. Either apologize or die. Tang Jiu coldly looked at the 2 guards, his gaze extremely fierce. The 2 guards, seeing that Yu Qianheng was silent, finally gritted their teeth and knelt before the master, saying, yes, we were wrong, uncle. The master's eyes slightly moistened. This was his disciple, willing to stand up for him. Besides Bibi Dong, Flanders, and Lu Erlong, this was the 4th person in the world who truly cared for him. However, when the master looked at the 2 guards again, his gaze became even colder, and he said lightly, I am not your uncle, nor am I a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I am just Tang Jiu's teacher. Tang Jiu's lips curled into a smile. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, how could he strike hard against the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect? Let's go 100 hits. Tang Jiu supervised 2 guards as they slapped his face until it looked like a pig's head before he got up to head up the mountain. Xiao Jiu, don't be too impulsive later. Just leave everything to me. I believe my brother and father are reasonable people. Teacher, don't worry. I'm the best at being reasonable. If you want a soul bone, go get yourself. Tang Jiu and his companions quickly reached the mountaintop. When Deathby saw Tang, Jiu mesmerized by the grand architecture. She nudged him with her arm. Xiao Jiu, are you shocked by this magnificent palace? It has accumulated over 1,000 years. Not really. I just think it would be very satisfying to smash it. The master twitched his mouth and led everyone into the main hall. Xiao Gong, an energetic old man, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stood up from his seat. Father. The master fell to his knees in front of the old man, his eyes already moist. The old man in front of him was none other than his father, the true dragon Douluo Engine. Calling you father is inappropriate. You are no longer a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. Since you were expelled from the family, how can we talk about father and son? At this moment, the elder sitting beside Yu Engine spoke coldly. Yu Engine sighed softly and then said blandly, Xiao Gang, what are you here for? The master bowed deeply 3 times to his father Yu Engine, and when he stood up, his gaze turned cold. No longer looking at his father, but instead addressing the sect leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Xiaofeng, who was also Yu Tianheng's father. Sect leader Yu, I am here to seek justice from your sect. Justice? Yu Xiaofeng frowned. What justice could be sought for his brother? My disciple Tang Jiu killed an iron armor dragon a few months ago and saved Yu Tianlei's team. However, Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin repaid kindness with enmity and seized my disciple's 10,000-year spirit bone while he was absorbing a spirit ring. Today, I am here to demand the return of the spirit bone. The master spoke resolutely, glaring coldly at his brother. Nonsense. How can we steal your disciple's spirit bone? Can your disciple even save members of our Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect? How ridiculous. Before the sect leader could respond, the third elder mocked. What? Dare you do wrong, but not admit it? Does your Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect still have any face left? Luckily, I have a witness. Yu Qianheng, you tell them. Tang Jiu Sikop. Yu Tianheng then said, the facts are just as my second uncle. The master stated, Han Tang Jiu Astet. Otherwise, we would have all died there. And Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin were the ones who stole his spirit bone. Tianheng, you are from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. How can you side with outsiders? The third elder huffed in displeasure. Sect leader Yu, I'm also here for this matter. My granddaughter was present that day. What? Does your Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect want to monopolize everything? Douluo snorted coldly. Once Douluo spoke, no one dared to question the master's words anymore. At this moment, the elder spoke up. The spirit bone has already been refined by my son. Our sect is willing to compensate 5 million gold soul coins. How about that? That's good. The poisoned Douluo chuckled, taking the free money without hesitation. He took the card handed over by the elder and directly tossed it to Deathby. The master then asked, what about my disciple's spirit bone? My son has already refined it. What? Do you want to dig it out from his leg? The elder huffed. So you're not planning to return it? Sect leader Yu, has the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect really become a bandit? The master glared coldly at his brother, his eyes filled with anger. As soon as the poisoned Douluo opened his mouth, you compensated 5 million gold soul coins, but when it comes to yourselves, you want to renege on the deal. Yu Xiaofeng pondered for a long time and then smiled. Xiao Gang, the spirit bone has already been refined. Taking it out would cripple Yu Chen's leg. I will take the lead and allow you to return to the family. And the spirit bone can be considered as your contribution to the family. How about that? Tang Jiu's pupils constricted, and he thought to himself, Yu Tianheng's father really is good at scheming. Tang Jiu did not speak, but instead maintained a steady gaze at the master, eager to know how a master, who is determined to return to his family and gain anything from it, would choose. The master struggled for a moment, then firmly declared, I refuse. Xiao Gang. Yu Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically as he shouted angrily. This is your best chance to return to the family. The soul bone is not mine. It belongs to my disciple. I, Yu Xiaojang, will not use my disciple's possessions for my own benefit. I asked the Yu sect master to return the soul bone. The master's words were resolute. Yu Xiaofeng's face darkened as he turned to the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, the soul bone was refined by your son. What do you say we should do now? The Grand Elder snorted. Soul bones are inherently unowned. Whoever seizes them owns them. What is there to discuss about returning them? However, I'm a person who values reason. The soul bone is within my son's body. If you have the ability to take it, it will be yours. And my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will have no objections. Saying this, the Grand Elder knocked on the table and called out. Yu Chun, a middle-aged man, stepped out from behind the Grand Elder, casting a hostile glance at the master. With every step he took, a soul ring appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Yu Chun, a 74-level assault-type battle spirit saint. If you want a soul bone, come and take it yourself. Yu Chun looked at the master with arrogance. A mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You're going too far." The master's face turned pale with anger as he turned back and said, "You sect master, is your sect really so big as to bully the small?" The master's father furrowed his brow slightly, but for the sake of sect unity, he lowered his eyelids and chose not to interfere. As the sect master, Yu Xiaofeng could not speak out. After a long pause, he said, "Xiao Gang, it has come to this, and saying more is pointless. This is the only solution. Defeat Yu Chun, take the soul bone, or give up right here. Good blue lightning tyrant dragon sect." The master's face turned a deep shade of anger. How could he and Tang Jiu possibly be Yu Chen's match? "We're leaving." The master wanted to pull Tang Jiu away, but Tang Jiu shook his head and said boldly, "I accept this proposal. Xiao Jiu, he is a soul saint." The master urged anxiously, "I have defeated the immovable King Xiao Wujia, who seems to be level 76. Tang Jiu replied confidently. The master was taken aback, clearly not expecting Tang Jiu to have defeated Xiao Wujia, but he still shook his head and said, "I know Xiao Wujia. Among his 7 soul skills, 3 are useless soul skills. His strength is greatly reduced. What you face is a blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master with a top-tier beast martial soul and a higher martial soul level than Xiao Wujia's. His soul rings are close to the limit, and every soul skill increases his attack. Most importantly, he also has a 10,000-year soul bone. Teacher, I believe I can win." Tang Jiu's eyes burst with surging fighting spirit, seeing that the master still wanted to advise him. Tang Jiu quietly said to the master, "Don't worry, if I can't win later, I'll run to Poison Douluo. At that time, I'll have Poison Douluo take action to kill this bastard with one move." After reassuring the master, Tang Jiu then stepped forward towards Yu Chen. The bullet ant martial spirit enveloped him, and 3 dazzling soul rings floated out, purple and black. The members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan all gasped in shock, utterly astonished. 85, Infinite Ice Sealing Flow, the first ring with 1,000 years, the second ring with 10,000 years. How is that possible? Even the true Dragon Douluo was taken aback, feeling a slight unease in his heart, as if something was amiss. Yu Chen was first stunned, then sneered. Just 3 rings. A soul master of over level 30. Even if you have 2 10,000-year soul rings, I can easily crush you. Yu Chen's confidence awakened the others from their shock, and they all agreed. That's right, no matter how monstrous the talent, the gap in strength is right there. Is that so? Do you think this is the end? Tang Jiu spoke and began to merge his martial soul. The evil ring killing heaven ant appeared. The dazzling ice and fire ring patterns, the sharp ant legs like spears, coupled with transparent wings, displayed its terrifying power. What is this? The crowd, who had just revealed smiles, was once again shocked, all casting their gazes toward the true Dragon Douluo, hoping that the strongest of this family could provide guidance. The true Dragon Douluo's hair and beard trembled slightly. Unable to suppress the shock within, he exclaimed, "Could be a martial soul fusion technique. You have dual martial souls. Is this your trump card? Dual martial souls. It can even produce a martial soul fusion technique. My God, this is too monstrous." The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was in an uproar. The legendary dual martial souls had become a mere backdrop, and what was even more terrifying was the martial soul fusion technique. Their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. How unfair is heaven? A trump card? No, this is just the beginning. Poison Douluo was quite satisfied with the reactions of these people, shaking his head with an inscrutable expression. What, does he still have hidden strength? The true Dragon Douluo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. At that moment, Tang Jiu shouted, "Heavenly Curse Seal, activate." An even more evil and bizarre power dispersed. Tang Jiu's wings and ant legs fused to form bat wings. The curse seal divided into red and blue colors, crawling all over the bat wings, and his hair also turned red and blue, standing in the void, overlooking all beings. What evil power! The true Dragon Douluo could no longer hold back, his body suddenly leaping up, his gaze fixed on Tang Jiu. The unease in his heart had transformed from a small stream into a river, and at this moment, others seemed to have been petrified by Medusa's gaze, all turning to stone. The first ring of 1,000 years, the second ring of 10,000 years, dual martial souls, martial soul fusion technique. These coveted talents were merely the beginning, and the bloodline form that Tang Jiu finally displayed crushed their talents, which they were proud of, into dust. The strongest monster in history. There was only one word in everyone's hearts to describe it. The master stood proudly, looking at the crowd with pride. Be shocked, be jealous. This is my disciple Yu Xiaojang, stronger than all of you combined. Yu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and shouted loudly, "No matter how monstrous you are, you cannot fight me beyond your level. Unfortunately, I can also fly." Martial Soul, true form. Yu Chen shouted explosively. Blue soul power surged with thunder around him, and then his form underwent a huge transformation. His body directly increased to 3 meters, and a pair of dragon wings actually grew from his back. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws. The blue lightning tyrant dragon is called the strongest beast martial soul because after level 50, a part of our body will randomly dragonize. And I am the perfect dragonization direction, possessing dragon claws and dragon wings. After Yu Chen finished speaking, without waiting for Tang Jiu to react, he flapped his dragon wings and charged towards Tang Jiu, blue thunder flickering on his dragon claws, able to unleash the power of Thunder Dragon Claw without using his soul skill. Second soul skill, Soul Power Deprivation. Tang Jiu said calmly. The 4-color soul rings emitted brilliant light, as if activating the power of rules. Soul Power Deprivation, evolved from the Soul Power Evil Ring, can extract 5 soul power from the opponent in one attack. However, unlike the first soul skill, Speed Deprivation, Soul Power Deprivation cannot be used continuously within its cooldown period, meaning it cannot continuously extract soul power like the Speed Evil Ring. But it has one major advantage, a short cooldown time, only a brief 10 seconds. This was the first time Tang Jiu felt that a short time was a good thing. Meanwhile, the cooldown time for the Speed Evil Ring was a month. In other words, the second soul skill, Soul Power Deprivation, is a soul skill that can be used freely in the state of martial soul fusion. When fighting against Xiao Jiu, Tang Jiu had not used soul skills at all because he wanted to rely on his true strength, but in the battle against Yu Chen, it was a matter of life and death. Boom! The two collided in the air, and to feel Yu Chen's attack power, Tang Jiu deliberately used his bat wings for defense, but the powerful bat wings were actually torn apart by a single claw. And the dragon claw, wrapped in thunder, struck heavily on Tang Jiu's body. Tang Jiu struck Yu Chen with a punch, but this time Tang Jiu suffered a huge loss. With 7 extreme soul ring configurations, all enhancing strong attack types, along with a top-tier beast martial soul, a dragon form body, and the perfect match of a 10,000-year soul bone, Yu Chen's strength could absolutely crush Xiao Jiu. His power was already comparable to Lu Erlong. Xiao Jiu couldn't tear apart Tang Jiu's defense, but the strongest beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, could. Haha, kid, our blue lightning tyrant dragon is specifically designed for fighting above our level. You think you can surpass me? It's simply laughable. 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon's Fury. The purple soul ring shone brightly, and under the effect of the soul skill, Yu Chen completely transformed into a blue lightning tyrant dragon, with power and speed increasing once again as dragon wings struck towards Tang Jiu. If you can't take me down in one hit, then you've already lost. Let me show you the art of battle. Infinite Ice Sealing Flow. Tang Jiu's wings shuddered. I seal. As Tang Jiu's voice fell, the blue lightning tyrant dragon that was lunging forward was frozen into a block of ice. By the time Yu Chen reacted and used his strength to shatter the ice, from nerve response to muscle exertion, it took at least 0.1 seconds, during which Tang Jiu had already managed to interrupt him in mid-air for that brief moment. Try to use such a low-level soul skill to deal with me is too naive. The ice sculpture shattered, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon continued to surge forward. I seal. Tang Jiu's freezing skill locked onto the attack, and this skill cannot be avoided. Yu Chen's body froze for another 0.1 seconds. After breaking the ice blocks, he continued to charge forward. Freeze, freeze, freeze again. Tang Jiu strolled leisurely, using his soul power as if it were free, unleashing skills one after another like an infinite firepower. The key point was that this skill had no cooldown. In fact, his soul power was indeed free. As it was drawn from Yu Chen, with just a sip, Tang Jiu's soul power could increase significantly. Then, everyone witnessed the most incredible scene. Yu Chen, flying in the air, became choppy and his movements were quite disjointed. Although he was stronger and faster than Tang Jiu, under the influence of the endless control skills, no matter how furious he roared, he couldn't catch up to Tang Jiu. It was just like playing a game. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand a bad internet connection and laggy graphics. Tang Jiu is all about stylish positioning, and more positioning. Tang Jiu kept showcasing his movement, leading Yu Chen to chase him endlessly, while he used the infinite freezing technique, causing Yu Chen to fall into an endless state of lag, wasting his soul power in vain, unable to even touch the corner of Tang Jiu's clothes. Soon, Yu Chen had no choice but to deactivate his fourth soul skill. The fourth soul skill was wasted. Yu Chen continuously used his seventh soul skill and fourth soul skill, consuming a significant amount of soul power. After Tang Jiu drained 5 of his soul power, he was left with a total of 89. This kid is incredible. For the first time, Poison Douluo witnessed someone turn such a small skill like freezing into a powerful move, and he was truly amazed. 86 Move counterattack. My teacher said, there are no invincible soul skills, only invincible soul masters. I am that invincible person. Winning with the weak against the strong is my specialty. Tang Jiufeng lightly mocked the sky, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg taken from the 12 beauties of Jinling, infuriating the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Come on, kill him. The crowd was agitated, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. Yu Chen's face turned pale with anger, and one by one, his spirit rings lit up. Try to rely on absolute power to crush Tang Jiu in one blow. But Tang Jiu directly taught him a lesson, using the infinite ice sealing flow to show off. First spirit skill, Thunder Rage, Ice Seal. Second spirit skill, Thunder Strike. I'm still freezing. Third skill, Thunder Berserker. I continue to freeze, and I ask, have you eaten yet? If not, I can give you the chicken leg. Tang Jiu smashed the chicken leg directly onto Yu Chen's face, making Yu Chen's face turn green with anger. Sixth soul skill. I freeze, then freeze again. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect watched with gritted teeth as the powerful Yu Chen was toyed with like a dog on a leash, spinning around helplessly. No matter how hard he tried to unleash his power, he never managed to land a single attack on Tang Jiu. All his skills were wasted. The frenzied attacks left the square pockmarked, yet they could never reach Tang Jiu. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu, like a bloodless supreme king, relied solely on the bushes and terrain to thoroughly dominate the stubborn bronze, moving with exceptional finesse and stability, even managing to taunt occasionally, which was particularly infuriating. Grandpa, even if Tang Jiu is using minor skills that don't consume much soul power, he can cast dozens of skills for everyone Yu Chen uses. Can his soul power keep up? Asked Dugu Yen. Inzia, almost forgot. Come, let me absorb some soul power. Tang Jiu said, rushing in front of Poison Douluo and slapping Dugu Bo's shoulder. Dugu Bo didn't resist at all. What could a light slap do? But the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted as he felt his soul power instantly drained by 5. The soul power fluctuations on Tang Jiu's body surged violently. This little brat actually has such an ability. Dugu Bo gasped, finally understanding Tang Jiu's tactics. Yu Chen's attacks were too strong. 2 or 3 soul skills could kill Tang Jiu, and his defense was terrifying. However, Tang Jiu didn't engage him in a head-on fight. After testing the opponent's attack and defense with the first strike, and realizing he couldn't match them, Tang Jiu chose to exhaust the opponent's soul power. The most frightening part was that Tang Jiu could also absorb soul power. But what Dugu Bo admired the most was that Tang Jiu chose not to absorb Yu Chen's soul power, but rather his own. That was incredibly stable. Tang Jiu would never give Yu Chen a chance to attack him. Yu Chen's soul power was rapidly depleting with each wave of soul skills released. Not good, Yu Chen. He intends to exhaust your soul power. The Grand Elder finally noticed something was off and immediately spoke up to warn him. Shameless. There's even guidance from the sidelines. The master scolded. However, after the reminder, Yu Chen suddenly woke up, stopped attacking, and realized that he only had 17 soul power left, secretly thinking to himself how dangerous it was. Dugu Yen frowned in pity for Tang Jiu, but Dugu Bo remained calm, believing that Tang Jiu would definitely have a way. Suddenly, Tang Jiu laughed heartily. Yu Chen, your son Yu Tianlei, I killed him. The body is in my storage soul guide. Do you want me to take it out for you to see? What? Yu Chen's eyes instantly turned blood red. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dugu Yen. Yu Qianheng, was your son killed brutally or not? Your son is foolish, and you are cowardly, truly a pair of useless trash. Come and kill me. Tang Jiu beckoned to Yu Chen. Tianheng, is what he said true? Tianlei has already been killed by him. Yes, cousin Tianlei was indeed killed by Tang Jiu. Ah, you bastard, I'll kill you. Yu Chen was furious, his face twisted, and he recklessly charged at Tang Jiu, activating all the soul skills he could. That's right. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, raising his hand to use the freezing skill infinitely, continuing to showcase his positioning. This game is secure. Chinner, don't be impulsive. The Grand Elder stood up and hurriedly reminded him. However, at this moment, Yu Chen could not hear anything. The hatred for his son's death was unresolvable, and he had also been toyed with by Tang Jiu until now. The new and old grudges had completely stripped him of his rationality, leaving only a heart full of killing intent. After a round of fierce soul skill attacks, Yu Chen suddenly found his soul power completely depleted. Without the support of soul power, his martial soul's true form was forced to, and his dragon form returned to normal, significantly reducing his body's defense and attack. Not good. Yu Chen, feeling weak, was shocked. Tang Jiu, who had been elegantly maneuvering, decisively turned back. With a flap of his bat wings, he first used a freezing skill to restrict Yu Chen's speed, then with lightning speed, a claw pierced through Yu Chen's shoulder blade, lifting him high. Tang Jiu didn't say a word, and with a swift slash of his bat-like wing, the black, evil wing easily severed Yu Chen's legs under the infusion of soul power. With a clang, a crystal-clear and splendid soul bone separated from the severed legs and fell to the ground. Tang Jiu casually picked it up and laughed. With a quick reach, the soul bone is in hand. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect is nothing but this. At that moment, the faces of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect members turned ashen. They had lost. They had actually lost. A soul sage at level 74 had been defeated by a soul master in his 30s, and a soul bone had been taken. Was it that Yu Chen was too incompetent? Or that Tang Jiu was too terrifying? He actually won. Douluo covered her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. The teacher she admired the most, Qin Ming, was only in his 60s. In her opinion, he was the most powerful young man besides her grandfather. Yet Tang Jiu was 3 or 4 years younger than her and could defeat a soul sage from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Moreover, he did it so effortlessly. Clearly, Tang Jiu was much weaker than Yu Chen. But how could he so easily overwhelm his opponent? There are no invincible soul skills, only invincible soul masters. What a theory of invincibility from Yu Xiaojiang. Poison Douluo was filled with admiration. Since Tang Jiu broke his soul skill, he had looked at the master with new eyes. And today once again proved the importance of theory. Soul skills have never been invincible. Invincibility lies only in the user of the soul skill. A small ice-sealing soul skill in Tang Jiu's hands was like a divine skill. Winning against the strong with the weak, there is nothing better than this. Douluo felt deeply moved, his mind opened up, and he gained a deeper understanding of the use of soul skills, unknowingly feeling a significant boost in his own strength. Damn it, let go of Chun'er. The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot, having just heard the bad news about his grandson. He was now witnessing his son being crippled and having his soul bone taken. If it weren't for the fact that his son's life was still in Tang Jiu's hands, he would have wanted to directly kill Tang Jiu. Poison Douluo felt delighted to see Tang Jiu with the soul bone. This son-in-law was truly impressive. Soon this soul bone would belong to his precious granddaughter. He then asked, Sect Master Yu, what do you mean by this? If Tang Jiu keeps the soul bone, I can guarantee that the sect won't interfere in his personal grievances with the Grand Elder. Yu Xiaofeng said leisurely. Poison Douluo scoffed. It seemed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect was going to act shamelessly. The unlucky ones cannot be stopped. 87 No rest until death. Shameless. Tang Jiu looked coldly at the people from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, with endless killing intent surging in his heart. Yu Qianheng looked at his father in disbelief and said, Father, didn't you just agree? If Tang Jiu wins, he can take the soul bone. Qianheng, he broke into our sect and seized the soul bone. If we let him take it away like this, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect will become a laughingstock. Yu Xiaofeng glared at his son Yu Qianheng, feeling frustrated that a person of integrity could not take over the sect. Master's face turned pale, and he felt that his brother was so unfamiliar at this moment. He angrily said, You robbed the soul bone first and forced us to battle Soul Sage with Soul Douluo. Now that we have finally won, you want to go back on your word. Is this what you call the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? Xiao Gang, do you still not understand? As the sect master, one must prioritize the interests of a sect. Yu Xiaofeng gently shook his head. Master looked at the true dragon Douluo Yunjin and said, Father, you should say something fair. True dragon Douluo sighed and said, Xiao Gang, everything must be based on the bigger picture. Everyone has times when they are powerless. Where is the fairness in this world? You are still so stubborn. Master clenched his fists, his face pale. When his father, True Dragon Douluo, was sect master, he was also expelled from the sect for the sake of the so-called bigger picture. Today, it is again for the bigger picture that they are bullying him and his disciple. Master took a deep breath and said, You will regret this. Xiao Gang, being stubborn is useless. This world values strength, and you will find that in the end, it is you who will regret. True Dragon Douluo sighed, then turned to Tang Jiu and said, I guarantee with my integrity that as long as you hand over the soul bone and release Yu Chun, I will ensure your safe descent from the mountain. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and said word by word, Old Lizard, your character is worth nothing. The members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan were stunned, having never seen anyone dare to insult a title Douluo before. They didn't expect Tang Jiu to be so bold. The poisoned Douluo's mouth twitched. It seemed that his big snake sounded a bit better than Old Lizard. Bah! Next time Tang Jiu dares to call him Big Snake, he'll break his legs. The true dragon Douluo's face turned pale with rage. He was actually insulted to his face by his son's student and called Old Lizard. He was a dignified 95th level title Douluo. The true dragon Douluo, Yu Engine, was so angry that his hair stood on end. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly, Kid, let Yu Chin go and don't bring trouble to your parents and family. Tang Jiu laughed loudly. I really caused them trouble if they have the guts. They can come find me. As he spoke, he punched Yu Chun in the heart. Yu Chin's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he tilted his head and died completely. Chenya. The Grand Elder let out a piercing scream. His grandson was dead, and now his son was dead. He roared in rage, and 8 soul rings appeared around his body. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Then the 7th black soul ring lit up, and a pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back. A single horn appeared on his forehead, and a dragon tail grew from his rear, transforming him into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. He flashed with blue lightning and charged towards Tang Jiu like a bolt of lightning. You little beast, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Grand Elder was an 88-level soul Douluo, and with this move, it was as if thunder had descended, ferocious and extraordinary. Tang Jiu didn't even have time to react before the Grand Elder was already in front of him. Tang Jiu was neither flustered nor evasive. Instead, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he said, Are you in a hurry to seek death? Just when the Grand Elder thought Tang Jiu had gone mad, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous omen descend upon him. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge, but he felt his body suddenly lose control, and all the flesh and blood rapidly turned to stone. At this moment, Douluo's voice leisurely echoed out. Soul Bone Skill, Medusa's Gaze. The surprise attack caught everyone off guard. Douluo had been prepared for a long time, waiting for the moment to rescue Tang Jiu. As soon as he saw the Grand Elder unleash his martial soul, he immediately got ready. The Soul Bone skill didn't require the activation of martial soul spirit rings. And this gray-white petrifying light, in close proximity, was impossible to defend against. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. And then they witnessed an even more unbelievable scene. Tang Jiu's bat wings slashed down towards the Grand Elder's head. How dare he? This was the Grand Elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Grand Elder was fully petrified, and his defense was only equivalent to that of stone. Tang Jiu's strike could definitely cleave the Grand Elder in two. Stop! The true Dragon Douluo had already sensed the moment Douluo attacked. He quickly activated his martial soul and rushed over to rescue him. Before Tang Jiu's bat wing could descend, he had already grabbed the Grand Elder's arm and pulled back with force. Bang! Tang Jiufeng's batwing slash failed to split the Grand Elder in two, but it heavily struck the Grand Elder's left arm, shattering the petrified limb. Amidst the debris, a piece of crystal-clear soul bone fell out, and Tang Jiu's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed it. Buy one, get one free. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and directly placed it into the 12 beauties of Jinling. At that moment, the Grand Elder finally broke free from petrification, and the pain of his severed arm twisted his face in agony. Their family immediately sent a healing soul master to assist him. At this moment, Yu Qianheng's gaze was vacant. He never expected that Tang Jiu would actually coordinate with Douluo and nearly kill the immensely powerful Grand Elder. Moreover, he even dared to take the Grand Elder's soul bone. Was he declaring an all-out war against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Decisive, ruthless, I truly did not misjudge you. Douluo pulled Douluo and swiftly retreated to Tang Jiu's side. He initially only intended to subdue the Grand Elder to save Tang Jiu, but he did not expect Tang Jiu to seize that fleeting opportunity and nearly counterkill the Grand Elder, this time with 2 soul bones in hand. And with Tang Hao and Douluo around, there was no reason for them to spit out the soul bones once ingested. The true Dragon Douluo stared coldly at Douluo and said, So you are his backer? No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Douluo, you are merely a 91st level title Douluo. You should understand that the difference in strength between title Douluo ranks is like heaven and earth. Hand over the soul bone, or don't force me to kill you. Douluo shrugged and said, I am not his backer. Kid, you say it yourself. Tang Jiu shrugged and said, I've always been low-key. Am I a disciple of the Haotian sect? Did I say that? No. My father is Tang Hao. Did I say that? No. I once kidnapped the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall and injured the Jew Douluo. Did I say that? Definitely not. The poisoned Douluo twitched his mouth. What kind of low-key are you talking about? At this moment, the sect leader Yu Xiaofeng and the true dragon Douluo Yu Yunjin both gasped in shock. Realizing that this brat is actually Tang Hao's son. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had, would they dare play tricks? Obviously not. Didn't you say you wanted to cause trouble for my parents' family? Feel free to smash the Haotian sect and crush Tang Hao. I would even blink. Tang Jiu urged. The crowd. I've seen bastards, but I've never seen one like this. Attack the Haotian sect? That's a joke. The #1 sect in the world is not just for show. As for smashing Tang Hao to death, that's even more ridiculous. That guy's the one who killed the last pope. Even if you were Tang Hao's son, today, I will still kill you. The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. Second Elder, Third Elder, attack. Two figures darted out, directly unleashing their martial souls, their soul rings emerging one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8 rings soul Douluo. 88 like Wang Junlin, Titan, Giant Ape. The poisoned Douluo Dugu Bo's expression turned cold, and a gigantic emerald-scaled Serpent King appeared behind him, with 9 soul rings manifesting. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Facing the 3 soul Douluos charging at him, the emerald-scaled Serpent King opened its mouth and released a green toxic mist, immediately forcing the 3 to retreat. The true dragon Douluo sighed, realizing that this situation had escalated beyond reconciliation. He stepped forward, and blue soul power immediately dispelled the toxic mist, solemnly shouting, Tang Hao, since you are here, come out. After a long time, there was no response. The poisoned Douluo was feeling the pressure from the true dragon Douluo and was struggling. His strength was considered the weakest among titled Douluos, and while he could handle group battles, one-on-one was not his strong suit. The poisoned Douluo hurriedly asked, Xiao Jiu, where's your father? Tang Jiu touched his nose and said, I told you my dad had diarrhea yesterday and can't come today. Do you believe it? I believe your hammer. Poisoned Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted. Your dad didn't come? He didn't want to make a bad relationship with the Haotian sect and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, so he didn't come. Tang Jiu spoke for Dang Li. Dugu Yin took a sharp breath. Your dad didn't come, and you're still so tough. Are you out of your mind? Are you still his biological son? Dugu Bo said in disbelief. Not really. Tang Jiu shook his head. Dugu Yin and Dugu Bo. I already told Yinzi that Tang Hao has 2 sons, one biological and one picked up, and I'm the one who was picked up? Tang Jiu shrugged and said, You little bastard, are you trying to kill me? Poisoned Douluo was stunned, realizing that he was the only one who had come. What was the point of fighting? A true dragon Douluo could easily overpower him, not to mention the 14-soul Douluos. He would be doomed. Don't worry, whether Tang Hao comes or not. It won't affect my plan to flatten the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Tang Jiu comforted him. Poisoned Douluo looked at Tang Jiu as if he were an idiot, then grabbed Dugu Yin and prepared to fly away. However, Tang Jiu's words were heard by others as well. With a loud whoosh, 10 soul Douluo level experts quickly took to the sky and blocked Dugu Bo's escape route. Where do you think you're going? You cause a ruckus in my blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Even titled Douluos must die. The Grand Elder shouted furiously. This time, a total of 6 soul Douluos joined him in attacking, their fierce soul power pressing forward. Dugu Bo's expression turned extremely grim. If it were just him, he could still maneuver, but he also had to protect his granddaughter and Tang Jiu. Boom! The green and blue soul powers collided, and several people struck Dugu Bo in unison, causing him to stagger and spit out a mouthful of blood. Little bastard, take Yin and go. Gugu Bo raved in anger. Emerald-scaled Snake King, writhing like a dragon. 8th soul skill, time freeze. The black soul ring lit up, and the soul skill from Medusa rippled around, slowing down time and space. The many-soul Douluos attacking him suddenly lost control, as if frozen in place. For 2 seconds, time seemed to stop. Dugu Bo took one last look at Dugu Yin, then ran towards Tang Jiu, his eyes filled with reluctance. But he knew today was his last day. What a domineering soul skill. The true dragon Douluo, standing in the distance, was the first to break free from the constraints with his overwhelming soul power. His thunderous claws struck Dugu Bo's chest. Grandpa! Dugu Yin cried out in horror, watching helplessly as Dugu Bo spat out a large mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. The black halo around the true dragon Douluo flickered, and a serpentine electric dragon appeared behind him, lunging at Dugu Bo. No! Douluo struggled violently in Tang Jiu's arms. Wanted to go down and block this fatal blow for her grandfather. Go, hurry. Douluo fixed his gaze on Tang Jiu, filled with anger and hope, completely ignoring the incoming soul attacks. He knew he couldn't escape and could only hope that Tang Jiu would take his granddaughter away. Big Snake, you're making me so emotional I could cry. Tang Jiu was slightly moved. This old poison master, though cold-hearted, still wanted him to escape at this time, making him feel that Douluo was better to him than Tang Hao. Don't worry, I brought my little brother today. Let you see my true strength come out. Xiaoming, roar. Tang Jiu let out a long howl. Douluo was almost driven to madness. Why didn't you run with Yanzi? What are you screaming for? But just at that moment, the earth shook violently, and a huge black shadow jumped down from the mountainside, crashing down like a mountain onto the square. Boom! The square was smashed into a 10-meter deep pit, with bluestone fragments flying everywhere, causing everyone to retreat in panic. A giant soul beast, resembling a mountain, stood in front of Tang Jiu, and with a swipe of its claws, it shattered the spirit skill released by the true dragon Douluo. Its powerful arms beat against its chest. Then it bared its teeth and let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying sound made people's eardrums ache. Everyone looked at the guardian creature in shock, the Titan giant ape. Its sudden arrival blew the scene apart, like a king descending. How could the Titan giant ape be here? How could it leave the Douluo forest? Everyone was filled with questions, their hearts brimming with fear. For this was the ruler of the Douluo forest, with unfathomable strength. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Jiu pounded his chest with his right hand, then pointed at the Titan giant ape. Everyone was stunned. Was he seeking death? How could he provocatively point at the Titan giant ape, just when everyone thought the Titan giant ape, a king with a commanding presence similar to that of humans, would crush Tang Jiu with a single punch? The Titan giant ape actually pounded its chest with its right hand, then pointed at Tang Jiu. In the end, both man and beast extended their fists and bumped them together. At that moment, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The Titan giant ape let out an excited laugh, grabbed Tang Jiu and Douluo and directly placed them on its shoulders. Douluo nervously clutched Tang Jiu's arm, fearing that the Titan giant ape might eat her in one bite. At this moment, Tang Jiu coldly looked at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan and said, "My backing is not Tang Hao, but my brothers who have fought alongside me, the Titan giant ape." The Titan giant ape had been with Tang Jiu for 4 years. Although it couldn't speak, its intelligence had grown rapidly and it could fully understand what Tang Jiu meant. Upon hearing Tang Jiu refer to it as his brother, it happily pounded its chest and roared continuously. "Xiaoming, crush them for me." Tang Jiu pointed his hand, and the Titan giant ape, without saying a word, threw a punch at the true dragon Douluo. What? He can really control the Titan giant ape. The poison Douluo was shocked, suddenly remembering what Tang Jiu had said, that he had once made the chrysanthemum Douluo spit blood and flee. Now he believed it. 6th spirit skill, true dragon resistance. The black spirit ring of the true dragon Douluo shone, and a true dragon seemed to appear around him, instantly granting him the power of a dragon. He couldn't retreat. If he did, the others would just wait to be killed by the Titan giant ape's punch. Besides him, no one could withstand the Titan giant ape's attack head-on. Boom! The 95-level strongest beast martial soul, titled Douluo, collided with the strongest power king, the Titan giant ape. A thunderous roar erupted. The battle began. Boom! The unmatched power of the Titan giant ape sent the true dragon Douluo flying with one punch, and his body crashed into the main hall, creating a human-sized hole. Roar! The Titan giant ape slammed its fists into the ground, unleashing a violent soul power that knocked the surrounding soul Douluo back several dozen meters. The might of the king was fully displayed. With just one strike, the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect change color in unison. Activate martial souls. The entire sect prepares for battle. As the sect leader, Yu Xiaofeng's face turned pale as he shouted angrily. All the sect members who rushed over immediately activated their martial souls. Not only were there members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but just like the Haotian sect with its 4 major single attribute families, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon also recruited many outstanding soul masters. Control, healing, support, these soul masters added up to a couple of hundred. The square was suddenly filled with flashes of various lights as strange martial souls were activated, setting the stage for a large-scale battle. Soul rings lit up, and various support and enhancement soul skills were applied to the main combatants, the title Douluo and Soul Douluo. Under the enhancements of defense, speed, power and soul power, the true dragon rushed out of the main hall, gritting his teeth and saying, Tang Jiu, if you dare to bring the Titan giant ape, let's see how we kill this beast. We have thousands of experts. Old lizard, are you still going to kill us? Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted in the wind? Let me show you what true teamwork is. Xiaoming, come play them a song, East Wind Breaks. Let them know what it means to be the invincible duo across the Star-Do Great Forest. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and pointed, saying, gravitational field. The Titan giant ape happily thumped its chest with its hand and immediately activated its field, gravity. Everyone around felt an unusual heaviness in their bodies. Tang Jiu shouted, I seal. As his voice fell, the Grand Elder's body was immediately frozen. The combination of the gravity field and the ice seal was terrifyingly limiting. Just as the Grand Elder shattered the ice, he personally experienced the horror of Tang Jiu's infinite ice sealing flow. His frequency of movement was even more sluggish than his son Yu Chen's due to the interference from the gravity field. At that moment, the Titan giant ape took a deep breath, using its gravity-controlling ability to compress the air, then spat out a ball of earthy yellow energy towards the Grand Elder, who was restrained by the ice seal. Titan giant ape skill, Titan Sky Break. This skill was the one that Tang San would absorb later as a soul bone skill. It was essentially a soul skill version of a super air cannon. Boom! This shot hit the Grand Elder squarely. The power of this soul skill used by Tang San was equivalent to the 9th soul skill of a title Douluo, not to mention that it was used by the Titan giant ape itself. The Grand Elder couldn't withstand even 0.1 seconds of the terrifying pressure and was crushed to death. His body then blasted away by the overwhelming energy to another mountain peak. However, at the moment of death, a crystal-clear soul bone fell from his body, which turned out to be a torso bone. I seal. Tang Jiu directly froze the soul bone and quickly flew over to seize it. Tang Jiu, you are too much. The true Dragon Douluo's eyes were bloodshot. Their family's third strongest had been directly killed, and 2 soul bones belonging to the Great Elder had been taken away. Tang Jiu disdainfully curled his lips and continued to cooperate with the Titan giant ape, once again freezing a soul Douluo, then using the infinite freezing flow to restrict them. After the Titan giant ape skill, Titan's Heaven Break, was ready, another shot was fired, killing the unfortunate soul Douluo, who was then sent flying for several thousand meters after death. Tang Jiu couldn't help but hum, I'll send you away 1,000 miles apart. You should die. The Titan giant ape loved to listen to Tang Jiu sing, laughing happily, while the soul skills attacking from afar were just like scratching an itch to it. With its tough skin and thick flesh, and its incredible defense, it couldn't be bothered. Instead, it focused on blasting away Tang Jiu's frozen enemies, checking how far they flew after each kill, wondering if it was 1,000 miles away. However, after a few booming shots, its soul power could no longer be consumed like that. The gravity domain, combined with continuously using its ultimate move, was too much for it. And besides, it preferred to use its fists to smash people. Come on, let's enter party mode. Tang Jiu sang loudly, who was playing a tune on the pipa, East Wind Blows. Tang Jiu sang and danced while making provocative gestures towards the true Dragon Douluo. However, he instructed the Titan Great Ape not to waste time with the true Dragon Douluo, but to enter a frenzy mode like himself and specifically target easy opponents. The first unfortunate victim was Yu Tianxin. Tang Jiu froze him directly with a freezing spell. The Titan giant ape swung its hand and slapped him, sending him back to be reforged with a loud smack. Du Guyan was stunned. She had never seen such an outrageous guy. Moreover, Tang Jiu wasn't satisfied with just one jump and directly pulled Du Guyan to jump with him. Hey, we're still in a battle? At first, Du Guyan refused, but after a few jumps, she found it was really enjoyable. With a snap of his fingers, he could destroy sects and dance lightly while playing with the spirit masters. On this continent, the 3 most powerful sects were in a fierce battle. While he could easily dance, watching the giant beasts below inflict countless casualties on the enemy, while the title Douluo could only watch helplessly. What a delightful and refreshing feeling this was. As a noble, dancing was her strong suit, but after so many years of dancing, she had never had such an unforgettable experience. Du Guyan felt as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life, her clothes fluttering and her smile radiant. The poisoned Douluo twitched at the corner of his mouth. He saw a genius on the brink of self-destruction, and also a truly free-spirited madman. However, he liked it very much. Tang Jiu was definitely of the same kind as him. I am crazy, I am wild, I am angry, I lao jahash. All for my own happiness. This battle would undoubtedly go down in the history of Douluo Continent. The Titan giant ape wasn't really fighting. It was mainly playing and stepping on some small pests that didn't know any better. The Titan giant ape was extremely excited. Indeed, it was much more fun to follow little Jiu than to sleep in the lake all day like Daming. Beast, fight me. The true dragon Douluo's eyes were blood red as he pursued the Titan giant ape for a battle. We want to fight you. I want you to watch your own evil consequences. Big lizard, open your eyes and see what happens when you offend me. Tang Jiu made a provocative gesture towards the true dragon Douluo. The Titan giant ape responded with a middle finger and then slapped down, killing the second elder's youngest son. Watching the true dragon Douluo's furious expression, the Titan giant ape laughed heartily. I will kill you. The true dragon Douluo watched one person after another get killed right in front of him, screaming in madness, but no matter how he charged, he couldn't break through the Titan giant ape's defenses, and he was even told that Tang Jiu had been killed. Tang Jiu looked at the furious true dragon Douluo and immediately mocked, singing, I am Ankila. I usually behave well, but the premise is you must never touch my doll. I am Ankila. I make you eat poop. I am your unbeatable nine daddy. I am Ankila. I can send you home in 1 second. Let you watch the disciples turn into little muggles. As Tang Jiu sang, the Titan giant ape clapped and killed the eldest son of the second elder, who was also Yu Tianxin's father. Come on, Xiao Ming, greet them. After all, I've taught you for 4 years. Tang Jiu chuckled. The Titan giant ape grinned and awkwardly mimicked a phrase it learned over 4 years. I am your unbeatable daddy. After saying that, the Titan giant ape was as happy as a child for being able to speak human language, showing off its big white teeth, as if waiting for true dragon Douluo to praise it. True dragon Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted, his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Deathby was already dumbfounded. Tang Jiu is really something else. Naniga, someone is attacking me. Poison Douluo also widened his mouth. He knew Tang Jiu was mischievous, but he didn't expect him to be this audacious, using 4 years to teach the Titan great ape such a frustrating line. However, seeing the true dragon Douluo spitting blood from anger was quite satisfying. Father, please calm down. We need to be steady and cautious. Against a 100,000-year soul beast, even soul master-level attacks can't break through its defenses, but we can exhaust its soul power. Once its soul power is depleted, it will be at our mercy. As the sect leader, Yu Xiaofeng did not participate in the battle, but could calmly direct the others. After the true dragon Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood from anger, he had already accepted the fact that the sect would inevitably suffer heavy losses. He realized that being anxious was pointless, so he took on the role of a rescuer, saving anyone in danger. Although he couldn't save everyone every time. This forced the Titan great ape to confront him directly, continuously depleting the Titan great ape's strength. The battle had now entered a stalemate phase. Thanks to the cooperation between Tang Jiu and the Titan great ape, they were caught off guard. Now that they had grasped the Titan great ape's skills, they could effectively avoid attacks. Over 100 auxiliary control soul masters behind them showcased their power, with vines and roots constantly entangling and restraining, and various enhancement soul skills being released. They delayed the Titan great ape's movements and rescued sect members who were frozen or trapped in the gravity field. With their increasingly skilled cooperation, their casualties were getting smaller. Deathby was anxious. Xiao Jiu, should we retreat? If this continues, something bad will happen. No matter how powerful the Titan great ape was, it couldn't stand against the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. What about me? Tang Jiu replied confidently. Deathby facepalmed. If it weren't for the Titan great ape protecting you, you'd be smashed to pieces down there. Deathby said irritably, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually run out of soul power, and then you won't be able to escape. I said I would flatten the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. If I don't flatten it, how can I show my face? Tang Jiu said nonchalantly, still coordinating with the Titan great ape to find targets to attack. Deathby was stamping her feet anxiously, but had no other options. She didn't dare leave the Titan great ape's shoulder, or she would be overwhelmed by hundreds of soul skills. Suddenly, Tang Jiu shouted, "Smash him!" Deathby turned around and almost lost her breath. Tang Jiu finally seized the opportunity to control the second elder, who had lost his sons and grandsons to him. The Titan great ape showed no hesitation and, under Tang Jiu's command, summoned its last bit of soul power to unleash its ultimate move, Titan Sky Break. A brownish-yellow energy ball directly hit the second elder, sending him flying thousands of miles away. With the death of the second elder, 2 crystal-clear soul bones dropped, one appearing to be an arm bone and the other a leg bone. What a pity. It would have been great if we could get them. Now, The Titan Great Ape was low on soul power and didn't dare risk its life to grab the soul bones, only able to watch as they were taken away. You should be more concerned about your own life than the soul bones, Dugu Yin said irritably, as she could hear the Titan Great Ape's intense heartbeat. It had finally been worn down to the point of exhaustion. This is bad. Counterattack. The true Dragon Douluo could see how forced the Titan Great Ape's ultimate move was, and the surrounding gravity field was continuously shrinking. The true Dragon Douluo charged at the Titan Great Ape again, and his black soul rings lit up. 8th soul skill. 3 dragons, push mountain. Blue soul power condensed into faint images of true dragons, and behind the true Dragon Douluo, there were actually 3, doubling the power compared to the 6th soul skill and granting him the strength of 3 dragons. The Titan Great Ape roared. It had little soul power left and needed to protect Tang Jiu, so it opted not to use soul power and instead swung its massive fist down hard. Boom! The true Dragon Douluo spat out another mouthful of blood and was smashed into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. The members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect looked on in shock, relying solely on physical strength. The Titan Great Ape had nearly killed the true Dragon Douluo with a single punch, truly terrifying. Collective attack. With a command from sect leader Yu, all those with long-range energy attack soul skills from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect launched their attacks. Various soul skills of different styles rushed toward the Titan Great Ape from all directions, forcing it, which was about to stomp the true Dragon Douluo, to defend and protect Tang Jiu. The true Dragon Douluo seized the opportunity to retreat, and over 20 healing soul masters launched a collective healing wave, reviving him to full strength, and he charged forward once more. Soul Bone skill, Rage of the Thunder Dragon. The true Dragon Douluo's body transformed into a serpentine blue electric dragon, once again clashing with the Titan Great Ape. The dragon and the ape collided, and the true Dragon Douluo was once again sent flying. However, the Titan Great Ape was not in good shape either. The true Dragon Douluo was a super Douluo with 6 soul bones. Although its physical quality was slightly inferior, it was comparable to a 70,000-year soul beast. After the brutal fight, the Titan Great Ape had nearly exhausted its soul power and was now starting to tire, while the true Dragon Douluo was consistently replenishing his soul power from the rear, remaining in peak condition and even receiving boosts from auxiliary soul masters. After 7 or 8 collisions, the Titan Great Ape felt a sense of crisis. It was panting heavily. Tang Jiu, it's time for you to meet your end. This time, the true Dragon Douluo was different from before. All of his soul bones radiated a brilliant light, and his 9 soul rings spun wildly. Each sect has its own secret techniques. The Haotian sect has the Great Sumera Hammer. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has the Mind Multi-Use. And my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect also has a secret technique. True Dragon Crown. As the true Dragon Douluo Yu Engine spoke, the soul bone on his head emitted dazzling light, resembling a dragon crown. This was the soul bone of an ancient true dragon, containing astonishing power. As the light of the dragon crown radiated, the true Dragon Douluo's 9th soul ring transformed from a strange black to a red-black color. This was a 99,999-year soul ring. The master was astonished, finally recalling the legend in his clan. It was said that there were 9 true dragon crowns, formed from the soul bones of 9 dragons. These dragon crowns were incredibly powerful and could elevate the soul rings to their limits. The true Dragon Douluo's momentum was now incredibly formidable, and the red-black soul ring suddenly lit up, causing the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit behind him to transform into a true Eastern 5-clawed divine dragon, rather than a Western dragon. 9th soul skill, Divine Dragon Annihilation. The terrifying divine dragon, with its scales and claws flying, coiled down and swung its tail fiercely at the Titan Great Ape. For the first time, the Titan Great Ape showed a serious expression. This tail reminded it of the tail of the sky blue bull python. Unwilling to back down, the Titan Great Ape roared, pounding its chest with both fists to meet the divine dragon's furious strike. Boom! This time it was the Titan Great Ape that was sent flying. Under the true Dragon Douluo's secret technique and the terrifying power of an almost 100,000-year soul ring, the already exhausted Titan Great Ape finally fell. The divine dragon coiled back and lunged at the Titan Great Ape. Xiao Jiu, are you satisfied now? You wouldn't leave when I let you. Now you've caused us all this trouble. Dugu Yan's face turned pale. At this moment, the Titan giant ape was beaten into a daze, sitting on the ground, shaking its head and falling into a semi-dazed state, clearly unable to withstand this terrifying blow. Yin, Who told you that I only have one brother? Can you conjure up another soul beast worth 100,000 years? Douluo simply did not believe it. The dazed Titan giant ape raised its middle finger at the divine dragon in the sky and then let out a dissatisfied roar. Translated, it meant, bro, someone is hitting me. One person presses one sect. Kill that beast. Finish him off. Kill the soul beast. Get the soul bone. Seeing the Titan giant ape injured, the balance of victory finally shifted, and the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect erupted into intense cheers, each hoping that the true Dragon Douluo could kill the Titan giant ape and obtain the #1 treasure of the continent. 100,000-year soul ring, 100,000-year soul bone. Getting these, they wouldn't just break even this time. They would make a huge profit. Going to the Star Doe Forest to kill the Titan giant ape was far too dangerous. But this beast actually sought death on its own. And there was also the poisoned Douluo. Killing it could also yield soul bones. Most importantly, they wanted to turn Tang Jiu into ashes. Douluo's expression was extremely grim as she looked at the winding divine dragon approaching. She simply did not believe what Tang Jiu said about having another brother. Having one Titan giant ape was already incredibly lucky. Who else could come to save them? At that moment, a dignified and angry voice rang out. Who dares to touch my brother? Douluo looked up and saw a scene she would remember for a lifetime. A huge bull's head appeared, which could be compared to half the body of the Titan giant ape. Below the bull's head was a thick, winding green python body, nearly 10 times the length of the Titan giant ape. Its entire body could wrap around the mountain several times, and the raised bull's head obscured the sunlight, casting a terrifying shadow that sent chills down one's spine. A soul beast can speak? Douluo's mind was overwhelmed. At this moment, the divine dragon, transformed by the true Dragon Douluo, was about to bite the Titan giant ape when a massive python tail stretched out from below the mountain, sweeping toward the divine dragon. Smack! The winding, soaring 5-clawed divine dragon was directly swatted away by the tail, crashing heavily against the cliff, looking extremely disheveled. The mountaintop fell into a deathly silence as the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect sadly realized that the divine dragon transformed by their sect master was like a small loach in front of this terrifying monster. The animals in the forest, unlike the monsters in the water,